Chapter 501, The Method to Change Destiny. Everyone in the Lin family looked at each other and shook their heads. At first, they only learned from the master that Lin Yuyan's fate had flaws, and they didn't know what kind of fate there was. Are there any types of this thing? Lin Yuanchuan bowed and said, "Please let Divine Dr. Yi tell me clearly." Yi Tiance replied, "In fact, Miss Lin's fate is called the fate of setting sun." The doom of the setting sun? Lin Yuanchuan frowned. He had never heard of this name. Not only him, even Gao Qicheng, the well-informed underground godfather, had never heard of it. Gao Qicheng frowned and asked, "What exactly is this waning sun fate?" Yi Tiance explained, "This is actually a very rare and special fate. Simply put, her life is like the setting sun that is about to sink into the horizon, short and full of uncertainty. She is born with congenital physical deficiencies and a fragile immune system. Even tiny bacteria and viruses can easily invade her body and cause serious illness. Not only that, her body is unable to absorb and store energy effectively. Any strenuous activities will overconsume her already scarce vitality, causing her to feel tired and weak easily. Originally, her body could have lasted for half a year, but she was poisoned tonight and consumed too much of her vitality, so she can only last for a month at most." Hearing this explanation, everyone in the Lin family was shocked. Surprisingly, the situation described by Yi Tiance was no different from the symptoms Lin Yuyan usually exhibited. You know, the Lin family has never revealed to the public the fact that Lin Yuyan has flaws in her fate. Logically speaking, Yi Tiance shouldn't know this. However, at this moment, every word he said is absolutely correct. There is only one possibility, that he discovered the special condition of Lin Yuyan's body just by having a brief contact with her tonight, and revealed her fate of Kanyang's misfortune that even they didn't know. After realizing this, Lin Yuanchuan's body trembled, and his eyes flickered with anticipation. "Dr. Yi, do you have any way to save our Yuyan? I know it's too much to trouble you again and again, but we really have no other way." Lin Wantai also said, "To be honest, the only solution we can think of is to participate in the upcoming Xianmen conference, hoping that a Xianmen leader can solve her fate flaws." Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "Even among all the negative fates, the fate of the setting sun is a very difficult one. If you want to solve it, you must go against the will of heaven and change your fate. How can ordinary humans do this? It's not that I look down on those who participated in the Xianmen conference, but even if they were given another 100 years, they wouldn't be able to do this kind of ability to change their fate." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the Lin family suddenly became gloomy. They originally had great confidence in the Xianmen conference, but in the end they were sentenced to death by Yi Tiance. After learning the news, this made the atmosphere, which had been filled with joy over Lin Yuyan being cured of the poison just 2 minutes ago, become much more sad. Gao Lan, in particular, couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Lin Yuyan comforted her, "Mother, you don't have to worry about me. It's enough for me to have received your love and care over the years. It doesn't matter if I can't change my fate. I'm already very content." Her voice was soft and serious, and she seemed to have no fear or sadness at all. However, the more she behaved like this, the more sad and uncomfortable everyone in the Lin family felt. Especially Lin Yuanchuan and Gao Qicheng, their eyes became red and swollen. Because just before the birthday party, the two of them asked Lin Yuyan what gift she wanted most, and the latter replied that she just wanted freedom. But what are the prerequisites for freedom? Naturally, the body will recover and become a normal person. But they were unable to help Lin Yuyan fulfill this very basic wish. You have to know that they usually hold high positions and are big figures at the top of society. This feeling of powerlessness makes people feel infinitely sad. Even Rong Mei Yan was in a low mood. After all, no matter as a friend or as a fellow woman, she didn't want to see such a perfect person like Lin Yuyan die like this. Just when the atmosphere in the presidential room was becoming a little sad, Yi Tiance's voice sounded calmly. "Although it is difficult to change the fate of the Kanyang evil, it is not impossible." "What?" Swish. Everyone looked at Yi Tiance, waiting for him to continue speaking. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and said, "As far as I know, if you want to change your fate against the will of heaven and change your fate to the fate of the Kanyang evil, you need to meet 2 harsh conditions. First of all, you need a magic weapon called 3 Yang Spirit Pearl, which has the effect of replenishing vitality and strengthening the soul. Only with it can you resist the backlash brought by changing your fate against the will of heaven. Lin Jiaoyang asked doubtfully, what is a magic weapon? Gao Qiqiang took over the conversation and said, the so-called magic tools are objects created or blessed by people in the Shenmen with their own power. They usually have strange effects, such as warding off evil spirits, praying for blessings, and seeking wealth and treasure. Many high-ranking or wealthy people would spend a lot of money to buy magical instruments, and they are proud to own such treasures. Lin Jiaoyang was puzzled and asked, then why have I never seen you buy or use magic tools? Gao Qiqiang said coldly, that's because your Lin family has an official background. Officials believe in serving the people. They naturally won't buy magic weapons. He turned around and asked Yi Tians, what kind of magical instrument is the Sanyang Lingzhu you just mentioned? Yi Tians said, the 3 Yang spiritual pearl is made of a kind of ore called Yang Yen, and then made by special means. This ore contains strong and pure Yang energy, but it is extremely difficult to smelt, and this ore is also very rare, so even in Xianmen, the 3 Yang spiritual pearl is also very rare. Gao Qiqiang said seriously, even if it is rare, we have to give it a try as long as there is hope. I will send someone to look for it immediately. As for the remaining harsh conditions, what are they? Yi Tian said, the remaining condition is that we need a place where spiritual energy gathers, and we need to set up the formation needed to change fate. I can set up the formation, but as for the place where spiritual energy gathers, the requirements are quite demanding, and we need to search carefully. Gao Qiqiang frowned and analyzed, generally speaking, the places where spiritual energy gathers are occupied by the Xianmen forces. It is not easy to use their territory to set up the formation, but I can also try to find. He clasped his fists towards Yi Tians and said, Divine Dr. Yi, thank you for your advice. No matter what the final result is, I owe you a favor. Yi Tians waved his hand and said with a smile, it's just a piece of cake. Once you are ready for the 2 harsh conditions I just mentioned, I will be able to help Miss Lin change her fate. It's getting late tonight. Miss Lin must be very tired after getting rid of the poisonous insects and needs to rest early. We won't disturb you and will leave first. Chapter 502. Lin Wantai, you are stupid. Lin Yuanchuan said seriously, Dr. Yi, you have just been exhausted, why don't you stay in the hotel tonight? We have already booked the presidential suite on this floor. Besides, Yu Yan's birthday party was ruined and we didn't have a meal. I will ask the hotel to make some arrangements immediately. Yi Tian smiled and said, I appreciate Elder Lin's kindness. In fact, Mei Yan and I have already made plans tonight. After attending the birthday party, we will rush back to Jiangnan City overnight. There are still many things to deal with there. Oh well. Lin Yuanchuan nodded. He clasped his fists again and said, Dr. Ye's kindness will be remembered by our Lin family once again. When we return to Jiangnan City in a few days, we will definitely host a banquet in your honor. Easy to say. Yi Tians bowed to everyone in the Lin family, then turned around and walked out of the presidential suite with Rong Mei Yan. But when I reached the door, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head to look at Lin Yuyan and smiled. I almost forgot to say, happy 25th birthday. See you next time. Bye-bye. Looking at Yi Tian's departing back, Lin Yuyan's bright eyes flickered slightly. Inexplicably, an inexplicable strange warmth spread throughout my body. This feeling seemed to have never appeared before. In fact, until today, Yi Tian's was the first one to say happy birthday to her. Many of the guests attending the birthday party tonight had not had time to say anything before the major assassination incident suddenly occurred, so much so that everyone almost forgot about it. It turns out that Yi Tian still remembered it. Lin Jiaoyang reminded her, Sister Yu Yan, it's getting late. I'll take you to rest next door. You don't have to go back to the Lin family tonight. Lin Yuyan nodded and said, yes. Okay. The two left the room and went next door. Ugh. Lin Yuanchuan sighed. He sighed, if it weren't for Divine Dr. Yi tonight, Yu Yan would have almost died. Our Lin family owes him more and more favors, and I don't know how we can ever repay them. He looked at Lin Wantai. He said with some regret, now think about it, you have a lot of responsibilities as a father. If you agreed to Yu Yan's marriage with Dr. Yi that day, these favors would be our family's internal affairs. Why would I, an old man, be so entangled? Lin Wantai lowered his head. How could I know that Divine Dr. Yi was so powerful? If he can really change Yu Yan's fate and cure her body, I will agree not to cancel this engagement. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yu Yan also has a good impression of Dr. Yi. Gao Qiqiang raised his eyebrows when he heard this conversation. What are you two talking about? What engagement? Yu Yan's engagement was arranged by me. How could you two come up with an engagement without my permission? Lin Yuanxuan and Lin Wantai looked at each other. Lin Yuanxuan said, the engagement we are talking about is the one between Dr. Yi and Yu Yan. You are asking us now? Are you getting old and confused? Gao Qiqiang said coldly, you are old and confused. When did I arrange an engagement between Yu Yan and divine Dr. Yi? Wait, divine Dr. Yehi's last name is Yi. As he spoke, he seemed to realize something. He quickly confirmed and asked, I still don't know the name of Dr. Yi. What is his name? Yi Tiance. What? He is Yi Tiance. Gao Qiqiang, who is usually calm in the face of difficulties, instantly widened his eyes when he heard this name. He looked shocked and excited, and his body began to tremble slightly. Gao Lan grabbed Gao Qiqiang's arm. Dad! What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Gao Qiqiang didn't answer her. He continued to ask Lin Yuanxuan and Lin Wantai excitedly, he is Yi Tiance. This is such an important matter. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why? Lin Yuanxuan frowned and said, you didn't ask before. Besides, it was you who arranged the marriage for the two of them, but you didn't even know the identity of Dr. Yi? Gao Qiqiang was choked. Yes, since attending the birthday party tonight, he has not taken the initiative to ask Yi Tiance's name. She had no idea that this young man was her grandson-in-law whom she had been waiting for so long. He took a deep breath. You just said something about canceling the engagement. What's going on? Tell me now. Lin Wantai nodded. He recounted the story of how Yi Tiance went to the Lin family and he proposed to cancel the engagement because he was bothered by the fact that Yi Tiance had 9 fiancés. After listening. Nonsense. Gao Qiqiang's face darkened and he slammed the table in anger. Boom. The slap from a war god level warrior was so powerful that it broke the table in front of him into pieces, shattering it everywhere. The atmosphere in the entire presidential room suddenly became depressing. Lin Wantai was shocked. Dad, what's wrong with you? Gao Qiqiang said coldly, how dare you ask me what happened? Do you know how big a mess you have made? You actually proposed to cancel the engagement with Yi Tiance behind my back. You disappoint me so much. Stupid. After all, Lin Wantai was the censor of Tiannan province. Normally, he is a powerful figure in the political arena, and he has never been scolded like this, not even in front of Gao Qiqiang. He frowned and said with some displeasure, Dad, I admit that the decision to cancel the engagement was a bit hasty. I didn't expect that Dr. Yi had the means to change fate against all odds. But my decision is completely reasonable. Everything is done for Yu Yan. Dr. Yi himself also agrees with this. So I don't understand why you say I got into trouble? I don't understand why you are so angry about this matter. Gao Qiqiang didn't look happy at all. I think you've been in the officialdom for too long, and your brain has been messed up. Have you ever thought about why, with my status and position, and the degree of my doting on Yu Yan, I would specifically arrange a marriage for her? No matter how many big families and noble families came to propose marriage, I would always decisively reject them? This. Lin Wantai was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else in the room looked at Gao Qiqiang. In fact, this question has been on their mind for many years, but every time they asked Gao Qiqiang, the latter kept silent. Lin Yuanxuan frowned and said, Mr. Gao, stop keeping us in suspense now. Tell me, what's going on? A hint of reminiscence flashed across Gao Qiqiang's eyes. He sighed and said, since Yi Tiance has appeared today, there is no need for me to hide. Simply put, the reason why I, Gao Qiqiang, can achieve what I have today is inseparable from the guidance of a mysterious strongman. It was he who foresaw that I could become the underground godfather of the provincial capital. It was he who foresaw that I would retire at the peak of my career. It was he who foresaw that my granddaughter Lin Yuyan would be born with personality defects, and so on and so forth. In my opinion, this mysterious and powerful person has long surpassed the scope of human beings and is a god living in the world. Chapter 503 I Can't Sleep. Gao Qiqiang's emotional recollection stunned everyone present. In their opinion, Gao Qiqiang is definitely a powerful and knowledgeable boss. Does the person who can be called a god in his words really exist? Lin Wantai said, Dad, how could there be gods in this world? Could it be that we are mistaken? Gao Qiqiang said seriously, do you think I'm an idiot? How could I make a mistake on such a small matter? Everything I said is true. The various methods used by that mysterious strong man are beyond imagination and make people worship him. In front of him, all the masters and war gods are like the difference between an ant in the sky compared to that senior. It sounded like Gao Qiqiang wasn't joking at all. Lin Yuanxuan, his son, and Gao Lan all gasped. If such a powerful person really exists in the world, what is his origin? Lin Yuanxuan asked, but what does the mysterious strong man you mentioned have to do with our Yu Yan's engagement? Gao Qiqiang said, because Yu Yan's engagement was made by that mysterious strong man 25 years ago, and that senior also said that the man who can help Yu Yan change her fate in the future is the fiancé he designated. Out of respect for that senior, I naturally agreed to the marriage proposal. But to be honest, I was a little unsure at the time, until the things he predicted came true one by one, and then I knew that this marriage contract had to be fulfilled. As for other men's proposals, I naturally rejected them all. Lin Yuanxuan and others nodded suddenly. It turns out that this is the origin and background of this marriage engagement. But there are still many problems for several people. Lin Yuanxuan asked, since you already knew the name of Yu Yan's fiancé, why didn't you investigate earlier? With your connections and influence, it wouldn't be difficult to find Yi Tiance a few years earlier. Lin Wanda also said, yes, Uncle Gao, if you could have found Dr. Yi a few years earlier to fulfill the engagement with Yu Yan, he would not have become the son-in-law of the Xiao family, but the son-in-law of our Lin family first. Gao Qiqiang explained, that mysterious strong man said that I was not allowed to look for my fiancé deliberately, and I had to wait for it to happen naturally. When the time comes, he will appear naturally. So until tonight, when I saw Yi Tiance not only remove the poison from Yu Yan, but also said that he had the ability to change her fate, I realized this matter belatedly and determined that he was the fiancé chosen by the mysterious powerful man for Yu Yan. And I won't hide it from you, from Yi Tiance's various performances tonight, I actually saw some shadow of that mysterious senior in him. I infer that there must be some connection between the two of them. If he could become Yu Yan's husband, not only could he be cured and protected, but your Lin family and our Gao family would also be able to move forward. In fact, we all know that although we seem to be the top figures in Tiannan province, but don't forget that there are also hidden and powerful existences in Tiannan province that you and I cannot provoke. If we look at the entire Dragon Nation, we are even more insignificant, so you should know better than me how important Yi Tiance is to us. After hearing this, Gao Lan complained to Lin Wantai, it's all your fault. Why did you have to cancel the engagement on your own initiative? Now you're leaving such an excellent son-in-law behind. I'm so mad at you. Lin Wantai sighed. Alas! How would I know about this? If it really doesn't work, I'll contact Divine Dr. Yi right now and tell him that the engagement won't be cancelled? Gao Qiqiang shook his head and said, bow first and then be polite, this kind of thing will only make people laugh. In my opinion, we should just let it go. Besides, the most important thing is Yu Yan's opinion. Even if Yi Tiance can bring us more, it is not as important as Yu Yan's choice. Okay. Several people nodded seriously. Yes. No matter how many benefits there are, they are not as good as Lin Yu Yan's own preferences. Next door is the presidential room. Lin Yuyan and Lin Zhaoyan were lying on the soft big bed. Even at this moment, Lin Zhaoyan's nervousness has not completely subsided. Can't sleep either. She turned over, looked at the breathtakingly beautiful face next to her, then looked down at the D+ level ups and downs, and finally looked down at her tablet. I felt a sigh of envy in my heart. Ugh! They are both women and descendants of the Lin family. Why is one a plain and the other a plateau? God is unfair. Lin Yuyan turned her head at this time. What are you thinking about? Ha? No, nothing. Lin Jiaoyang changed the subject and asked, by the way, Sister Yuyan, what do you think of Yitiance? Lin Yuyan blinked her beautiful eyes. How about what? What else can it be? He's just a human being. He's such a nice guy. After all, if he hadn't saved my life, I might have died. Oops. Lin Jiaoyang was a little anxious. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, do you have any other thoughts about him? Something a little different? Lin Yuyan looked confused. What's different? Lin Jiaoyang. Sweat. Her cousin is good in every way, except that she has been locked up at home for too long and has become a blank sheet of paper. I don't understand anything. But Lin Yuyan suddenly said softly, Yang, when I was reading a book before, it said that if a girl's first kiss is taken away by a boy, she must marry him. Is it true? What? Lin Jiaoyang's heart skipped a beat. He knew who Lin Yuyan was talking about and immediately became alert. My dear sister, you are not really attracted to Yitiance, are you? Although she admits that Yitiance is very outstanding, it does not prevent him from being a scumbag. After all, a man with 9 fiancés, what else could he be but a scumbag? That's right, she would never allow her cousin, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, to be contaminated by Yitiance. So she immediately said, you must have seen it wrong. There is absolutely no such thing. It's just a first kiss. If it's gone, it's no big deal. Oh. Lin Yuyan nodded ignorantly. Then he asked, what about being seen naked? Huh? This. Lin Jiaoyang was sweating profusely. She especially thought of the incident at the Lin family when Yitiance cured her of the poison and she was seen naked. I still feel a little embarrassed when I think about it. She said with a stiff face, we are born naked. It's no big deal if we are seen naked. Haha. Oh. Lin Yuyan responded again. The atmosphere seemed to become a little quieter. Lin Jiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was smart enough to stop my good cousin from having wild thoughts in time. But in the next second, Lin Yuyan blinked her bright eyes. With her lips puffed out slightly, she said helplessly, but now my mind is full of the shadow of Dr. Yi. I can't sleep. What should I do? Chapter 504. Do you have sweaty feet? Lin Jiaoyang, who had just breathed a sigh of relief a second ago, said. My mind is full of question marks. What the hell? Sister Yuyan, did I hear you right? You are actually thinking about Yitiance in your mind? Lin Yuyan nodded in confusion. Yeah, what's the problem? Lin Jiaoyang pulled the corner of her mouth and asked in confusion, why are you thinking about Yitiance? Lin Yuyan answered truthfully, I don't know why, but I just feel safe and comfortable being with Dr. Yi. More importantly, he is a good person. Lin Jiaoyang immediately had a very bad feeling. No. We must not let Sister Yuyan have a good impression of Yitiance. She said seriously, Sister Yuyan, let me tell you this Yitiance is definitely not as simple as you think. He has many shady tricks and is very ruthless. He is well known in Jiangnan City. If you don't believe me, listen to me. Afterwards, Lin Jiaoyang recounted everything she had learned about Yitiance in Jiangnan City. In particular, the descriptions of Yitiance's actions such as shooting Ji Wooly in public and destroying the Ji family were emphasized. This highlights that Yitiance likes to fight and uses violent means, and is definitely not the image of a reliable good man. After listening to the results, she noticed that Lin Yuyan's eyes were slightly red and she seemed about to cry. Lin Jiaoyang widened her eyes and asked, Sister Yuyan, what's wrong with you? Lin Yuyan puffed her lips and said, after listening to your story about Dr. Yi, I found him so pitiful it was not easy for him. What? Pitiable? With great difficulty? Are you sure? Lin Jiaoyang wondered if she had heard it wrong. Lin Yuyan nodded as a matter of course and said, that's right, think about it, his family was broken up when he was very young, and later he became the son-in-law of the Shao family, working hard without complaint, but in the end his bad wife filed for divorce and he was kicked out of the house. After being kicked out of the house, the bad guys in the Ji family targeted Dr. Yi everywhere, and his ex-wife never trusted him. Don't you think such a man is pitiful? Ooh-hee. Lin Xiaoyang opened her mouth. My goodness, after listening to Lin Yuyan's description, Yi Tian seems to be a victim? But why does this conclusion sound a bit weird? Could it be that Sister Yuyan has already developed a liking for Yi Tian's? If you think about it carefully, it's not impossible. After all, Sister Yuyan is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. She seldom goes out, but she encountered such danger tonight and was saved by a man. My first kiss was taken away and I was seen naked. Which woman can bear it? She could only change the subject and said, Sister Yuyan, let's not worry about other things and go to bed early. As a result, Lin Yuyan showed a rare expression of anticipation and excitement. Yang Yang, I still can't sleep, why don't you continue to tell me other stories about Dr. Yi? Lin Xiaoyang. It's over, barbecue. My cousin, the most beautiful girl in Tiannan province. It seems like I am really falling in love. On the highway from the provincial capital to Jiangnan City, Ah Cheng drove forward at a fast speed. Yi Tian and Rong Meiyan sat in the back seat of the car. Rong Meiyan took off her high heels and placed her black silk feet in Yi Tian's palm. I've been walking for a long time today, please give me a massage. Yi Tian pinched it and it felt wet and cool. Suddenly stunned. You're sweating so much? You still have sweaty feet? You have sweaty feet. Rong Meiyan angrily hit Yi Tian lightly on the shoulder. Feng Qingwanzhong explained, I helped you to remove the poison from Lin Yuyan before, and I took off my high heels and walked barefoot in the bathroom. I accidentally got my feet wet. How come my feet are sweaty? Yi Tian touched one and put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. Nodding, he said, I was wondering why there was no taste at all. I misunderstood you. This action made Rong Meiyan's cheeks slightly red, unable to hide her shyness. Abnormal. Although she said that, she didn't retract her cute feet. Yi Tian didn't mind and rubbed her gently with his hands to help Rong Meiyan relieve the pressure. Rong Meiyan asked, what do you think about this assassination tonight? Yi Tian said, what can I think? This assassination was not aimed at me, it's just that the assassins were able to make such a big fuss and act under the nose of the Lin family, which shows that the power of the real culprit behind the scenes is definitely not inferior to that of the Lin family. In addition, Mr. Lin was poisoned and fell into a coma, and this time the Gu Master was involved, so it is not ruled out that there is some connection between the two. Rong Meiyan nodded. I thought so too. But we caught the two masterminds this time. I believe Grandpa Lin and the others should be able to get the result from the interrogation. She suddenly thought of something. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Asked, you met Lin Yuyan tonight and saw her naked, don't you have any other thoughts? Yi Tian touched his nose and said with a guilty conscience, what can I think? As a doctor, saving the dying and healing the wounded is a legitimate act, right? Oh. Rong Meiyan said meaningfully. Obviously he didn't believe what Yi Tian said. After all, no matter which man it is impossible to resist Lin Yuyan's temptation. She said, by the way, Lu Zhuojing just sent me a message, saying that everything is fine after returning home, and there is nothing wrong for the time being, so we should not worry. After she finishes her business at Lu's house in the next 2 days, she will come back to Jiangnan City to find us. It is good. Yi Tian nodded. If Lu Ruyan is fine, then everything will be fine. If he knew that Lu Ruyan was wronged in the Lu family, don't blame him for being rude. Rong Meiyan reminded again, but before the birthday party starts tonight, you should give Jing Tianlei and Tong Guxiu a good beating. Given the personalities of the Jing and Tong families, they will definitely not let this matter go, especially the Tong family. They will definitely retaliate and may even reach out to Jiangnan City. Yi Tian rubbed the black silk jade feet. He said indifferently, let them do what they want. No matter how many hands they put into Jiangnan City, they will only be chopped off and left alone in the end. Rong Meiyan nodded and smiled, looking at Yi Tian with admiration. He is worthy of being the man he chose. No matter when, it is always so excellent. Provincial capital. Tong family manor. At this time, the atmosphere in the living room of the Tong family villa was very solemn. The seats around were filled with senior core members of the Tong family, each with a serious and angry expression. On the stretcher on the floor, there lay a young man with severe injuries all over his body, many of his joints were almost deformed, and he was breathing with difficulty. He is Tong Gushio. Next to him, the old man surnamed who knelt respectfully, with cold sweat on his forehead. Just now, he had recounted everything that happened at the birthday party tonight, from beginning to end. The whole living room was dead silent. Depressed to the extreme. A long time. Finally, someone suddenly stood up, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Chapter 505, Destroy and Then Rebuild? Swish. The person who stood up was an old man in a black brocade robe. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and his eyes seemed to be spewing out flames of anger. The old man surnamed whose heart suddenly skipped a beat. The old guy was really angry. The person in front of him was extraordinary. He was Tong Likun, the great elder of the Tong family. His status in the Tong family was second only to the head of the family. In addition, he is also Tong Gushio's master. The reason why Tong Gushio has been able to make rapid progress over the years and become one of the 3 outstanding people in the provincial capital is inseparable from this person's careful teaching. Of course, Tong Likun's personal strength is also remarkable. Just at the beginning of last year, his martial arts skills had broken through to the level of a god of war, further consolidating the Tong family's influence in the provincial capital and even in Tiannan province. You bastard, you are going too far. Tong Likun's voice exploded in the hall like thunder. Everyone in the living room gasped, as if a thorn in their back was stabbed. But soon someone spoke up to express confusion. Old Hu, I still don't understand. Gushio's martial arts talent is not the best in the entire Tiannan province, but it is definitely in the top echelon. I really can't understand why he could be easily defeated by his peers. Yeah, did you overlook some details? I really can't imagine that a warrior who was half a step away from becoming a god of war would be defeated so easily. There must be something else going on here. Tell me, what tricks did that bastard named Ji use? The old man surnamed who looked embarrassed and hesitated. In fact, he is still confused until now. After all, the fight between Yi Tiance and Tong Gushio only lasted for a moment, and he hardly saw what happened before the young master was defeated. He really couldn't figure out what tricks Yi Tiance used. Ahamu-hu. At this moment, Tong Gushio, who was lying on the stretcher, suddenly coughed weakly. See this. Everyone in the living room looked delighted. Gushio is awake. Sure, how do you feel? Tell us now. Old Hu is stupid and dumb. He knows nothing when asked. Come on, tell me something. Faced with all kinds of confused questions from everyone, a hint of resentment and hatred appeared in Tong Gushio's eyes. He said weakly and tremblingly, that kid named Ji was just bluffing. He attacked me when I was not prepared. If not, how could I lose to that country boy? Wow. Everyone in the living room suddenly realized. I see. I said that with Gushio's strength, he couldn't be easily defeated. Humph. You bastard, you have no moral integrity. You dare to use a sneak attack. You have no shame at all. Shameless villain, you will be punished by God. Everyone stood up for justice, except for the old man surnamed Hu, who had a strange expression on his face. Although the fight happened too fast and he didn't see it clearly. But the power displayed by Yi Tiance at that moment was indeed beyond common sense and terrifying. And it doesn't seem to be a sneak attack. But since the young master had said so, he certainly didn't have the courage to refute and could only choose to remain silent. Tong Likun gritted his teeth and said, Second son is so arrogant and sinister, I will go and kill him myself to prevent future troubles. Just as he was about to step out of the living room, a voice came from outside the villa door. Grand Elder, please stay. A slender middle-aged figure walked in, exuding a cold aura. This person's steps were steady and powerful, and every step seemed to carry invisible pressure. On a face with clear contours, sword-like eyebrows slanted into the temples, eyes as deep as the abyss, eyes revealing coldness and shrewdness. Homeowner. Hello, master. Everyone greeted him very respectfully. Tong Jinghua glanced at Tong Gushio lying on the ground. He frowned and snorted coldly, I warned you a long time ago that you must be careful and cautious in doing things, and guard against arrogance and impatience. You suffered a loss tonight, what else do you have to say? Tong Gushio struggled and said, it's not my fault I'm arrogant, it's all because of Yi Tian's sneak attack and dirty tricks. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. Father, you must avenge me. Hear this. Tong Likun said angrily, Gushio, just wait, I will kill that little thief in the hotel right now. Tong Jinghua opened his mouth to stop him again. Wait a minute, great elder. If you go forward like this, you will only provoke the Lin family and Gao Qishan once they fall out, it will be difficult to end. Tong Likun frowned and said, what do you mean? Could it be that the Lin family and Gao Qishan would rather become enemies with our Tong family for a little-known kid? Tong Jinghua nodded, if it was not before, we would not have become enemies, but it will be different from tonight, because I just got the news that not long after Shoer was injured and left, a premeditated assassination occurred at Lin Yuyan's birthday party. There were many assassination experts whose origins were unknown, and they were targeting the Lin family. If it weren't for the boy named Yi Tian's, Lin Yuyan would have died accidentally. With such a favor, do you think the Lin family and Gao Qishan would not be grateful to Yi Tian's? Especially Gao Qishan, although he is cunning and treacherous, he is a man of loyalty and righteousness. If you go to cause trouble for Yi Tian's, are you sure he won't take action? Tong Likun frowned. Although he is also at the level of God of War, he only succeeded in breaking through at the beginning of last year. Now it is just the early stage of God of War. However, Gao Qishan had entered the realm of God of War several years ago. If the two sides clashed, he believed that he would never be a match for Gao Qishan. But Tong Likun was still unwilling to give in and said, Master, what should we do? Are we just going to watch Gushio get beaten like this and let Yi Tian's get away with it? Hear the words. There was a sinister flash in Tong Jinghua's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a sinister arc. For people in my Tong family, the word suffering a loss is not in their dictionary. According to reliable information, Yi Tian's has already left for Jiangnan City tonight. That place is not Gao Qishan's territory, so naturally he cannot take care of it. So to get revenge, we just need to go to Gangnam City. Besides, Jiangnan City is Yi Tian's base camp, where there are many people and things he cares about. If he wants revenge, he has to destroy everything he has, right? Everyone in the living room said in unison, the master of the family is wise. Tong Jinghua looked down at Tong Gushio. This time, I'll leave the revenge to you. Are you willing to go? Hear the words. Tong Likun immediately frowned and tried to dissuade him. Master, Gushio is seriously injured, and half of his tendons are broken. How can he go to Jiangnan City for revenge? The others also looked puzzled. Master, please think twice. That's right, young master, you should find a way to treat him in time, otherwise he will become a cripple. Master, let me take some people with me. I guarantee that within 3 days, we will wipe out Yi Tian's and all the people related to him. Tong Jinghua was seen with his hands behind his back, a mysterious and complicated smile on his face. You don't need to persuade me. I have my own way to make Shoer fall and then stand up again. Chapter 506 makes you a war master. The next day. Jiangnan City, Zijin Tiangong Villa No. 1. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Tian's got up and washed. I returned to Jiangnan City from the provincial capital last night. It was already past 2 in the morning. I was exhausted, so I came back immediately to have a good sleep. The person who slept with him was naturally Rong Meiyan. But the two of them didn't do anything last night, they just slept in each other's arms. But today, Rong Meiyan and Aching had already woken up and went to the company. Yi Tian's was the only one left in the huge villa, so he drove to the First People's Hospital. This trip has two purposes. The first thing is to visit Zhong Tao. After all, this kid was seriously injured by that bastard Tong Gushio yesterday. In order to protect Lu Ruyan, so he should be cared about. The second option was to find Wu Xingye and borrow his Chinese medicine tools such as decoction tools to make an antidote for Su Changwei, and then give it to her at the Xianmen conference 5 days later to remove the remaining toxins in her body. Half an hour later. Yi Tian's arrived at the hospital and visited Zhong Tao in the ward on the 5th floor. What surprised him was that there were several familiar faces in the ward. they are Zhua Shanxue, Zhua Jingjing, Zhuge Ruizhi, and Wu Muhan. Zhuge Ruizhi meets Yi Tiance. He immediately said excitedly, "Brother Yi, you are finally here. I haven't seen you for a while. I, as your younger brother, miss you so much that I can't sleep or eat." As he said that, he was about to rush up and give Yi Tiance a bear hug. He was pushed away by Yi Tiance. "You're all grown men, don't be so cheesy." Yi Tiance straightened his clothes and asked, "Why are you all here?" Wu Muhan replied, "After Zhong Tao got into trouble yesterday, I contacted Zhuo Lao and asked him to come here immediately. After all, since you are not here, he is the one who is most likely to save Zhong Tao. Fortunately, Zhong Tao is in good health, and with Zhuo Lao's treatment, his life is not in danger." Yi Tiance nodded. He clasped his fists to Zhua Shanxue and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhua." Zhua Shanxue quickly shook his head. "Dr. Yi, you are too polite. I just did what I should do, but you, wherever you go, you can always do things that people admire. It is true that every generation has its own talents, and each of them has been leading the trend for hundreds of years." Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment. "What have I done?" Zhuge Ruizhi said in surprise, "Oh my god, Brother Yi, please don't be so low-key, okay? Everyone knows that you attended Miss Lin's birthday party in the provincial capital last night. At the birthday party, he first beat up Jing Tianlei, the eldest son of the Jing family, and then, in front of everyone, he slapped Tong Guxiu, one of the 3 heroes of the provincial capital, to death. Such a domineering and suave operation has spread throughout the upper-class circles of Tiannan province, right? Even in Jiangnan City, many people are discussing it, saying that your trip to the provincial capital has brought a lot of face to our Jiangnan City." Yi Tiance was somewhat speechless and said, "Good fellow, is it necessary to be like this for such a trivial matter? And you, aren't you from Tianbei province? When did you become our Jiangnan City?" He. Zhuge smiled wisely and showed off. Looking at Zhua Jingjing, he said coquettishly, "Although I am from Tianbei province, I will definitely be the son-in-law of Jiangnan City in the future, so I am naturally a Jiangnan City person, right, my lady?" Hear the words. Zhua Jingjing blushed at first, and then she said angrily, "The devil is your wife. I think you are just itching for trouble and want to be beaten." He swung his fist and hit Zhuge Ruizhi. Zhuge Ruizhi made a face at her and said, "Beating is love, scolding is love, pinching is love, he come and beat me." He turned around and ran out of the ward, and Zhua Jingjing chased after him angrily. Zhua Shanxue shook his head helplessly and sighed, "These 2 children are a real worry. They are so grown up and still don't have a proper career." Wu Muhan said, "Although I encountered resistance from above when investigating the murderer who seriously injured Zhong Tao yesterday, I finally found out from other channels that the person who did it was Tong Guxiu himself. Fortunately, you beat him up badly last night, so you finally paid it back." Yi Tiance said calmly, "It's a pity that I still considered Miss Lin's birthday party last night, otherwise I should have slapped that bastard to death." Wu Muhan and Zhua Shanxue looked at each other. "I thought that the power behind the Tong family was far more powerful than I had imagined. If Tong Guxiu is beaten to death, there will be devastating revenge. But it doesn't look like Yi Tiance is joking." Wu Muhan hesitated. "Now that this matter is even, I remind you that it is best not to take the initiative to provoke the Tong family and the forces behind them. Especially now that the power situation in Tiannan province has changed suddenly, it is a critical juncture. Don't ruin your bright future because of a momentary impulse." Yi Tiance looked at her suspiciously. "I didn't expect that you, a policewoman with a hot temper on weekdays, have such a rational side. Are you sure you haven't been possessed by another spirit?" Wu Muhan. "Can you please behave yourself every day?" Cough cough. Zhong Tao, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly coughed weakly and slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I? I have to protect Miss Lu. See this." Yi Tiance and the other 2 immediately came to the bedside. Yi Tiance said, "You are in the hospital, Ruyan is safe, don't worry." Master? The moment Zhong Tao saw Yi Tiance, his eyes immediately turned red. With a face full of guilt, he said, "Master, I am sorry. It's my fault that I was useless and failed to protect Miss Lu. Please punish me." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "No need to apologize, you have tried your best." Wu Muhan also said, it's not shameful to lose to Tong Gushio, but that guy was beaten up by Yi Tiance in the provincial capital last night. I heard that half of his meridians were destroyed. I'm helping you vent your anger. Here. Zhong Tao's face flushed with excitement, and he said, Master is awesome, 666. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. You are in this state now, and you are still standing there? Although you have survived, your injuries are not light at all. You may become a disabled person in the future. Zhong Tao grinned. Hey, it's okay, I did a lot of wrong things in the past, so this is God's punishment for me. Besides, I became dependent on the forbidden medicine of Yuanyang Valley. Even if I hadn't encountered this, I would have suffered a backlash in a short time. I wouldn't have had many days left to live. It's enough for me to help the master once before that. When saying this, Yi Tiance was actually watching Zhong Tao's expression. From the details of the expression, you can tell that the other person is sincere and not lying. I couldn't help but nodded secretly. Yi Tiance patted Zhong Tao on the shoulder. He said, if I say that I can not only remove the remaining toxins in your body, but also transform you into a master at the level of God of War in less than half a year, would you believe it? Chapter 507. I don't listen. You, what did you say? After hearing what Yi Tiance said, Zhong Tao's eyes widened in shock. Master, did I hear correctly? He had sought medical treatment before to treat the remaining forbidden drug toxins in his body, but every time he tried, it ended in failure. As for reaching the realm of God of War? That is something I dare not even think about. After all, if he had the talent to become a powerful God of War, why would he have taken the risk of using forbidden drugs? Yi Tiance smiled and said, your ears weren't damaged by someone, so how could you have heard it wrong? Zhong Tao's face was dull, and he said in a muffled voice, but becoming a war god is really unbelievable after all. It is extremely rare to become a war god. Take Jiangnan City for example. It takes many years for a Jiangnan god of war to appear. How can I be so worthy of such a title? Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. He is just the Jiangnan god of war. I promise you, as long as you continue to be loyal to me in the future, it will only take 3 moves at most to defeat the Jiangnan god of war. After hearing these words, Zhong Tao's blood began to boil and his heart beat wildly. As a martial arts master, he naturally hopes that his strength can be unrivaled in the world. So he struggled to get down and kneel down to Yi Tiance. But he was immediately stopped by Yi Tiance. You should take good care of your injuries. I will ask Dean Wu to bring you some black jade ointment with your physical condition. You will be back to normal in a few days. As for the toxins in your body, I just happened to prepare some medicine for my friend, so I will give you some when the time comes. Okay. Zhong Tao's eyes were red with excitement. He couldn't hide his sobs as he said, Master, I will definitely not let you down from now on, no matter how hard it is, as long as you give an order, I will never frown. Yi Tiance said, okay, you are seriously injured, so I won't disturb your rest. Then Yi Tiance and Zuoshanshue left the ward. Zuoshanshue was puzzled and said, Dr. Yi, you just mentioned that you can remove the remaining toxins in Zhong Tao's body. This old man knows that you originally looked for qinglong vine and other medicinal herbs specifically to prepare an antidote. But you said you can help him improve his cultivation to the level of a war god, which is really amazing. Although I am not a martial artist, I know that this kind of thing is as difficult as ascending to heaven. How can you do it? Yi Tiance took out a small red glass bottle from his pocket. I discovered this by accident. Once this medicine is injected into the body, it can force ordinary people to become martial arts masters. Its effect is far more exaggerated than the forbidden medicine in Yuanyang Valley. Of course, the side effects are also huge. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Zuoshanshue's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at the small glass bottle carefully. After a long time, he asked with some uncertainty, Dr. Yi, do you want to develop this kind of medicine and then inject it into Zhong Tao? Let him break through and become a war god? Yi Tiance said speechlessly, I am not such a wicked person. Although this forbidden drug has exaggerated power, it does not mean that I am willing to take it seriously. I, Yi Tiance, naturally have my own way to improve my martial arts skills, which is not only powerful but also has no side effects. Zuoshanshue bowed with excitement and curiosity and said, Please enlighten me, Dr. Yi. Yi Tiance said calmly, in fact, my method is very simple, just refining pills. Refined the elixir? Zhuoshanshui murmured with a puzzled look on his face. Refining pills is one of the components of traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine pills are generally used to cure diseases and save lives. I have never heard of pills that can improve martial arts strength, unless it is a forbidden medicine like the one in Yuanyang Valley? Yi Tian said, the pills refined by Yuanyang Valley have strong side effects because their pill refining skills are not good enough, so they are naturally no match for me. Of course, the conditions I need to refine pills are also higher in addition to the basic rare herbs. The most important thing is the alchemy furnace, but I don't have a suitable alchemy furnace at hand for the time being. Zhuoshanshui immediately said, although I am not good at alchemy, our Medicine King Valley still has some alchemy furnaces hidden. As long as you need it, I can offer it to you with both hands. Yi Tian simply waved his hand to refuse. Forget it, I have seen those alchemy furnaces in your Medicine King Valley before. They are all ordinary alchemy furnaces, the most basic ones, made of ordinary metal materials. The craftsmanship is relatively crude, and the pills they can refine can only be of the lowest level. Zhuoshanshui scratched his head in embarrassment. I have devoted all my energy to Chinese herbal medicine in this life. I am not interested in alchemy furnaces, so I haven't collected too many. If you need a more advanced alchemy furnace, I have thought of a good place. Oh? Tell me. Zhuoshanshui introduced earnestly. As far as I know, in every Shenmen conference, one of the events is a competition to refine pills. The winner can be rewarded with a spiritual alchemy furnace, which is very precious and rare. It just so happens that you will be heading to Tiger Mountain soon. Why don't you take part in the Shenmen conference and give it a try? Yi Tian held his chin and thought about it. Nodding, he said, if time permits, then it might be worth a try. Just as the two of them walked to the corner of the elevator, the sudden appearance of a figure caught Yi Tian off guard. I saw a tall woman walking towards me, with long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her delicate face was like a carefully carved work of art. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is her proud figure. Even though she was wearing casual clothes, it was still difficult to hide her hot curves. The E-Cup strongman is invincible. If she is not Han Ruoyan, then who else could she be? At the same time, Han Ruoyan also saw Yi Tian, and a hint of surprise and joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. But then he immediately became a little gloomy. Humph. She turned her head and was about to walk around Yi Tian. Yi Tian grabbed her. Hey! It's been several days, are you still angry? Zhuoshanshui beside him immediately realized something. He coughed lightly, and bowed to Yi Tian, saying, Dr. Yi, I have something urgent to do, so I'll take my leave first. Then turn around and run away. Han Ruoyan said to Yi Tian with a fierce look on his face, why are you holding me? Let go immediately, you dirty man. Yi Tian looked helpless. Listen to my explanation when I was with Lu Yinji. Han Ruoyan immediately covered his ears and shook his head like a rattle. I won't listen. I won't listen. I just won't listen. As he said this, he tried to get rid of Yi Tian's arm. Yi Tian. He finally understood the common saying on the internet, for things that can't be controlled, a Chinese New Year pig, a mad cow, a runaway horse, and a girlfriend who loses her temper. Netizens never lied to me. Fortunately, Yi Tian was well prepared. Since you can't suppress it, just use force. So he said nothing. He pulled Han Ruoyan over and kissed her deeply. Chapter 508, This lady was PUA? Han Ruoyan's pupils dilated instantly, shock written all over her beautiful face. What are you doing? The next second, Han Ruoyan shouted coquettishly. He pushed Yi Tian's chest hard with both hands, trying to break free from his restraints. However, Yi Tian's strength made her resistance seem so powerless, and he soon kissed Han Ruoyan's lips again domineeringly. Han Ruoyan struggled more and more violently. She twisted her head desperately, trying to avoid this sudden kiss. But Yi Tian held the back of her head tightly, not giving her any chance to retreat. Yi Tian had seen netizens share their experiences before. When a girlfriend is unhappy, a forced kiss is a life or death trick. As expected, Han Ruoyan's resistance began to weaken, and under the fierce attack, he began to respond gradually. Those wide-open eyes slowly closed, and the body slightly limp, leaning on Yi Tian, breathing slightly rapid. Seems like he thoroughly enjoys this domineering and powerful expression. After more than 2 minutes. As Yi Tian slowly let go of Han Ruoyun's lips, the latter slowly opened his eyes as if waking up from a dream. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were slightly dazed, and there seemed to be a gleam of complaint in her eyes. It seemed to be saying, "Why is it over so soon? Can't you let me enjoy it a little longer?" Yi Tian pinched Han Ruoyun's slender waist with his right hand. He lowered his voice and said, "This is a hospital, please be careful about the occasion." "Humph. You bastard took the initiative to forcefully kiss me, and now you're asking me to be more careful about the situation? How shameless." Yi Tian said shamelessly, "The effective force is mutual. If I kiss you, it means you kiss me. There is no difference." Stinking rogue. Han Ruoyun hit Yi Tian on the chest, her face full of pouting. Yi Tian could see that Han Ruoyun's mood had improved a lot. So Yi Tian asked, "What are you doing in the hospital?" "I heard that something happened to Zhongtao, so I decided to come over to take a look." "He's fine now, he's resting, there's no need to disturb him." "Oh." Han Ruoyun responded. Then he lowered his head and said, "Actually, regarding the matter between you and Lu Yinji, not long after I returned home that night, Big Cow called me and explained the situation. I know that to some extent, you are actually a victim, and it's all because of that bad woman who drugged you." Yi Tian's eyes twitched. "Since you already knew about this, why are you still acting angry? You've made me so nervous." Han Ruoyun said as a matter of course, "Humph. Although you are the victim, did you end up having sex with Lu Yinji? Did you lose your virginity? You know, we agreed that you would save your first time for me. You didn't keep your promise." Yi Tian smiled evilly and said, "Who told you that I lost my virginity? I am still a virgin." Han Ruoyun's eyes widened. "You're kidding me, right? You've already done it, how can you still be innocent?" Yi Tian said confidently, "As men, no matter what we have done before, as long as we take a bath, we will become innocent again. What's the problem?" Han Ruoyun. "What kind of crooked excuse is this?" Yi Tian continued, "After all, the biggest responsibility for this matter still lies with you." Han Ruoyun was even more confused. "What are my responsibilities?" Yi Tian said seriously, "Before this, you had countless chances to take my virginity, but you failed every time at the critical moment, and in the end Lu Yinji took advantage of you. If you had fought for it earlier and taken my blood, would there be all these messes now? This." Han Ruoyun blinked. Even though this guy was talking nonsense, why did it sound like he made some sense? Has this lady been Pua? Yi Tian struck while the iron was hot and said, "But don't blame yourself too much. I promise that among my 9 fiancés, at least the first place belongs to you, so you must learn to be brave and take a step forward." Han Ruoyun nodded, not quite understanding. The next second, she suddenly grabbed Yi Tian's arm and was about to take him out. Yi Tian was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" Han Ruoyun's eyes lit up. With a serious face, he said, "What else can we do? Didn't you just tell me to take a brave step forward? So I figured it out. Let's go home and settle the first battle, so that you don't lose control of your 2 tails of flesh." This time, she was really determined. Even if Jesus came, she couldn't be stopped. Yi Tian's? Oh shit, is it so sudden? But it's exciting to think about it. Just when Yi Tian was about to be pulled out by Han Ruoyun, a voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the actions of the 2 people. "Dr. Yi, you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time." The 2 turned around and saw Wu Xingye walking towards them quickly. And greeted, "Miss Han is here too, good morning." Han Ruoyun twitched her eyes and thought to herself, "I was finally about to have sex, but I was interrupted at the critical moment. How hateful." Wu Xingye walked up to Yi Tian. He bowed and smiled, "I'm sorry, I just finished an operation and didn't have time to greet you. But I have prepared the items you mentioned in your WeChat message, please follow me." "It is good." Yi Tian and Han Ruoyun followed Wu Xingye to the hospital's underground medicine warehouse. At the beginning, Yi Tiance wrote to Wu Xingye about the medicinal materials that Su Changwei needed. Among them, 5 were relatively rare and precious, namely red root snow lotus, ice heart flower, 9 fragrant fruit, blue leaf bohemia, and green dragon vine. Wu Xingye helped to get the first 2 of them, and now Yi Tiance has also obtained the last 3 from Zhuo Shanshui and Xiang Hongde respectively. Wu Xingye handed the medicinal herbs that he had prepared long ago to Yi Tiance. Dr. Yi, these are the herbs you need as for the Chinese medicine equipment for preparing decoctions. I have also prepared them for you. If you need anything else, please let me know and I will prepare it for you. Thank you. Yi Tiance clasped his fist towards Wu Xingye. Dean Wu was a reliable person. Wu Xingye said hurriedly. Dr. Yi, you are too polite since I met you. I have learned a lot of knowledge about Chinese medicine from you that I have never known before. I have gained a lot. If I really want to thank you, it should be me. But... Wu Xingye's expression suddenly became a little confused. He seemed to want to say something, but seemed hesitant. Yi Tiance asked, does Dean Wu have anything to say? Wu Xingye sighed. I know that this may be a bit too much, but if you think about it carefully, I should tell you this news. Just last night, Xiao Hongming, the head of the Xiao family, had an accident. Chapter 509, Stop preaching, it's disgusting. Wu Xingye's words made Yi Tiance's heart tremble violently. You must know that Xiao Hongming is his most respected elder in Jiangnan City, and Yi Tiance regards him as his grandfather in his heart. Just think about it, I attended his birthday party a few days ago and everything was fine, but then something unexpected happened. It was really unexpected. What happened to him? Wu Xingye said, Master Xiao is injured. Injured? Yi Tiance frowned. Wu Xingye said, I am not very clear about the specific situation. After all, the Xiao family tried their best to block the news after the incident, but some rumors still came out. I see. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and thought for 2 seconds. Said to Han Ruoyun, I have to go to the Xiao family, you go back to the Purple Gold Palace and wait for me. Han Ruoyun shook her head and said, I'll go with you. That's fine. Wu Xingye said, Dr. Yi, I will have someone deliver the Chinese medicinal materials and the equipment needed to prepare them to Zijin Tiangong Villa No. 1. Thank you, we'll take our leave now. 20 minutes later. Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun arrived at the door of the Xiao family villa. Just got off the bus. As soon as I saw the entrance of Zhao's house, I felt a tense and depressing atmosphere. There were many servants in the villa yard and at the gate, looking hurried and walking in a panic. Yi Tiance and the other person walked straight into the living room of the villa. I saw many relatives and friends of the Xiao family sitting together. All of them had serious expressions, with anxiety and uneasiness in their eyes. When I saw Yi Tiance appear, the expressions of Zhao's relatives and friends varied, and it seemed that none of them had expected him to come here. Swish! Xiao Nan was the first to stand up. Pointing outside the door, he shouted in a deep voice, Who asked you to come here? Get out! This is the Xiao family, you are not welcome. Yi Tiance didn't even look at him. He glanced at everyone and said, I want to see Grandpa. Where is he? Everyone looked at each other with strange and complicated expressions, and no one said a word. Yi Tiance frowned. I always feel that the reactions of the Xiao family are a bit strange, as if Xiao Hongming's injury is definitely not as simple as Dean Wu described. So he took a quick step and prepared to go upstairs to the villa. I want to go to Xiao Hongming's room to check. See this. Xiao Nan immediately walked over and stood in front of Yi Tiance. He opened his arms and warned, Mr. Yi, didn't you hear what I said just now? This is the Xiao family, you are not welcome, get out. Hear the words. Yi Tiance narrowed his cold eyes. The next second, he raised his hand and slapped Xiao Nan in the face. Snapped. Although he didn't use much force, he still beat Xiao Nan so hard that he made the corner of his mouth bleed. Xiao Nan! Master! Several relatives and friends of the Xiao family immediately gathered forward and hurriedly helped Xiao Nan up. The latter wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of anger and hatred. At the same time, I feel a little aggrieved. Tu just said a few words to you, and you dared to hit me? Yi Tian said indifferently, even if I kill you, so what? You? Xiao Nan was so angry that his scalp exploded. But when I think about Yi Tian's, this guy has turned into a madman since leaving the Xiao family, doing all kinds of bad things and killing people like crazy. Compared to face, life is of course more important. So in the end, between being angry and feeling cowardly, he can only choose to feel angry and feeling cowardly. Yi Tian asked again, "Where is Grandpa?" No one said a word. "You're not going to say anything, are you? Then get out of the way, I'll go upstairs to find Grandpa by myself." This. Xiao Nan and the others behind him all had conflicted expressions. At this time, a familiar cold voice sounded from upstairs. "You stop." Yi Tian raised his head. Xiao Qingchang was seen walking down slowly from the second floor. She still had that cool and confident aura. She walked up to Yi Tian. He said, "Grandpa is not feeling well and doesn't want to see any visitors. You can go back now." Yi Tian said calmly, "Grandpa is not feeling well, I can treat him, please get out of the way." Xiao Qingcheng frowned. "Yi Tian, when will you learn how to behave in society? You don't have to worry about what happens to Grandpa. Don't forget, we are divorced." When saying this, Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously glanced at Han Ruoyan. I couldn't help but think that after Yi Tian divorces me, she would definitely pester her to marry Yi Tian immediately, right? When I think of this, Xiao Qingcheng suddenly became a little irritated for some unknown reason. Yi Tian didn't know what Xiao Qingcheng was thinking. Instead, he said calmly, "It is true that we are divorced, but this has nothing to do with my visit to Grandpa. Also, since we are divorced, please stop preaching to me in a disgusting way in the future." Disgusting sermon? Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes widened subconsciously. She was just telling the truth. How could it be considered preaching? Why was she disgusted? This immediately made her emotions break down. Then he said in a cold voice, "Yi Tian, I know that you are very successful now after all. As the legendary big man of Tianlong Group, you can ignore anyone. But this is definitely not a reason for you to boss me around. Although I, Xiao Qingcheng, cannot compare to you now, I promise that I will definitely surpass you and let you know what it means that there are always people better than you." This sentence was not answered by Yi Tian. Han Ruoyun on the side couldn't hold back any longer. He pouted and sneered, "President Xiao, when will you change your bragging habit? If it weren't for our Xiao Cece who secretly helped your Xiao family, do you really think you could have the status you have today with your mediocre business skills? You're still dreaming of surpassing him? If this gets out, everyone in Jiangnan City will laugh at you. You." Xiao Qingcheng's chest heaved up and down after hearing Han Ruoyun's words. She said unwillingly, "No matter what you say, I will not change my mind. I don't need you to point fingers at me on this point, Miss Han." Han Ruoyun rolled his eyes, saying nothing. Yi Tian has long been accustomed to these two people bickering whenever they meet. He asked Xiao Qingcheng seriously, "Tell me, how is Grandpa doing?" There was a hint of unnaturalness in Xiao Qingcheng's eyes. But he still said, "I've already said that Grandpa is not feeling well and can't see guests. How many times do I have to explain it?" "Ha ha." Yi Tian sneered. Then without saying a word, he pushed Xiao Qingcheng away and walked straight upstairs. "You stop!" Xiao Qingcheng ordered loudly from behind. But Yi Tian ignored him and walked straight to the door of Xiao Hongming's bedroom on the second floor. Pushed open the door. But when he saw the bedroom, he was stunned. Because the huge bedroom was completely empty, and there was no trace of Xiao Hongming at all. Chapter 510 left? Didn't they say Grandpa was injured? What about others? Yi Tian frowned immediately and turned around. At this time, Xiao Qingcheng and many other relatives and friends of the Xiao family also caught up and came to the second floor. Yi Tian stared at Xiao Qingcheng. He asked coldly, "Where is Grandpa?" Xiao Qingcheng said coldly, "Don't worry about Grandpa's affairs. Go back to where you came from." Ah! Yi Tian sneered. Suddenly, his figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Xiao Nan. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up. This sudden scene made everyone in the Xiao family change their expressions. Yi Tiance, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Put Xiao Nan down quickly. Hurry up, you'll get someone killed. Xiao Nan's cheeks were red and swollen, his legs were kicking wildly, and his eyes were full of fear and confusion. He doesn't understand. Why would Yi Tiance suddenly treat him like this out of the blue? Xiao Qingqing's face also darkened. He scolded, what do you mean? Let my brother go. Yi Tiance said coldly, tell me where Grandpa is. If you don't tell me, I won't let you go. Let's see whether you can hold out longer or your brother can hold out longer. Xiao Nan? Damn it, since you are asking about my sister, why should I care? Why are you pinching my neck? You think I'm a soft persimmon that's easy to bully, right? The complaints in my heart are complaints. But driven by his survival instinct, he still managed to utter a voice with difficulty, Sister save me. Xiao Nan's cheeks were becoming more and more red and swollen, and were even turning purple. Xiao Qingchang was naturally anxious. She stared at Yi Tiance and gritted her teeth and said, if you have anything to do, come to me. What's the point of affecting other innocent people? She discovered that since their divorce, Yi Tiance has become more and more unscrupulous in doing things. No matter how good he becomes, this cruel nature can never be changed. There is really no cure. Yi Tiance said indifferently, Xiao Qingchang, I told you not to preach to me anymore, because it will only make people sick. Besides, I am asking you to make a choice now, you just need to answer, understand? While talking, he slightly increased the force with which he gripped Xiao Nan's neck. Help! The latter opened his mouth, his pupils dilated slightly, his legs trembled violently, even his crotch was wet, and smelly urine dripped onto the floor. I have reached my physiological limit and started to become incontinent. Seeing that Yi Tiance was serious, Xiao Qingqing finally couldn't hold it anymore. She said unwillingly, stop it. I'm telling you, isn't that enough? Let my brother go. Yi Tiance snorted coldly and let go of Xiao Nan. The latter fell to the ground with a thud, and his body just happened to come into close contact with the urine on the ground. The whole person is embarrassed and awkward. Yi Tiance turned a blind eye to all this and stared at Xiao Qingcheng. Say. Xiao Qingcheng glared at Yi Tiance with resentment. Then he said, Grandpa left with someone. Left? Yi Tiance frowned, who did you leave with? Where did you go? Xiao Qingcheng hesitated. He left last night, along with Miss Lu Yinji's subordinates. What? Yi Tiance's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't expect that Xiao Hongming would be involved with Lu Yinji. This gave him a very bad feeling. What is going on? Why did Grandpa leave with her people? This. Xiao Qingcheng was obviously hesitant and seemed unwilling to speak. This time, Yi Tiance was not too polite. He walked straight towards Xiao Qingcheng. A strong pressure emanated from inside out and was exerted on Xiao Qingcheng. The latter instantly felt a sense of fear as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Say. As Yi Tiance suddenly raised his voice. Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled suddenly, her little face turned pale, and her two slender long legs began to tremble. You have to know that since the divorce was proposed, although Yi Tiance had many conflicts and misunderstandings with her, he had never exerted pressure on Xiao Qingcheng. After all, they were childhood sweethearts and later became husband and wife. You can't treat her the same way you treat your enemy. But Xiao Qingcheng's performance today made Yi Tiance very angry. Naturally, there is no need to be polite. Under the strong pressure of Yi Tiance, Xiao Qingcheng could only speak with trembling lips. Last night, Miss Lu brought people to the Xiao family and met with Grandpa alone. I don't know what they talked about. But during this process, the two seemed to have some quarrels, but they soon calmed down. Then Grandpa came out and suddenly told us that he was going out with Miss Lu's people and that we didn't need to worry about him. He also asked us to keep it a secret and left overnight. Yi Tiance said coldly, that's all? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip. He suppressed his fear and said, "That's all. Otherwise, what else do you think you can do?" Seeing Xiao Qingcheng's serious expression, Yi Tiance narrowed his cold eyes and thought. Why did Lu Yenji suddenly come to Grandpa, and what did she say to make Grandpa leave with her people? Where did she go and what did she do after she left? These questions made Yi Tiance feel inexplicably unhappy. Because Lu Yenji's various behaviors made him very uncomfortable, and she repeatedly stepped on the edge of his bottom line. Yi Tiance said coldly, "So you are relieved that Grandpa and Lu Yenji left? Aren't you afraid that she will harm Grandpa? If not?" At this time, Zhang Huilan squeezed out from behind the crowd. She said confidently, "Miss Lu is now the most important partner of our Xiao family. She has done us a great favor. How could she harm the old man?" "Humph. But you came to my house in broad daylight and made a lot of noise on the surface. You said you cared about the old man, but in my opinion, you just wanted to use the old man as an excuse to destroy the relationship between our Xiao family and Miss Lu. For fear that our Xiao family would get close to the Lu family and step on you in the future." This statement came out. This attracted many people in the Xiao family to agree. Sister Zhang's words are really enlightening. I was wondering why he suddenly cared about the head of the family for no reason. Miss Lu is our benefactor. It is impossible for her to target the head of the family. You are deliberately trying to sow discord. What a vicious heart. Now think about it, even if he is the big shot behind the so-called Tianlong group, he is not worthy of our Qingcheng. Everyone said something to me. Even Xiao Qingcheng frowned. He said seriously, "Yi Tiance, I don't want to say anything too harsh, but please take care of yourself. Because from the moment we officially divorce, what happens to our Xiao family in the future has nothing to do with you. So no matter what your purpose is, please take back your hypocritical concern now. Can you take Miss Han and leave our house?" Chapter 5:11 Going to Lu and #039's house. Seeing Xiao Qingcheng acting so unreasonable and ruthless, Yi Tiance's eyes trembled slightly. Looking back to their youth, Xiao Qingcheng was still so innocent and considerate. She left a deep impression on the young Yi Tiance, who felt that she was the best woman in the world. It was with this filter that he did not hesitate to fulfill the marriage contract set by his grandfather Yi Xuanying after returning to Jiangnan City from the fallen city 3 years ago. As a result, after 3 years of bumpy marriage, Yi Tiance realized again and again that people will change. The filter of my youth is just my wishful thinking sometimes. He shook his head. From this moment on after our divorce, I will not worry about anyone else in your Xiao family except Grandpa. I want to remind you that Lu Yenji is a woman that you cannot see through at your level, so you better take care of yourself in the future. After saying this, Yi Tiance turned around and prepared to leave with Han Ruoyun. But Zhang Huilan stopped him. "Mr. Yi, stop right there." Zhang Huilan came running over angrily and stood in front of the two men, her arrogant old face full of anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "You just beat my son for no reason. I want you to apologize. You must apologize." Yi Tiance looked at her indifferently. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Zhang Huilan was very angry, but she didn't feel weak at all. "You've been living in my house for 3 years, and after the divorce, you've repeatedly targeted our Xiao family. I've tolerated you for long enough, and you're still bullying me today. I'm going to say this today. You must apologize to our Xiao Nan, or I'll fight you and this vixen next to you." Snapped. The words fell. A slap landed heavily on Zhang Huilan's cheek, leaving behind a clearly visible palm imprint. But the one who took action was not Yi Tiance, but Han Ruoyun, who was standing next to him. Han Ruoyun raised his chin slightly. She looked like a domineering young lady. She snorted at Zhang Huilan, "Old witch, I'm reminding you to control your stinky mouth. If I hear you say anything that makes me feel uncomfortable again, I will cut off your tongue and cook it to feed the dogs." Zhang Huilan covered her cheek. With an unwilling look on his face, he gritted his teeth and said, You dare?" Snapped. Han Ruoyun slapped him again with his backhand. She raised her eyebrows and said, "How about you give it a try? See if I dare or not?" Gulu. Zhang Huilan couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she met Han Ruoyun's extremely domineering gaze. His lips trembled twice, but he finally closed his mouth obediently. Han Ruoyan looked at the other members of the Xiao family again. On the entire second floor, no one had the courage to look her in the eye. They all turned their heads away or lowered their eyes in silence. Han Ruoyun snorted disdainfully. He said calmly, "Each of you thinks Yi Tiance owes you something and holds a grudge against you. From the beginning to the end, you owe Yi Tiance more. Not only do you not repay your gratitude, but you are also taking advantage of it. If you ever let me know that any of you has this attitude towards Yi Tiance again, I promise to use all my connections to deal with him." Maybe Yi Tiance doesn't want to do anything too extreme because of his relationship with the Xiao family, but in my eyes, whether the Xiao family lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Everyone in the Xiao family looked at each other, all shocked by Han Ruoyun's aura. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip tightly, suppressing the unstoppable anger in my heart. Han Ruoyan pulled Yi Tiance's hand and glared at Xiao Qingcheng with a hint of provocation. "Xiao Sisi, let's go. Don't get angry with these ungrateful bastards." The two turned and left without even looking back. Boom! The two of them left 1 second ago, and Xiao Qingcheng stomped her feet heavily the next second. The C cup rose and fell with anger, and her lips couldn't stop shaking. Damn it! Why? Why do I always fail to live up to expectations? At this moment, she felt extremely disappointed with herself. The reason is simple. That is, every time she faced Han Ruoyan before, she was no match for him in the end and was criticized a lot. She swore countless times that she would avenge her previous humiliation the next time she faced Han Ruoyan. The final result is to fight again and again after repeated failures. Especially since every time it happened in front of Yi Tiance, it made her even more unacceptable. Zhang Huilan walked over quickly. She consoled him, "Xingcheng, you don't need to get angry with such an unreasonable woman. The most urgent thing is to inform Miss Lu about this matter." Xiao Qingcheng asked in confusion, "Why?" Zhang Huilan said, "You also saw the attitude of that ungrateful bastard just now. He looked like he was determined to fight to the death. I guess he will definitely cause trouble for Miss Lu. So you should contact Miss Lu in advance and ask her to prepare to deal with Yi Tiance. It would be best if she kills him. And at the same time, sever our relationship so that she won't think that we betrayed her." Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip lightly. He was a little entangled and said, Isn't it a bad idea to do this? What if Yi Tiance gets?" Zhang Huilan said angrily, "It's already this hour, and you're still considering the life and death of that ungrateful bastard? He was the one who took the initiative to provoke Miss Lu, and we're just adding fuel to the fire. Besides, that bastard has done so many things to you. Do you still want to protect him? Don't forget how he and Han Ruoyan treated you just now. Call." Xiao Qingcheng took a deep breath. Thinking of Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyan's attitudes, a surge of anger could not be stopped. After hesitating for a few seconds, she took out her cell phone and called Lu Yinji. Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyan left the Xiao family. En route, Yi Tiance said, "I will go to the Lu family right now and ask Lu Yinji what she said to Grandpa last night." Han Ruoyan pouted and complained, "You wouldn't think about the past and relive the collision that night with her, right? After all, that was Lu Yinji, with a good figure and sexy looks, tut-tut." This sarcastic remark made Yi Tiance look very unhappy. "What does this have to do with anything? I already told you that I was drugged last time. It wasn't my fault. If you don't trust me, just come with me. I'll let you supervise me." Han Ruoyun hesitated. Forget it, I don't want to delay your work. Let me go. I will go back to the Purple Gold Palace and wait for you to come back." "Sure. Of course." Yi Tiance stopped the car, let Han Ruoyan get off, and drove to Lu's house. 20 minutes later, Yi Tiance arrived at Lu's house. As soon as I walked to the gate of Lu's manor, I met the familiar bodyguard, Lai Fu. Lai Fu made a gesture of invitation to Yi Tiance. There was a meaningful gleam in his eyes. He said, "Mr. Yi, our young lady has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me in." Chapter 5:12, Offended? Yi Tiance narrowed his cold eyes. "Lu Yinji has been waiting for me for a long time?" Did she know I would come? The bodyguard Lai Fu boasted a little. Our young lady is very well informed, there is nothing she doesn't know. Yi Tian sneered and asked, oh? Does your lady know how many moles you have on your butt? What? Lai Fu was stunned, confused by Yi Tian's shocking question. He could only bite the bullet and say, my lady, she is busy with work, how could she pay attention to these trivial matters? Yi Tian sneered coldly, but I know how many moles you have on your butt. Lai Fu naturally sneered disdainfully, Mr. Yi, isn't this a bit too much exaggeration? Yi Tian raised a finger and said, you have a hemorrhoid on your butt, it's in the middle, it causes pain and bleeding every time you defecate, you don't dare to eat spicy food or get angry, is that the hemorrhoid? You are not talking about moles, but hemorrhoids. Lai Fu touched his butt with his right hand. Unbelievable, asked, how do you know I have hemorrhoids? You have to know that this matter is his absolutely private issue after all. As a martial arts master in the early stage of Grandmaster, he is also suffering from hemorrhoids. If this kind of thing gets out, I'm afraid my colleagues will laugh their heads off. Yi Tian said, don't worry about how I know this anyway, I definitely didn't peek at you taking a bath, your current condition is very serious, medication and other methods are no longer effective, I suggest you go to the hospital to have the surgery. Lai Fu, oh. He felt a guilty embarrassment. Changing the subject, he said, ahem, don't keep the young lady waiting, let's go in now. Afterwards, Lai Fu brought Yi Tian into the Lu family manor. Just like last time, the huge manor was very deserted. Yi Tian, who had already learned the truth, couldn't help but sigh that Lu Yenji was a really crazy woman. She cleansed up her entire family and yet she still lived here so calmly. His psychological quality is better than many serious criminals in corrupted city. After a while, Lai Fu brought Yi Tian to the door of Lu Yenji's villa, then left quietly. As soon as he turned the corner, Lai Fu took out his cell phone. Search for which hospital in Jiangnan City has the best anorectal doctor. Yi Tian pushed open the door and walked into the villa. The sunlight outside generously shines into the spacious living room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. However, the light that filled the room seemed to be deliberately avoiding the figure on the sofa in the living room. Lu Yenji was still wearing a black long skirt, which was smooth and mysterious in texture, fitting her graceful curves, as if it was tailor-made for her by the night itself. The slender and well-proportioned legs are wrapped in a layer of thin black stockings, and the delicate texture faintly gleams with seductive luster under the light. Her lips were painted with black lipstick, like a poppy blooming in the darkness, dangerous and charming. She sat lazily on the sofa, one hand casually resting on the armrest, a thin cigarette between her fingers. The smoke rose up, blurring her face, but making her eyes even deeper and more elusive. When I saw Yi Tian walk into the living room, Lu Yenji raised her head slightly and looked at Yi Tian through the smoke, with some complex fluctuations in her eyes. But the next second it became calm and deserted. Mr. Yi, I wonder why you are here today? Yi Tian stood in the middle of the living room, his hands in his pockets, also staring at Lu Yenji. He said calmly, your bodyguard Lai Fu said that you are all-powerful and know everything. Do you still need to ask me this? Lu Yenji took a puff of the cigarette and exhaled slowly. Smoke filled the air, hiding her face in obscurity again. She smiled coldly and said, I am just a woman, how can I know everything? For example, what is in your mind, Mr. Yi? Yenji has never been able to guess it. As she said this, she looked through the smoke in front of her and kept staring at the changes in Yi Tian's expression. My mind couldn't help but recall the accident that happened when the two of them met last time. The scenes of collision, force, and struggle were simply unforgettable. So much so that from that day on, she has been feeling uneasy. Even though I tried hard to forget, the memory became more and more profound. Especially when Yi Tian appeared at this moment. The humiliating scenes of those 2.5 hours resurfaced in my mind. She grabbed the handrail with a little force, trying her best to remain calm so as not to notice anything unusual. Yi Tian's expression did not change at all. He asked directly, last night, when you brought people to the Xiao family, what did you say to Grandpa Xiao Hongming? Where did he and your people go? Answer me. Lu Yenji put the cigarette butt into the ashtray and put it out. With his chin slightly raised, he said, "This is a secret between me and Patriarch Shao. I won't reveal it to anyone else. Sorry, Yanji can't tell you." Yi Tian stared at Lu Yanji's fair neck, and then looked down to the full and undulating scenery. For no apparent reason, a feeling of heat began to beat inside my body. Yi Tian took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Looked directly into Lu Yanji's eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Is this a secret between you and Grandpa, or are you hiding it on purpose? I believe you know it best in your heart." There was no panic in Lu Yanji's eyes. "Every word Yanji said is true. If you don't believe it, then Yanji can do nothing about it. Could it be that Mr. Yi still wants to bully others with his power?" As she said this, she raised her right foot and crossed her legs, and the Valentino high heels on her feet swayed slightly. The whole person exudes an irresistible charm, a queen-like demeanor that is above everything, making people willing to bow down at her feet. Most men simply cannot resist this temptation. Yi Tian calmed himself down, snorted coldly, and walked straight towards Lu Yanji. A strong pressure was released. Lu Yanji narrowed her eyes slightly, raised her eyebrows and said, "Mr. Yi, do you really intend to bully others with your power?" Yi Tian said calmly, "So what?" Lu Yanji sneered, "Huh? You are worthy of being like this. You offended the Jing family and the Tong family in the provincial capital yesterday and retreated safely today. You want to step on Yanji's head again. You are so powerful." Yi Tian turned a deaf ear to such sarcasm. He walked to a point half a meter in front of Lu Yanji and stopped, saying indifferently, "I'll tell you the truth one last time, otherwise don't blame me for offending you." "Ah." Lu Yanji smiled coldly. Those deep eyes stared at Yi Tian coldly. He asked with a resentful tone, "Offended? Ha ha. Wasn't what you did last time, Mr. Yi, offensive enough? Or do you think that I, Yanji, am a shabby bitch, and that all you did was just use me as a trash can to vent your anger?" Chapter 513 Shao Xinghai. Nights_stay. Yi Tian could clearly feel the anger and grievance in Lu Yanji's words. This is something she rarely shows, as she is always calm and composed. A complex look flashed across Yi Tian's eyes. In fact, he was not very willing to recall what happened that night. After all, it was not very glorious overall. In addition, the occurrence of that incident also made him develop a rather conflicted attitude towards Lu Yanji. As an enemy, whether to kill her or not becomes a problem. Of course, these concerns flashed through my mind. He did not respond directly. Instead, he remained indifferent and said, "Just answer my questions and don't talk nonsense." Ha ha. Lu Yanji sneered. Sure enough, Yanji was right. You are really a heartless man. Then my answer to you is that I know nothing. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. She raised her chin and stared at Yi Tian provocatively, seeming to be very expectant. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes coldly. Good man, do you want to die by my hand again? Humph. In that case. Swish. Yi Tian suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbed Lu Yanji's neck, and lifted her up with great force. Lu Yanji's hands hung down and her two beautiful legs in black stockings were stretched straight. She offered no resistance. With a cold gaze, he said to Yi Tian, "Mr. Yi, you are not using enough strength. Use the same strength you used to humiliate Yanji last time? If you are a man, use more strength." Yi Tian said, "Don't try to provoke me with words since you don't want to talk. I naturally have ways to deal with you." He just slightly increased the strength of his right hand, and Lu Yanji opened her mouth uncontrollably. Then Yi Tian took out a small glass bottle with his left hand and poured the little transparent liquid left in it directly into Lu Yanji's mouth. Gulu. Lu Yanji swallowed the transparent liquid. There was a hint of panic in her voice as she asked, "What did you feed me?" Yi Tian answered truthfully, "You should have heard of the last of my remaining mandragora water." Lu Yanji naturally knew about the mandragora water. She frowned and said, "What exactly do you want to do? Do you want to control me to help you vent? I warn you, don't even think about it." Yi Tian. Ms. Lu, I admit that you have a very special appeal, but I also know that the more special something is, the more dangerous it is, so I won't do that kind of thing to you a second time. What I want to know is that you need to answer, what did you say to Grandpa last night, and where is he now? Answer me. I won't. Lu Yenji instinctively wanted to refuse. But as the drug took effect, her eyes gradually became blurry. I can tell you what you want to know? See the effect of mandragora water. Yi Tiance let go of his hand, and Lu Yenji fell to the ground. Her skirt was a little messy, and a large area of her beautiful legs in black stockings was exposed, and even the darkened area at the base of her legs was clearly visible. Yi Tiance naturally had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. What did you say to Grandpa when you went to Zhao's house last night to make him agree to leave with you? Lu Yenji replied with a dull look, I told him that I found clues about his son Xiao Xinghai. Xiao Xinghai? When he heard this name, Yi Tiance's eyes couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Xinghai is the son of Xiao Hongming, and also the father of Xiao Qingcheng and the husband of Zhang Huilun. Yi Tiance frowned and asked, didn't Xiao Xinghai die in an accident 5 years ago? What clues did you find about him? Lu Yenji said truthfully, 5 years ago, Xiao Xinghai was in a plane crash while traveling. No one on the plane survived, so everyone naturally thought that Xiao Xinghai was dead. But according to the latest clues I have learned, Xiao Xinghai actually survived the plane crash that year, and is now living somewhere under an assumed name. There is such a thing? Yi Tiance couldn't hide his surprise. He had a deep impression of Xiao Xinghai. After all, the Yi family and the Xiao family were good friends back then. Every time they met, Xiao Xinghai would jokingly call Yi Tiance his son-in-law and bought him a lot of toys and snacks. When he returned to Jiangnan City 3 years ago, he learned of Xiao Xinghai's death and couldn't help feeling regretful. In fact, the Xiao family fell into decline after Xiao Xinghai passed away 5 years ago. Later, Yi Tiance helped behind the scenes and made the Xiao family glorious again. Yi Tiance continued, after you told Grandpa the news, he agreed to follow your people to find Xiao Xinghai? Lu Yenji nodded. Yi Tiance continued to ask, where is Xiao Xinghai? Has Grandpa found him now? Lu Yenji said, I know the clues about Xiao Xinghai, but my men didn't take Xiao Hongming to look for him last night. Instead, they had the old guy arrested. Yi Tiance's eyes narrowed coldly. He said in a deep voice, why did you arrest him? Lu Yenji said, as a matter of course, because I hate you, and that old guy takes good care of you. He holds an important position in your heart, that's all. Boom. A surge of anger rushed straight to Yi Tiance's forehead. He said coldly, if you have anything to do, you can always target me. Why are you looking for trouble with the people around me? Lu Yenji said, this is my style of doing things, I'm used to it. You. Yi Tiance had an urge to slap Lu Yenji, but when he thought about the fact that she was now controlled by the mandragora water, it would be useless even if he hit her. He could only calm down and continue to ask, where was Grandpa after he was captured and controlled by you? Lu Yenji replied, he is being held in the basement below my villa. Take me there. Yes. Lu Yenji stood up and led the way in front. Yi Tiance followed closely behind. I opened a door and walked slowly down the stairs. A damp and cold breath hit me in the face. It goes down about 1 level in depth. What came into view was a metal door, and Lu Yenji entered a series of passwords on the left. Squeak. The huge metal door opened. I saw that the basement space in front of me was extremely vast and filled with depressing dullness. The dim light above my head flickered, as if it would go out at any moment, casting strange shadows. A long corridor stretched forward. The walls were made of rough cement, exuding an old atmosphere. Yi Tiance murmured in surprise, there is actually such a basement hidden under the villa? Follow Lu Yenji forward. Yi Tiance noticed that there were heavy iron doors on both sides of the corridor, leaving only square holes that were 10 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, and it was pitch black inside. There seems to be endless fear and despair hidden behind every door. Bang! Suddenly, a dull sound came from behind a door. The next second, a withered arm covered with scars stretched out from the square hole. Chapter 514. Please enter the urn. Yi Tiance's pupils shrank and he moved his body to the side to avoid the arm. Although the withered hand did not catch Yi Tiance, it kept waving. He even uttered a weak and frightened cry for help, Yenji. I was wrong, please let me go, let me out, I beg you. From the tone of voice, Yi Tian's determined that this person was not Xiao Hongming. Then who is it? He asked straightforwardly, who was imprisoned in here? Imprisoned inside is my father Lu Hongzhen. Boom. This news immediately made Yi Tian stunned. You should know that the last time he came to the Lu family, Yi Tian learned from Lu Yenji that after she returned to Jiangnan City a few months ago, she secretly cleaned up most of the Lu family members, leaving only a few people alive. The person imprisoned behind the door is her father Lu Hongzhen. From his withered arms covered with scars, one can tell how much suffering he has endured. What kind of hatred would make Lu Yenji do such an inhumane thing to the Lu family's relatives? Even imprisoning one's own father here is even more cruel than killing him directly. Under the control of the Mandragora water, Lu Yenji continued to walk forward sluggishly. Lu Hongzhen found that Lu Yenji had not responded at all, and seemed to be angry. He suddenly cursed loudly, Lu Yenji. You bitch, you stinky whore. You shall not die well. Ah. If you have the ability, kill me now and give me a quick death. Otherwise, I will curse you to die badly, eat your bones, and dig out your heart. He banged on the iron door like crazy. Bang! However, this iron gate looks like it was specially forged. The thickness and hardness reached the extreme, coupled with the weight of tens of thousands of pounds. No matter how hard Lu Hongzhen tried, the iron gate remained motionless. Who would have thought that Lu Hongzhen, the famous head of the Lu family, would end up like this? Yi Tian murmured in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. Then follow Lu Yenji's footsteps. Continuing forward, Yi Tian noticed the heavy iron doors on both sides of the corridor, and a hand extended from time to time. Then all kinds of shouting were heard from behind the door, some begging for mercy to Lu Yenji, some cursing, some going crazy, etc. These are Lu Yenji's relatives and family members, who expressed endless anger and resentment towards her. The two walked to the end of the corridor, cursing. What comes into view is a unique secret room. Unlike the other heavy iron doors on both sides of the corridor, this door is made of glass, emitting a cold luster under the dim light. This special door looks transparent, yet it seems to be separated by an insurmountable barrier. There is not a scratch or blemish on its surface. Yi Tian could tell at a glance that this glass was a special metal glass, extremely strong. It can withstand any strong impact, even sniper bullets. What caught Yi Tian's attention the most was that through the glass, he saw the outline of the interior of the room. On the wall inside the room, a metal chain tightly bound a thin old man. This person's body was covered with new scars and was bleeding. Although his head was hanging limply, it was not difficult to tell from his body outline and clothes that he should be Xiao Hongming. What Lu Yenji said at this time also confirmed this fact. Xiao Hongming is imprisoned inside. Asshole. A surge of anger surged into Yi Tian's heart. This time, he showed no mercy and slapped Lu Yenji in the face. Snapped. Lu Yenji was fanned and flew out, hitting the glass door heavily, making a deafening roar. The glass door is intact. However, Lu Yenji's right cheek was swollen, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. This is why she has strong martial arts skills. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely die after getting slapped like that. Under the control of mantra water. Lu Yenji stood up again without expressing any dissatisfaction or anger. Yi Tian shouted, "Open the door quickly." Yes. Lu Yenji nodded dully. Walk to the password operating table on the wall to the left of the glass door and enter a password. Drop. The glass door slowly opened. Grandfather. Yi Tian rushed into the secret room without any hesitation. Prepare to rescue Xiao Hongming, who was tied to the wall. But when Yi Tian carefully propped up Xiao Hongming's head, his pupils shrank. He discovered that it was not Xiao Hongming's cheek at all, but a stranger he had never seen before. The only thing that is similar between the two is their figure and looks. This person has already stopped breathing. Grass. Yi Tian couldn't help but swear. Then he realized that something was wrong. When he turned his head suddenly, he saw that the glass door had closed with a bang. Lu Yinji, who had been standing outside the glass door with a dazed look on her face, had now returned to her previous cool and elegant appearance. But behind the cool expression there is an unconcealable sense of success and excitement. Ha ha! Mr. Yi, it's really not easy to make you lose face once. For this, Yanji had to take a solid slap from you before she could lure you into the trap. Pooh! She spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yi Tiance with a provocative look in his eyes. Ha ha! Yi Tiance shook his head and smiled bitterly. Everyone says that you are a dangerous woman and that we must be cautious and vigilant. I didn't expect that you would still trick me in the end. You clearly took the datura water, but you were not under control. Instead, you kept acting and deceiving me, and finally led me here on purpose. I am a little curious, do you have an antidote for the mandrake water, or is the potion simply not working? Lu Yinji placed her right hand, wearing a black glove, on the glass door and slid it gently. A slightly complicated smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. My body is a little special. I am immune to most medicines, including datura water. To be honest, just now Yinji was very worried that after you gave me the datura water, you would ask me to do something unspeakable. Fortunately, you were determined to save people, otherwise Yinji might have been exposed long ago. There was no panic in Yi Tiance's mood. He continued to ask, where is Xiao Hongming? Lu Yinji smiled and said, he is not here with me at all, but don't worry, he should be safe now, at least much safer than you. These words don't seem to be lies. I just hope Grandpa is safe now. Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets, walked to the glass door, and said calmly, from what Miss Lu said, I seem to be very unsafe now. Lu Yinji smiled coldly. Mr. Yi has fallen into this special secret room and has become a lamb in my hands. I can kill him with just a flick of my hand. Do you think you still have a chance to break out? Chapter 515 Shooting Yourself in the Foot. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. How do you know that this special blast can definitely stop me? Lu Yinji said confidently. This special blast was purchased by Yen Jihua from a special channel at a high price. Its hardness is far higher than that of ordinary metals. See that old guy on the wall behind you? He is actually a worshipper of our Lu family. He is loyal to my father and his strength reached the level of a god of war many years ago. As a result, I was imprisoned here and could not cause any damage to the secret room. If you are not convinced, why not give it a try? As she said this, Lu Yinji slightly turned sideways, and her black hair slid down her shoulders like a waterfall in the night. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and there was a hint of sarcasm and mockery in that smile, as if she was mocking Yi Tiance's arrogance. Yi Tiance did not move. He continued to ask, you said earlier that Xiao Xinghai is still alive, is this true? Lu Yinji lit a lady's cigarette and took a light puff, her movements elegant and sexy. That's right, according to the information I investigated, he is indeed still alive, and the head of the Xiao family did follow my people to look for clues about him. After all, Xiao Qingcheng is my confirmed partner, and Yan Ji has no reason to hurt her family. Yi Tiance had no doubts about the first half of what she said, but he had to question the second half. A woman who has purged or imprisoned her own family members says she will not harm others. Even the dumbest person wouldn't believe it. Lu Yinji exhaled a light smoke ring. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Yi Tiance, as an opponent, Yanji admires your strength, brains, and planning. I am a person who loves talents. As long as you promise to be loyal to me from now on, we can put aside the grudges between us and forgive the past. How about that? Yi Tiance smiled faintly and asked, what if I refuse? Lu Yinji flicked the ash off her cigarette, and her face with black lipstick moved slightly. Yi Tiance, as the saying goes, if you don't accept a toast, you will be punished. What you did to me in the living room last time is still disgusting when I think about it. In fact, I already knew that with your personality, even if you were trapped here, you would still not give in, so, I prepared a gift for you in advance. I hope you like it. While talking, he pressed a button on the console next to the glass door. DD. A cloud of milky white gas quickly flowed in from the ventilation hole on the top of the secret room, with a scent similar to lavender. This is... Yi Tiance's pupils shrank. Lu Yinji, who was standing outside the door, had a smile on her face. You should have Would have guessed it, this gas is a mixture of the three medicinal herbs Kiloxyang, Meiying Yulan liquid, and Qiming powder. It is exactly the same mixed toxin that you were poisoned by in the living room of my villa last time. Since the last incident, I have roughly deduced that this toxin will not be fatal to you, but instead has an aphrodisiac effect in your body. Didn't you behave very wildly and violently last time? Then Yanju wants to see how you vent your anger when you were locked in a secret room alone. Let me guess. There seems to be something special about your body. If you don't vent, it will cause irreversible damage to your body, but there is no place to vent in this huge secret room. Oh? Not really. Maybe you can try the corpse of the old man on the wall behind you? He. At this moment, Lu Yenji's eyes were filled with resentment and triumph. You know, these past few days, she couldn't forget the experience of being humiliated. Her hatred for Yi Tian's grew deeper and deeper, and she vowed to take revenge at any cost, and to make Yi Tian's experience a punishment that was 100 times more humiliating than her own. This will make her feel better. As predicted. At this moment, she saw Yi Tian's inside through the glass. His cheeks and skin all over his body had turned red. He was gasping for breath, and his eyes were bloodshot. The symptoms are exactly the same as the last time I was poisoned. The whole person is like a wild beast about to go violent, making people unable to stop frightening. But this time there was a glass door blocking the way and Lu Yenji was no longer afraid. She took out her cell phone and turned on the video recording function. He said sarcastically, "Some people like to record videos. It was fun to record it with Yenji last time. It just so happens that Yenji can learn from you this time. I want to see how Mr. Yu will push his luck on the old man's body." Who? Yi Tian's was breathing heavily, his heartbeat was accelerating, and his whole body was hot and unbearable. He didn't expect that he would fall in the same place twice. With an extremely yang body, he naturally could not resist the aphrodisiac power of the poison. Because once you resist forcefully, it will cause irreversible damage to your body. At the same time, he also felt that his consciousness was gradually becoming blurred, and his body was showing an uncontrollable force tendency. Damn it, since you want to shoot yourself in the foot, don't blame me for being worse than a beast again. Yi Tian's gritted his teeth. With the little remaining consciousness, he walked to the glass door, gathered strength in his right hand, and raised a fist. Blast straight out. Boom. There was a deafening and violent noise. The entire glass secret room, including the entire basement, was visibly shaking, with clouds of dust falling. Click, click, click. The next second, cracks appeared on the originally smooth and flawless surface of the special glass door and spread rapidly. At last. Bang! The entire glass door shattered. What? Lu Yenji, who was standing at the door, suddenly widened her eyes and her body couldn't help but tremble. There are storms in my heart. You have to know that she has absolute confidence in this special glass chamber, not to mention bullets. Even RPG rocket attacks will not cause any damage. Even the most powerful gods of war will be trapped inside, with no possibility of escape. That's why she devised a plan to lock Yi Tian's in. As a result, he couldn't even withstand a punch. The most troublesome thing is that at this moment, the toxin in Yi Tian's body has begun to exert its aphrodisiac effect. Oops. Lu Yenji realized that something was wrong and subconsciously tried to retreat and escape. However, it was already late, and Yi Tian's was obviously faster. He rushed to Lu Yenji at an extremely fast speed, grabbed her neck, and pushed her against the wall. Bang! Bang! The force was so great that Lu Yenji almost passed out. When she saw Yi Tian's bloodshot and animalistic pupils, she instantly recalled the terrible experience that she could not bear to recall. So her voice couldn't help but tremble. Yi Tian's. To warn you, don't mess around, let me go. Let me go immediately. However, at this moment Yi Tian's had lost his mind under the influence of drugs. All I heard was a tearing sound. Lu Yenji's black dress was immediately torn in half. Chapter 516, Taking Advantage of Others. Don't want. Lu Yenji shouted harshly. At the same time, he used all his strength to try to break free. However, Yi Tian's grip on her neck was so powerful that no matter how hard Lu Yenji tried, she didn't move at all. Damn it! Bastard! Let me go! At this moment, Lu Yinji's defense was completely broken. I thought this plan was perfect and could bring maximum revenge and punishment to Yi Tiance. The result is that he shot himself in the foot. Repeating the same mistake again, making her face the scene she least wants to face. Unfortunately, no matter how much she shouted and struggled, it was all in vain in front of Yi Tiance, who had lost his mind. Especially after feeling the long-awaited pain. Her resistance gradually weakened. At this time, Lu Yinji's relatives who were imprisoned in other rooms seemed to have heard the sound. And they all roughly guessed what happened outside. They knocked on the huge iron door one by one, making a dull sound. Seems to be cheering. Someone shouted with glee. Ha ha ha. Lu Yinji, you are such a heartless bitch, how could you deserve this day? You deserve it. So cool. Scream. Scream. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. You deserve to die. Hee hee. No matter who made her suffer the punishment, I have to thank you. This kind of bitch should be trampled on from body to mind to soul. Completely tear apart her hypocritical coldness and purity. She has brought all this upon herself. This is God's retribution to her. Heroes out there, work harder. Beat him to death, ha 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 ha. The shouts of the crowd and the sound of them banging on the huge iron gate merged into one and merged with each other. Just like that, 2.5 hours later. Yi Tiance sat on the ground, his back against the wall, picked up Lu Yinji's lady's cigarette from the ground and lit it. Base. He took a deep breath and exhaled a smoke ring. Call. The whole person's mind felt unprecedented peace and comfort. You know, he doesn't usually smoke. He didn't know why, but after such a satisfying meal, he suddenly wanted to smoke. And I really experienced that saying. A cigarette afterwards is better than a living god. At the same time, not far from him, Lu Yinji tremblingly pulled the tattered clothes together as much as possible to cover his bruised body. There was hatred in her eyes. Biting her lips fiercely, she said, I will definitely kill you. I will grind you to dust. Yi Tiance just shook his head and sneered at her threat. Lu Yinji, don't be so fierce in your words, your body is so honest, and you are obviously much more cooperative than last time. It seems that you still enjoy this feeling. Fuck you. Lu Yinji, who was always calm and cool, actually cursed. She grabbed a pair of Valentino high-heeled shoes and threw them at Yi Tiance's head. As a result, he was easily caught. Finally, he threw it at Lu Yinji's feet and said calmly, put on your shoes, the ground is very cold. None of your business. Beast. Lu Yinji was still furious and wished she could eat Yi Tiance alive. The last humiliation had brought her to the brink of collapse. She felt that she had betrayed herself and Chen Xingdi, so she secretly swore that it was just a coincidence and would never happen again. As a result, the second time came so quickly. And this time she seemed to be much more cooperative than last time. This made Lu Yinji feel even more guilty. Yi Tiance continued smoking. Honestly, I should have killed you for what you did. But in the end, 2 accidents happened, so I even wondered if you were too embarrassed to do anything directly with me, so you deliberately used this method to attract me? Hear the words. Lu Yinji was immediately furious, not caring about her messy image at the moment. She staggered to her feet, pointed at Yi Tiance and cursed angrily, you're doing this on purpose. You're taking advantage of me and still acting like a good kid. I must kill you. You beast. You bastard. You son of a bitch. Ha ha. Yi Tiance just smiled bitterly. Continue to inhale and exhale clouds and mist. He sighed, luckily you have a foundation in martial arts, and your strength is pretty good. If it were an ordinary woman, after 2.5 hours, I estimate that she would have been half exhausted. At the same time, thank you for helping me vent the mixed toxins in my body, so I won't kill you for crossing the line this time. Take care of yourself in the future. Lu Yinji glared at Yi Tiance with resentment, and the corners of her eyes twitched violently. Then he started to taunt and ridicule. It's just a weakling for 2.5 hours, just a second man. I don't feel anything at all. You have the nerve to show off like this. It's embarrassing. What's the matter? Are you not convinced? Then kill me if you have the ability. I don't need your mercy at all. Come and kill me? Lu Yenji screamed loudly. Maybe she was too angry or too aggrieved, so her voice was filled with tears. Of course Yi Tiance could see that the reason Lu Yenji spoke like this was to force him to kill himself. In this case, he would naturally not fulfill her wish. Yi Tiance stood up and put out his cigarette. He raised his hand and pinched Lu Yenji's face. Deliberately teasing, don't always act like someone owes you a lot of money, it's not good, smile. Lu Yenji? Laugh at your mom next door. In her opinion, Yi Tiance's behavior was absolutely unacceptable and he was deliberately trying to anger her. A surge of anger arose. Go to hell. Lu Yenji grabbed her high-heeled shoes and pointed the sharp heel at Yi Tiance's temple, trying to pierce his head with one blow. The result was naturally failure again. Yi Tiance grabbed the high heels. His voice gradually turned colder as he said, You really take it for granted you deserve a beating. Lu Yenji stiffened his neck, without any fear in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, If you want to beat me up, then do it. What are you waiting for? That's what you said. Without saying a word, Yi Tiance pushed Lu Yenji against the wall. Holding the high-heeled shoes, he pointed the back of the shoe at Lu Yenji's waist and threw it down. Snapped. The crisp sound echoed throughout the basement corridor. A mark of the shoe surface was instantly left on the fair and elastic skin, a bright red mark. Even though he didn't use all his strength this time, it was enough to injure the bones of an average martial artist. Even Lu Yenji would feel some pain. As a result, Lu Yenji didn't make a sound. Instead, he turned his head and glared at Yi Tiance with a provocative look. That's all? You call that beating someone up? You don't have any strength at all. Second man. You're being stubborn, huh? Yi Tiance snorted coldly. She swung her high heels again and threw them down again and again. Snapped. 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 One hit after another, the high heels were soon broken. You can see how powerful the force is. But when Yi Tiance looked at Lu Yenji, he felt something was wrong. Chapter 517 You are a bitch. Lu Yenji just raised her head slightly. The waterfall of black hair slid down one shoulder, her eyes were closed, and her thick eyelashes trembled slightly. The lips with messy black lipstick opened slightly, the breath exhaled was slightly warm, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of the mouth. How can this be considered the pain and grievance of being beaten? He is clearly enjoying the excitement brought by the pain. Fuck you. You're a fucking bitch. Are you sick? Yi Tiance immediately cursed in dissatisfaction. This woman is the most despicable person he has ever seen. There is also a serious problem with the brain. Lu Yenji opened her eyes in a daze, with a smile on her face. Her voice had a special magnetic quality. Yes, I am a cheap woman. Mr. Yi, why don't you increase the punishment? Don't let Yenji look down on me. As he spoke, he raised his waist slightly. Yi Tiance looked down at the scars on his waist and sighed helplessly. I really don't know what this woman has been through to become someone who looks cool on the outside but is actually paranoid and perverted at heart. He threw away the broken high heels in his hand. He simply packed up his clothes and put them on, then said calmly, I won't waste time with you. Tell me immediately where Xiao Hongming is now. Ha! Lu Yenji sneered, I won't tell you. What can you do to me? This. Yi Tiance frowned and was in a dilemma. This woman beat her to reward her, but given the complicated relationship between them, she couldn't really kill her. Datura water had no effect at all, not to mention that the medicine had been used up long ago. It's really fucking difficult. Seeing that Yi Tiance was a little frustrated, Lu Yenji couldn't help but sneer with a hint of smugness. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Yi, would still be in trouble. Are you being sympathetic to women? It's really ironic that you have 9 fiancés and still have sympathy for other women. Yi Tiance pinched her mouth. A sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. Don't think too highly of yourself. I won't show any mercy to you. I'll just use you as a shabby tool to vent my anger. After all, no matter how much I abuse you, I don't have to take responsibility. Others can only watch from afar and dare not play with you. I just need to stand up and kick hard. Isn't that right? Boom. This insult and ridicule immediately made Lu Yenji look ugly and her defenses were broken. Shameless bastard. You will die a horrible death. Lu Yenji gritted her teeth and cursed. However, Yi Tiance pushed her away, and the latter's legs were already weak, so she staggered and fell to the ground. Yi Tiance glanced at her indifferently. You don't have to say anything, but I will come to you often during this period to ask. If you don't tell me, I will abuse you until you decide to speak. By the way, if I knew that Grandpa had a fatal accident, I would definitely make you feel a life worse than death, including everything you care about, such as the Qinglong society left by Chen Qingdi, all destroyed as a burial companion. Boom. Lu Yenji's eyes trembled violently. You dare? Yi Tiance said disdainfully, I dare to go after a piece of rubbish like you, so what else can I not do? He took out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and threw it at Lu Yenji. He sneered, this little money is your reward for your hard work this time. See you next time. Then he left in a swagger and leisurely manner. Lu Yenji was left sitting on the ground, staring at the 1 yuan coin, trembling all over. His eyes trembled, and waves of resentment leaked out uncontrollably. Yi Tiance. You shall not die a good death. I will not be a human being if I don't avenge you. Ah! The angry roar of grievance echoed throughout the basement. Yi Tiance left the Lu family. Because we spent so much time, it was getting dark when we came out. So we drove back to Zijin Tiangong Villa number 1. Although Yi Tiance was worried about the situation of Xiao Hongming's grandfather. But from the previous conversation with Lu Yenji, I learned that the old man should be relatively safe at the moment, but I don't know where to find Xiao Xinghai. Ugh. I didn't expect that asking for news would lead to such a big accident. This is kind of fucking awful. When they drove to the foot of the mountain, Yi Tiance suddenly realized something. He hurried to a nearby small hotel, checked in a room, took a clean shower, and checked his clothes and pants to make sure there was nothing strange on them. Only then did I feel slightly relieved and drove back to the Tiangong number 1 villa. No way. After all, the last time I came back from Lu's house, Han Ruoyan discovered something unusual and made a big fuss. We can't let the same mistake happen again this time. Even though, he is still the victim this time. However, when Yi Tiance pushed open the door of the villa and saw the scene in the living room, he couldn't help but be stunned. There was a wide variety of delicious dishes on the dining table near the kitchen in the living room. At this time, Han Ruoyan was wearing an apron and serving dishes to the table. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, which soaked the strands of hair in front of her forehead and stuck to her fair skin, adding a bit of charm. Her cheeks were charmingly flushed due to the heat and work in the kitchen, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. In addition, she was wearing relatively cool clothes, and her proudy cup rose and fell slightly with her steps. Every sway seemed to carry an alluring rhythm. Sweat flowed down her slender neck, slid over her graceful collarbone, and sank into the faintly visible ravines, which made people imagine a lot. Yi Tiance walked into the living room. Somewhat surprised, he asked, "You can actually cook?" Han Ruoyan placed a dish of braised pork ribs on the dining table. He raised his chin with a hint of pride. What? Do you still think that I am a good-for-nothing girl who only eats and drinks for free? Yi Tiance quickly denied it. How could that be? In my eyes, you are excellent. You can get into the bed and cook in the kitchen. I hate you. You're so dishonest all the time. Han Ruoyan pinched Yi Tiance's waist and said angrily. Hurry up and wash your hands, it's time to eat. Okay. Yi Tiance responded with a smile, washed his hands and sat obediently on the chair. Then eat. It tastes really good. The level is comparable to that of a chef from a 5-star hotel. Yi Tians couldn't help but praise. Although there is some exaggeration, the cooking skills are definitely quite good. Han Ruoyun sat opposite Yi Tians, holding her cheek with her right hand, watching him enjoy his delicious meal with a happy smile on her face. She couldn't help but sigh. If your first marriage proposal was to me instead of Xiao Qingcheng, how great it would be. Not only would I cook for you every day, I would also give birth to babies for you, at least 8 or 10 of them. Yi Tians said speechlessly, 10 or 8? Can they be supported? Han Ruoyun patted his chest confidently, and it rose and fell. He said proudly, based on the amount of this cup, let alone feeding 10 or 8 people, it would be easy even if you are included, right? Otherwise, let's try it tonight? Chapter 5:18 Alchemy Furnace. Being stared at with such burning eyes by Han Ruoyun. Although the temptation was endless, Yi Tians felt a little uneasy inside. The reason is simple. After all, he had just fought fiercely with Lu Yinji in the basement of Lu's house for 2.5 hours now. Now not only was his waist and legs sore, but the most important thing was that he didn't have a drop of energy left. How about giving it a try tonight? He coughed lightly. He immediately changed the subject and said, Ahem, your braised pork ribs are very good. The meat and taste are very good. I didn't realize your skill before. If I had known it earlier, I would have pestered you to cook for me every day. Really? If you like, I'll do it for you every day, hee hee. Han Ruoyun seemed very happy and proud. After all, as the saying goes, if you want to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. Just finish this sentence. Her expression suddenly became serious again. He asked seriously, tell me the truth, you spent so much time at Lu's house today. Did you mess around with that crazy woman Lu Yinji again? Ah. That's impossible. I just went to ask her for clues about Xiao Hongming's grandfather. Nothing else happened. Han Ruoyun asked solemnly, are you sure? Yi Tians nodded affirmatively. Of course I am sure. Don't you think about it? We are enemies. She hates me to the core. How could she do that again? Could it be that she poisoned me and aroused my sexual desire? Han Ruoyun nodded suddenly. That's true. Although you are a bit of a pervert, you won't fall into the same trap twice. Your clothes are clean, so you don't look like you've done anything wrong. I'm quite satisfied with your performance this time. Call. Yi Tians secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was smart and took a shower and checked my clothes before coming back. Otherwise it would be exposed. He hurriedly continued to eat. He said to Han Ruoyun, don't just stand there, hurry up and eat together. It's not good for your health to be hungry. Han Ruoyun nodded obediently and started to eat with Yi Tians. After meal. Han Ruoyun suddenly remembered something. He said, by the way, this afternoon Dean Wu arranged for someone to deliver the herbs you need, as well as a lot of tools for preparing medicines. They are in the storage room. Do you want to take a look? It is good. Yi Tians got up and went to the storage room. Various Chinese herbal medicines are neatly arranged in the stacked herbal boxes. Together with the precious herbs such as Qinglong vine that he had obtained before, all the herbs needed to make the antidote were ready. There are also commonly used equipment for decocting medicine, including clay pots, ceramic pots, etc., and even an alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace is about half a person's height, dark brown in color, and covered with traces of erosion over the years. The texture is thick and solid, and the surface is engraved with mysterious runes and patterns. The furnace cover fits tightly to the furnace body, and there is a small handle on the top of the furnace cover, which is also engraved with complex patterns. The sharp-eyed Yi Tians saw it immediately. This brown alchemy furnace is slightly better than ordinary ones, between ordinary and spiritual ones, and is quite rare. Yi Tians asked in confusion, is this alchemy furnace also given by Dean Wu? As far as he knew, although Dean Wu was very accomplished in traditional Chinese medicine, he probably couldn't make elixirs, so he shouldn't have such a treasure. Hear the words. Han Ruoyun put his hands behind his back and straightened his cute E-cup chest. She boasted with a little pride, of course this alchemy furnace was made for you by me. Are you surprised? Are you delighted? Yi Tians smiled in surprise and said, it's really a surprise. How did you get it? Han Ruoyan said, "My grandfather liked to collect some old things back then. He bought this brown alchemy furnace at an auction at a high price. I thought you might need this thing, so I called someone to get it from home. Is that reliable?" Yi Tiance raised his hand and caressed Han Ruoyan's head gently. He smiled and said, "That's a reliable deal. With this alchemy furnace, there is no need to use a casserole to boil the medicine. The direct alchemy effect will be more prominent." Han Ruoyan asked puzzledly, "Why is refining the elixir more effective than decocting medicine?" Yi Tiance explained, "To put it simply, alchemy is the process of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and highly condensing and concentrating the essence and spiritual energy in the herbs. At the same time, by coordinating alchemy techniques and leveraging the power of the alchemy furnace, the effective ingredients in the herbs can be extracted and fused, with almost no loss of herbal energy. In contrast, decocting medicine is simply boiling, and the energy of the herbs is more dispersed, which cannot achieve the highly concentrated effect of alchemy. Otherwise, do you think that the emperors and generals in ancient times, in order to pursue the way to immortality, all asked the immortals for medicine, and the medicine referred to was the elixir?" Hear the words. There were little stars of admiration twinkling in Han Ruoyan's beautiful eyes. "Wow! You are really worthy of me, you know so much. I like you more and more. What should I do? Come on, stick with me." She hugged Yi Tiance's arm. And then she rubbed it naturally in front of her e-cup, soft and surging. 2 hours ago though, Yi Tiance had just experienced the power of the D-cup from Lu Yinji, which was truly spectacular. But compared with the E-cup, still 1 point inferior. Han Ruoyan's sense of comfort is naturally better. Han Ruoyan said with anticipation, "I have never seen you make an elixir. How about you show it to me later?" Yi Tiance smiled and nodded, "Since you want to see it, I'll show it to you once." After all, as long as the pill is refined, Han Ruoyan will not pester me to do other things tonight, otherwise my body will feel a little uncomfortable. Just do it. Yi Tiance moved the brown alchemy furnace and the necessary medicinal materials to the open space in the backyard of the villa. He then set up a simple alchemy array to gather spiritual energy from heaven and earth. A total of 23 kinds of herbs are needed to remove the remaining toxins in Su Changwei's body. Among them, 5 kinds, headed by King Longting, are relatively rare and precious medicinal materials, and the other medicinal materials are common. Yi Tiance placed all the medicinal materials around the alchemy furnace. Then he lit the fire under the alchemy furnace. This fire is not an ordinary fire. With the blessing of the alchemy array and the furnace itself, it will form a spiritual fire that can better extract the essence from the herbs. Han Ruoyan obediently moved a small stool and sat not far away, holding her cheeks with her hands and watching quietly. Yi Tiance paid attention to the changes in the flame in the alchemy furnace and asked Han Ruoyan at the same time, "Have you ever wondered why those martial arts masters of the enemy always lose again and again in front of me and have no power to fight back?" Han Ruoyan said, "As a matter of course, that's easy, of course you are better than them." Yi Tiance smiled and said, "What you said makes sense, but do you know the deeper reason?" Chapter 519 I am not a martial artist. Han Ruoyan naturally nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yeah. Of course I want to know." In fact, she had long been very curious about why Yi Tiance was so powerful. "It was just because I was worried that this matter involved Yi Tiance's secrets, so I suppressed my curiosity and didn't ask too many questions." Now that Yi Tiance was willing to speak actively, she was of course happy to listen. Yi Tiance introduced in a normal tone. "You should know that in addition to the vast majority of ordinary people in this world, there are a small number of people who have physical fitness and combat power beyond ordinary people. These people are martial arts masters, also known as martial arts practitioners. Generally speaking, once a certain force or family has a powerful martial artist in charge, its status will rise." Han Ruoyan nodded and said, "Yes. This young lady knows, especially the war gods among the martial artists, who are said to be humanoid Gundams, and their casual attacks can exert a force of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pounds. In the entire Tiannan province, there are very few strong people who can reach the level of god of war, and even in the entire dragon country, they are rare. Especially the strong ones who can finally make it to the Dragon Kingdom god list, every one of them is a well-known existence, and countless top forces are vying to win them over. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Hey! Are you the legendary god of war? But Yi Tians shook his head. Actually, I'm not a martial artist at all. What? Han Ruoyun blinked her cute big eyes. You are not a martial artist, so how did you defeat those guys? I saw with my own eyes that even a hot weapon like a pistol couldn't hurt you. Facing Han Ruoyun's questions, Yi Tian smiled confidently and said, because I, your man, am actually a cultivator. Han Ruoyun asked in confusion, cultivator? What is that? Yi Tian patiently explained, the so-called cultivators are actually a special group of people who are far rarer than martial artists. Generally speaking, martial artists focus on strengthening their bodies, and use external forces to practice martial arts and fighting techniques to improve their strength, and increase their attack power, defense, and speed. On the other hand, cultivators focus more on cultivating their own essence, energy and spirit, based on absorbing and refining spiritual energy. There is an essential difference between spiritual energy and external strength. Its application is more subtle and powerful, and it possesses more potential and stronger strength than martial artists. In addition, cultivators will greatly increase their lifespan, and it is possible to live for hundreds of years. Of course, cultivation requires extremely high conditions such as spiritual roots and talents, so the number of such people is very scarce. In addition, cultivators often need to find and utilize various natural treasures, spiritual veins, and blessed lands that contain spiritual energy to assist in their cultivation. Therefore, ordinary families and forces are simply unable to train a cultivator. Only those Shinmen forces with a long history can have one, which is why you have never heard of this name. Han Ruoyan let out a sigh of relief. The whole person was obviously in a state of shock. Good boy, I've learned a lot. I didn't know there are cultivators in this world. It feels like listening to a fantasy story. She looked at Yi Tians with her beautiful eyes, joy and pride flowing uncontrollably in them. Gee! The man I chose turned out to be a cultivator who was even rarer than martial artists. I really found a treasure. In the final analysis, we have to thank that stupid woman Xiao Qingcheng. If she hadn't initiated the divorce, how would such a good thing have happened to me? She continued to ask, how much more powerful are cultivators than martial artists? Yi Tian scratched his head. After thinking for a while, he explained, in fact, martial artists and cultivators have two different ways of practicing. Martial artists can directly determine their strength level through external conditions such as physical strength and power. From low to high, they are warrior, grandmaster, and god of war. Once one reaches the perfect realm of god of war, the physical strength will reach its limit, and naturally one cannot make any further progress in strength. The realm divisions of cultivators are often more complex and diverse, but they also improve their strength on the basis of martial arts. The most basic level for cultivators is the body refining stage, which actually corresponds to the god of war realm for martial artists. For example, the early stage of god of war is almost the same as the early stage of body refining. However, after the great perfection of the physical training stage, the cultivator will not reach the shackles, but will enter the chi training stage. Once reaching this state, he will use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to exert more extraordinary power. Alchemy is one of the more critical ones. Han Ruoyan's eyes lit up and he asked, so, since you know how to make pills, does that mean you have reached the chi refining stage? If he really reached the chi refining stage, wouldn't his strength be much stronger than that of a war god? Yi Tian smiled and nodded. In fact, few people know that his strength has already reached the great perfection of chi refining, and he is only one step away from the foundation establishment stage. But this step has been stuck for 3 years and there is still no sign of a breakthrough. Back then in the fallen city, he had already reached the state of great perfection in chi refining. But for some reason, I could never find a way to break through. That's why he decided to leave the fallen city and go to the outside world to look for an opportunity for a breakthrough. As a result, after 3 years in the Xiao family, he gained nothing. He even doubted that this road could no longer be passed. Han Ruoyan did not ask Yi Tian about his specific chi refining realm, but suddenly became a little lost. Alas! You just said that you cultivators can increase your lifespan and live a long time, but ordinary people like me only live for a few decades, and the time to maintain a youthful appearance is even less pitiful. One day in the future, when I am old, you will not despise me, right? Yi Tian's comforted him, of course I won't despise you. Besides, everyone is born with spiritual roots and has the potential to become a cultivator, naturally including you. Perhaps when the time is right in the future, you will have the chance to become a cultivator and keep your youth forever. Han Ruoyun's eyes suddenly lit up. I couldn't help but feel happy and excited. Ha ha. That's great. When I become a cultivator, I will practice dual cultivation with you, day and night, and we will never be apart. Yi Tian's. My goodness, even the production team's donkey wouldn't dare to be used like this, right? Han Ruoyun asked again expectantly, among the 9 fiancés, am I the first one to know the secret that you are a cultivator? Okay. Yi Tian's nodded affirmatively. This was indeed the first time he had said it. He. Han Ruoyun smiled proudly, a happy blush appeared on his face, and his cute feet moved rhythmically. She was the first one to know about it, which meant that she was very important in Yi Tian's heart, and it also showed that he trusted her. Looking at Yi Tian's profile, the more I look at him, the more handsome he becomes, and the more I like him. She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes full of emotion. Ugh! If he wasn't busy refining the elixir. I really have the urge to go up and kill him right there. Chapter 520. The level is loose. Yi Tian's had no idea what Han Ruoyun was thinking. At this moment, all his attention was focused on alchemy. After the flame temperature in the alchemy furnace reached a suitable level, Yi Tian's grabbed the first herb and put it into the alchemy furnace. While concentrating his mind, he mobilized the spiritual power in his body and slowly injected it into the alchemy furnace through his hands. His spiritual power was like a thin thread, entwining the herbs and starting the initial refining process. With the infusion of spiritual power, the herbs gradually melted in the alchemy furnace, releasing traces of pure medicinal power. Yi Tian's concentrated on controlling the output of his spiritual power and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Because if you are not careful, the medicinal properties of the herbs may be unbalanced or lost. Although Han Ruoyun didn't quite understand it, he was deeply shocked. Is this the power of a cultivator? How incredible! After Yi Tian's finished extracting the first herb, he immediately put in the second and third herbs. Although Yi Tian's has never refined pills since leaving the fallen city. But these processes are literally ingrained in our genes, and there's no need to adapt in advance. After Yi Tian's had finished extracting all the herbs, the alchemy furnace was filled with rich medicinal essence. Yi Tian's took a deep breath and prepared to enter the fusion stage of the pill. Combine. Yi Tian's pinched his fingers with both hands, and more spiritual power poured into the alchemy furnace like a tide. Under the influence of spiritual power, the essence of the medicine began to blend and condense. The entire lid of the brown alchemy furnace was shaking slightly, making a vibrating sound. Not only that. During the fusion process, slight crackling sounds were heard from time to time in the alchemy furnace, as if the medicinal forces were colliding in fusion with each other. Suddenly. Bang. With a loud bang, the lid of the alchemy furnace soared into the sky. As the rich aroma spread instantly, a look of joy appeared on Yi Tian's face. It's done. The light gradually faded. Yi Tian's went to the alchemy furnace and took a look. In the center of the alchemy furnace, there were 5 round, plump and crystal clear pills lying quietly. There were some runes flowing on the surface of the pill, emitting a little spiritual fluctuation. This is exactly the detoxification pill refined by Yi Tian's. After taking it, it can truly detoxify all kinds of toxins, especially for the stubborn toxins remaining in the body after taking prohibited drugs. Unfortunately, this furnace is only between ordinary and spiritual grades, and is not a true spiritual grade furnace. Otherwise, the detoxification pills it refines would be of better quality. Yi Tian sighed softly. In fact, it is not just a detoxifying pill. Including what he said before, that he could refine a pill to help Zhong Tao become a powerful god of war. In fact, he just wanted to refine a pill called Metamorphosis Pill. After taking it, ordinary martial artists can transform their bodies and enter the body refining stage in one go, which naturally corresponds to the martial artist's god of war realm. Of course. In addition to requiring relatively precious and rare herbs, this kind of metamorphosis pill also requires an alchemy furnace of at least ordinary grade. His master gave him a lot of these alchemy furnaces when he was in the Fallen City. Unfortunately, they are extremely rare outside, so we can only wait until the Shinmen conference in a few days to get one back. Is this done? Han Ruoyun trotted over and looked at the 5 detoxification pills with curiosity on his face. Then he asked, "Hey, can you make a beauty pill?" Yi Tiance nodded. "This is not difficult, the herbs needed are relatively common. If you like, I will refine a few for you when I have time." He. It would be even better if there was a breast enlargement pill. I want one too. Yi Tiance couldn't help but be stunned. Your E-cup breasts are already excellent, right? Why do you want to continue enlarging your breasts? Han Ruoyun raised his chin and threw a seductive glance. What's wrong with an E-cup? Don't you want to see what the legendary F, or even the rarer G, feels like? Hiss. Yi Tiance's eyes lit up. Don't say it yet. Just thinking about it, it's worth looking forward to. Okay, I'll think about how to refine it when I have time later. Yi Tiance put away the 5 detoxification pills, cleaned the alchemy furnace briefly, and put it back into the storage room of the villa. After finishing everything, Yi Tiance took a shower and sat on the bed to meditate. After all, alchemy consumes a lot of physical and spiritual energy, so it needs to be adjusted. He formed seals with his hands and began to breathe in and out to absorb spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in nature is thin, but under Yi Tiance's call, it slowly gathers towards him. A trace of cool spiritual energy flowed into his body through his mouth and nose, like a sweet rain welcoming the long dry land. Time passed quietly, and Yi Tiance was still immersed in breathing. The spiritual energy around him became increasingly dense, forming a small vortex. His breathing gradually became steady and long, and the spiritual power in his body recovered rapidly. Alas! I have to say that I have been staying at home in the Xiao family for the past 3 years, wasting a lot of time now. My cultivation strength has stagnated. If master comes back one day, I'm afraid he will be furious. Yi Tiance felt emotional inwardly. At the same time, he sped up his breathing, and after the spiritual power in his body was restored, he wanted to try again to break through the shackles of the great perfection of qi refining. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body and practiced the Xianyuan 7 stars mental method at the same time. This mental method was taught to him by his master at that time. According to him, this mental method is the most special one even among cultivators, and it has many benefits. After years of practice, Yi Tiance did not feel any benefits, but the special features were very obvious. The special point is that it is very difficult to practice, and each breakthrough is more difficult and is accompanied by great pain. So much so that Yi Tiance even suspected that the old man had deliberately used this method to trick him. Follow the mind method. Yi Tiance could feel that the spiritual energy in his body was like a surging wave, constantly impacting the level leading to the next realm. Every impact brought a sharp pain, but Yi Tiance gritted his teeth and did not retreat. After all, at this stage, he has tried countless times and failed countless times. He has been through many battles and is full of experience. His body began to tremble slightly and his skin turned red. The meridians swelled due to the excessive spiritual energy, as if they would burst at any time. At this time, the spiritual energy in the body suddenly gathered into a powerful torrent, rushing towards the checkpoint. Boom! All I saw was the level where countless bombardments had failed. This time there were signs of slight loosening. I wiped it. And it came loose? Yi Tiance was delighted and did not dare to pause at all. Continue to mobilize the spiritual power in your body and keep impacting that level. Once. Twice. 3 times. In this way, he continued to attack for more than an hour, until all the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted. Call. Yi Tiance was lying on the bed, gasping for breath. Although that level of barrier has been further loosened. But it will take some time before the distance is completely broken. But this has made Yi Tiance very excited. But what exactly caused the breakthrough checkpoint to be loosened tonight? Yi Tiance murmured in thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he suddenly thought of something. Shit! Could it be? Chapter 521 The Big Bad Wolf and the Little Lamb. The reason why Yi Tiance was so surprised was that he suspected that his cultivation level had loosened, which was most likely caused by the relationship he had with Lu Yinji in the Lu family basement a few hours ago. Apart from this, he really couldn't think of any other reason. This suspicion is not groundless. You should know that the power of yin and yang is one of the most basic forces in the universe. The dual cultivation of men and women can actually achieve the fusion and complementarity of yin and yang energies, allowing practitioners to achieve an inner balance and harmony, thereby stimulating potential and improving strength. Moreover, during this process, the physical contact and breath exchange between the two parties may stimulate some meridians and acupoints that are usually difficult to reach, thereby opening up these hidden channels and further enhancing the possibility of cultivation. Besides, I have an extremely yang body. The yang energy in my body is abundant and difficult to suppress on a daily basis to some extent. This also causes difficulties in each breakthrough. And Lu Yinji's body released all the yang energy, and her mind reached an unprecedented tranquility, which really laid the foundation for the loosening of the barrier. Yi Tiance smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that the realm of cultivation that he had been obsessed with for so long would loosen in this way. It was quite outrageous. But in the letter that Master left me, he clearly reminded me that I must not have any relationship with Lu Yinji, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. But judging from the current situation, it seems that I have gained a lot of benefits. Could it be that Master's reminder was wrong, or is there another reason? When I think of this, Yi Tiance couldn't help but feel even more conflicted about Lu Yinji's attitude. From a standpoint, the two sides are definitely not friends, but rather enemies or opponents, but because of these two outrageously embarrassing experiences, they took each other's first blood. This resulted in Yi Tiance being unable to deal with Lu Yinji like he treated other enemies. Not to mention that this woman might be one of the keys to improving his cultivation? Ugh! What should we do? Squeak! At this moment, the bedroom door was pushed open. Han Ruoyan walked in after taking a shower and changing his clothes. Her wet long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a fresh fragrance. She was wearing a sexy black lace nightgown, the thin fabric vaguely outlining her graceful curves. Her exaggerated E-cup looked even more spectacular against her pajamas, trembling slightly with her steps. Although he had seen it many times, Yi Tiance's attention was still instantly attracted. My God, this is simply a work of art created by God. There was a hint of charm and shyness in Han Ruoyan's eyes. She bit her lips lightly and walked to sit next to Yi Tiance. She asked in a delicate voice, "Why is there so much sweat on your forehead? I will wipe it for you." She took out a tissue from the bedside table and gently wiped the sweat off Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance looked at the arm with skin as white as snow, which was shining charmingly under the light, and the E-cup also trembled as the arm swung. So cute! Yi Tiance replied, "I just consumed a lot of energy while refining the elixir. I'm a little tired, but it's nothing serious. I just need to rest for a while." Hear the words. Han Ruoyan curled his lips in disappointment. Oh. So that's it. I was thinking of rewarding you tonight after all. This is a rare opportunity for us to be alone at home. What a great opportunity. As a result, you are physically tired, and I certainly can't bear to see you get even more tired, so forget it tonight. You should have a good rest first, and I will go back to my room to sleep. Han Ruoyan was about to get up and leave, but Yi Tiance pulled him into his arms. The heroine screamed, and before she could react, she fell into Yi Tiance's strong arms. Ouch, what are you doing? Han Ruoyan asked angrily. A blush instantly appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with surprise and shyness. A wicked smile appeared on Yi Tiance's lips. Who are you looking down on? Although refining the elixir is a little tiring, I can still afford the rewards of going a little deeper. Besides, didn't you always say that you wanted to be the first of the 9 fiancés? Yi Tian's arms were strong and firm, holding Han Ruoyun firmly in his arms. Although he had consumed a lot of energy in the basement with Lu Yinji a few hours ago, the spiritual energy he had just inhaled had greatly replenished it, and he was still young and full of energy. Naturally, interest quickly arose. Han Ruoyun's heartbeat quickened rapidly. She could clearly hear the other's strong and rapid heartbeat, which intertwined with her own heartbeat to create an ambiguous melody. There may be some nervousness or a little subconscious fear. She struggled slightly. His voice trembled as he said, "How about let's just forget it, how about we do it another day?" How could a big bad wolf like Yi Tian's let go of the little sheep that came to him voluntarily? He gently pulled the shoulder strap of Han Ruoyun's pajamas, and said in a magnetic and powerful voice, "Don't be nervous, I will be gentler later if you are not in a good state, tell me at any time." Han Ruoyun nodded shyly, The next second. The atmosphere in the room became more and more charming, and each other's body temperature was transmitted to each other, as if to ignite the surrounding air. A great battle that both sides have been looking forward to for a long time. That's how it started. Jiangnan City, Lu's Manor. The second floor of the villa where Lu Yinji lives. The bathroom door was open, and the heat inside had not yet completely dissipated. In the bedroom, Lu Yinji sat on the edge of the bed, letting the water droplets slide down her skin and drip onto the white sheets, leaving a small wet spot. She was wearing a loose black nightgown, her hair was wet and hung on her shoulders, and her eyes were looking ahead with a blank look. At this moment, her body was trembling slightly, which was a manifestation of the anger surging in her heart but having nowhere to vent. Memories came flooding back like a tide, those unbearable scenes kept flashing in her mind, each scene was like a sharp blade, piercing her soul fiercely. Especially afterwards, Yi Tian smoked and threw a 1 yuan coin to her. It even ruthlessly tore apart her last bit of dignity. Beast! Bastard! Shameless! She bit her lower lip so hard that it turned pale. It seems that only in this way can I suppress the pain and anger that is about to burst out from my heart. Tears welled up in my eyes, but stubbornly refused to fall. There is a photo on the bedside table. In the photo, she is calm and cool, and next to her stands a tall and handsome man with deep eyes. The man's eyes were full of tenderness and pampering, while her eyes were full of happiness and attachment. "Qingdi, I'm sorry. I'm a bitch and I'm not worthy of you. But I promise that I will kill that beast and apologize to you in the end." Lu Yinji clenched the bed sheet tightly with both hands, and her knuckles turned white from the force. She cursed Yi Tian's over and over again in her heart. The grievances were like surging waves, hitting her heart wave after wave, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Jingle bell. Just then, her cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. The name displayed on it turned out to be Tong Guxiu. Chapter 522, Queen? The early morning sunlight shines through the thin curtains, casting patches of light on the big bed. Han Ruoyun woke up slowly. She moved slightly and felt sore all over. The madness and sweetness of last night flooded into her mind like a tide, instantly flushing her cheeks. It was my first time to go through more than 2 hours of hard work, and I was somewhat overwhelmed. But afterwards I felt unprecedented satisfaction. She turned her head slightly and looked at Yi Tian, who was still sleeping beside her. His face looked particularly handsome in the sunlight. His long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under his eyelids, and his quiet sleeping face was somewhat childish. Han Ruoyun couldn't help but stretch out his hand and gently trace his outline, his heart filled with tenderness and happiness. The moment she completely gave herself to Yi Tian, she secretly swore a vow. In this life, she only belongs to Yi Tian, and no matter what happens in the future, we will never be separated. At this time, Yi Tian's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were a little confused at first, but the moment he saw Han Ruoyun, they were filled with tenderness and smiles. Morning. Yi Tian's voice was hoarse in the morning, but particularly sexy. Han Ruoyun smiled shyly. Morning. Yi Tian asked softly, "Does it still hurt?" Han Ruoyun gently moved her long, beautiful legs. He couldn't help but hiss. She frowned and nodded, still a little bit. Yi Tiance gently embraced Han Ruoyun in his arms. Place a kiss on her forehead. I'm sorry, but it hurts the first time, but it's more familiar the second time. It will be better next time. Han Ruoyun pretended to be coquettish and said, Humph. Who wants to have another time with you? You big pervert, you only know how to trick people into saying it doesn't hurt at all. Although he said this, there was still happiness flowing in his eyes. She had a very clear feeling that after what happened last night, the distance between them was obviously closer. In this way, I would be the first among all my fiancés to try it out. Just based on this point, whether it is Xiao Pingtan, Rome Miju, or other fiancés, they will be left behind. There is still a great chance that I will become the queen in the future. Thinking of this, I feel even more proud and happy. She slowly got off the bed. She said, take a rest, I'll go downstairs and make breakfast for you. Yi Tiance reminded, don't torment your body anymore, let me go downstairs. Han Ruoyun shook her head and said, how can that be possible? As the saying goes, men are responsible for the outside world and women are responsible for the inside world. This kind of household affairs should be left to me. Besides, I like you, so I am willing to make breakfast for you, right? Although it hurts a little, it is far less than when I have my period, don't worry. Having said that, he hummed a little tune and walked out of the bedroom, going downstairs to do some work. Yi Tiance sat up, leaned against the head of the bed, and smiled foolishly. Thinking back to the 3 years he had been in the Xiao family, Xiao Qingchang had never taken the initiative to cook for him, let alone been so considerate. She always had a cold expression on his face, as if she owed him several lives. Compared with Han Ruoyun, there is a world of difference. But in the final analysis, I have to thank that stupid woman Xiao Qingchang. If she hadn't filed for divorce, how could I have lived such a comfortable and pleasant life? After sighing, Yi Tiance sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. On the one hand, a day's plan begins in the morning, and practicing in the morning will achieve twice the result with half the effort. On the other hand, I experienced a dual cultivation last night, which gave me a good opportunity to verify whether this thing can help to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. Buzz. Yi Tiance mobilized the spiritual power in his body and continuously attacked the slightly loosened barrier. Waves of severe pain spread along the meridians to all parts of the body. A shock. 2 shocks. 3 shocks. After more than a dozen attacks, a layer of sweat had already appeared on Yi Tiance's forehead, and more than half of the spiritual energy in his body had been consumed. It turned out that the state of that level did not loosen further, and it was exactly the same as when I practiced last night. Yi Tiance opened his eyes and frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, dual cultivation will help improve one's cultivation. After all, there was an improvement last night. Is it because I didn't have enough time with Han Ruoyun? Or is it because my posture is wrong? It doesn't make sense. Yi Tiance was puzzled. In my mind, I kept comparing the details of what happened to Lu Yenji and the details of what happened to Han Ruoyun. Suddenly a bold idea came to my mind. Could it be that this method of improving strength can only be used with Lu Yenji? Being with Han Ruoyun can only experience physical happiness and joy, and it won't help improve my cultivation at all? The reason why Yi Tiance thought of this was not groundless. Because he suddenly remembered something. That is to say, dual cultivation by cultivators can improve their strength, but there is a key prerequisite, that is, both parties are cultivators. It is obvious that Han Ruoyun is not a cultivator. As for Lu Yenji, although Yi Tiance did not discover her identity as a cultivator, but this woman's body is obviously special. Whether she can't feel pain or won't be poisoned, these are not characteristics of ordinary people. Perhaps the key point lies in the special nature of her body. After realizing this, Yi Tiance sighed helplessly. If that's the case, then I'm screwed. Do I have to torture that woman every time I see her in the future so that she can help me completely break through this level of shackles? But the master seriously warned and reminded him that he must never have any relationship with Lu Yenji. And now, at this point, I seem to be going further and further down the wrong path. Ugh. In the end, how to do? At this time, Han Ruoyun's voice was heard downstairs. You big pervert. It's time to eat. Coming. Yi Tian stopped thinking about it and simply put on his clothes and went downstairs. Han Ruoyun's breakfast is simple, noodles boiled in clear soup and 2 fried eggs. The taste was pretty good, and Yi Tian ate 2 full bowls. Han Ruoyun asked, "What are your plans for today?" Yi Tian said, "I will go to the hospital first and give Zhong Tao one of the detoxification pills I made last night, and then go to Fingrong Group. There have been a lot of things going on there recently. Rong Meiyan stayed at the company last night and didn't come back. I wanted to go over and see if there was anything I could do to help." Oh. Han Ruoyu nodded. Okay, then you should go over earlier. I can't delay your business. Yi Tian asked jokingly, "Then you are not jealous?" Han Ruoyun snorted complacently. Why should I be jealous? As the first one among so many fiancés to completely win you over, I am already far ahead, okay? Besides, I have big breasts, so my heart should be even bigger, right? As long as you promise me that you will not associate with that stupid woman Xiao Qingcheng, especially that bad woman Lu Yanji, I will not care no matter what. Ha? Why is your forehead suddenly sweating? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 523. Be serious. Is the Reese there? Yi Tian raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, feeling a little guilty. After all, Han Ruoyan still knew nothing about what happened between him and Lu Yanji yesterday. What's more, if the improvement of my cultivation has nothing to do with Lu Yanji, then it seems a bit difficult to say that I will have no contact with her in the future. Han Ruoyun blinked his big watery eyes. He continued, "Are you sure you're okay?" "It's okay, he. Yi Tian smiled calmly. Ahem, I'm going to go out and do my work now. You take care of yourself at home." Han Ruoyun nodded obediently. Yeah. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief and stood up to leave. He first drove to Jiangnan City First People's Hospital and gave the detoxification pill to Zhong Tao. Wu Xingye has already used the black jade ointment on Zhong Tao. It is expected that all meridians and bones in the body will be fully recovered in no more than 5 days. After taking detoxification pills to remove the remaining toxins in his body, he will have a long way to go on the road of martial arts in the future. After chatting with Zhong Tao for a while, Yi Tian drove to Fingrong Group. Went straight to Rong Meiyan's office. Opened the door. Yi Tian saw at a glance that Rong Meiyan was sitting in front of the computer behind the desk, devoting herself to her work. Her delicate face was full of concentration at the moment, her long, smooth hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and a pencil was cleverly inserted in her hair, adding a bit of casualness and unrestrainedness to her. She usually loves Cheongsam, but now she is wearing a slim professional suit. The black suit jacket is matched with a white shirt, and the black miniskirt shows off her elegant figure perfectly. And those legs, wrapped in black stockings, the delicate texture outlines the perfect lines of the legs, exuding charming charm. The high heels on her feet swayed gently with her rhythm, and the occasional collision between the heels and the ground made a slight sound. The sexy and cute feet are sometimes hidden and sometimes exposed, which makes them look particularly attractive. This woman is so attractive no matter when you look at her. Yi Tian walked straight up to Rong Meiyan. She asked softly, "What are you busy with? You didn't go home all night yesterday?" Rong Meiyan took her hands off the keyboard and stretched. She glanced at Yi Tian with a charming look. "I'm busy with the group's plan. We're about to start cooperation with Tianlong Group on the second phase of the project. With such a big contract, we naturally have to hurry up. You don't have to ruin your body like this. If you keep working overtime like this, you'll end up with problems." Rong Meiyan winked playfully and said, "It's okay, I'm used to it. Besides, aren't you a miracle doctor? If anything goes wrong, I'll just leave it to you." Yi Tian. Boy, what kind of a crooked excuse is that? Rong Meiyan put her arms around Yi Tian's neck. She said, "There's another reason why I didn't go back last night. That's because I didn't want to delay your and Han Ruoyun's wonderful time together." What? Yi Tian pretended to be stupid and asked, "What do you mean? I don't understand." Rong Mei Yen had an expression that showed she understood everything. She smiled charmingly. What else could it mean? You came back this time to explain the misunderstanding to Han Ruoyan, and divorce that stupid woman Xiao Qingcheng. I believe that Busty Girl will not be able to control herself and will leave everything to you. How can she be embarrassed to be a lightbulb in such a crucial matter? Yi Tian smiled bitterly, somewhat embarrassedly. So you know all this? It's just a small matter, there's no way you can hide it from others, right? Rong Mei Yen suddenly narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. Staring at Yi Tian's with an expectant and curious look, he asked, Hey! Tell me, how long did you spend doing this last night? Did you enjoy it? What? Yi Tian's was stunned again. Then he pretended to be serious and said, This is an office, a very serious occasion. As the president of the company, can you please not discuss such unhealthy topics? Don't be too relaxed, be serious. Rong Meiyan bit her lower lip lightly, raised her right foot and put it into Yi Tian's trouser leg, sliding it up and down gently. Yi Tian immediately felt the warm and smooth touch. Especially the special material of stockings, when rubbing against the skin, the feeling is even more difficult to describe. There is a lot of charm in her eyes. She asked softly, Let me ask you again, do you like it serious or relaxing? Cough cough. Yi Tian's coughed awkwardly. I could only nod and say, Relax a little, it's not the right thing to be tense, hee. You look so mean. Rong Meiyan snorted with a hint of pride, then withdrew her feet and put her high heels back on. Then he said in a serious tone, Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore, I want to ask you something serious. Her entire demeanor and aura returned to her original capable and mature queen style. What is your relationship with Tianlong Group? Yi Tian's eyes trembled slightly. The other party's question was somewhat unexpected. However, he revealed his identity at Xiao Hongming's birthday party last time, so this secret naturally cannot be kept secret for long. Of course, he has no intention of hiding it now. He answered truthfully, I had someone set up the Tianlong Group, I am the big shot behind the group. After hearing the affirmative answer, Rong Meiyan's pupils trembled slightly. Really? She smiled complicatedly and said, Back then, I asked you to be my partner, and even thought of using money to support you. As a result, you are the actual helmsman of Tianlong Group, a big boss with a market value of hundreds of billions in terms of assets alone. You seem to be not much inferior to the 4 major families in the provincial capital. Now that I think about it, when he said he would support you, it was really just a show of hands-on and a disgrace to himself. Yi Tian smiled bitterly and said, What kind of twisted theory are you talking about? He is just the actual controller of the Tianlong Group. This identity is not that important. This is not him bragging. The actual controller of Tianlong Group is the most inconspicuous one among his many identities. What is a market value of hundreds of billions? The money in his supreme black card alone is worth 1 trillion. Rong Meiyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ever since I've been following you, you've always brought me surprises, and I've become more and more curious about you. Especially after learning that you are the actual controller of Tianlong Group, I realized that everything about the bidding chamber and the struggle with the Ji family was planned by you, which made others worry for a long time. Yi Tian gently stroked Rong Meiyan's hair. I don't want to give you a surprise. Rong Meiyan nodded with a slight satisfaction, then lifted her black silk legs and placed them on the desk. Putting on a charming and expectant look, she bit her lip and asked, I hardly had any rest last night, and my legs and feet are sore from sitting. Do you want to help rub them? Chapter 524 Dry. Faced with Rong Meiyan's request, Yi Tian naturally would not refuse. He slowly squatted down and gently held Rong Meiyan's ankles with both hands. The black stockings feel delicate and slightly cool to the touch. You have to know that now, except for the last step, the two of them have had other intimate contacts. Therefore, when it comes to this kind of massage, Yi Tian naturally wouldn't be as easily drawn into wild thoughts as he had been in the past when he was an inexperienced person. His movements were gentle and careful. He first warmed her skin with the warmth of his palms, and then began to apply just the right amount of force with his fingers, massaging slowly from her ankles upwards. As he moved, Rong Meiyan's brows gradually relaxed, and her originally tightly pursed lips also slightly relaxed, and she gently exhaled a breath of orchid-sweet fragrance. Very comfortable. Yi Tian's moved his fingers slowly along the lines of her calves through the thin black stockings. He could feel the elasticity of her skin and the tightness of her muscles. Every press was accompanied by a slight hum from Rong Meiyan. The sound contained both the endurance due to pain and the comfort of gradual relaxation. Rong Meiyan secretly glanced at Yi Tian's, focused and tender. She couldn't help but blush on her cheeks. This man looks so handsome when he is focused. The black stockings on her legs wrinkled slightly in Yi Tian's hands, and the wrinkles were like fine ripples, gleaming with a subtle luster in the light and shadow. Yi Tian's eyes inadvertently fell on the slender calves wrapped in black stockings, and a ripple appeared in his heart, but it was soon replaced by concern for her. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The only sounds in the office were the sound of Yi Tian's hands pressing and Rong Meiyan's gradually steady breathing. In this brief and quiet moment, there is a kind of tacit understanding and ambiguity between the two that does not require words. But at this moment, squeak! The office door was suddenly pushed open. Following. It was Ah Ching's abrupt voice, "Miss, I have already obtained the information you requested." She was halfway through her words when she saw Yi Tian's giving Rong Meiyan a massage. You have to know that Rong Meiyan's legs were lifted up and placed on the desk, and Yi Tian's happened to be standing opposite her, so from Ah Ching's perspective, the actions of both parties seemed very strange. Especially at this time, Rong Meiyan's hair was a little messy, and the humming sound she couldn't help making during the massage made it easier for people to think of something wrong. Then the next second, Ah Ching couldn't help but blurt out, "Miss, how can the two of you do this in the office?" At the same time, Yi Tian's and Rong Meiyan also immediately realized what was going on. Yi Tian's quickly stepped aside. Rong Meiyan put down her legs, put on her high heels again, and simply tidied her clothes. Regain your former confidence and composure. Ah Ching, don't get me wrong, I just asked Mr. Yi to help me with a massage, and it relieved a lot. Although it is true. But for some reason, Rong Meiyan had a strange feeling of guilt. It was as if someone had been caught doing something bad, and the blush on her cheeks never faded. Ah Ching, who noticed this detail, naturally did not believe what Rong Meiyan said. In her opinion, Yi Tian's couldn't wait to come to the company early in the morning and broke into Rong Meiyan's office. He must have forced the young lady to do bad things for him. Damn the lower man. She first closed the office door. He scolded Yi Tian's, "Our young lady worked overtime all night without a rest, and you come here to bully her. Even if she is your fiancée, you can't force her to do this for you, right? Besides, this is in the office. What if the employees outside see us? What will they think?" Yi Tian's acted as if he didn't care. "Meiyan is my woman, I can do whatever I want, why do you have to control me? On the contrary, you didn't even knock before coming in. Do you have any sense of courtesy? What would other employees think if they saw you?" Ah Ching. I rub? After all this talk, you're actually turning the tables, right? Shameless. She was not convinced and said, "I can apologize for not knocking on the door, but this is not a reason for you to bully the young lady. I understand that the young lady is beautiful and has a good figure, but can't you restrain yourself a little?" Yi Tian's joked, "You are right, your daughter is so beautiful and has a great figure, so I can't control myself. If it were someone like you, with a small flat chest, you would not have any thoughts even if you abstained from sex for 10 years. Swish. Ah Ching's eyes widened immediately. "You shameless bastard, who are you calling dry? I'm going to make you pay." Ah Ching, who had a rather impatient temper, was instantly defeated. "Just dodge and rush over." He raised his knee and struck Yi Tian straight between his legs. "Fuck, you tiger bitch, are you serious about this?" Yi Tian's pupils shrank and he grabbed Ah Ching's knee. "I'm just kidding you, is that serious?" Ah Ching gritted his teeth and said, As for that. Watch out." Her right hand formed into a claw, another monkey stealing peach move. Yi Tiance frowned and said, "Little girl, are you serious? Looks like you're really going to suffer today." He grabbed Ah Ching's wrist easily. Then he twisted it and pushed it down, pressing her directly onto Rong Meiyan's desk. Without waiting for Ah Ching to react, Yi Tiance had already lifted up her skirt. A slap in the face. Snapped. A crisp slap. Ah Ching's whole body suddenly froze, his expression frozen. After a few seconds, she realized it belatedly and said in disbelief, You actually dared to hit me?" At this moment, her little face turned red with embarrassment and shame, and tears almost came out. She didn't expect Yi Tiance to be so shameless and attack that place. The key point is that it happened in front of the lady. Yi Tiance said coldly, "What's wrong with hitting you? Who told you to start it first? If you don't obey me, I will slap you a few more times today." "Humph. You also know my strength. If I increase my strength a little, I can make you feel uneasy for at least 3 days. Do you want to try it?" "You. Shame on you." Ah Cheng stared with her almond-shaped eyes, biting her lips, looking like she was about to cry. Rong Meiyan smiled bitterly at Yi Tiance and said, "Don't tease Ah Ching, she is a little girl, after all she still has to be polite." Yi Tiance curled his lips. "I thought this little guy was more ferocious than many men when it came to fighting. How can she look like a little girl?" But since Rong Meiyan has spoken, naturally he had to give some face. "Put Ah Ching's skirt down." He took back his hand and said calmly, "For Meiyan's sake, I will let you go for now. If you attack me again in the future, don't blame me for using more cruel means to deal with you." Ah Ching bit her lip and stared at Yi Tiance with an unwilling look on her face. But in the end he could only snort coldly. "Turn your head away." Jingle bell. At this time, Rong Meiyan's cell phone rang. She answers the phone. When she heard what was said on the other end of the phone, her face instantly turned ugly. He raised his head and said to Yi Tiance seriously, "Something happened." Chapter 525 Official Tune. Seeing Rong Meiyan's serious expression, Yi Tiance knew she was not joking. So he asked, "What happened?" Rong Meiyan said, "I just received a call. The second phase of the project entrusted by Tianlong Group to Fingrong Group was stopped by officials. They said there was a problem with the development procedures." "Okay?" Yi Tiance frowned. The procedures used by Tianlong Group to purchase the land were reasonable, and it was also reasonable and normal to contract it to Fingrong Group for development. Why did the problem suddenly occur for no reason? Yi Tiance's intuition told him that this matter was a little unusual. Rong Meiyan said, "I'm going to go there now." Yi Tiance said, "Then I will go with you." Without wasting any time, they headed straight for the construction site. Half an hour later, Yi Tiance and 2 others arrived at the construction site. The lively scene of roaring machines and busy workers disappeared, replaced by a dead silence. Yi Tiance glanced. I saw a group of officials in uniform standing there, looking arrogant and indifferent. Their figures blocked the construction passage. The workers gathered in groups of 3 or 5, watching the scene helplessly, with tools in their hands hanging to the ground and anxiety and confusion written all over their faces. When the construction site manager saw Yi Tiance and his team coming, he quickly stepped forward to greet them. He said anxiously, "Director Rong, as you can see, just an hour ago, these officials suddenly showed up with documents to stop our construction. No matter how I explained, it was useless. They also said that if we continue to work, the site will be sealed off and our group will be held legally responsible." Rong Meiyan nodded and said, "I see, I'll go over and ask." Rong Meiyan came up to the official personnel. In a dignified manner, he asked, "Comrades, what's going on? Why is construction suddenly not allowed?" One of the leading team leaders, with his hands in his pockets, he said expressionlessly, "We have been notified that there are unresolved issues with the construction of this land and the procedures are not in compliance. Construction must be stopped until all issues are clarified." Rong Meiyan explained, "Could there be a mistake? All our procedures are complete, and the construction is carried out strictly according to the plan. How can there be any unresolved issues?" However, the other party was not moved at all. He simply repeated, this is an order from our superiors, we are just following it. Ah Ching couldn't stand the other party's arrogant attitude. What's your attitude? All our construction procedures are in compliance with the regulations, but you just stopped it without giving any explanation. Isn't this an abuse of power? Hear the words. There was a cold flash in the team leader's eyes. But the old-fashioned rhetoric remains. Comrade, we have never abused our power, we have always served the people. As for whether the construction process is compliant, it is not up to us to decide, we are just the executors, please cooperate. Ah Cheng was so angry that his face looked ugly. You know, she hates dealing with official people the most. He is always arrogant, cold, and knows nothing. It's just crazy. But at this moment, a black Rolls-Royce stopped. I saw a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses jogging over. Meet this person. This caused a lot of discussion among people around. Oh my God, isn't this Lord Zhao Hailong? I didn't expect that this matter would alarm him. With Lord Long here, I believe the officials will not make it difficult. Yes, after all, Lord Long is known as the King of Jiangnan. He has a lot of connections in the Jiangnan city government. No matter what misunderstanding there is, he can explain it clearly. Zhao Hailong walked up to Yi Tiance. He lowered his voice and said, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry I'm late, I'll leave this matter to my subordinates. That's right. After Yi Tiance left Fingrong Group, he sent a message to Zhao Hailong. The latter naturally rushed over as soon as possible. Zhao Hailong walked up to several staff members. When the team leader saw Zhao Hailong appear, his attitude changed drastically. With a slightly flattering and respectful attitude, he smiled and said, Lord Long. What brings you here? Zhao Hailong asked, I want to know what went wrong with our group's commercial land that caused you to stop construction? You need to give us a clear explanation. This one. The team leader was a little hesitant. He said with a troubled look on his face, Master Long, we can't give you an accurate answer as to where the problem lies. To be honest, we did receive orders from above to come here to carry out the mission, and we know nothing else. Very good. Zhao Hailong snorted coldly. He continued, then tell me, who gave you the order? I'll go find him. Isn't this not good? The team leader smiled bitterly with an embarrassed look on his face. Zhao Hailong said with a serious expression, what's wrong with this? Since the government has asked us to stop the construction, we should handle it in an impartial manner. Otherwise, every day our group's project is delayed, we will lose at least tens of millions if you don't explain clearly. Will you compensate us? This. The team leader's expression became even more difficult. He was just a small section chief, with an annual salary of only 200,000 yuan. Even if some gray income was included, it was only around 1 million. Tens of millions of losses every day. Even if I sell them, I can't afford the compensation. However, facing the oppressive feeling from Zhao Hailong, he couldn't refute it. How can this be done? But just then, in the distance, several black luxury cars drove arrogantly and stopped at the entrance of the construction site. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man who was a little fat walked out of the car arrogantly. Following behind him were a few fat, big-eared, and powerful men. After this group of people appeared, the team leader and his followers hurried over and said respectfully and flatteringly, Director Gua, you are here. Hello, Director Gua. Director Gua, please be careful with your steps, the road is uneven. Yi Tiance glanced at the middle-aged man with great official authority. Ask Rong Meiyan, who is this person? Rong Meiyan replied, Guo Likun is the head of the Jiangnan City Land and Resources Bureau. I met him once before when I went to a meeting in the city. He is fully responsible for the planning and development of all commercial land in Jiangnan City. Guo Likun walked straight up to Zhao Hailong. He had a bulging belly. He said in an official tone, Boss Zhao, don't be angry, tell me if you have anything to say as the parent official of Jiangnan City. As long as I can serve the people and solve problems for you entrepreneurs, I will do my best. Zhao Hailong said, Director Gua, I want to know what went wrong with the procedures for this commercial land, causing the construction to be stopped? Hear the words. A leader behind Guo Likun said with a straight face, the planning of this piece of land needs to be readjusted. The process of bidding for this commercial land was not in compliance with regulations. Therefore, we are notifying you on behalf of the authorities that this piece of land will be taken back to the authorities immediately. Chapter 526 Kill the Rats. What? Zhao Hailong's expression changed slightly. You should know that this piece of land was originally favored by Yi Tiance, and later he asked Tianlong Group to pay to buy it from the government, spending a total of 50 billion. All processes and procedures are reasonable and compliant. Then suddenly I was notified that it had to be taken back. Isn't that nonsense? Boom. Zhao Hailong released a wave of pressure from a superior. Director Guo, what does it mean to take back this commercial land? Guo Likun smiled and tried to smooth things over. Haha, Mr. Zhao, don't get excited. There may be a misunderstanding here. Let me ask first. He turned and asked the big-bellied leader behind him. Deputy Director Huang, you just said that the process was not in compliance with regulations. What was not in compliance with regulations? The man named Deputy Director Huang handed over a document. Director Guo, this is the latest document issued by the province. It says that the purchase price of this commercial land is significantly lower than the market average, so the approval process for this land is deemed to be non-compliant. It must be forcibly taken back and the planning must be reprocessed. There is nothing I can do. After hearing this, Guo Likun said with a look of regret, alas. Mr. Zhao, you heard it too. It's not that I don't want to help with this matter. It's really a document issued by the province. We can only follow it. Ha ha. After hearing this answer, Zhao Hailong's face was gloomy and uncertain. Rong Meiyan also frowned. How could a piece of commercial land in Jiangnan City be investigated by the provincial government for no reason? The reason why the Tianlong Group bought this piece of land at a low price was because the place was full of evil spirits and there were frequent reports of ghost stories, so no company in the market was willing to take over. In the end, it was bought by Tianlong Group, which greatly relieved the financial pressure on the Jiangnan municipal government. In other words, to some extent, it was the Tianlong Group that helped the Jiangnan municipal government. As a result, after the Feng Shui ghost problem was solved, the authorities suddenly came out and regretted it. Naturally, it is hard to convince the public. Guo Likun still puts on the appearance of a good old official. Boss Xiao, this is something neither of us wants to see happen. In order to make up for the loss, we can return the 50 billion yuan that Tianlong Group originally invested to you, at least to ensure that you don't lose money. Zhao Hailong said with a firm look, we have completed the first phase of the project. We invested billions in the construction, but the government only compensated us for the original 50 billion. Can you still call this a good deal? Guo Likun smiled innocently and said, then this matter is not something I can handle. We are just following orders and there is nothing we can do to help you. Talking. He gave a look to the officials under his command. Officials began posting stop work notices everywhere. And remind the workers to leave here from now on. This commercial land belongs to the government again and no further construction is allowed. See this. Zhao Hailong's face turned pale. Thinking about the past few years in Jiangnan City, he was known as the king of Jiangnan and always had a position where he could call the shots. In the past, whenever Guo Likun saw him, he would flatter and fawn on him. As a result, today's attitude is to obey insincerely and to seize power by force with an official attitude. There must be something shady behind this. Just when he was about to have an attack. Snapped. He was tapped lightly on the shoulder. Turning around, I saw Yi Tiance walking towards me. Yi Tiance said calmly, don't get excited yet, I'll talk to them. Okay. Guo Likun looked Yi Tiance up and down. It was a completely unfamiliar face, and his clothes were ordinary too. You are? Yi Tiance introduced calmly, I am Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance? Guo Likun raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had heard of it somewhere, yet it seemed very unfamiliar. If you can't remember, just stop thinking about it. With a big belly, he acted like a big shot in the government and said, if you have anything to say, hurry up and tell me. We have a meeting here later. Yi Tiance said calmly, what I want to say is that you'd better not take back this commercial land, otherwise, you may not be able to afford the final price. Hear the words. Guo Likun, Deputy Director Huang, and others behind him looked at each other. The next second, I couldn't help but burst into sarcastic laughter. Ha ha ha. How hilarious. This kid has such a righteous attitude. Does he really think he's an important person? Guo Likun put his hands behind his back. He raised his chin slightly and said, "Young man, we are acting on behalf of the government, so how can we not bear the cost? But you should do what you should do and don't delay us from performing our duties and serving the people, otherwise, it will be you who cannot bear the cost." In this regard, a sneer appeared on Yi Tian's lips. If you are an official and don't serve the people, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. You good-for-nothings like you have the nerve to say you serve the people? In your eyes, do the people still exist? Boom. This sentence is like a thunderclap. The faces of the official personnel present at the scene instantly turned ugly. A little further away, many workers and ordinary people watching were talking and expressing their feelings. Fuck. This kid really dares to speak the truth. I've heard of this director Guo before. He does all kinds of bad things, such as taking bribes, keeping mistresses, etc. He's always up to no good. What is this? Deputy Director Huang behind him is said to have raped underage girls. The family members have made a fuss many times, but it was always suppressed. Alas! He is simply a beast. So, even a parasite like this has the nerve to say he's acting for the people. If this gets out, aren't they afraid of being laughed at by others? That being said, those who confront the authorities head-on will probably end up in trouble. As predicted, Yi Tian's words angered Guo Likun and others. Guo Likun's face immediately darkened. He has always been out and about, and has an official background to back him up. People outside are very respectful to him, fearing that they might say something wrong. As a result, this guy named Yi Tian's actually used his ultimate skill right in front of him. Naturally, I can't accept it. Look, Deputy Director Huang behind Guo Likun felt that his chance to flatter him had come. He just took a step forward. Pointing at Yi Tian's, he shouted, "You are so bold. You dare to speak rudely to Director Guo. I order you to apologize immediately, otherwise your slander and offense against the authorities will be unforgivable. Don't forget, if you are accused of a crime these days, 3 generations of your family will be ruined, so you must think it through carefully." Facing the threat from Deputy Director Huang, Yi Tian shook his head in disappointment and said with emotion, "The rats in the government warehouse are as big as buckets, and they won't run away even when people open the warehouse. The soldiers have no food and the people are hungry, so who sends them to the emperor's mouth every morning?" Deputy Director Huang frowned, and immediately realized that the other party was mocking their shameless greed. A fire of anger was instantly ignited. He shouted, "Someone, come here. This kid is disrupting public affairs. Arrest him. I want to see if he can stand up again later." Yes. Several staff members immediately stepped forward and tried to capture Yi Tian's and control him. As a result, Yi Tian's figure flashed and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Deputy Director Huang. Yi Tian said coldly, "Today I just want to kill rats for the people of Jiangnan City." The words fell. Then came his slap. Chapter 527, Inferior People? Snapped. Although the slap was not very strong, it still made Deputy Director Huang fly 3 or 4 meters away and finally fall heavily to the ground. His nostrils and mouth were bleeding. Ouch. It hurt so much. Ouch. Deputy Director Huang rolled back and forth on the ground, holding his cheek. His bulging belly rose and fell like a big ball. Very funny. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. Oh my god, this young man actually dares to hit an official? Oh my god. Deputy Director Huang has been working in the Jiangnan city government for so many years, he has connections all over the place. To attack him is simply to go against the authorities. That being said, I think this beastly rat should be severely punished. That's right, he usually takes advantage of the people's wealth and abuses his power. If this kind of person were in Zhu Yuanzhang's time, he would have been skinned alive long ago. Most of the workers and ordinary people naturally applauded. Rong Meiyan, Zhao Hailong, and Ah Qing all changed their expressions. I didn't expect that Yi Tiance would actually take direct action against Deputy Director Huang. Although they all knew that Yi Tiance was highly skilled and powerful. But in the past, they had to deal with business families like the Ji family and the Jing family. No matter how influential they were still civilian forces in the final analysis. As long as you are strong enough, you can suppress the opponent. On the other hand, Deputy Director Huang. Although he may be just a deputy director in terms of position, there are more people with this level of status than the turtles in the lake in Jiangnan City. But the point is, he represents the entire Jiangnan City government. To put it in a broader sense, it can be the Tiannan province government, or even the entire Longhua government. You must know that in all dynasties, there has been no good consequences for taking action against official personnel. After all, no matter how strong one's personal ability is, can it be stronger than the state apparatus? That's why there is a long-standing saying that the people should not fight with the officials, and the businessmen should not fight with the officials. Rong Meiyan reminded in a low voice. Don't be impulsive if you attack officials, it will be very disadvantageous to you if it causes negative impact. Yi Tiance said indifferently, I kill rats purely to do good for the people. It is a completely positive deed. How can there be any negative impact? Besides, he is just a small deputy director, let alone beating him. What would happen even if he was killed? He wasn't just bragging. After all, as the young lord of the fallen city, he has the highest level of execution power and is not restricted. Among the prisoners executed in the fallen city, the lowest ranking ones were provincial level officials. Each of them is a small department level leader. You don't even have the qualifications to enter the fallen city. Yi Tiance's behavior naturally made the official personnel headed by Guo Likun unable to sit still. On the one hand, someone immediately helped Deputy Director Huang up, and on the other hand, someone shouted at Yi Tiance. You are such a bold and unruly person. You actually beat up our leader. You are finished. Preventing officials from doing their job is against the government. You are breaking the law, don't you know that? If you know what's best for you, squat down and follow us, otherwise, we will make you realize how powerful the official iron fist is. Deputy Director Huang even broke down his defense and commanded his men. He shouted in a stern voice, what the hell are you all standing there for? Teach this daring villain a lesson. Yes. After receiving the order, his men immediately rushed towards Yi Tiance. Since you bunch of rubbish have come to me on your own initiative, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Tiance stood there, motionless, and was not polite at all. Bang bang bang. One slap for each person. These fat and bloated guys were all slapped to the ground, groaning in pain. After all, they usually rely on their status to bully others. On the surface he seems to be doing well, but in private he is always drinking. They eat and drink all the time, and their physical fitness is no longer as good as that of ordinary people. Therefore, after being slapped down, he couldn't even stand up. At the scene, only Guo Likun and Deputy Director Huang were still standing there, completely stunned. Yi Tiance took a step forward and walked towards the two of them. Deputy Director Huang covered his cheek, shocked and terrified. But more of it was the anger of being slapped in the face. He pointed at Yi Tiance. Boy, you have guts. I will make you pay a heavy price for your actions today. I will use all my power to make your life a living hell. I will even make you and your family and friends implicated, put you in jail, and never stand up again. Yi Tiance said coldly. You want us to go to jail? Just because of your words? Which law stipulates this? Deputy Director Huang said grimly and proudly, Don't you know that the so-called right to interpret the provisions of the law lies in our hands? If I say you are guilty, then you are guilty. Don't be unconvinced. It was destined that you were an inferior person under our jurisdiction from the very beginning. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the surrounding people and workers turned grim. See? In the eyes of those in power, we are just dispensable inferiors. Fuck it, when we are needed, they say workers are the most glorious, when we are not needed, they say we are a burden to society. Fuck it. We worked so hard to build society, but in the end, it was all given to this kind of rubbish. What kind of world is this? Alas. Even though his words are hard to hear, it is the truth. Who lets him have the power? You can't afford to offend him. Deputy Director Huang thought that this threat and the truth would make Yi Tian's give up. In the end, he still underestimated Yi Tian's courage. There was a cold light flashing in Yi Tian's eyes. He murmured, inferior people, huh? Then I want to see how hard a kick from an inferior person you can withstand, you stupid pig. The words fell. He has already kicked Deputy Director Huang in the stomach. Bang. This kick goes down. Deputy Director Huang, whose body was as big as a ball, flew backwards. Call out. His body rolled on the ground for more than 10 times and finally stopped when he hit a pile of earth. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. 1/3 of the bones in my body were broken and I couldn't even stand up. Ah. It hurts. It hurts so much. Because of the severe pain, he became incontinent and his urine and feces flowed out uncontrollably. The whole person leaned there like a newly castrated pig. This scene. Everyone who sees this feels their scalp tingling. It would be bad enough to attack the official leaders, but they were so cruel. This kind of thing is simply unheard of and unimaginable in real life. Guo Likun's body was shaking uncontrollably. Looking at Yi Tian's eyes, he felt frightened and terrified. Just when he felt that Yi Tian's would be the next person to take action, he would be the next one to take action. Awu. Far away. The sirens sounded. Chapter 528 Abnormal Guo Likun. The moment I heard the sirens, Guo Likun and others seemed to have found a life-saving straw. That's great. The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau are here. When this guy just started to act, I called the police. Luckily, we caught him in time. Someone from the Law Enforcement Department is coming over here. Let's see how he can still act so arrogantly. 5 police cars stopped and several law enforcement officers got out. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face and an intimidating look. Guo Likun walked over immediately. He said respectfully, Director Wang, you are finally here. If you were a little later, my colleagues in the department would have been beaten to death by that bold and unruly citizen. The man in front of me is the director of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau. Although they both hold the title of director, he is still one step behind in terms of power and status. Wang Guoqiang frowned. Is it really that serious? Guo Likun nodded quickly. That's right. That daring and unruly citizen relied on his kung fu skills to openly resist the power of the authorities. His crime is unforgivable. You must make the decision for us and maintain the dignity of the authorities. Yes. Leave this matter to our law enforcement bureau. We will not let any lawbreaker go. Wang Guoqiang led his law enforcement team members and walked straight over when they saw Deputy Director Huang, who had been beaten and could not stand up. His face couldn't help but darken. He had worked in the law enforcement bureau for so many years, and he had never seen anyone who dared to beat an official leader like this. How audacious! He shouted, whoever beat up the staff of the Land and Resources Bureau, stand up immediately. Then he saw a familiar figure slowly turning around. Deputy Director Wang, long time no see. Mr. Yi? Wang Guoqiang's eyes widened instantly. He didn't expect that the person who had a conflict with the Land and Resources Bureau today was Yi Tian's. You know, the two had met many times before. Whether at the Lin family or investigating the truth behind Diao Yele's death, Yi Tian's left a deep impression on him. I know how terrifying this young man is. One of his deputies was unaware of this. Instead, he scolded Yi Tian's, how dare you? What Deputy Director Wang? It should be Director Wang. You even got the title wrong, and you're still trying to win over someone and get close to him? Unexpectedly, Wang Guoqiang immediately scolded him, shut up. Go away. The deputy was so stunned by the scolding. You have to know that within the system, all leaders attach great importance to their titles. It is a big taboo if someone calls a leader by the wrong title. Just a few days ago, Wang Guoqiang was promoted from deputy director to director. Normally, she would be upset if this kid called her the wrong name, so why did she get angry with him? Although I am confused and puzzled. But he still stepped aside obediently. Wang Guoqiang glared at his deputy with disappointment. He thought that the reason why he was promoted to a full-time position was because the previous missions were all related to Yi Tian's, which was why Lin Wanda promoted him to a higher position. To some extent, he also borrowed Yi Tian's help. Therefore, after meeting Yi Tian's, he immediately retracted his intimidating aura and instead walked quickly forward. He greeted Yi Tian's with a smile. Mr. Yi, long time no see, you look more and more impressive. Ga. Saw this scene. Guo Likun and other official people's eyes almost popped out of their heads, with expressions of disbelief. Fuck, who is this guy? Even Director Wang of the Law Enforcement Bureau respects him so much? Oh no. No. Why do I have such a bad feeling? How could these two know each other? And Director Wang has always been upright and honest. Logically speaking, even if they knew each other, he wouldn't show this attitude in public. Not only them, but also the ordinary people and workers who were watching were all surprised. Wang Guoqiang glanced to the other side again. I saw Zhao Hailong and Rong Meiyan. He subconsciously nodded to the two of them. I was horrified in my heart. Good guy. Even these two big shots are here? If that is the case, why would Guo Likun be so bold as to offend them? Is there another hidden story behind this incident? Just then, Guo Likun came over with an unhappy look on his face. Director Wang. This guy beat up a colleague in our department and seriously injured Deputy Director Huang. This is against the law. Why don't you have him arrested? At this moment, Guo Likun was in an extremely bad mood. His subordinates were beaten in public, which was tantamount to a slap in the face of the Land and Resources Bureau. I had been expecting Director Wang to make the decision. It turns out that Director Wang and the guy opposite actually knew each other. If it was just an ordinary matter, he might have turned a blind eye. But we must not let Yi Tian's go today. That's why he stood up and urged Wang Guoqiang. Faced with the urging, Wang Guoqiang frowned slightly. He lowered his voice to Guo Likun and said, Director Guo, I suggest that we consult Mayor Lin on this matter. What do you think? Guo Likun was puzzled and asked, what does this have to do with Mayor Lin? Why are we asking him for instructions? Wang Guoqiang hesitated. He whispered, to be honest, this Mr. Yi is actually a guest of honor of the head of Lin City, and he has done a great favor to the Lin family. Do you understand what I mean? Ga. Guo Likun's eyelids twitched immediately. His whole expression became very strange. The benefactor of the Lin family? Mr. Yi, could it be that he is the Yi Tian's who caused a lot of trouble some time ago? At this moment he finally reacted. No wonder I felt the name Yi Tian's was a little familiar. This is what feelings are like. After all, this young man's deeds some time ago were well known in Jiangnan City. Wang Guoqiang nodded and said, yes, he is Yi Tian's, so I remind you to think it over before deciding what to do. He believed that what he said went to this extent. Guo Likun should be able to understand the importance of the matter and give up. As a result, a hint of ferocity suddenly flashed in Guo Likun's eyes. He said loudly and seriously, Director Wang, we are all officials, we must enforce the law impartially and not tolerate personal feelings. No matter what the identity and background of Mr. Yi you are talking about is, or who his benefactor is, it is wrong. Since it is illegal, your law enforcement bureau should arrest Yi Tian's according to the law. Isn't it? Wow. Wang Guoqiang's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Guo Likun to say such a thing. You don't even give face to Mayor Lin? You have to know that this guy used to be very timid and fearful. He was always cautious in the government, for fear of offending the big boss. Especially a top leader like Mayor Lin, when he sees him, he is like a mouse seeing a cat. Why is he behaving so abnormally today? Is it? Guo reminded again, Director Wang, in front of so many people, do you want to commit corruption for personal gain or enforce the law impartially? Please give me an accurate answer, huh? Chapter 529, Let Me Catch Yi Tiance? Guo words made Wang Guoqiang's face change again. Anyone who has worked in the system for many years will understand one thing, that is, officials must learn to blend in with the world. Based on his understanding of Guo, this principle should be very clear to him. But at this moment, it showed an extremely abnormal side. It seems that he is selfless and wants to enforce the law impartially. In fact, they are exaggerating the matter and deliberately putting him on the fire. It can even be said that they are putting Mayor Lin on the fire. What is this guy's purpose? Even the capital of Lin City doesn't care? He didn't say anything when he saw Wang Guoqiang. Guo continued to be aggressive. Director Wang, have you forgotten the mission entrusted to you by the people? You don't even dare to arrest someone like Yi Tiance who breaks the law and discipline? Wang Guoqiang said calmly, Director Guo, please don't misunderstand me. I don't have the authority to arrest Mr. Yi. Guo frowned. Director Wang, as the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, you actually said that you have no authority to arrest people. Are you sure you are not deliberately covering up for them? Wang Guoqiang shook his head and said, I have no intention of shielding him. Mr. Yi is actually a martial artist according to Dragon Country's laws. The Law Enforcement Bureau does not have the authority to arrest martial artists. Only the Martial Arts Action Team has this authority. You should be clear about this, right? This. Guo was stunned. Dragon Country does have such a law. How shameless that such crucial information was omitted. Guo gritted his teeth and said, since you people from the Law Enforcement Bureau can't do anything about it, I'll call the Martial Arts Action Team to arrest them. You didn't expect that I have connections there, right? Humph. I just don't believe that a mere Yi Tiance can really be so lawless. Just do it. He took out his cell phone and made a call. It was given to Zhang Chen, the leader of Jiangnan City's martial arts action group. After a while, the call was connected. Guo immediately became anxious and flattering. Captain Zhang, do you still remember me? I'm Guo from the Land and Resources Bureau. I had the honor of meeting him once during the last meeting. There was a lazy and impatient voice coming from the other side. Oh. It's Director Guo. What's the matter with the sudden call? After confirming that Zhang Chen remembered him, a hint of excitement and pride appeared in Guo eyes. Just now, when we were carrying out our mission, we were blocked by a martial artist. He not only knocked down my staff, but also severely injured Deputy Director Huang. It is absurd to say that they do not respect the authorities and even have the tendency to endanger the people. Gui is really powerless and can only contact you, Captain, to bring people here and bring this man to justice immediately. Hear the words. Zhang Chen immediately said seriously, this is outrageous. No matter who you are, in the territory of Jiangnan City, you have to lie down like a tiger or coil up like a dragon. Otherwise, you are not taking our martial arts action team seriously. Guo quickly flattered him, as expected of Captain Zhang, you are truly heroic and selfless. As long as you are in Jiangnan City, no powerful martial artists will be allowed to exist. Zhang Chen asked, tell me your address and the name of the martial artist, and I will go and take care of him right away. Guo replied, we are in the commercial land of the original Tada Industrial Park. As for the name of the cultivator, it is Yi Tiance. Fuck. What? Yi Tiance? What Guo didn't expect was that after hearing the name Yi Tiance, Zhang Chen on the other end of the phone immediately exclaimed. Faintly, one could hear a crash coming from over there, as if something had fallen to the ground and shattered. This is indeed the case with Yi Tiance. Zhang Chen fell off the chair and onto the ground, sweat pouring down his back. He was very familiar with the name Yi Tiance. The last time this guy was caught by the martial arts action team, he went on a killing spree, killing Deputy Captain Du Song and seriously injuring Captain Pan Woyuan. He saw that scene with his own eyes while hiding far away. The point is that Su Changwei, deputy leader of the Tianan Province Martial Arts Action Group, had a close relationship with this man. Not only did she not pursue the matter, but she became furious and interrogated Pan Wuyuan. After learning about this relationship, how could Zheng Chen dare to offend Yi Tiance? Instead, he even went out of his way to flatter Yi Tiance. It was Yi Tiance who got rid of Pan Wuyuan in Dusong, allowing him to get a big advantage and become the head of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Action Group. After all, he still has to thank Yi Tiance. Guo Likun didn't know this. Instead, he asked in confusion, "Captain Zhang, what's going on over there? When will you bring people over to capture Yi Tiance? I can't wait any longer." As a result, Zheng Chen immediately shouted angrily, "You fucking black bastard! If you want to die, jump off the building or take poison. You can do anything, but don't take me with you. Damn it! Don't tell me we know each other when you go out. If I find out you said even a word, I'll make you pay." After saying this, Zheng Chen hung up the phone. Guo Likun was left standing there, still in a state of confusion. How could this be? Why are you scolding me for no reason? In his impression, the Martial Arts Action Group is an official organization that specifically manages martial artists and is the existence that martial artists fear the most. But after hearing Yi Tiance's name, Zheng Chen showed great fear? Could it be that Yi Tiance has another terrifying background that I don't know about? Thinking of this, Guo Likun felt a little unwell. And this time, Yi Tiance didn't speak for a long time. He said calmly, "Mr. Guo, you've been jumping up and down here for a long time. What else do you have to say now? I'm standing here, waiting for you to take me away. Come on." Ha! This. Guo Likun's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Neither the Law Enforcement Bureau nor the Martial Arts Action Team are qualified to arrest Yi Tiance, so what qualifications does he have? If I had known this guy had an identity, I would have been more careful with everything I said and not been so aggressive. But this time the mission must be completed, otherwise there is no way to explain it. Just when he was standing there awkwardly, with a troubled expression on his face. Buzz. His phone vibrated with a text message. When he picked up the phone and read the content of the notification tone, a cunning and cold look flashed in his eyes. "Keep your cell phone with you," he explained in an official tone. "We are just carrying out the mission from above. After all, it was issued by the province. If we don't complete it today, we won't be able to hand in the job. Even if you kill me, the result will be the same." "Oh? Do you really think I dare not kill you?" Yi Tiance's pupils shrank and murderous intent was released. Guo Likun was trembling, but he was still holding on. At this time, Wang Guoqiang quickly tried to dissuade him. "Mr. Yi, don't act rashly. Killing Director Guo may be a small matter, but the subsequent impact is a big deal. Be careful, be careful." Chapter 530. If you lose, you will become a concubine. Knights_stay. Seeing Yi Tiance did not respond, Wang Guoqian lowered his voice and continued, "This Guo Likun is very abnormal today. I suspect he is just a pawn, and he seems to be forcing you to take action. I suspect that once you take action, you might be in a passive position." Yi Tiance nodded slightly. Indeed, the contrast between Guo Likun's appearance and his attitude just now is obviously problematic. To put it bluntly, this kind of person is just a puppet who was pushed out to do things. The talent behind him is more important. Killing him would not reveal the manipulator behind the scenes, and would not have much meaning. Instead, we would fall into someone else's trap. In this case, it is better to play the long game and wait and see what happens. He said to Guo Likun calmly, "Since you want to get through, I'll give you this chance. Go back and tell your master behind you that since you've decided to make things difficult for me, Yi Tiance, then have fun. Let's wait and see." Done. He turned and left, accompanied by Rong Meiyan, A Qing, Zhao Hailong, and others. Wang Guoqiang breathed a sigh of relief and left with the members of his law enforcement team. However, after getting in the car, he immediately called Lin Wanda. Guo Likun was left holding his cell phone tightly and snorting coldly. "Ha ha. Keep playing? Just wait and see? Then Guo wants to see who will be the final winner of this game." Yi Tiance and others returned to Villa number 1 of Zijin Heavenly Palace. Yi Tiance sat on the sofa in the middle, and Rong Meiyan sat beside him with elegant movements. Qing sat on the single sofa on the left. Only Zhao Hailong, standing in the middle of the living room, looked a little embarrassed. Rong Meiyan saw this scene. Although she already knew the relationship between Zhao Hailong and Yi Tiance, she still found it incredible when she thought about it now. After all, Zhao Hailong, who is known as the king of Jiangnan, is top-notch in terms of business ability and courage. Even in the provincial capital, he is a well-known figure. But he was so restrained in front of Yi Tiance. If outsiders saw this scene, it would be hard to imagine. Yi Tiance said to Zhao Hailong, "No need to stand, come and sit down." He pointed to the armchair on the right. Yes. Zhao Hailong nodded obediently and sat down on the sofa carefully. Yi Tiance asked several people, "What do you think about today's incident?" Rong Meiyan analyzed. Guo Likun said very clearly that this time the task was assigned by the province, and judging from the fact that he was not afraid of Mayor Lin's status, it is obvious that there is a strong official force behind him, otherwise he would never have the courage to do this. Zhao Hailong also nodded and said, "Ms. Rong is right. And I suspect that the recovery of commercial land may just be an appetizer, and there may be a deeper conspiracy brewing behind it." Just after he said this, Qing's cell phone suddenly rang and he answered the call. When she heard what was said on the other end of the phone, her thin little face turned pale in an instant. "Miss, this is bad. Just now, people from the Jiangnan City Industrial and Commercial Bureau came to our company and pointed out many violations of business regulations. Now they want to temporarily close down the company's operations. As for when it will resume, there is no exact time." What? This news made Rong Meiyan's face change slightly. Fengrong Group's operations have always been compliant and legal. Why would it be targeted and sealed up by the Industry and Commerce Bureau out of the blue? This is so abnormal. At the same time, Zhao Hailong's cell phone text message alert sounded. When he saw the content of the text message, his expression couldn't help but darken. "Mr. Yi, just now, many official departments in Jiangnan City suddenly entered the Tianlong Group and said they wanted to investigate financial operations and other related matters. Many projects of the group had to be suspended." This. Oh. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. It seems that the suspension of construction on commercial land is just an appetizer. Rong Meiyan frowned. The official departments of Jiangnan City have launched an investigation into our two groups in a short period of time. It is obvious that someone is behind this. It is not just Guo Likun's personal idea, but a widespread layout. This is not a good sign. After all, these days, no matter how powerful a business empire is, once it is targeted and suppressed by the authorities, there will be no good consequences. At the very least, you will lose money, and at worst, you will lose your life. Qing said angrily, "These people are too presumptuous. We can't just sit there and wait for death, we must find a way." At this time, Rong Meiyan glanced at the message on her phone, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Just now, the Jiangnan City government announced that starting today, Lin Wanda will be transferred out of Jiangnan City and will no longer serve as the mayor of Jiangnan City. Instead, he will go to the provincial capital to serve as the deputy mayor. What? Zhao Hailong was stunned. Then I immediately realized what was going on. No wonder these official departments launched attacks at the same time today, especially Guo Likun, who remained unmoved after hearing Mayor Lin's name. It turns out that they learned the news in advance, so they have no worries. Rong Meiyan nodded and said, "Although there is a saying in the officialdom that people get cold feet when they leave, it is not reasonable for these people to start making trouble just after Mayor Lin was transferred. Unless..." Yi Tiance took over the conversation and said calmly, "Unless someone with more power than Mayor Lin gave them an order, they have no choice but to do this, right?" Rong Meiyan and Zhao Hailong looked at each other and nodded. By now, this is the only possibility. Qing looked at Yi Tiance with a calm expression. He frowned and said, "Hey. It's urgent, why don't you seem to be in a hurry at all?" Yi Tiance smiled faintly. "It's just a small matter, what's the rush?" Hearing this, Cheng became even more anxious. My goodness, is this something a human being can say? These are two major companies, Fingrong Group and Tianlong Group. If left alone, the final result will definitely be bankruptcy, and you still call it a small matter? The most important thing is that until now, we don't even know the true identity of the manipulator behind the scenes. Yi Tian smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, there will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain, and the boat will always be straight when it reaches the bridge. No matter who is the manipulator behind the scenes, I will make him pay an unimaginable price." Humph. Qing curled her lips. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "Just brag, if you can really do it, you can ask others to do anything." At this time, Han Ruoyun's dissatisfied voice was heard upstairs. "Ha ha. If our little Susu can really do it, are you sure you can do anything?" Qing raised her head and looked at Han Ruoyun on the second floor. Naturally, he refused to admit defeat and said, "I keep my word, of course there is no problem." A smile appeared on Han Ruoyun's lips. "If you lose this time, you will be our little Sesei's maid from now on. How do you think?" Chapter 531, Job Title. A maidservant? Qing was stunned for a moment, and a blush immediately appeared on her face. She knew what a maidservant meant. The so-called Tongfang maid refers to a maid who was nominally married to the man's family along with the mistress in the old days. The word Tongfang means that her bedroom is connected to the master's bedroom so that she can serve her master at any time, including at night. On the one hand, they have to serve as the right-hand man of the hostess and help manage household affairs. On the other hand, when the male master's wives and concubines are not convenient to have sex, the maidservants can have sex with the master on their behalf to meet the male master's physiological needs, or take on the responsibility of continuing the family line if the female master is unable to give birth. Even when the male master was having sex with his wives and concubines, the maidservants would usually be there to serve them. However, the modern world is not the old society. Although she was Rong Meiyan's little follower, but asking her to be a maid was still. Seeing Qing hesitate, Han Ruoyun said sarcastically, "What's the matter? Are you too scared to gamble? Forget it, let's just pretend that this incident never happened." Qing also has a stubborn temper. He said stubbornly, Who's scared? Just gamble, what's the big deal, humph?" Han Ruoyun smiled faintly. "Just remember what you said." When Rong Meiyan saw the two of them making a bet, she could only smile bitterly and didn't take the matter to heart. She asked Yi Tian, "What do we need to do next?" Yi Tian said calmly, "Just wait and see what happens, wait for the opponent to play their cards first, and then play with them." Rong Meiyan naturally has great trust in Yi Tian. "Yes. I will contact the company right now to maintain stability and cooperate with the official investigation." Zhao Hailong also expressed his willingness to follow suit. Jiangnan City, the General Administration Building. This is the headquarters of the official office building of Gangnam City. In the largest conference hall, a meeting had just ended. Guo Likun was getting ready to go out with his big belly, and he looked refreshed and proud. Because just now, at the meeting, the newly appointed mayor, Wang Guiyuan, announced a further investigation into the Tianlong Group and Fingrong Group. No detail should be missed. At the same time, it was announced that the law enforcement director Wang Guoqiang was suspected of violating regulations and discipline and was taken away for investigation, and his position would be temporarily taken over by someone else. Guo Likun snorted complacently. Director Wang, in this area these days, learning to stand in line is more important than anything else. It's a pity that you are too stupid to even understand this. You insist on speaking for Yi Tian and the others. You are asking for trouble. A male secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over quickly. Director Guo, Mayor Wang is looking for you. Follow me. Good. Good. Guo Likun followed his secretary and walked quickly to the mayor's office. Originally this office belonged to Lin Wanda, but now it has been replaced by a new owner, Wang Guiyuan. The interior decoration and furnishings have been completely renewed compared with the previous simplicity, it is now much more luxurious. In the office, a middle-aged man sat on a leather sofa. He was fat, with a round belly that bulged forward, as if it was hiding a huge watermelon. The expensive custom-made suit was stretched so tight on him that the buttons seemed like they would burst at any moment. He was severely bald, and his sparse hair barely covered his shiny scalp. This person is none other than the new mayor of Jiangnan City, Wang Guiyuan. Originally a deputy in the provincial capital's organization department, he suddenly became the top leader of Jiangnan City, and his promotion speed was like riding a rocket. In fact, he has another identity, that is, he graduated from the same university as Guo Likun and is considered Guo Likun's senior. Wang Guiyuan casually placed one hand on the armrest, tapping it lightly with his fingers. On the desk in front of him was a set of exquisite tea sets, and the pot was filled with extremely precious tea leaves. After Guo Likun entered the office, his face was full of smiles and his waist was bent almost parallel to the ground. The voice was filled with flattering humility and said, "Senior Wang, are you looking for me?" Wang Guiyuan raised his eyelids lazily. Guo Likun walked quickly to the table, picked up the teapot, and carefully refilled Wang Guiyuan's tea. His movements were so gentle as if he was treating the most precious treasure in the world. "Senior Wang, when I was in college, I met you several times in the student union at that time. I discovered your excellent leadership skills. You will definitely become a great man in the future. Now that we meet again, what you just said at the meeting is even more impressive. I worship you." Wang Guiyuan raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Guo Likun. He said with some dissatisfaction, "When working, call it by position." "What?" Guo Likun was so frightened that his body trembled. Lian said nervously, "Yes." "Wang Zaiwa?" "No, it's Senior Wang." At this moment, cold sweat broke out on his back. "I originally wanted to flatter someone and get close to him, but ended up making a huge fool of myself. So embarrassing." Wang Guiyuan snorted softly. "Do you know why I called you here?" Guo Likun shook his head blankly. Wang Guiyuan took a sip of tea. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Today, you were able to withstand such great pressure on the construction site and finally seal up the commercial land. Your courage and ability are rare. Well done." Hearing this praise, Guo Likun breathed a sigh of relief. All of this is due to your foresight as a leader. Your wisdom is like the bright stars that illuminate my path forward. I am just your executor." The reason why he dared to confront Yi Tiance, Zhao Hailong, Rong Meiyan and others on the construction site today was because of that. All his confidence came from the support of the leaders of the Provincial Resources Bureau, and Wang Guiyuan also gave them a heads up in advance. Therefore, knowing that Yi Tiance was a guest of honor in the Lin family and was still feared by Zhang Chen of the Martial Arts Action Group, he received a text message confirming the news that Wang Guiyuan would take office. "I became even more determined to go ahead and do it just to leave a good impression on the new leader." Flattering Guo Likun. Wang Guiyuan showed a barely perceptible smug look, still without saying a word, but just picked up the teacup and took another sip. Guo Likun's eyes rolled. He asked carefully, "Mayor Wang, do you have anything else to say?" Wang Guiyuan looked at Guo Likun, seemingly showing no emotion. "How long have you been in this position in the Department of Land and Resources?" Guo Likun answered truthfully, "It has been 5 years." Wang Guiyuan said, "I've read your previous resume, and it's pretty good in every aspect. Normally, you should be promoted after 2 to 3 years, but you've been in this position for 5 years. Do you have any difficulties?" It's okay, he. Guo Likun laughed dryly with a bitter expression. The reason why his position has not changed in these 5 years is precisely because of the pressure from Lin Wanda. Let alone promotion these years, I should be thankful that I was not fired. Wang Guiyuan suddenly smiled and asked, "If I give you a chance now to move up a position, such as becoming a decision-making member of the Jiangnan City leadership team, would you be interested in giving it a try?" Chapter 532. Are you hiding something from me? Hear the words. Guo Likun's face suddenly brightened with joy. He knew that a great opportunity had come to him, and nodded quickly. "Thank you, Mayor Wang, for your appreciation. I am very interested in the opportunity you mentioned. Could you please let me know?" Wang Guiyuan took a sip of tea. He said earnestly, "Kun, although we are officials, we want to serve the people and do things impartially. But as the saying goes, politics without humanity is short-lived. For example, you and I graduated from the same school after all. Of course, as a senior, I have to think about you, but there are some things you have to learn to do." Kun quickly expressed his position. "Mayor Wang, just tell me what you want as long as I can do it, I will do my best and will not hesitate to die." "Ha ha." Wang Guiyuan smiled and said, "It's not necessary for you to die." He gave a look to the male secretary wearing glasses. The latter understood what he meant and took out a document from his briefcase and placed it in front of Kun. The latter picked up the document and quickly glanced through it, then his expression became surprised and strange. The file content is simple. That is the commercial land that was taken back from the Tianlong Group and was transferred and sold again. The seller has been determined, and it is the Xiao Group in Jiangnan City, in the hands of Xiao Qingcheng. Not only that, the transfer and selling price was only 10 billion. And it is executed immediately. Wang Guiyuan noticed Kun's expression. "Are you having trouble?" "Yay." Kun hesitated and nodded. He said seriously, "Mayor Wang, this commercial land was once ignored due to rumors of ghosts, and it was acquired by Tianlong Group at a cost of 50 billion. Since entrusting Fingrong Group to undertake the development, all the so-called haunted rumors have disappeared, and the first phase of demolition work has been completed. Today, the lowest estimated market value of this piece of commercial land is over 100 billion, making it extremely popular. If this is sold at 10 billion, wouldn't it be a huge loss for the government? If it gets out, it will cause a lot of negative public opinion." Although he had done many things that abused his power in this position, they were all very covert and low-key. So we have been safe these years and no evidence has been revealed. However, the matter mentioned by Wang Guiyuan at this time was too big. Once something happens, it won't be as simple as spending the rest of your life in jail. You might even be shot to death. Wang Guiyuan drank tea and leaned back on the sofa. He asked with a smile, "According to what you mean, if this commercial land is sold normally for 100 billion, you will get a lot of benefits?" This. Kun smiled awkwardly and said cautiously, "Maybe there will be a little benefit." Wang Guiyuan said, "There are no outsiders here. How much benefit will it bring if we just speak directly?" Kun hesitated, raised a finger and said, "About 1,000 million. He did not lie being able to participate in a project of this scale in a prefecture-level city, and finally getting this amount of money was already a lot. After all, he is not the only one in charge of all the links, there are many colleagues who also want to get a piece of the pie." Hear the words. Wang Guiyuan held up a palm and said, "If you can complete the task well this time, you will get this number in the end." 5,000? Kun widened his eyes and said excitedly. Wang Guiyuan shook his head and said with a smile, "It's 5 million. Boom. After hearing this number, Kun almost jumped up. "My jaw is about to drop. Leader, what you said is true?" Wang Guiyuan puffed out his ball-shaped belly. "Do you think I'm kidding you?" "No, not like that." He. Kun swallowed nervously, still in a state of shock. 5 billion. This level of profit was something he had never dared to imagine before. But it is also clear that the higher the return, the greater the risk. So I still seem a little hesitant. Wang Guiyuan said earnestly, "Kun, why do we work so hard to climb up in this industry? In the final analysis, isn't it just to make some money, for yourself, for your family and future generations? 5 million is too much to spend in a lifetime. Besides, I am above you, and there are even more powerful people supporting me behind me. Even if something goes wrong, the sky won't fall." Kun clenched his fists. "Finally, take a deep breath." He nodded seriously and said, "Mayor Wang, your words are like enlightenment. I know what to do now and I will definitely satisfy you." Wang Guiyuan patted his shoulder with satisfaction. "Ha, you have a pretty good understanding. Just do it boldly. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. If there are any obstacles in Jiangnan City, I will clear them for you." "Well, thank you, leader." Guo Likun suddenly remembered something. He whispered, "Leader, there is something that may be a little troublesome. This time we forcibly reclaimed the commercial land of Tianlong Group, and we officially have to return the 50 billion yuan they invested in the purchase. Now the money has already been spent by the government, and the price of reselling it is only 10 billion. It seems that we cannot afford the difference." A hint of coldness appeared in Wang Guoyuan's small eyes. "It won't be long before the Tianlong Group no longer exists in Jiangnan City. Who are you going to return the 50 billion to?" Guo Likun's pupils shrank. He caught a glimpse of the hidden cruelty in the other's eyes. "I couldn't help but shudder in my heart. Is this a power struggle? It's really terrible." He nodded nervously and said, I understand. I will go and complete the task you assigned me as soon as possible." Guo Likun cautiously left the office. Wang Guoyuan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the office with her big belly. "Look out over the entire city." He sneered proudly, "Yi Tiance, Rong Meiyan, Zhao Hailong, Han Tianzhong, Zhang Xiaohu, every one of you will not be able to escape this time." Xiao Group, in the president's office. Xiao Qingqing sat in the office chair, staring at the computer. Assistant Sun placed a document on the table. Asked, "Mr. Xiao, are you worried about something?" "Huh? No. Xiao Qingqing shook her head and replied, but she still looked a little absent-minded. Ever since the day when Yi Tiance brought Han Ruoyan into the Xiao family looking for his grandfather Xiao Hongming, she has been uneasy for the past 2 days. In fact, she was also worried about where her grandfather had gone and what he had done. But every time Lu Yenji was asked, she kept silent. She didn't have the courage to ask any more questions. Furthermore, she felt more and more that her relationship with Yi Tiance was becoming more and more distant, so distant that it seemed like they were strangers. And she didn't know if it was an illusion or something, but she always felt that there seemed to be something hidden between Yi Tiance and Lu Yenji. At this time, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Then she saw a familiar figure walking in. It was Lu Yenji. Chapter 533 Dowry. This is a cool and elegant figure that will attract attention wherever he goes. Lu Yenji wore a slim black dress, the hem of which stopped just above her knees, revealing her slender and straight calves faintly as she walked. Black stockings wrapped around her slender legs, the delicate texture and mysterious black color interweave to create a fatal temptation. Her eyes were sharp and deep, as if she could see through everything. She has a straight nose, black lipstick on her lips, and her tightly pursed mouth reveals a hint of determination and majesty. With her sudden appearance, the atmosphere in the entire office became tense and depressing. Lu Yenji pointed to the door and said coldly, "Get out." Assistant Sun immediately realized that this was talking about him. She nodded stiffly. Oh, I'll be out right now." She walked out quickly and nervously, closing the office door. Xiao Qingqing quickly stood up. "Ms. Lu, why are you here?" You have to know that Xiao Qingqing has always believed that she is very good no matter what happens or who she faces. She will remain calm and will not have any inferiority complex. But every time I face Lu Yenji, she would feel an indescribable pressure from the other person, which made her feel a little inferior and even a little obedient instinctively. After all, the other person's appearance, figure, aura, ability and other conditions seem to be an enhanced version of her. Especially after taking Lu Yenji's check for 30 billion. In front of the other person, I feel like I can't even hold my head up. After all, eating people is soft-mouthed and taking advantage of others is short-handed. Lu Yenji walked to the chair opposite Xiao Qingqing in high heels and sat down. The lady crossed her legs with a cold and superior expression. "Sit down." Xiao Qingqing sat down slowly, but her expression was a little confused. She didn't understand what Lu Yenji was going to do by suddenly coming to her house. The two of them just sat facing each other, neither of them took the initiative to speak, and the atmosphere in the office was weird, awkward and depressing. This made Xiao Qingqing feel very uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, she was the first to speak and break the atmosphere. "Ms. Lu, you suddenly came to visit me. Is there anything you want?" Lu Yenji raised her eyes, and her deep gaze fell on Xiao Qingqing. Do you remember what I said to you when we reached a cooperation agreement? Okay. Xiao Qingcheng nodded. I remember you said that once we complete the cooperation, I will work for you in the future no matter what you ask, I will obey you unconditionally. Don't worry, Miss Luai, Xiao Qingcheng, will always do what I promise to others and will never regret it. Well, that's good. Lu Yinji nodded. Her black lips moved slightly. Actually, I came here today to give you a betrothal gift, Mr. Xiao. Bride price. Even though Xiao Qingcheng was mentally prepared, she didn't expect Lu Yinji to say these two words. I don't understand where these two words came from. Boom. Suddenly a light flashed through her mind. She noticed that what Lu Yinji just said was I'm here to present the betrothal gift to Mr. Xiao. Could it be that Lu Yinji is confessing to me? When Xiao Qingcheng realized this, she felt very unwell. If you think about it carefully, judging from Lu Yinji's daily words, actions, and dress, she seems to be popular with both men and women. Although Xiao Qingcheng admitted that Lu Yinji was very beautiful and had excellent conditions in all aspects, it did not mean that she could accept being with a woman. If that were the case, she would rather choose Yitiance. At least it has a handle. She subconsciously wanted to refuse. Ms. Lu, my sexual orientation is normal and I don't want to. Lu Yinji rolled her eyes. Don't get me wrong, I am also a normal person besides, even if I were a man, I wouldn't like a woman like you, don't flatter yourself. Xiao Qingcheng. What's wrong with a woman like me? Why is it that you are looked down upon? Of course, she could only complain about these things in her heart and naturally didn't dare to say them out loud. Lu Yinji continued, listen carefully, the content of this betrothal gift is to transfer the commercial land of Tianlong Group to your Xiao family and it will belong to you, Xiao Qingcheng. You don't need to worry about the transfer fees, official procedures, etc. All you have to do is sign. Got it? After hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng's expression became dull and surprised. She said incredulously, Ms. Lu, are you sure it's the commercial land of Tianlong Group? Isn't it being developed? How could it be transferred suddenly? Lu Yinji folded her arms across her chest. You don't need to worry about why, just know what you should do. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip, still in a state of confusion. She knew that this commercial land belonged to Tianlong Group. Based on her understanding of Yitiance, it is impossible for him to let go of that piece of land easily. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see how great the value behind that piece of commercial land is. Once the development is completed, the value it will bring in the future will be more than tens of billions. Therefore, no matter who it falls into, it indicates that he will become the most influential entrepreneur in Jiangnan City in the future. Even in the entire Tiannan province, he will have a place. Becoming a dragon and phoenix in the business world and climbing to the top has always been Xiao Qingcheng's most desired goal. As long as I can do it, it means I will surpass Yitiance. Let everyone know that her decision to file for divorce was the right one. But she is not stupid. The person who can forcibly transfer that piece of commercial land must be a big shot. She frowned. I want to know, who is the person you mentioned giving the betrothal gift to? The corners of Lu Yinji's mouth slightly raised. You should have heard of this person. He is Tong Guxiu, known as one of the three heroes of the provincial capital, Master Tong. It's him? Xiao Qingcheng's eyelids jumped because this was another unexpected name. As Lu Ruyan's former best friend, she had long known that Tong Guxiu favored Lu Ruyan, and that both families even had plans to reach an engagement. Why would Tong Guxiu come to propose to me out of the blue? This was something she couldn't understand. Although Xiao Qingcheng thought she was very good, there was still a gap compared to Tong Guxiu. After all, whether in terms of family background, business talent, or other aspects, the other party's influence is among the best in the entire Tiannan province. Ms. Lu, this matter, are you sure? Master Tong and I are strangers, how could he? Lu Yinji smiled coldly. As the saying goes, a beauty goes with a hero. President Xiao, you are a rare beauty, and Master Tong is a popular young man in Tiannan province. The two of you are a perfect match. Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously refused, But I'm married, otherwise. The words were not finished. Lu Yenji interrupted him and said, "What's the point of being married? It's just in name only after all, aren't you still a virgin? Master Tong won't despise you." Chapter 534 Why is your neck red? Ah. This. Xiao Qingcheng looked a little embarrassed. Being a virgin for 3 years after marriage is actually not a very glorious thing. By now, everyone in the entire Jiangnan city knows about it. Xiao Qingcheng calmed down. That being said, I just got divorced and have no intention of remarrying for now. After all, marriage is a big deal and I can't just agree to it. Besides, Master Tong is so outstanding, he actually deserves better. She was about to show her intention to refuse. Lu Yenji said coldly, "This marriage proposal was proposed by Master Tong himself, he admires you very much. As for marriage itself, it is ultimately just an exchange of resources. As a married person, shouldn't you understand this principle better?" Xiao Qingcheng said, "Although I've been married, I don't really agree with this idea." Hear the words. Lu Yenji's eyes twitched slightly. That's a bit interesting. If you don't agree with this, then why did you ask for a divorce from Yi Tiance in the first place? Isn't it because you feel that he can't bring you more value in exchange any benefits? Put. These words were like a sharp thorn, piercing Xiao Qingcheng's heart. She bit her lip, even though she wanted to retort. But I really can't think of any reason. Because from an outside perspective, her decision to file for divorce would indeed appear very selfish. Lu Yenji continued, "So this time, I will help you get this opportunity. As long as you marry Master Tong, both you and the Xiao family behind you will be able to prosper. The goal you have always wanted to achieve will become a reality. You should know better than me how rare this opportunity is." Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip and still looked hesitant. But. Lu Yenji raised her eyebrows slightly. "Do you care about Yi Tiance's thoughts?" Xiao Qingcheng lowered her eyes slightly, and although she did not give a definite answer, her meaning was very clear. Although she and Yi Tiance are now divorced. But if she were honest with herself, she couldn't completely let go of Yi Tiance. You may even often uncontrollably think of the other person in your mind. Now that she was suddenly remarried, she couldn't help but have a strange feeling of betraying Yi Tiance. Lu Yenji tapped the table lightly with his fingers. "Xiao Qingcheng, please clarify one thing. You and Yi Tiance are now divorced. Besides, didn't you see that there are already colorful flags flying around him? Why should you care about what he thinks when he can ignore your thoughts?" Xiao Qingcheng's eyes trembled slightly. Yes. Now Yi Tiance is surrounded by many beautiful women, and even every woman who appears has targeted and humiliated her. In contrast, Yi Tiance has always turned a blind eye and even added fuel to the fire. A heartless man who has never helped her once. Why should she care about what he thinks? When I figured this out. Xiao Qingcheng sighed. "Miss Lu, you are right. I shouldn't care about Yi Tiance's opinion, but marriage is a big deal and it happened suddenly. I can't give a definite answer. Can you give me some time to think about it?" Lu Yenji nodded and said, "Then I'll give you 24 hours to think about it, and then tell me the answer. I hope you won't let me down." Xiao Qingcheng nodded, but she didn't seem to be very excited. Lu Yenji stood up. "Then I'll take my leave. First, I remind you again that this is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it." Xiao Qingcheng also stood up. But after she stood up, she glanced and suddenly noticed a red mark on Lu Yenji's neck. She asked out of concern, "Miss Lu, why is there a red spot on your neck? Is it an allergy?" "Okay." Lu Yenji was stunned at first, then suddenly realized something. She quickly adjusted her collar to cover the red area on her neck. The voice responded coldly, "It's nothing, Mr. Xiao, you just need to take care of yourself." After saying that, he turned around and left quickly. There seemed to be some haste and displeasure in the pace. Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Confused, he murmured, "Why is Miss Lu acting strange today? It seems like she is deliberately hiding something from me." Lu Yenji left Xiao Qingcheng's office with her lips tightly pursed. That cold face was filled with hatred. Because the mark on her neck was not caused by an allergy at all, but was left after Yi Tiance had a crazy outburst in the basement that day. Whenever Lu Yenji thought of this, he felt endless anger in his chest. Yi Tiance. You don't need to be complacent too soon this time. The net has been laid. Even if you have the ability of Sun Wukong who caused havoc in heaven, you can't escape from my palm. You have humiliated me twice. Yenji will use the most murderous way to make you fail completely. Let's wait and see. In the bedroom of Zijin Tiangong Villa No. 1, Yi Tiance, who was meditating and practicing, suddenly sneezed. Who is talking about me behind my back? And the curses are pretty harsh. Yi Tiance touched his nose. Just now he was trying to make progress in his cultivation, but found that he could not go any further through that level. Oh my god. Do I have to have sex with that bad woman Lu Yenji to gain anything? If that's the case, it's really troublesome. Yi Tiance sighed helplessly. At this time, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Come in. Rong Meiyan walked in and asked, I didn't disturb you, did I? Yi Tiance shook his head and said, no. What do you want to talk to me about? Okay. Rong Meiyan nodded and said, just now, an invitation letter was sent from the city capital, saying that tonight is the inauguration ceremony of the new mayor, and a cocktail party will be held. They invite all the well-known figures from all walks of life in Jiangnan City to attend, including us. Do you want to go? Yi Tiance smiled faintly and said, since they sincerely invite us, how can we not go? Of course we have to go. Rong Meiyan said worriedly, I know a little about Mayor Wang. He used to work in the provincial capital. He is insidious and cunning, greedy for money and lustful. Moreover, he and his backers are political enemies with the Lin family. So I suspect that the sudden revocation of the commercial land is closely related to his manipulation behind the scenes, so this cocktail party is most likely a trap set for us. Yi Tiance smiled confidently. If there is a conspiracy, we should just resolve it. If we don't attend this reception, the other party will use it as an excuse to make a fuss, and the result will be the same. Besides, he is just a mayor. He won't cause much trouble. If there is any, just crush him. Seeing Yi Tiance so confident, Rong Meiyan nodded and said, yes. Then I will reply to them and attend the cocktail party tonight. Rong Meiyan left the bedroom with her hips raised. Yi Tiance took out his cell phone and dialed a little-known phone number, the leader of the jailer guards in the fallen city. Soon the other party answered the phone. He said respectfully, young city lord, what are your orders? Yi Tiance said calmly, help me investigate someone, the new mayor of Jiangnan City. Wang, collect all the information and don't miss any details. Yes. I will collect the information and report back to you immediately. Hang up the phone. A smile appeared on Yi Tiance's lips. I hope tonight's cocktail party will be exciting and not disappoint people, hee hee. Chapter 535 Inauguration Ceremony. Jiangnan City, Southern Suburbs. Here, there is a high-end place called Tsuian Villa, which is located between green mountains and clear waters, like a shining pearl. On weekdays, this place is never open to the public because it only serves political bigwigs. However, a grand event will be held here tonight, a celebration party for the inauguration ceremony of the new mayor, Wang Guiyuan. There is a constant stream of vehicles on the road leading to the villa. Luxury cars came one after another, forming a long and magnificent dragon. All those who were invited to attend the cocktail party tonight were well-known figures in Jiangnan City. Elites from all walks of life in politics, business, and art. After all, this is an inauguration ceremony for the city's highest administrative manager. If you don't take this opportunity to build good relationships, you will have no future in Jiangnan City. Yi Tiance drove and took Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan to Tsuian Villa. The three got out of the car. Yi Tiance was wearing a black suit today, which was well-tailored and looked handsome and tall. Han Ruoyan was wearing a white evening dress, especially the pair of V-cup breasts, which rose and fell as she walked forward, which was spectacular. Rong Meiyan was wearing a silver-white cheongsam that fit her graceful curves tightly. Her legs were wrapped in black stockings, revealing the luster of her skin, adding a bit of mystery and sexiness, making her look very charming. Standing at the door were 2 rows of security guards in neat uniforms. They stood tall with sharp eyes, watching everything around them vigilantly. It is not difficult to tell from their temperament that they are all retired soldiers. Every guest who comes to the cocktail party must undergo strict identity verification before they can set foot on this land that symbolizes power and glory. Yi Tiance and his group had an invitation letter, so they passed the security check easily. Walk into the villa. The first thing that catches your eye is a vast lawn. In the center of the lawn, there is a huge fountain, like a dream. Walking along the winding gravel road, you can see a magnificent building, which is the main hall for the cocktail reception. Han Ruoyun curled his lips and sighed. I have only heard of this villa before, but this is my first time here. The luxury of this place is even 2 levels higher than that of Red Maple Villa. They are really willing to spend money. Rong Meiyan said calmly, this villa is specially provided for the use of the masters. They spend the common people's money, not their own money, so naturally they don't feel bad about it. Han Ruoyun said dissatisfiedly, humph. A bunch of parasites, so shameless. Yi Tiance chuckled. You have never seen anything more shameless, otherwise it would destroy your worldview even more. Perhaps, you will have time to see it tonight. The three of them walked into the main hall. The interior and exterior adopt European classical style, with tall pillars, gorgeous carvings, and dazzling crystal chandeliers. The surrounding walls are hung with precious oil paintings and artworks that are priceless. In the center of the hall, there are exquisite dining tables, decorated with delicate tableware and flowers. At the dining table, waiters in tuxedos were busy shuttling back and forth, providing attentive service to the guests. On one side of the hall, there is a long bar filled with various expensive wines and drinks. The bartenders skillfully wave the cocktail shakers in their hands to mix delicious drinks for the guests. Yi Tiance glanced around. Seeing the big shots from all walks of life in Jiangnan City gathered here, they were wearing gorgeous dresses, expensive jewelry, and their faces were filled with confident smiles. But when they saw Yi Tiance and the other two coming in, everyone's expressions became strange. You know, the news that Yi Tiance is the big shot behind the Tianlong Group has spread like wildfire in the Jiangnan City business circle. If it were any other time, when they saw Yi Tiance today, they would definitely come up to him and flatter him, trying to get close to him in various ways. But at this moment, most people choose to watch from the sidelines, or even keep a distance, for fear of being involved. You should have heard that today, the commercial land of Tianlong Group has been reclaimed by the authorities. The group is also under investigation, and all operations have been suspended. Who doesn't know about this big news? Once this happened, it caused widespread panic in the business community, and many of them cut off cooperation with the Tianlong Group. The Tianlong Group suffered heavy losses. Thinking back to 3 years ago, the Tianlong Group suddenly emerged and became the leading enterprise in Jiangnan City. Now it has fallen to this point in just one day. It's really sad. In my opinion, he deserves it. It's all Yi Tiance's fault. He is arrogant and eccentric. He has offended so many bigwigs. It's only right that the authorities give him a severe punishment. According to what I heard from the grapevine, this is not just a simple beating, but a push to the end. Wait, this celebration party tonight is definitely not as simple as it seems. Everyone is going to have a good show to watch. Naturally, Yi Tiance and the other two noticed the expressions and discussions of the crowd. Han Ruoyun complained unhappily, humph. These guys are so hypocritical. They were licking my boots a while ago, but now they pretend not to know me when they see something is wrong. It's disgusting. Rong Meiyan said calmly, it is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. It is human nature. Besides, it just happens to provide us with an opportunity to distinguish the true colors of these people, which is also good. Yi Tiance didn't care. He walked to the dining table, picked up a few grapes and ate them leisurely. Wow! Just then, a loud noise came from the direction of the door. Everyone turned their heads. I saw a woman in a bright red evening dress walking into the hall. The neckline of the dress was cleverly designed, perfectly showing off her slender and white neck. She exuded a cold and superior aura. She is Xiao Qingcheng, who is known as the #1 female president in Jiangnan City. Following Xiao Qingcheng were 3 other people, namely Assistant Sun, Zhang Huilan, and Xiao Nan. They were all dressed up like human beings. The reason why the appearance of these people caused a lot of noise was because many guests present were talking about it. Xiao Qingcheng is here as expected. Have you heard about that gossip? You mean, Jiangnan City officials are planning to resell the commercial land they took back from the Tianlong Group to the Xiao family? I heard the price is shockingly low. That's right. It seems that the Xiao family has a close relationship with the newly appointed Jiangnan City leadership team and has picked up a big piece of the pie. What are you talking about? I heard that this commercial land is actually a betrothal gift from a mysterious boss to Xiao Qingcheng. As long as she agrees to marry, it will belong to her. What the hell? Which big boss is so generous? Can you introduce him to me? I would rather have a sex change. Get out of the way. Even if you look like a changed person, you will scare the boss into impotence. Seriously, I don't know the identity of that boss. But I can imagine that Xiao Qingcheng is definitely one of the most popular people in the entire cocktail party tonight. Yi Tian has pointy ears. He heard all the conversations of these people. My eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. Bride price? Chapter 536. You are just a bunch of big carrots. Bride price? This word surprised Yi Tian a little, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, Xiao Qingcheng has nothing to do with him now. Who she marries in the future has nothing to do with him. But I didn't expect that the betrothal gift would be related to the commercial land that was taken back by Tianlong Group. Han Ruoyun also heard the conversation. I couldn't help but grumble in a low voice, "Good fellow, there are still idiots these days who actually ask Xiao Qingcheng for a betrothal gift. Do you really think all the women in the world are dead?" Rong Meiyan took a sip of her drink. There was a hint of thoughtfulness flickering in those charming eyes. After Xiao Qingcheng appeared, there were already quite a few people present, holding wine glasses and coming forward to greet him. Boss Xiao, I haven't seen you for a few days. You are becoming more and more elegant. Especially the evening dress you are wearing tonight, it suits you very well. Boss Xiao is worthy of being the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City. No matter where she goes, she will become the focus of everyone's attention. Mr. Xiao, our company just recently received an order worth 3,000 million. I hope you can do us a favor and talk to us about cooperation after the reception. Faced with everyone's respect and flattery, Xiao Qingcheng responded calmly on the surface, but in fact she couldn't stop her joy in her heart. You know, since she filed for divorce from Yi Tian, she has had to appear in public on several important occasions. The result is that every time I get slapped in the face, embarrassed, and suffer widespread negative public opinion. So much so that when she was out some time ago, few bigwigs in Jiangnan's municipal and business circles were willing to pay attention to her. As a result, tonight, the long-lost and familiar scene of respect appeared again. The stress and unhappiness that she had been feeling in recent days were finally relieved a lot. This is the respect that comes from strength, and it is what she has always been pursuing. It wasn't just her at this moment. Even Zhang Huilan, Xiaonan, and assistant son behind her felt proud. Because it was this afternoon. After Xiao Qingcheng returned home, she told Tong Guxiu about the betrothal gift. This news made the entire Xiao family ecstatic. After all, whether it is Tong Guxiu himself or the Tong family behind him, they are both among the top existences in the entire Tiannan province. If the Xiao family can get close to such a giant, they will have unlimited glory in the future, and no one can compete with them. Therefore, everyone in the Xiao family expressed their strong support and they couldn't wait for Xiao Qingcheng to get the marriage certificate today. The happiest people were naturally Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan. One thinks she will become Tong Guxiu's mother-in-law, and the other thinks she will become Tong Guxiu's brother-in-law. Both of them couldn't help feeling elated, and they walked with great vigor. Especially at this moment, facing the big guys whom they usually have to look up to, both mother and daughter appear confident and calm. There is even a sense of superiority that seems to be looking down on the sky. Facing a boss worth hundreds of millions, Xiaonan said arrogantly, "Old Wang, from now on you will follow our Xiao family as long as you are loyal and obedient, you will get all the benefits." The boss bowed humbly and nodded. "Master Xiaonan is right. Wang will definitely fight the Xiao family to the bitter end." Xiaonan waved his hand and said, "Don't call me Master Xiaonan in the future, call me President Nan. After we get this commercial land, I will let my sister hand over the entire project to me. After all, you also know that in terms of business talent, personnel management, and business acumen, I am the brightest star in Jiangnan City. I just kept a low profile and didn't want to show it off before. From today on, you will see it for yourself." The boss nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Nan is right." I almost vomited in my heart. For a rich second generation like you who has high expectations but lacks the skills, you'd better stop bragging. It hurts my ears to hear it. At this moment, Xiao Nan's eyes fell on Yi Tian's. His face immediately darkened. Because he remembered that 2 days ago, Yi Tian's broke into the Xiao family looking for his grandfather and gave him a severe lesson. It was extremely embarrassing. Being young and energetic, he certainly couldn't swallow this humiliation. This bastard. I actually ran into him. Xiao Nan gritted his teeth and muttered, thinking that it was time to give the fallen dog a beating tonight. Because tonight is the cocktail reception for Mayor Wang's inauguration ceremony, no matter how flamboyant Yi Tian's is, he definitely doesn't have the courage to make a scene here. Think of this. He held the wine glass and walked towards Yi Tian's. He mocked, "Mr. Yi, tonight is Mayor Wang's inauguration reception. Those who come here are the elites of Jiangnan City. What qualifications do you have to come in? A person who hates dogs?" Yi Tian's glanced at Xiao Nan. A gathering of elites? Ha, in my opinion, it's just a gathering of a bunch of idiots. Wow. Many guests present looked unhappy. My goodness, are you mocking us for being big carrots? This shows that they don't take us seriously at all. Each of them looked at Yi Tian's with a bit more hostility and anger in their eyes. Very good. Xiao Nan was delighted. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to make Yi Tian's offend everyone. He swirled the wine in his glass. He snorted coldly, "Mr. Yi, what you said is too much. The friends present tonight are all guests invited by Mayor Wang. How dare you humiliate them like this? How bold and arrogant. I want you to apologize to them." As soon as these words came out, immediately received responses from many people around. That's right, what makes you say we are big carrots? You must apologize. Humph. Don't think you can be above everything just because you are a big shot behind the Tianlong group. The situation is different now. I remind you to keep a low profile. We don't want to make a big deal out of this before Mayor Wang arrives. Bow down to us and apologize immediately, and we'll let this matter go. Everyone enjoyed stepping on Yi Tian's. It seems that only in this way can one feel integrated into the entire collective. Wait for Mayor Wang and others to come over and submit a letter of surrender. Faced with the scolding of the crowd, Yi Tian's expression was calm as he played with a grape in his hand. Looking at Xiao Nan, he said calmly, "I have discovered that people like you are pigs, always remembering to eat but not to be beaten. The Xiao family is doomed to have no hope with a descendant like you." Hear the words. Before Xiao Nan could get angry, Zhang Huilan was the first to lose her patience. She walked forward, put her hands on her waist and scolded, "Shut up, you ungrateful bastard. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to point fingers at my son? To tell you the truth, our Xiao family will soar to the sky starting from tonight, and you are destined to fall into the abyss. You are the one without hope." Ha ha. Yi Tian's shook his head and sneered. He felt more and more that the Xiao family had shit in their heads and there was no hope for them. Zhang Huilan looked at Yi Tian's expression. Another wave of fire came up. He was about to curse Yi Tian's. But just at this moment, Yi Tian snapped his fingers, and the grapes in his hand turned into a stream of light. Call out. Finally, he shot it directly and accurately into Zhang Huilan's mouth. Chapter 537 Bloodshed. Bang. The grapes burst in Zhang Huilan's mouth, the juice splashed everywhere and choked her trachea. Vomit. Zhang Huilan, who was cursing just a second ago, couldn't control herself anymore and blurted out. The clean floor was all soiled by Zhang Huilan. What a filth. Ahem. Damn ugh. This scene caught many people at the scene by surprise. Seeing this, Xiao Qingqing quickly stepped forward and patted Zhang Huilan on the back. At the same time, he called the waiter to come and pour some water for Zhang Huilan to drink. Xiao Nan's face darkened. Pointing at Yi Tian's nose, he shouted angrily, "Mr. Yi, how dare you? You actually at Mayor Wan's inauguration ceremony. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Call out. Call out. Another sound of breaking through the air was heard. A grape hit Xiao Nan's forehead accurately. Bang. The force of this blow was much greater than the previous one, and Xiao Nan was knocked flat on his back, sitting on the ground. What a coincidence. The place where they sat down happened to be the same floor that Zhang Huilan had just vomited and made dirty. Phew. Slippery, sticky, smelly. The scene is indescribable. Fuck. Xiao Nan screamed and, ignoring the pain, he crawled to his feet. What the hell is this? It's so disgusting. Mom, what the hell did you eat for lunch? Ah, this is my new suit. Hurry up and get me some tissues. This scene was seen clearly by everyone present. Expressions of disgust, nausea, and ridicule appeared on everyone's face. This is so embarrassing. Ha, this mother and daughter are so hilarious, they are embarrassing themselves everywhere. Let's see if they can still show off. Han Ruoyan put his hands on his waist and said excitedly, showing off his pair of E-cup breasts. Rong Meiyan also revealed a charming smile. Many people watching the fun around burst into laughter. Xiao Qingqing's face was as cold as ice and she was extremely gloomy. She frowned, stared at Yi Tiance and asked, "Why did you hit someone?" Yi Tiance spread his hands and said, "Boss Xiao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw me hitting someone?" Xiao Qingqing glared and said, "Everyone saw it, you hit my mother and my brother with grapes, are you still going to deny it?" Yi Tiance sneered, "You just said it was Grape who beat your mother and your brother, what does it have to do with me? If you are unhappy, go talk to Grape." Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter could not help but be heard from all around. Xiao Qingqing's chest heaved with anger. This bastard is so unreasonable and shameless. She said coldly, "I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. What you need to do is apologize to my mother and my brother, it's you who offended them." Without waiting for Yi Tiance to respond, Han Ruoyun puffed out his chest and took a step forward. "Raise your chin slightly," he said in a domineering tone. "Xiao Qingqing, if you don't want your eyes anymore, you can donate them. Tonight, it was clearly your brother and your mother who came here to provoke my man. First they deserve to be taught a lesson in the end. Why should you apologize to them? Or are you, Xiao Qingqing, unable to judge even the most basic right and wrong? Ha, come to think of it, if you really could judge, you wouldn't have made so many outrageous decisions." Rong Meiyan also nodded and commented, "Some people are used to being self-centered, so they always like to order others to obey their own conditions." Little did he know that his own ability was far from matching his ambition, and the final result was doomed to failure. The two people's targeted words made Xiao Qingqing's cheeks turn red instantly, which matched the red evening dress she was wearing today very well. At this moment, many of the surrounding guests were talking in low voices. "Oh my god, Miss Han and Miss Rong really don't give me any face. Two beauties targeting one beauty, this scene is rare to see." But what they said does make sense. Although it was wrong for Yi Tiance to hit someone with grapes, it was Zhang Huilan and her daughter who started the fight first. "Shoo! Keep your voice down, don't let the Xiao family hear you. After all, they are going to take off with the marriage. I'm so jealous. It's good to be a woman. You can improve your social status through marriage. Just spread your legs and you're done. These days, if you don't have enough ability, you have to rely on your body to get ahead. It's not shabby. Besides, she does have a great figure and looks." People made various comments. Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing bit her lips lightly and her face felt hot. You have to know that she has always claimed to be an independent woman, and the reason she has her current status is due to her own hard work. As a result, in the eyes of others, she relied on her body to get ahead? Do I, Xiao Qingqing, really have no ability? Do not. Absolutely not. You are the ones who have made a mistake. You are the ones who have imposed the stereotypes on us. I have the final say over my own affairs, and it has nothing to do with you." She took a deep breath. He said coldly, "Yi Tiance, I know you still hate my decision to divorce, so you want to embarrass me everywhere. I've said it before, you can use whatever tricks you want on me, But please don't hurt my family. When will you understand this? Yi Tian sighed speechlessly. Xiao Qingcheng, I really suggest you go to a psychiatric department to check your brain. I am only grateful that you filed for divorce, gave me a way out, and gave me a wonderful life now, so I don't have the time to embarrass you everywhere. Don't be so self-indulgent. As for your family being affected, please restrain them and don't be so shameless as to provoke me in the future. It was just a small lesson just now. If we push them a little further, it won't be difficult to make them bleed a little, hee hee. Yi Tian sneered at the end, which made Xiao Qingqing's face change. She could see that Yi Tian's was serious. On the other hand, Xiao Nan didn't care at all. I saw him wiping the vomit off his butt. You ungrateful bastard, you dare to call me a cheap bone in front of so many people? And you dare to talk about making us bleed? Well, today I want to see if you have the guts. As soon as these words were spoken, many people behind him applauded and cheered. As expected of President Nan, your courage is commendable. Good job. Be more alert and don't lose points. After hearing these encouragements, Xiao Nan became even more excited. The reason why he dared to shout like that was because he felt that Yi Tian was exaggerating and trying to scare him. After all, everyone knows that Tianlong Group is in danger today. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would think of licking the official power at this time. Instead of causing trouble at Mayor Wang's inauguration ceremony reception. Yi Tian must have thought so too. So after figuring this out, Xiao Nan took a step and walked towards Yi Tian. He raised his chin and said provocatively, "Come on, I will stand here today and see how you make me bleed? Come on? If you don't dare to make a move, you are a coward." Ha ha. However, he did not stop laughing. Yi Tian's figure has appeared in front of him. Chapter 538. Break my legs? Okay? Xiao Nan's face changed. Still pretending to be calm, he warned, What are you going to do? Do you dare to attack me in front of everyone? Yi Tian didn't say anything in response to him. He raised his right foot and kicked Xiao Nan's right knee accurately. Click. Although Xiao Nan did not use his full strength in this kick, it caused his right knee to explode. Bone fragments and blood spurted out and pierced the pants. Ah! What the hell? A hysterical scream came from his throat, and he half knelt on the ground. The next second, Yi Tian kicked out again, hitting Xiao Nan's left knee. Click. Another deafening explosion. Ouch. After Xiao Nan's left knee burst, he completely lost support and his knees collapsed to the ground. He hugged his twisted and deformed knees tightly with both hands, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, each drop filled with endless pain. His mouth was wide open, and he gasped for breath, but the piercing pain still could not be relieved. Ah! My knee! Hiss! Aw, help! Xiao Nan's miserable cries echoed in the spacious hall. Everyone's hair stood on end when they heard this, they gasped, and their knees felt cold. After a few seconds, Xiao Qingcheng, Zhang Huilan and others finally reacted. Screamed in fright. Younger brother. Son. The two men rushed to Xiao Nan, their faces full of panic, worry and anger. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Xiao Nan's painful and miserable appearance. At this moment she bit her lips hard and trembled all over. In particular, at this moment Xiao Nan raised his right hand with difficulty, which was stained with blood from his burst knee, and grabbed Xiao Qingcheng's hand. His voice trembled as he spoke, "Sister, it hurts so much, you have to avenge me. Please." Boom. These words completely ignited the anger in Xiao Qingcheng's chest. Swish. She turned her head suddenly and stared at Yi Tian fiercely. The voice was cold. Yi Tian, are you still a human being? Why did you beat my brother like this? Are you crazy? Although Yi Tian had beaten Xiao Nan before, it was just a light lesson, not as heavy as today. This is exactly the attitude you use to treat your enemy. Yi Tian put his hands in his pockets. The voice was devoid of any emotion as he spoke. It was your brother who asked me to beat him up, and he also said he wanted to see blood. Is it wrong for me to fulfill his wish? Xiao Qingcheng said angrily, don't make excuses. I'm clueless you are a bloodthirsty and violent man at heart. I will never allow you to be so lawless again. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and said, so what do you want to do? Want to break my legs? Come on. You. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes widened, her head buzzing with anger. The anger and grievance in my heart surged to the sky. Once upon a time, Yi Tiance always listened to her and obeyed her no matter what disputes they had. He would always apologize and admit his mistakes in the end, and he would never talk back to her. But what about this moment? He is so heartless and unreasonable, it's really disappointing. Hua hua hua. Just then, dozens of security guards outside rushed in after hearing the noise. When they saw the scene in front of them, they immediately became alert and serious. What the hell is going on? During Mayor Wang's inauguration reception, there was actually violence? Who was it? Stand up. See this. Zhang Huilan pointed at Yi Tiance in anger and complained, comrades, it was this guy named Ji who beat people for no reason. He beat my son like this. He is a distinguished guest invited by Mayor Wang, you must not let him go. The security guards looked at each other and nodded. One of them was a burly security chief. Pointing at Yi Tiance, he frowned and said, you hit someone in such an important occasion. This is an offense to Mayor Wang. I demand that you surrender immediately and wait for Mayor Wang and his men to come over and hand you over to them for punishment. While talking, one of his younger brothers took out a pair of silver handcuffs, walked up to Yi Tiance and ordered, put your hands out. He thought that Yi Tiance would be obedient when he saw this kind of scene. After all, they were sent by Mayor Wang and represent official power. No matter how brave you are, you dare not disobey official orders. Result. Yi Tiance glanced at him indifferently. There was endless indifference in his eyes, and he squeezed out a word from between his teeth, get lost. These words seemed to carry a tremendous force, shaking the handcuffed brother's heart so much that his legs went weak and he dared not move at all. He couldn't even hold the handcuffs steadily and they fell directly to the ground. The whole air is filled with a suffocating feeling of oppression. The security chief turned pale. The aura that Yi Tiance had just displayed was so strong that he felt he was far superior to any martial arts masters he had ever seen before. The key point is that he couldn't detect any martial arts aura from the other party. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, everyone else present seemed to be covered by a layer of ice. For some of the more timid ones, even breathing became a little difficult. At this time, a cold voice sounded at the door. Ha, you are worthy of being Mr. Yi no matter where you are always so domineering and shocking. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Lu Yanji walked into the hall. She was wearing a black evening gown that fit her graceful figure tightly, swaying gracefully with every step, attracting the attention of everyone present. Those slender and straight legs wrapped in black stockings look even more mysterious and sexy, exuding a fatal temptation. She raised her chin slightly, and her innate nobility and coolness made people dare not approach her easily, but they couldn't help but want to get closer to appreciate her charm. She is the undisputed queen of this hall. Her appearance immediately caused a murmur of discussion. Oh my god, it's Miss Lu, so beautiful. TSK. We rarely see her in formal social occasions on weekdays. It's not easy to see her today. She is truly worthy of being a queen, with infinite charm and aura. Anyone who can be his man will be blessed. If any other big shot had come, there would have been many people eager to flatter and curry favor with him. But Lu Yanji's appearance only caused discussion. But no one came forward to get close to him. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare. After all, there have been rumors that Lu Yanji is a woman who is tempting but deadly dangerous. If you provoke someone, you will be killed without a trace. After Lu Yanji appeared, her deep eyes stared at Yi Tiance, flashing with complex light. Anger, resentment, hatred, and some indescribable differences. Being stared at by the other party in this way, Yi Tiance's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. After all, every time I see Lu Yanji, His mind would always uncontrollably recall the two unexpected battles they had. The battle was fierce and lasted for a long time. The key point is that after finishing the job, my own strength level has loosened. Does this matter have anything to do with her? Chapter 539 The Third Surprise? Just when Yi Tiance was thinking about it, Zhang Huilan had already trotted up to Lu Yinji. She complained, "Miss Lu, did you see that? That ungrateful bastard named Ji beat my son into this state. This is simply a provocation to Mayor Wang, and you must take charge of our case." Woo 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 woo. As soon as these words came out, I don't know whether Xiao Nan was cooperating on purpose or was really in severe pain. His groans and cries of pain suddenly became louder. Ah! My Liga! It hurts so much. Lu Yinji raised her eyebrows slightly. He said to the security guards calmly, "Take the people out." The security guards looked at each other. There was reluctance written all over their faces and no one moved. After all, they were all shocked by Yi Tiance's aura just now and did not dare to act rashly. After all, this guy really dares to do it. Seeing them didn't move, Zhang Huilan shouted angrily, "Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear Miss Lu say to take this Yi guy out right away?" As a result, he had just finished speaking. Then Lu Yinji said coldly, "I mean, take the guy howling on the ground out. What do you think it is?" Ga. Hearing this, Zhang Huilan was stunned. It's not just her. Xiao Qingcheng and assistant Sun behind her were equally confused. "Aren't you with us? Why do you want to take Xiao Nan out instead?" Lu Yinji said coldly, "Mayor Wang and his men will be here soon. Keeping such a howling waste will affect Mayor Wang's mood and make him angry." This. Xiao Qingcheng and the others looked at each other. Although this sounds reasonable, isn't it too unfair to Xiao Nan? After all, he is the victim. Zhang Huilan couldn't help but say, "Ms. Lu, are you just going to let that ungrateful bastard named Ji go? That's not fair. No matter what, Mayor Wang will make the decision for my son." Lu Yinji turned her head and stared at Zhang Huilan with cold eyes. "Please put yourself in the right position. Mayor Wang is busy with all kinds of affairs. How could he be so unfair to a nobody? Can your son bring any valuable benefits to Mayor Wang?" Zhang Huilan's lips moved slightly, but she couldn't utter a word for a long time. Especially when facing Lu Yinji's gaze, she didn't have the courage to look at him at all. She was puzzled. It is obvious that Lu Yinji is in a cooperative relationship with the Xiao family now, so why not give them justice at this time? Lu Yinji seemed to see what Zhang Huilan was thinking. She said directly, "In your Xiao family, the only partner I, Lu Yinji, want is Mr. Xiao. As for the others, they are dispensable. After all, those who cannot demonstrate their own value are all trash, and I don't like trash." Swish. This sentence made Zhang Huilan's face turn red, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. You know, she has been showing off to others outside a lot in the past few days. It is said that their Xiao family is related to the Lu family. Lu Yinji respects her very much and loves her like an elder. As a result, at this moment, when the other party speaks the truth so bluntly, that's so fucking hurtful. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip as she saw all this, feeling very unwilling. The reason why she wanted to cooperate with Lu Yinji was to gain greater power, protect herself and her family, and raise her head again in front of Yi Tiance. As a result, in Lu Yinji's eyes, everyone else in the Xiao family except her is dispensable, and she even speaks in a derogatory manner. This was unacceptable to her. She was about to say something. Lu Yinji's eyes were already on her. "Xiao Qingcheng, you are a smart person. You should be able to distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Don't let your personal feelings affect certain things. After all, if you fail to grasp some opportunities, you will never be able to recover." Boom. Xiao Qingqing's delicate body trembled. This sentence seems like a reminder, but in fact it is a naked threat. She clenched her fists and struggled for a few seconds. Seems to have figured something out. Ms. Lu is right, I shouldn't let my personal problems affect tonight's cocktail party. She turned to the security guards and said, "Please send my brother to the hospital, I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble." "No problem." 3 or 5 security guards came over and lifted Xiaonan up. The latter widened her eyes and cursed, "Sister. Are you fucking crazy? I am your brother, and you didn't help me get revenge after being bullied like this. Are you still a human being? You have fucking changed." Xiao Qingqing's face turned cold, and she walked quickly to Xiaonan in high heels. "Say nothing." Snapped. It was just a loud slap, which made Xiaonan see stars. Xiao Qingqing said coldly, "If you have the time to complain, you might as well improve yourself in the future instead of becoming a waste in the eyes of others and bringing shame to our Xiao family. Get lost." Xiaonan was confused. It was the first time he saw Xiao Qingqing so angry, and for a moment he even forgot the pain in his ruptured knees. He was carried away by the security guards in a dazed state. The remaining blood and bone fragments on the ground were quickly cleaned up by the cleaning staff, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Huilan glared at Yi Tiance with resentment. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, "Yi, you won't be able to be so arrogant for much longer. When I become Mr. Tong's mother-in-law, I will make him kill you ruthlessly and return to you 10-fold or 100-fold the pain Xiaonan endured today." Then he angrily chased the security guards out. In the hall, the people watching all looked a little disappointed. They didn't quite understand why Lu Yenji stopped the Xiao family instead of teaching Yi Tiance a lesson. After all, this kid is too arrogant. Han Ruoyun stared at Lu Yenji with hostility and frowned. This bad woman actually helps our little Cece? Could it be that after being fucked once, she developed feelings for our little Cece? Impossible. This woman is even more cold and aloof than Nun Miju. How could she have feelings for a man? Day. Lu Yenji took a step forward and walked towards Yi Tiance. When you are 1 meter away, stop. She took the initiative to stretch out her right hand wearing a black silk glove. He shook hands with Yi Tiance and said, "Good evening, Mr. Yi." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows, wondering what this woman was up to. But he still shook hands with him as usual. "Good evening." Ha ha. Lu Yenji smiled coldly. She took a step forward, put her lips close to Yi Tiance's ear, and spoke in a low and cold voice. "We have just started to settle the accounts between us. Believe me, Yenji, I will definitely give you a surprise at the party tonight." Yi Tiance's mouth curled up. "Then I'm really looking forward to it. I hope this surprise will be deeper and more exciting than the last 2 times you gave me." This sentence is slightly pointed. Lu Yenji's expression changed involuntarily. This bastard. Still remember these. Call. She suppressed her anger and did not show any signs of breaking down. Instead, he pretended to be provocative and said, "Oh? If you can survive this disaster safely tonight, Yenju wouldn't mind letting you experience it for the 3rd time. Ha, it's a pity that from the moment you stepped into this villa, you no longer have any chance." Chapter 540, Mayor Wang arrives first. Listen to Lu Yenji's harsh words. The corner of Yi Tiance's mouth curled up. "I really hope you can keep your word, Miss Lu. Don't worry, the 3rd time, I will definitely make you unforgettable and unlock more moves." This blatant and provocative remark made Lu Yenji's eyes twitch slightly. This bastard, he is only thinking about that thing in his heart. At this moment, she wanted to strangle Yi Tiance to death, but in the end she forced herself to hold it back. He just snorted coldly and said, "Then Yenji is really looking forward to it." After saying this, she turned around and walked away, twisting her seductive waist. Looking at her back, Han Ruoyun couldn't help but curl his lips and complain. "Humph. It's like a fire in the convenience store, slut. A woman like this who drugged other men, how can she pretend to be a queen outside? It's so disgusting." Rong Meiyan's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Seems to be thinking about something. With the arrival of Lu Yinji, the farce of conflict between the two sides seemed to come to a brief end. In the hall, the socializing of various big shots continued. But compared to before, the atmosphere seemed more depressing, and Weird Yi Tian's previous attack still left them with psychological pressure. On the other hand, Yi Tian's, Han Ruoyun and Rong Mei Yan were talking and laughing over there. I don't feel any pressure at all. Xiao Qingcheng, who had seen everything the three people said and did, clenched her fists tightly at this moment, with a very ugly look on her face. Even now she still couldn't accept that a man who was kicked out of the house by her for divorce would actually become the big man behind the Tianlong group and have so many outstanding fiancés around him. Whenever she thought of this, she would feel wronged and unhappy. Assistant Sun on the side reminded quietly, Mr. Xiao, please relax, you can't let that Yi guy lead you by the nose in such an important occasion tonight, don't show your emotions on your face, so many people are watching. Xiao Qingcheng looked around. Only then did she notice that many guests in the hall were secretly looking at her. Xiao Qingcheng knew very well that she was one of the most popular and key figures present tonight, and she must not let him down again. Call. Xiao Qingcheng took a deep breath. He eased the unhappy expression on his face a little and returned to his usual calm and cool self. Although she looked calm on the outside, she was always restless inside. Because besides Yi Tian's, her attention was always attracted by another person, that was Lu Yinji. Although the two sides have been cooperating for some time, she can never see through this woman and never knows what her purpose is. For example, just now, what did Lu Yinji say to Yi Tian's? Why do these two people look like they are in a state of hostility and confrontation, but something feels weird? There always seems to be something going on that is unknown. Especially when she thought about the day after her grandfather's birthday party, she was so angry that she fainted and was sent to Lu Yinji's home. When she woke up, she found that Lu Yinji was in a very abnormal state. Her intuition told her that Lu Yinji must have experienced something while she was unconscious, and that there were other people present, possibly even men. Will it be? Just as she was secretly guessing. At the entrance of the hall, a voice suddenly sounded. Mayor Wang is here. The noisy conversation in the hall suddenly quieted down, and many people quickly straightened their clothes and stood still. Then, I saw a group of people coming in one after another. The leader was a middle-aged man with a huge belly, as if he was several months pregnant. His belly swayed with every step he took. He was bald on top of his head, and the few remaining strands of hair were combed to one side in an attempt to cover up his bald scalp, which made him look even more ridiculous. There was a smile on his face that looked kind but was actually sinister, which made people shudder. He is none other than Wang Guiyuan, the mayor of Jiangnan City, who just took office today. Following behind him were several official leaders, and the one with the brightest smile was Guo Likun, who was in charge of land and resources. When Wang Guiyuan appeared, the faces of the businessmen in the hall were instantly filled with fawning smiles. A businessman in a suit and tie walked forward quickly. He bowed slightly, smiled and said, Mr. Mayor, your presence really makes this reception more glorious. An old man with gray hair nearby also hurried over. He nodded and said, Mayor, it is my great honor to meet you. With your leadership, Jiangnan City will surely reach a new level. A stylishly dressed lady said in a sweet voice, Mayor, you look so good today. If you have time one day, I would like to visit you and ask for your advice on life. For a moment, all kinds of flattering words came one after another. Hearing these flattering words, the smile on Wang Guiyuan's face became more and more proud. The little eyes were almost narrowed into a slit. He walked slowly and nodded slightly, as if he was used to it all. Those who failed to squeeze to the front also looked at Wang Guiyuan with eager eyes, always ready to find an opportunity to come forward and please him. The atmosphere in the entire reception hall became more hypocritical and flattering because of Wang Guiyuan's arrival. Surrounded by people, Wang Guiyuan walked to the stage in the hall and faced the audience. He puffed out his belly. He coughed lightly and said, Ahem, everyone please be quiet for a moment now, I will say a few words to you. First of all, I want to thank the country and the people for giving me this opportunity blah blah. A series of official terms came out of his mouth skillfully. Although everyone in the audience knew very well that these official words were meaningless, whenever Wang Guiyuan paused, they still raised their hands and applauded in tacit understanding. As for Yi Tiance and the other three, he did not gather in front of the stage to flatter, but sat at a table slightly further away. Yi Tiance ate fruits and desserts casually, while Han Ruoyan and Rong Meiyan served him tacitly on his left and right. Han Ruoyan complained, "This new mayor has only been in office for 1 day, and he's already doing this kind of nonsense. I don't know how far he is from Uncle Lin. With a leader like him, Jiangnan City will be led into trouble sooner or later." Rong Meiyan said, "When a new official takes office, he will come up with various excuses, make connections, and attract money. Although the methods are a bit old-fashioned, they are effective. Moreover, my intuition tells me that this new mayor not only has a big appetite, but also has people who fully support him." As she said this, she turned her head and her gaze fell on Lu Yanji, who was also sitting not far away, with her legs crossed, a cold expression and the temperament of a queen. Coincidentally, Lu Yanji's gaze just happened to be cast over here. The two looked into each other's eyes. One is charming and the other is cool and elegant. A business queen in a provincial capital, and a business empress in Jiangnan City. Although the two have never dealt with each other. But at the moment their eyes met, they both seemed to have caught the other's long-planned murderous intent. Chapter 541 The Black Sheep. The two people's eyes met for only 2.5 seconds, and then they immediately turned their heads away. Nothing seems to have happened. Han Ruoyan noticed a slight change in Rong Meiyan's expression. Curiously asked, "I see you look like you are worried, what's wrong?" Rong Meiyan shook her head and said softly, "Nothing." "Oh." Han Ruoyan turned his head and continued to watch Wang Guiyuan bragging on the stage. "But I vaguely felt that there was something strange about Rong Meiyan today." At this time, Wang Guiyuan on the stage finally finished speaking his set of official words. Everyone in the audience applauded. An entrepreneur with a slicked back hair and powdered face had an exaggerated smile on his face and said loudly, "The mayor's speech is so far-sighted and every word is brilliant. It points out the direction for us to move forward. This is really good news for the city's development." An official-looking man immediately echoed, "The mayor's wisdom and strategy are unmatched. These words have opened my eyes. I believe that under the wise leadership of the mayor, we will create unprecedented glory." Wang Guiyuan nodded with satisfaction. He continued, "In my opinion, the most important thing for a city is its economic vitality, which is inseparable from hard-working entrepreneurs like you. The growth of young entrepreneurs represents the future of a city. As the mayor of Jiangnan City, I naturally have to support the growth of young entrepreneurs. For example, before I came to Jiangnan City to take up my post, I heard that there was a young entrepreneur in Jiangnan City who not only had outstanding abilities but also had rare character and qualities. So from that moment on, I decided to set an example in the Jiangnan business circle and let this person become the vice president of the Jiangnan Business Association." As soon as these words came out, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. "Oh my God, Mayor Wang wants to appoint a new vice president of the business association right after taking office? There are only two people who hold the position of vice president in Jiangnan City now, namely Han Tianzhang, the richest man in Jiangnan City, and Zhao Hailong, the chairman of Tianlong Group. These people are both very prestigious seniors in Jiangnan City. Who is going to replace them? So, at least one of these two people will be removed from his position as vice president? My intuition tells me it should be Zhao Hailong. As for who will the new young entrepreneur be?" While everyone was guessing, Wang Guiyuan on the stage had already spoken. "I announced that the new vice president of the Jiangnan City Business Association is Ms. Xiao Qingqing of the Xiao family." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience again. But the next second, there was thunderous applause. Everyone turned towards Xiao Qingqing and congratulated her. "Boss Xiao is awesome. Congratulations. Boss Xiao is worthy of being the #1 female CEO in Jiangnan City. Her strength, character, and appearance are all capable of fulfilling this important task. Mr. Xiao has become the vice president, so I must take good care of him in the future." At this moment, Xiao Qingqing's eyes were slightly stunned and a little dazed. Because the news announced by Wang Guiyuan was something she had never known before. "I never dared to think about it. You should know that in the Jiangnan City Commercial Association, the president is usually an official, the vice president is an entrepreneur, so to be able to reach that position, one not only needs sufficient business ability, but also sufficient personal connections and influence. Therefore, this position has always belonged to the level of the three major families in Jiangnan City or above, and they have been working in the business world for many years and have a lot of experience. Therefore, no matter how outstanding the young generation of entrepreneurs are, they can only be members of a business association at most, and it is impossible for them to sit in the position of vice president. And today, this honor actually fell on me. It would be a lie to say I wasn't excited and shocked. But she was also very clear that based on her personal strength, she seemed a little unworthy of this status. So she subconsciously saw Lu Yinji sitting not far away. The latter was seen with his arms folded across his chest, a smile on his lips, and everything was said without words. Really? Was all this her doing? But why would she? At this time, Wang Guiyuan was the first to applaud and said, "Now, let's welcome Ms. Xiao Qingqing to the stage with applause and share with us her feelings about becoming the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce." Amid the waves of applause, Xiao Qingqing nodded stiffly. Then he slowly walked to the front of the stage and faced the crowd. Wang Guiyuan took 2 steps back, and his round little eyes fell on Xiao Qingqing. Gee! The curvy buttocks, the half-exposed back, and the pair of slender legs hidden under the evening dress. Every time he looked at her, Wang Guiyuan could not hide the greed in his eyes. You have to know that since he entered the system, he has played with countless women in the past 20 years, involving various industries, including so-called businesswomen and female bosses. But compared to the one in front of me, they are far inferior. If I could press this under my body, it would be. But the moment this thought came to his mind, he felt a chill like a thorn in his back. When he looked up, he saw Lu Yinji staring at him. He showed a bit of embarrassment and panic, but immediately retracted his greedy gaze and his expression returned to normal. Xiao Qingqing stood on the stage, and she glanced at Yi Tiance with an inexplicable look in her eyes. The feeling of guilt at first suddenly turned into confidence. She said, "Dear Mayor, distinguished guests, hello. I am honored to be selected by the Mayor to serve as the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Mayor Wang for his trust and support. This trust is a huge responsibility and a supreme honor for me. I believe that in the future I will be able to perform this duty perfectly with my personal abilities and your expectations of me. I will make due contributions to the business community in Jiangnan City. Thank you all." Bang bang bang. The audience burst into applause. Assistant Sun couldn't help but shouted excitedly, "Boss Xiao is awesome. You are worthy of it." After shouting, she turned her head to look at Yi Tiance and the other two, raised her eyebrows, and looked very showy. "You three have looked down on our Mr. Xiao before. Now our President Xiao has become the youngest vice president of a business association in the history of Jiangnan City. Even you three cannot achieve such a status and honor. What else is there to say now? Regret it, Yi Tiance." Xiao Qingqing on the stage looked at the cheers of the crowd below, took a deep breath, and her whole mentality returned to her former confidence. No matter facing Yi Tiance or other people, I will never feel inferior again. At this time, Wang Guiyuan took 2 steps forward. His expression turned serious. "After you congratulate Mr. Xiao on becoming the new vice president of the Jiangnan City Business Association, I have another announcement, that is, in order to maintain the healthy development of the Jiangnan City business community, some bad apples must be cleared out. The culprit is right here in this hall today. Having said that, why don't you take the initiative to stand up and admit your crime?" Yi Tiance. Chapter 542, Stop Being a Bootlicker. Wang Guiyuan's very targeted words, when heard by everyone, immediately caused a public outcry. Mayor Wang is so direct. They didn't give him any face at all, and labeled him a black sheep on the spot. It's just as the rumors said, the authorities are going to take action against Yi Tiance. It makes sense, this kid is really arrogant. I heard that he even beat up someone under Director Guo. The authorities will definitely not tolerate this. Now I want to see if this guy named Yi still has the guts to not give face now that the mayor of Wang City has spoken. Everyone looked at Yi Tiance, and their eyes revealed an expression of watching a show. Xiao Qingcheng also looked at Yi Tiance. I feel infinite emotion in my heart. I, Xiao Qingcheng, have long reminded you to tone down your edge, but it's not that you didn't listen. Now, I am about to become the vice president of Jiangnan City Business Association, but you are used as a negative example by Mayor Wang. After all, this is all your own fault and you don't deserve sympathy. Under the gazes of everyone with various emotions, Yi Tiance leaned back in the chair, crossed his legs, looking lazy and indifferent. He said calmly, "Hey, Fatty, you said I am the black sheep and the culprit? Ha, as an official leader, you have to be responsible for what you say. If you accuse someone of a crime without any evidence, it might affect your career." Wow. The guests who were originally looking forward to the show all changed their expressions after hearing these words. Fuck. Is this kid crazy? He doesn't even give Mayor Wang face and calls him a fat bastard? I'm so scared that I'm sweating on my back. Even if this is true, you can't tell the truth. Crazy. This guy must be crazy. The guests were all frightened. Although some people present had witnessed Yi Tiance's madness before. Whether it was when dealing with the Ji family or Morong Fan and his son, Yi Tiance never gave them any face. But after all, these guys are just businessmen, not the makers of law and order, and are far from being comparable to Wang Guiyuan. Therefore, anyone with a normal mind would never go against the top leader of a city. Because that would be courting death. Wang Guiyuan on the stage had a gloomy expression on his face, and his small eyes were flashing with a cold light. Think about how he has been a leader in the system for so many years, no matter where he goes, no matter who he meets, be they entrepreneurs, celebrities, internet celebrities, etc. I have always treated him with respect. Women can't wait to climb into his bed, and men can't wait to stick their butts out. However, today at the reception for his inauguration ceremony, he was humiliated in front of the fat guy by such a young boy? Even if I showed my power first, shouldn't you still be submissive, apologize, and try to be forgiven? Asshole. If he hadn't considered that as a leader, he had to remain calm and steady no matter what happened, he would have started cursing long ago. Guo Likun, who was standing in the audience, rolled his eyes. Realized that the opportunity to flatter has come. So he turned around and pointed at Yi Tiance. He shouted angrily, "You are such a jerk, Yi Tiance. Mayor Wang asked you a question, and you have such an attitude? You are actually barking and barking about taking responsibility and affecting your career? Mayor Wang is a wise and intelligent man. If he says you are guilty, then you are guilty. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why don't you stand up and apologize?" Yi Tiance rolled his eyes and responded calmly, "You are such a dedicated lackey, licking me all day long, aren't you afraid of getting calluses on your tongue? If one day he doesn't wipe his butt clean and there's no toilet paper, would you stick out your tongue to help lick it clean?" After hearing this, Han Ruoyan, who was sitting next to him, chuckled and patted Yi Tiance lightly. "Oh, you are such a disgusting person. Can't you see that I am eating fruit? Why are you saying such disgusting things?" Yi Tiance said helplessly, "There is no other way. When I see disgusting people, I can only say disgusting words. Please be considerate." This conversation. Many of the guests present couldn't help laughing after hearing this. But then he immediately realized that he had to hold back in this situation, and he had to force himself not to make any sound. Lu Yinji, who was sitting a little further away, narrowed her cold eyes slightly. "Ha, you are really eloquent." Yenji wants to see if you are really confident or crazy enough to lose your mind. Guo Likun's eyes widened and his face turned red with anger. "You are such a jerk. You are so bold as to humiliate us officials. This is unforgivable. Someone, come. Arrest this bastard immediately." Wait. At this time, Wang Guiyuan on the stage raised his hand to stop Guo Likun's order. Guo Likun said unwillingly, "Mayor Wang, this kid has evil intentions and is very disrespectful to you. He must be severely punished." "Why do you?" Wang Guiyuan put his hands behind his back. With her big belly sticking out, she spoke in an official tone, Comrade Likun, as official cadres, we must know how to abide by the law. Since Yi Tiance has raised questions, we should naturally give answers instead of taking coercive measures. The people have not given us such power. As soon as these words came out, many accompanying cadres in the audience immediately raised their hands and applauded. This statement by Mayor Wang is very impressive. This speech is a classic and is worth our repeated study and understanding. We are public servants and must take the lead in abiding by laws and regulations. Every point of view made by Mayor Wang is like a beacon, illuminating our way forward. I must learn from it deeply. After all the flattery from everyone, Wang Guiyuan raised his right hand and made a gesture. Send the document in your hand to Yi Tiance and have him take a good look at it. Yes. His young secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked quickly up to Yi Tiance and the other two, holding a document that had been prepared long ago. Place the documents on the table. Mayor Wang has ordered you to look at these documents. Turn around and leave. Yi Tiance casually picked up the top layer of documents and started reading. Han Ruoyun and Rong Mei Yan also picked up a document and read it respectively. Not a moment. Rong Mei Yan and Han Ruoyun's expressions turned serious. How can this be? It shouldn't be. The two were surprised to find that these documents recorded some illegal information discovered by the authorities about Tianlong Group, Femrong Group, Han Group and other companies related to Yi Tiance, including but not limited to tax evasion, malicious competition, commercial fraud, labor violations, etc. Every record is extremely detailed and contains complete evidence. The key point is that all these evidences clearly point to a mastermind, and that is Yi Tiance. Wang Guiyuan noticed the changes in their expressions. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. He asked coldly, the evidence is in front of you, what else do you have to say now? Let me ask you, are you going to take the initiative to plead guilty and seek leniency, or resist strict punishment? Chapter 543, If you have the ability, would you kill me? Wang Guiyuan spoke in a condescending manner. People always make mistakes, it's inevitable. It is a great honor to admit your mistakes and improve. If you stubbornly refuse to admit your guilt, the result will only embarrass everyone. So you must think carefully. At this time, several leaders headed by Guo Likun looked at each other in the audience. The sinister gleam of triumph could not be concealed in his eyes. Only they know that the crimes recorded in these documents were actually imposed by them through official means. After all, the power of judicial interpretation lies in their hands. If they say you are guilty, then you are guilty. There is no reason to refute it unless you can write a new law. The business tycoons and guests present were looking at Yi Tiance and his companions with mocking expressions. Ha, now we have something good to watch. With so many commercial crimes under pressure, even the strongest companies will suffer the consequences. TSK. This is the fate of those who go against the authorities and don't know how to choose sides. They don't deserve pity. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. The demise of these Jiangnan City's corporate giants is a good thing for us. Bang. At this moment, Han Ruoyun couldn't hold back his anger and slammed the table. These charges of yours are simply groundless. Our Han Group has always abided by business rules. Besides, my father is the vice president of the Jiangnan City Business Association. He sets an example and will never do anything that violates business laws. Her chest rose and fell with anger, and her e-cup was shaking. The official approach is really bullying. I simply can't bear it. Wang Guiyuan's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and said in an official manner, Lady Comrade, please don't be impulsive. The evidence we have found is based on the law. How can it be false? You just mentioned that your father is the vice president of the Jiangnan City Business Association? Oh, there is something I forgot to inform you just before I came here. Han Tianzheng's position as vice president of the Business Association has been cancelled. Not only that, I have specially invited him to attend this reception. If you have any questions, you can have a good chat with him. After saying that, he clapped his hands. I heard a series of footsteps outside the hall. Afterwards, several people in law enforcement uniforms were seen bringing the two men up. They were Han Tianzheng and Li Xiuqin. Both men had handcuffs on their wrists and were wearing orange vests. It was obvious that they were arrested according to the law. The moment I saw this scene, Han Ruoyun's eyes widened immediately. Dad, Mom. What's wrong with you? She subconsciously rushed over. However, Han Tianjung shouted to stop him. Yun Yun. Stand there and don't move. Don't come over. Li Xiuqin also reminded, Yun Yun, don't come over. And don't be impulsive. Both the husband and wife knew very well that if Han Ruoyun rushed over, it would be disrupting official duties, and they would be accused of committing a crime, which would be troublesome. Hateful. Han Ruoyun clenched her fists. She stared at Wang Guiyuan fiercely and asked in a deep voice, why did you let my parents be arrested? What did they do wrong? Wang Guiyuan said seriously, aren't all the illegal and criminal acts that Han Tianjung and his wife have committed in business over the years written down in the documents for you to see? I also detained the two people according to the laws of Longhua, considering that they have made a small contribution to the economy of Jiangnan City. I did not impose any punishment on them in the end. You should thank the authorities instead of questioning them. Such shameless words. Han Ruoyun definitely couldn't accept it. She gritted her teeth and responded bluntly, thank your mother. Hurry up and have my parents released, otherwise this matter will never end. Hear the words. Wang Guiyuan and the many cadres in the audience looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. Don't you, a lesbian, understand what the law is? Your parents broke the law knowingly, so they should be arrested. That's right. Asking us to release him in front of so many people, isn't this making us lose sight of the distinction between public and private? Is this putting us on the path to committing a mistake? A crime is a crime. It's impossible to be forgiven, so don't waste your time. You bastards. Han Ruoyun was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he wanted to go up and fight them to the death. But this time, she felt someone grab her wrist. Look down. It turned out that it was Yi Tiance who grabbed her wrist. Don't be impulsive, leave the rest to me. Looking at Yi Tiance's determined eyes, Han Ruoyun took a deep breath and nodded. The next second. Then Yi Tiance slowly stood up. He asked calmly, so, this is all your official methods? Wang Guiyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? From what you said, I guess you mean that our official measures are far from enough to make you bow your head and plead guilty, right? Well, in that case, as the leader of Jiangnan City, I will eradicate the biggest cancer in this city and let you realize today how powerful the government is. Come. Bring in the rest of the people. Yes. Then, the sound of orderly footsteps was heard outside the door again. I saw a group of law enforcers, armed with guns and bullets, bringing in several people. They are Zhao Hailong, chairman of Tianlong Group, Wu Xingye, director of Jiangnan First People's Hospital, Zhou Shanshui, master of Yaowang Valley, and Master Xiaoping, master of Treasure Pavilion. These are the people who have a close relationship with Yi Tiance. The guests watching were all shocked. Oh my god. Mayor Wang is so awesome. He even captured all the big shots who have a good relationship with Yi Tiance. As expected of a top leader, he is really flawless in handling matters, decisive and ruthless. Yes. Although the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau does not have the authority to arrest martial artists, it has the authority to arrest ordinary people, no matter if it is the head of a large family or the director of a hospital. No one can stop it, and no one has the authority to interfere. Wang Guiyuan glanced at the people who were captured and controlled. An expression of deep sorrow appeared on his face. He sighed, alas. You are all elite representatives from all walks of life in Jiangnan City. You should set an example for the common people. As a result, you colluded with Yi Tiance and committed so many illegal and disorderly things. As the mayor of Jiangnan City, I hate to see anyone breaking the law, no matter how many contributions you have made before. You cannot escape the punishment of the law, so don't blame us officials. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for getting involved with Yi Tiance. Hear the words. Zhao Hailong was the first to respond coldly, Humph. You know best whether we are breaking the law. There is no need to pretend to be so righteous. Wu Xingye frowned and said, "You will not end well if you frame someone." Xia Ping was even more direct. He stiffened his neck and said coldly, "If you have the ability, you can kill me?" Chapter 544 Nephew? The strong reactions of these people made officials such as Wang Guiyuan look very surprised and ugly. They didn't expect that these people were arrested, but they were not afraid of danger and instead behaved so tough? Is there something wrong with his brain? Gualikun shouted, "How dare you! You guys violated the laws of Dragon Country and openly challenged the authorities. Aren't you afraid of being punished more severely?" Han Tianjing said seriously, "We have not violated the law, we have done the right thing, and we have a clear conscience. What is there to be afraid of?" Zhuo Shanchue shook his head and sighed, "Alas! I didn't expect that after Mayor Lin was transferred, he would be replaced by such a corrupt official who preys on the people. The future of Jiangnan City is worrying." Zhao Hailong coldly reminded the other guests present, "Everyone, don't think you can just watch the show tonight, and it has nothing to do with you, but as the saying goes, it's a waste of effort to seek the skin of a tiger. You support this tiger that eats people without leaving any bones. Sooner or later, you will become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered by others." The business leaders around looked at each other with complicated expressions. They have been in the business world for many years and inevitably have to deal with official people. In fact, it is clear that some leaders have changeable personalities and are extremely greedy. They can never be trusted, otherwise they may lose their entire fortune if they are not careful. Wang Guiyuan and the people under him obviously belong to this category. Hey! Lord Long has a point. Mayor Wang abused his power to defeat them today. He can use the same trick to defeat us tomorrow. That's right. This business environment is too casual. When Mayor Lin was in office, he always handled matters impartially. Mayor Wang is going a little too far. That being said, we are just a group of businessmen. What else can we do? We can't transfer all our assets to other cities, right? You know what, this is really a good idea. If you can't afford to provoke them, you can't afford to hide away. It's better to prepare a way out in advance. The guests below the stage burst into discussions. At this moment, it's not just them. Even Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Seeing Yi Tiance and those who supported him suffer a setback made her feel much more relaxed. But if you think about it carefully, this is not fair competition, but Wang Guiyuan's use of official power to force it. Thinking about it, Xiao Qingcheng has worked hard over the past few years to bring the Xiao family from the bottom of the valley to where it is now. At least in terms of business competition methods, she has always been above board. She actually looks down on this kind of operation and knows that it is illegal. If something happens in the future, she might be implicated. She bit her lip and hesitated for a few seconds. He lowered his voice and advised Wang Guiyuan, "Mayor Wang, do you think there is any misunderstanding in this matter? What if?" But her words were immediately interrupted by Wang Guiyuan. "Mr. Xiao, you just need to take care of yourself. We have our own reasons for doing things officially, and we don't need others to tell us what to do." Xiao Qingcheng had no choice but to shut up. Wang Guiyuan's small eyes swept over Zhao Hailong and others in the audience. "I thought that the reason these guys dared to act so tough was that they were pinning their hopes on Yi Tiance. If this guy wasn't forced to surrender, these guys would definitely not give in." After realizing this, Wang Guiyuan walked down the stage slowly with square steps. Yi Tiance, as the saying goes, one person is responsible for his own actions. Do you want to watch these people who support you lose everything and go to jail because of crimes? Yi Tiance's expression was calm. He said calmly, "Why don't you be more straightforward? What conditions do you want to propose?" "Ha ha." Wang Guiyuan smiled. He said straight to the point, "In this case, let's talk about the heartfelt words, as long as you are willing to hand over all the assets of the Tianlong group tonight and give up your martial arts. Wang Mao guarantees that those who support you will be safe and sound, and all the previous conflicts and disputes will be resolved now." Wow. These words immediately caused a lot of discussion among the people present. Oh my god, is it that cruel? The total assets of Tianlong Group are as high as 100 billion. If all of this is handed over, how much profit will it take in the end? Not only that, but they also want Yi Tiance to give up his martial arts. Isn't this equivalent to letting him destroy his own foundation? Alas! In the final analysis, it's because this Yi is too flamboyant on weekdays when he was targeted by a big shot, he naturally had to cut off his edge. Now we are in trouble if we don't agree, all those who support him will suffer if we agree, we will cut off our own escape route. What a vicious plan. Zhao Hailong, Han Tianzhang and others all changed their expressions and quickly reminded Yi Tiance. Mr. Yi, don't agree to him. These people can't be trusted at all. Nephew Yi, just take good care of our Yun Yun and don't burn your own bridges. Dr. Yi, you should think twice. My old bones are not worth your exchange. Wang Guiyuan squinted his eyes. He continued to ask Yi Tiance, can you tell me the answer? Yi Tiance did not answer his question directly. Instead, he asked in confusion, before this, you and I have never met before, let alone had any hatred or conflict. Why do you insist on killing me? Hear the words. There was a hint of hatred in Wang Guiyuan's eyes. He snorted and said, at this point, there's no point in hiding it from you, so I might as well tell you, so that people won't say I'm unreasonable. Everyone present pricked up their ears to listen. Gossip is coming. Wang Guiyuan said, you and I have never had any conflicts before, but just a few days ago, you injured my distant nephew as your cousin, there is no reason for me not to help. Oh? Who is your nephew? This time, Wang Guiyuan did not answer. Then I heard a familiar and magnetic voice coming from the door. I am his nephew. Everyone heard the sound and looked around. I saw a figure walking in from the door. He was wearing a white robe, and he looked feminine and handsome, with soft and delicate facial features. But originally, he always had a faint smile on his face wherever he went, like a spring breeze. But tonight, his expression couldn't hide the violence he released, and he kept everyone at a distance. This person is Tong Guxiu. And what he just said also caused an uproar. Damn, Master Tong is actually Mayor Wan's distant nephew? Hiss, this is the first time I've heard of this. There have always been rumors that Master Tong's mother's family has close ties with the government. It's true. Master Tong has appeared. Now it's time to watch a good show. Hatred and anger flashed in Tong Guxiu's eyes. He sneered, Yi Tiance, are you satisfied with this cocktail party specially held for you tonight? Chapter 545 I became the god of war. Tong Guxiu raised his chin slightly, hatred and satisfaction hidden beneath his feminine appearance. You must know that this time he has made all the preparations, just to make Yi Tiance fall into an irretrievable situation. See Tong Guxiu appear. Rong Meiyan, who was standing behind Yi Tiance, narrowed her eyes slightly. You should know that a few days ago at Lin Yuyan's birthday party, she saw with her own eyes that Tong Guxiu was seriously injured by Yi Tiance and most of his meridians were damaged. Logically speaking, it would be impossible to recover so quickly. At this time, Tong Guxiu looked as if nothing had happened. What was the reason? Tong Guxiu slowly walked up to Wang Guiyuan. Uncle, thank you for your concern this time. Wang Guiyuan laughed and said, what are you talking about? You are my nephew, who else can I help if I don't help you? Don't worry, tonight on my territory, your cousin will definitely seek justice for you. If Tong Guxiu had not been severely injured this time and his family had not wanted revenge, he would not have had the opportunity to be promoted to the mayor of Jiangnan City. He put his hands behind his back and puffed out his belly. Yi Tiance, as long as you agree to the conditions I just mentioned, how about Wang keep his word? There was a cold flash in Tong Guxiu's eyes. Uncle, I also have a condition, and it must be agreed to by Mr. Yi. Oh? What conditions? Tong Guxiu raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Qingcheng, who was standing not far away. I also want Yi Tiance to apologize to my fiancé. After all, since they filed for divorce, many things have happened to Qingcheng that I have heard about. When these words came out, the guest's eyes widened. Fuck! Did I hear it right? Master Tong actually called Xiao Qingcheng his fiancé? Oh my goodness, could it be that there is a rumor that someone has given Xiao Qingcheng a high-priced betrothal gift, and the man is Master Tong? No wonder Mayor Wang gave Xiao Qingcheng so many benefits. Now the truth is out. Although I admit that Xiao Qingcheng has a good appearance and figure. But Mr. Tong's identity is so precious, why don't you think of finding a divorced woman? Hey! You don't understand this, do you? This is called killing someone and destroying their heart. I will completely defeat you in terms of strength and dignity. After all, I heard that Xiao Qingcheng is still a virgin after 3 years of marriage. Master Tong must be thinking that this woman whom you, Yi Tians, have failed to win over for 3 years was easily won over by me. What a slap in the face. Oh my god. Being a woman is so good. Just lie down with your legs spread out, and you can get resources that others can never pursue in their lifetime. TSK. I didn't expect that Xiao Qingcheng looks so cold on the surface, but deep down she is also a woman who wants to use her body to get ahead. Everyone was discussing various things. Xiao Qingcheng's expression turned ugly after hearing this. You know, she hasn't even agreed to this marriage yet, and she's been caught in the whirlpool of public opinion. The point is that these public opinions are all negative. It's so ugly. But she didn't know how to refute the rejection. He was worried that if he rejected it too bluntly, it would arouse the anger of Master Tong, Mayor Wang, and others. And she didn't know why, but at this moment her eyes subconsciously looked at Yi Tians. I had a very strange and curious thought in my heart, which was that I wanted to see what expression Yi Tians would show after hearing this news. However, Yi Tians' expression did not change at all. The two of them have been two different people ever since they received their divorce certificates from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiao Qingcheng's future emotional life has nothing to do with him. Xiao Qingcheng saw that Yi Tians' expression did not change at all. She bit her lower lip lightly. I was wondering, Yi Tians, are you really calm, or are you pretending to be calm? Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan looked at each other with surprised expressions. Rong Meiyan frowned slightly and analyzed. According to my understanding of Tong Guxiu, with his vision, it is impossible for him to be interested in Xiao Qingcheng, and the Tong family is unlikely to support him being with a woman of Xiao Qingcheng's status. My intuition tells me that there must be someone behind this manipulating all this. When she said this, her eyes were already looking at Lu Yinji, and the meaning was self-evident. Lu Yinji herself was sitting on a chair at this time, looking down on everything like a queen. It seemed that everything that happened here had nothing to do with her, she was just a spectator. Tong Guxiu said in a slightly cold voice, Yi Tians, didn't you hear what I just said? Apologize to my fiancé Xiao Qingcheng immediately. Yi Tians raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't do anything wrong to her, why should I apologize to her? Tong Guxiu said coldly, just because you have ridiculed her on many occasions after the divorce, she is my fiancé and I will not allow anyone to ridicule her. Yi Tians snorted coldly, I laughed at her because she was just being sentimental and not very smart. I didn't mean anything else. If you are unhappy, it's okay if you want to make the decision for her, but the premise is that you have the ability to make the decision for her. As soon as these words came out, Tong Guxiu himself hadn't expressed his opinion yet, but Xiao Qingcheng's defense was broken directly. Yi Tians. What do you mean by this? When did I become sentimental? When did I lose my mind? Explain it clearly. This guy first injured her brother tonight. Now he is mocking her in public. What does that mean? Yi Tians said calmly, there is nothing to explain. I am telling you the truth. If you don't want to listen, you can plug your ears or deafen yourself. You. Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that her face turned red and her lips trembled. She increasingly found that this bastard was simply unreasonable. No wonder everyone was targeting him. Tong Guxiu frowned. Mr. Yi, since you don't take my words seriously, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Tong Guxiu narrowed his cold eyes, and an extremely strong martial arts aura emanated from him. Buzz. The air around seemed to be vibrating and trembling. The faces of the people standing around changed after they felt this martial arts aura. Some of the timid ones with poor physical fitness couldn't help but take 2 steps back, sweat pouring down their bodies. Oh my god, this is actually the martial arts aura of the God of War level. What? I remember Master Tong wasn't at the half-step War God level before? How could he break through to the War God level so quickly? Comparing a half-step war god to a true war god, the difference is just like the difference between a child and an adult. He is worthy of being called Master Tong for having the strength of a war god at such a young age. This time, Master Tong will definitely complete his revenge. A hint of approval appeared in Wang Guoyuan's eyes. He is worthy of being my nephew. He is truly gifted. Tong Guxiu said coldly and proudly, Yi Tiance, you didn't expect it, did you? I already have the strength of a god of war, you can go and die. He roared and rushed directly towards Yi Tiance. However, Yi Tiance looked calm, as if the enemy in front of him was just an insignificant ant. Just when the powerful energy was about to hit him, Yi Tian initiated. Chapter 546 Just an ant. Yi Tiance raised one hand casually, and an invisible force instantly burst out from his body. Boom! This force was like a huge wave, instantly swallowing up Tong Guxiu's attack without a trace. Not good. Tong Guxiu opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief, but before he could react, Yi Tiance's power came upon him like a mountain pressing down on him. Boom! Just one punch. Tong Guxiu's body was smashed to the ground like a cannonball. The floor in the hall collapsed instantly, debris flew everywhere, and dust and smoke billowed. When the dust gradually settled, Tong Guxiu was seen lying on the ground in a mess. His white clothes were now tattered, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes no longer had the arrogance they had before, instead there was deep fear and despair. How is this possible? Tong Guxiu uttered a few words with difficulty, his voice full of trembling. You have to know that this time he relied on external forces, not only to resolve his physical injuries, but also to successfully break through to the realm of God of War. As a martial arts master, he knew very well how powerful the strength of the God of War represented. Exactly. He had enough confidence to come to Jiangnan City just for revenge, to get back the face he lost at Lin Yuyan's birthday party. However, he never expected it. Even though he already possessed the strength of a god of war, he was defeated by Yi Tiance in just one move. Even though he is only in the early stage of the god of war, he is still a god of war after all. His strength is incomparable to before and is several times stronger. Result? Is this guy still human? Yi Tiance walked up to Tong Guxiu, looked down at him, and said coldly, whether you can become a god of war or not, you are nothing more than an ant in my eyes. You are far from being worthy. As he spoke, he had already raised his foot and stepped on Tong Guxiu's chest. Click! Even though he didn't use all his strength, two of Tong Guxiu's ribs were broken instantly. Oh my god! Ah! Tong Guxiu's eyes widened, his whole body trembled, and he screamed in pain. This shout finally made the guests watching in the hall recover from their shock. Most people were terrified. Oh my god! Am I dreaming? Tong Guxiu, who was at the level of God of War, was killed instantly with just one move. This is a powerful God of War. Since the original God of War of Jiangnan, there has not been another strong man of this level in Jiangnan City yet. He is so vulnerable in front of Yi Tiance. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was hallucinating. No wonder this kid is so arrogant and doesn't take anyone seriously. He can even defeat a powerful war god. There is really nothing he is afraid of. Putting aside other things, Yi Tiance is indeed far superior to Tong Guxiu in terms of martial arts strength. It seems that Xiao Qingcheng made the wrong choice again this time. The decision to file for divorce was a fucking stupid one. The guests kept talking. Xiao Qingcheng, who saw the scene, trembled slightly and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She was not a martial arts expert and knew very little about martial artists. But she had heard long ago that Tong Guxiu was one of the 3 heroes in the provincial capital and was very powerful. But in front of Yi Tiance, he was so vulnerable. What the hell is going on here? What else are you, Yi Tiance, hiding from me? A little further away, Lu Yinji, who was sitting on a chair, had his pupils slightly shrunken and a little cold sweat on his forehead. She bit her lip and murmured, as expected, even the god of war is no match for you, you bastard. At the same time, Wang Guiyuan and others finally recovered from their shock. Wang Guiyuan was the first to widen his eyes. He pointed at Yi Tiance and shouted angrily, Mr. Yi, you release my nephew immediately. You are not allowed to act rashly. Yi Tiance dug his ear with his little finger. With an indifferent look on his face, he replied calmly, he rushed up to die on his own, why should I let him go? Wang Guiyuan's face darkened. If you don't let my nephew go, then all those people related to you will not have a good ending tonight. Everyone, get ready. The words fell. The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau immediately pointed their guns at Zhao Hailong, Han Tianzhan, and others. Wang Guiyuan narrowed his cold eyes. He said coldly, Mr. Yi, I can see that you are very powerful, but no matter how fast you are, can you be faster than the bullets of my men? If you are not convinced, just give it a try. Saw this scene. Han Ruoyun's face changed. I couldn't help but scolded, Wang Guiyuan, you are the mayor of Jiangnan City, what did my parents do wrong that you threatened their lives? Aren't you afraid that if the news of harming their lives gets out, it will cause a lot of public opinion? Will you still be able to keep your position as mayor by then? Wang Guiyuan's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. Ha, you are such a sharp-tongued girl. You are right, once this kind of thing gets out, my political career will definitely end here. But if I don't want this to get out, that's fine, right? The words fell. Hua hua hua. A group of law enforcement officers armed with guns quickly rushed in from outside the hall. Among them, a burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man walked in, wearing the uniform of the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. His name is Hu Donglai, and he is the acting director of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau. Hu Donglai walked up to Wang Guiyuan. He saluted respectfully and said, Mayor Wang, my people have already guarded all the entrances and exits of the villa, and the communication signals have also been blocked. No electronic messages can be transmitted from here. Wang Guiyuan nodded with slight satisfaction. You did a great job, it's worth my promotion. Hu Donglai chuckled, it is my duty to be loyal to Mayor Wang. You should know that he was only the deputy director of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau before. After Wang Guoqian was arrested, Wang Guiyuan promoted him, on the condition that he worked for the other party. Tempted by the official position, Hu Donglai agreed without hesitation. Hu Donglai gave a look to his law enforcement officers, who immediately understood and walked up to all the guests present in the hall. Everyone, hand over your cell phones and all communication devices, including camera, voice recorder, etc. Quick! Don't waste time. If we find that you have recorded something that shouldn't be recorded, we will deal with you according to the law. Many guests were frightened by this scene. They had originally come to attend a celebratory cocktail party, but they did not expect their cell phones to be confiscated. This is an invasion of privacy. But when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head and face the serious attitude of the law enforcement officers. They can only cooperate obediently. In just a few minutes, all the guests' communication devices were confiscated. Without any worries, Wang Guiyuan glanced at Yi Tiance and others. No matter what happens here tonight, no news will be passed on, so what do you think Wang should play with you? Chapter 547, Kicking the Ball. Wang Yishan sneered, oh? Then I'm a little curious about what you want to play with us? To be honest, the news here cannot be passed on, which is also the result I want to see. Thank you. Okay? Wang Guiyuan raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused as to why Yi Tiance also hoped that the news here could not be passed on. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? He ordered, let's get back to the previous topic, release my nephew immediately, and then apologize for your words and actions. Perform well, and maybe Wang will consider letting you live. Otherwise, tonight, whether it is you or the people around you, there is only one word for your fate: death. Guo Likun also responded by scolding, why don't you just obey Mayor Wang's orders? Do you really want everyone to be buried with you? Click. Not only did some members of Hu Donglai's law enforcement team point their guns at Zhao Hailong and others, but a considerable number of them also aimed at Rong Meiyan and Han Ruoyan. Of course, the most people are targeting Yi Tiance. No matter how much stronger you are than an early war god, if you are hit by so many bullets, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall became solemn. The pressure was so great that everyone couldn't breathe. Where had Assistant Sun ever seen such a scene? She tugged at Xiao Qingqing's clothes and trembled as she said, Xiao boss Xiao, should we stay away from him? My intuition tells me that someone will die tonight. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and looked at the thrilling scene in front of her. She hesitated and did not agree to stay away from Assistant Sun. But take a step forward. He reminded Yi Tian seriously, now that things have come to this, can you just listen to Mayor Wang? Release Master Tong, give yourself a chance to live, and also give the people around you a chance to live. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect Xiao Qingcheng to stand up at this time. He responded calmly, whether I survive or not, I never need others to give me a chance, so I don't need you to remind me. Xiao Qingcheng's face darkened. Yi Tian. How can you be so ungrateful? Why are you always so willful? Can't you see the current situation clearly? Is there no such thing as surrendering and apologizing in your dictionary? This is the thing that Xiao Qingcheng has never understood about Yi Tian. It's obviously a problem of attitude towards apology, it's just a loss of some dignity, but you always have to confront others. He even didn't want to save his own life or the lives of those around him. What is this if not crazy? Yi Tian rolled his eyes. You're right in my eyes, there is no such thing as surrendering or apologizing. Don't think that everyone is as spineless as you. Oh, I see you are worried about your fiancé's safety, so you advised me to give up? So as not to affect my chances of becoming the young mistress of the Tong family in the future? Boom. These words made Xiao Qingcheng startled. She bit her lip and said incredulously, could it be that in your eyes, I, Xiao Qingcheng, am the kind of person who is willing to sacrifice everything just to get promoted? Yi Tian said indifferently, isn't it? If she wasn't that kind of person, why would she file for divorce? And why would she have had affairs with Ji Buoduan, Morong Fan, and other rich boys? Xiao Qingcheng clenched her fists tightly, looking at the other person's familiar face yet unfamiliar expression. The grievances in my heart can't stop leaking out. It turns out that I am this kind of person in his mind. Ha ha. Sure enough, he didn't care about me from the beginning, so he had no idea what I was thinking or what I wanted. That being the case. She suddenly laughed miserably and said, ha ha. Yes. You, Yi Tian, are right. I, Xiao Qingcheng, am just that kind of slut, okay? Now I ask you to let my fiancé go, okay? Wow. This statement caused a lot of discussion among the guests. Did you all hear it? Xiao Qingcheng really admitted that she is Mr. Tong's fiancé. She used to say that she didn't care about her partner's conditions before she filed for divorce. Now it seems so hypocritical. TSK. Asking your ex-husband to let go of your fiancé, this scene is so interesting. Yi Tian's eyes fell on Xiao Qingcheng indifferently. There was no extra emotion in his tone as he said, you want me to let your fiancé go? Ha ha. This is really like a pig standing at the door to get a number, are you worthy of it? The words fell. He suddenly increased the force of his right foot. Click. A crisp voice rang out. Puff. The next second, Tong Guxiu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and felt like all the bones in his body were about to break. Ah! Help! He screamed hysterically. The powerful impact not only caused him to bleed from all 7 of his orifices, but also broke all the meridians in his body that had already healed. Horrible! Boy, do you dare? Wang Guiyuan widened his eyes. He didn't expect that Yi Tian would actually make the decision to fight to the death. In shock, he would immediately give the order to open fire, no matter what. But at this moment, he just felt like his eyes were blurred. Yi Tian's figure, which was originally at least 20 meters away, suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already behind him. No warning. Bang! A kick hit him on the calf. What? Wang Guiyuan screamed in pain and knelt on the ground. Yi Tian stepped on Wang Guiyuan's back without hesitation. As long as he exerts force, the big ball under his feet will explode in an instant. Boom! This sudden scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Oh no! There's an accident. Mr. Yi, are you fucking crazy? How dare you attack Mayor Wang? Stay away from Mayor Wang immediately, immediately. Guo Likun, Hu Donglai, and others all changed their expressions. Everyone was so panicked that their calves were shaking. You know, they have been working for so many years and have never seen anyone attack the top leader of a prefecture-level city, and be so cruel. This is not just crazy, this is life-threatening. Because this is not just a slap in the face of Wang Guiyuan, but a slap in the face of the officialdom. Even a powerful god of war cannot withstand the official wrath. Wang Guiyuan's face was pale, and he was gasping for breath because he was stepped on because of his fat body. He yelled angrily, "Asshole! I order you to let me go immediately. Right now." Yi Tian sneered, "Fat stinky pig. Didn't you say you wanted to play with us? I'll play with you now, kicking the ball, do you feel happy?" Bang! As he said that, he kicked out directly. Wang Guiyuan's fat body was seen rolling on the floor, just like a human ball. Wang Guiyuan felt dizzy and in great pain all over his body. Before he could stop, Yi Tian had arrived in advance and stepped on Wang Guiyuan's body, causing the latter to stop. Yi Tian looked down. The corners of his mouth curved up harmlessly and he said, "Kicking the ball is boring, how about we play roast suckling pig next?" Chapter 548 Wang Guiyuan begs for mercy. Boom! Yi Tian's words made everyone present tremble with fear. Assistant Sun pulled Xiao Qingqing's arm. He said in panic, "Boss Xiao, this guy is crazy. He is really crazy. He beat Mayor Wang like this in public. No matter how strong he is or how powerful his background is, he can't escape. It is right for you to divorce him, otherwise the entire Xiao family will be dragged down by him." Xiao Qingqing's face was full of despair. Why is it like this? Could it bet his is the true essence of you? Tyrannical? Brainless? Heartless? Arrogant? You really haven't made any progress in all these years. This time, there really is no one who can help you. Yes, the moment Yi Tian attacked Wang Guiyuan, she was completely desperate about Yi Tian. A little further away, Lu Yinji actually felt a rare sense of nervousness, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. She originally thought that since Yi Tian had forced himself on her twice, she thought that he was very bold and did things without considering the consequences. At this moment, what this guy did was beyond imagination. You know, even she wouldn't easily take action against an official leader. This guy is absolutely crazy. At this moment, even Zhao Hailong, Han Tianzheng and his wife, Wu Xingye, Zhou Shanshui and others who were familiar with Yi Tian were shocked. It might be expected that Yi Tian would attack Master Tong. But they couldn't even think of beating up Wang Guiyuan, the mayor of the city. No one dares to predict how serious the consequences of this incident will be. The guests present were all stunned with fear. It's over. This Yi guy is completely finished. He beat Mayor Wang like this, the authorities will not let him off. If this happened in ancient times, it would be considered a rebellion and would be eliminated by the 9 clans. You are still too young. Once you have some strength, you forget yourself and don't care about the consequences. Little do you know that in Dragon Country, the power of the government overrides everything. If you provoke the government like this, you will die. Guo Likun and others had sweat pouring down their backs. If anything happens to Wang Guiyuan tonight, these lackeys will not have a good ending. Guo Likun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Mr. Yi! Are you fucking deaf? Hurry up and release Mayor Wang. Do you really want to die?" Yi Tian frowned somewhat unhappily. "I almost forgot about you, you fat guy. I let you go once before on the construction site, but you came here again tonight to bully me. Do you really think I dare not deal with you?" The words fell. Yi Tian kicked a glass cup on the ground with his right foot. Call out. The glass cup flew straight through the air and finally hit Guo Likun's head accurately. Bang! The entire glass cup exploded with great force, and the fragments flew everywhere, directly blowing Guo Likun's face black. Large pieces of glass fragments pierced into his flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. Ah! My head! Help! Guo Likun covered his head with his hands, trying to ease the piercing pain. But every touch made him more painful. Blood kept oozing out from the gaps between his fingers, dripping onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of blood. He rolled on the ground in agony. There was no trace of his previous arrogance at this moment. He was just a poor creature tortured by pain. This scene shocked everyone again. Acting director Hu Donglai immediately ordered his subordinates to rush forward to help Guo Likun up and help remove the glass fragments embedded in his flesh. At the same time, Hu Donglai took out his pistol and aimed at Yi Tiance. Sweat was pouring down his cheeks. He swallowed nervously and warned, "Boy, I warn you to stop your criminal behavior immediately, otherwise, our law enforcement agency has the right to use all violent means." Really? Yi Tiance sneered faintly and stepped on Wang Guoyuan's chubby cheek with his left foot. "Creaky. How about we try and see which one will hurt me first, the bullets in your guns or the pig head under my feet? Hear this." Wang Guoyuan, who was lying on the ground, was already trembling with fear, and a yellow liquid was flowing out of his crotch, which smelled very smelly. He trembled as he ordered Hu Donglai, "Put down your guns. Put down your guns. No one is allowed to take action without my order." This. Hu Donglai was slightly stunned and a little conflicted. "See this?" Wang Guoyuan yelled, "You can't even be ordered by me, right? Do you believe I will fire you? Damn it! Put down your gun immediately." Hu Donglai shuddered. "Don't dare! Don't dare!" He immediately put down his gun and signaled to his men to put down their guns immediately. "Wait until all law enforcement officers put down their guns." While breathing hard, Wang Guoyuan begged Yi Tiance for mercy. "Yi Tian, Mr. Yi, let's talk it out nicely, don't be impulsive." "Ha ha." Yi Tiance looked down at him. "I am a young man, and young people are most impulsive. Why do you care about me?" This. Wang Guoyuan forced a smile and said, I dare not intervene. What happened tonight is all my fault. Please don't take it to heart." "Okay?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "Just apologize, and the matter is over?" Wang Guoyuan said repeatedly, yes, it's my fault for being negligent. As long as you let me go, we will revoke all the punishments we have imposed on you and the people around you before. Is this okay with you?" Hear these words. The guests in the hall started talking one by one. "Oh my God, the official punishment was revoked just like that. Is there any credibility left?" "Ha ha. What credibility? It's all selfishness in the end. No matter how much profit you make, can your life be more important? TSK. I have to say, this Yi guy is really a ruthless person. He can force Mayor Wang into this state." Wang Guoyuan panted and said, "Mr. Yi, can you accept this condition? Please lift your foot and let me go. I really can't breathe." Yi Tiance raised a finger. "If you want me to let you go, it's okay, but you only need to do one thing." Wang Guoyuan readily agreed, "Sure. Anything is fine. As long as you let me go, I will agree to 10 things, not just one." In fact, at this moment he was already filled with hatred and anger. "You bastard named Yi. Just wait for you to humiliate and beat me like this. Once you let me go, I will retaliate against you tenfold or 100-fold, and make you and everyone around you wish you were dead." Yi Tiance looked down at him. "What I want you to do is very simple, that is, to confess all the illegal and disciplinary violations you have committed in the officialdom over the years, and all the disgusting things that have let the people down. If you don't tell me one thing, I'll take an ounce of your flesh. If you don't want to tell me, you can die now." Chapter 549. Worse than a beast. This. Beads of sweat appeared on Wang Guoyuan's forehead. His eyes were wandering. He no longer had the dignity and composure he once had. He was completely panicked. He originally thought that Yi Tiance's condition was just additional financial compensation. If this is the case, both money and resources can be discussed, but he didn't expect the other party to ask him to explain his past, in front of so many people. He knew very well that once he said it, his reputation would be ruined. Absolutely not. He said bitterly, Mr. Yi, can we change the terms?" "Ha! You're trying to bargain with me, huh? Yi Tian sneered. At some point, he saw a stainless steel table knife in his right hand. This was the one Yi Tian had in his hand when he was sitting at the table eating. Yi Tian didn't hesitate at all. Swing violently. Swish. The dinner knife rolled up a blade wave and landed accurately on Wang Guoyuan's thigh. Put. At the same time when Wang Guoyuan's pants were cut open, a piece of flesh and blood the size of a child's palm flew into the air and finally fell in front of Wang Guoyuan. This was exactly the piece of meat from his thigh, weighing exactly 1 or 2 ounces. In an instant, Wang Guoyuan's eyes popped out, veins on his forehead bulged, his body trembled violently in pain, and he stretched his neck and screamed. Ah! Oh shit! My legs! Ah! He struggled and screamed. Instinctively, you will cover the wound with your hands to relieve the pain. But under the power of Yi Tian's feet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not succeed. I can only feel the severe pain in my thigh. Seeing this scene, all the guests present turned pale, their thighs felt cold, and some of them even wanted to vomit. Oh my god. This Yi guy really does what he says and really cuts the meat down. Damn it, that kid cut off a few ounces of meat, but his expression didn't change at all, as if it was like he was used to it. Do you think it's possible that this guy has done this before? Just like the executioner who carried out Ling Qi in the past? If you ask me, he's more like a butcher. He's stepping on a fat pig right now. Shoo! Keep your voice down, no one can hear you. Yi Tian stepped on Wang Guoyuan. Confess your crimes immediately. If you waste your time, you will be punished. This solemn and powerful voice, like the bell of judgment, has an irresistible power. Wang Guoyuan's body shook violently. He stammered and confessed, when I was working in the provincial capital, I embezzled a huge amount of public funds. The funds that should have been used for urban construction and improving people's livelihood were also misappropriated by me into my personal account. The total amount is more than 8 million. His voice was crying and full of fear. Yi Tian shouted, continue. Wang Guoyuan swallowed. He went on to say, I also accepted bribes from a number of companies, facilitating their land transfer and project bidding, allowing unqualified companies to win the bid. As a result, many shoddy projects were built, and more than 30 people have died innocently in the past decade. In the end, I found a scapegoat for them all. Wow! The guests present were all surprised. Although they had heard that Wang Guoyuan was not a good person, they did not expect it to be to this extent. Compared to him, those corrupt officials we meet every day are just like honest officials. Anything else? Yi Tian's tone became increasingly severe. Wang Guoyuan trembled and said, no more. That's all. Humph. That's all? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows. The next second, the dinner knife held in the right hand swept across. Swish. A piece of flesh from Wang Guoyuan's other thigh was peeled off. Ah! Wang Guoyuan screamed hysterically, and his cheeks turned red like liver. He screamed, it's really gone. Why do you still treat me like this? Yi Tian said in a cold voice, 5 years ago, you heard a folk remedy from somewhere else, saying that if you enjoy a girl under the age of 16, you will have a successful career in the government. So you believed in this folk remedy, and just 5 years ago, you killed more than 5 girls, 5 of whom were under the age of 23, and even caused 2 girls to bleed to death in the end. You used your connections to suppress it. Is this true? Ah? How do you know? Wang Guoyuan's eyes immediately widened, filled with disbelief. When it comes to greed for money and favoritism, there are many people involved, so there is no secret at all. But he really didn't expect that this top secret that very few people knew would actually come out of Yi Tian's mouth. This is really scary. Yi Tian said coldly, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Do you, a beast, know how many people your crimes have brought disaster to? As a result, you have been earning a high salary and enjoying privileges over the years. Is this fucking fair? Ha! 2-inch. At this time, Wang Guoyuan was already limp all over, and was so shocked by Yi Tian's strong aura that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. The guests Guests in the hall were also shocked by the news revealed by Yi Tiance. How can this be called a human being? This is simply a beast. Damn it! I can tolerate him being partial to others and greedy for money, but to do something like this that hurts a little girl is worse than an animal, and he's still able to sit in this position. Damn it! I have a daughter too. If my daughter was bullied by a bad guy like this, I would definitely fight him to the death. At this moment, it's not just the guests. Even Xiao Qingcheng and assistant Sun had cold expressions. You have to know that they are women after all, and what they despise most are hooligan men who bully women, especially those who are so young. If you put yourself into this situation a little bit, you will find it unacceptable. Han Ruoyan couldn't help but curse, "You rotten beast! How dare a bastard like you sit in that position? You say you're serving the people, you have no shame." Bah! Rong Meiyan said coldly, "This kind of trash deserves to be cut into pieces." Lu Yinji narrowed her eyes. He murmured, "What a disgusting beast. But even I don't know about this matter, how did Yi Tiance know it?" Even Wang Guoyuan's subordinate cadres showed contempt on their faces. They can't do such a thing. Wang Guoyuan himself was already crying uncontrollably at this point. Begging for mercy from Yi Tiance, "I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, please give me a chance." Yi Tiance looked at him coldly. Opportunity? When you committed a crime, did you ever give a chance to the people under your rule? Did you ever give a chance to the flowers of the motherland? No, you haven't. The reason you admit your mistake now is not because you are truly sorry, but because you feel like you are going to die. Right? Chapter 550. Anyone who hurts my disciples will be killed without mercy. As Yi Tiance finished speaking. Swish. Swish. Another knife. This time, a piece of flesh was cut off from Wang Guoyuan's back. You should know that Yi Tiance is proficient in medicine and has a good understanding of the human body structure. Therefore, while cutting off the opponent's flesh and blood, you can also control the blood flow very well so as not to let the opponent die from excessive bleeding. Ah! Hiss! Wang Guoyuan's whole body was twitching in pain, and his cries had become distorted. Everyone who saw this scene was so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. Wang Guoyuan continued to cry and beg for mercy. "Mr. Yi, Ancestor Yi. Please let me go, I won't dare to do it again, I sincerely regret it. Let me go." Yi Tiance said coldly, "You have committed so many crimes over the years, but you have not been punished. It is obvious that there must be a strong force behind you. Tell me the identity of this person honestly." I. Wang Guoyuan's face was pale and his whole body was trembling. He hesitated and dared not speak. "If you don't want to say it, then you'll have to continue to suffer." Yi Tiance gripped the dinner knife tightly, ready to take another pound of meat from Wang Guoyuan. "Wait. I'll confess everything." Wang Guoyuan finally couldn't hold it anymore. He immediately let go and begged for mercy. "I'll tell you everything. In fact, the person who has been supporting me behind the scenes is..." Bang! Bang! However, just when he was halfway through his words, two bursts of gunfire rang out in succession. A bullet went straight to Yi Tiance's chest. Yi Tiance reacted quickly, gripped the dinner knife tightly in his right hand, and swung it past. The cold light condensed into a thin line, destroying everything in its path. Click! The bullet was cut in half and fell to the ground. The other bullet could not be blocked in time, it went straight to Wang Guoyuan and finally pierced his head. The latter's head exploded and he died with his eyes open. This sudden scene. It caught everyone present by surprise. The most shocked person was the acting director Hu Donglai. You have to know that he is responsible for the security of the entire cocktail party tonight. No matter how many crimes Wang Guoyuan has committed, he is still the mayor of Jiangnan City. As a result, the newly appointed mayor was shot dead in front of him. He couldn't take the blame for this. What's more, the only people in the entire venue who had guns were the members of the law enforcement team led by him. Could it be? His eyes narrowed. I saw a thin and unfamiliar law enforcement officer leaning in the corner, retracting his gun. The man muttered with an ugly expression, "Damn it! Damn it!" The next moment, this guy didn't even hesitate. He pointed the gun at his chin and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot went off, the law enforcement officer was shot in the head and his body collapsed to the ground. Hua hua hua. Several quick-handed law enforcement officers had already rushed to the body. After a quick check, someone reported, "Director Who, this person is not from our bureau at all. I have never seen him before." What? Who Don't Lie's face changed. So, people have been planted inside the law enforcement bureau a long time ago, with the purpose of doing the finishing work at the critical moment? Who on earth has such great ability? The point is that this imposter is dead and there is no evidence. Once this matter gets out, saying that it was the law enforcement team that beat Mayor Wang to death, he won't be able to clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. He had cold sweat on his forehead even though he had worked as a deputy director for many years and was considered knowledgeable. He had never seen such a scene before. In the end, how to do? How to do? Swish. Swish. Suddenly, a flash of horror flashed through his mind. Got it. He immediately raised his arm and ordered, "Everyone, point your guns at Yi Tiance. He is the real murderer who killed Mayor Wang. We must not let him get away." Click, click, click. Everyone pointed their guns at Yi Tiance. As long as Hu Donglai gives the order, it seems that Yi Tiance can be beaten into a sieve. Faced with the imminent danger that threatened his life, Yi Tiance showed no panic. "If you want to shoot, feel free to do so, but only if you are absolutely sure you can kill me. Otherwise, you will have to find a way to bear the consequences, okay?" It seemed like a calm sentence, but many law enforcement officers who heard it felt a tremendous invisible pressure. It was so intense that it made it almost impossible to breathe, and some people's hands were shaking so much that they couldn't even hold the gun steadily. Hu Donglai was also under tremendous pressure. He had witnessed Yi Tiance's skills. Even though there are so many of them, they may not be able to kill the other party. Once the other party fights to the death, the entire law enforcement bureau will suffer heavy losses. Tonight it is possible that he, the acting director, will have to go down and play landlord with Wang Guiyuan. Even if Yi Tiance was killed, what would be the result? The real cause of Wang Guiyuan's death was not directly caused by Yi Tiance. Once this news was leaked by the many guests present, he would be in trouble. You can't kill all the guests here tonight, right? Even if he had 100 courages, he couldn't do such a thing. What should I do? But just then, a deep and angry voice sounded outside the hall. Others don't dare to kill you, Yi Tiance. I dare to kill you, and I can bear the consequences. The next second, then there was a loud bang. The walls of the hall suddenly exploded, and a cloud of dust and rubble filled the air. Wait until the dust clears. Then I saw a few people walking out slowly. The leader was an old man in his 70s, wearing a black brocade robe. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it, and his eyes were burning with anger. On his left stood a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, with a serious face and an official air. On the right was a thin old man, who was Tong Gushio's long-term follower. The old man named Hu saw these people appear. Tong Gushio, who was lying on the ground seriously injured at this time, had a flash of excitement in his eyes. Master, you are here. That's right, the leader of these three people is Tong Gushio's master. He is also one of the elders of the Tong family, Tong Likun. Tong Likun saw Tong Gushio lying on the ground seriously injured. Boom! A powerful pressure was released. The martial arts aura of the god of war realm is more powerful and domineering than the aura emitted by Tong Gushio. Tong Likun said in a deep voice, I told you before I came here that you have just broken through to become a war god and your foundation is not stable. Don't be impulsive. You didn't listen and ended up suffering again. Tong Gushio gritted his teeth and said, Master, I'm sorry. I failed your expectations. But you must avenge me. Tong Likun narrowed his eyes and said coldly, anyone who hurts my disciples will be killed without mercy. He locked his eyes on Yi Tiance and took a step forward to walk over. saw this scene. Hu Donglai asked subconsciously, who are you? This place is now handed over to our law enforcement bureau to handle, no outsiders are allowed. The words are not finished yet. The middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked up to Hu Donglai. Snapped. Just hit it hard. Chapter 551, Fulfill Your Last Wish. This slap made Hu Donglai look stunned. What the hell? He was about to curse. But the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses slapped a certificate directly on his face. Open your dog eyes and see clearly, what is this? Hu Donglai took a closer look. Deputy Leader of the Tiannan Provincial Inspection Team, degree. Fuck. Hu Donglai couldn't help but exclaimed, his eyes almost popped out. You should know that the Tiannan Province Inspection Team is an institution affiliated to Tiannan Province. It has the authority to supervise and guide various places in Tiannan Province. It can be regarded as the provincial imperial envoy of Tiannan Province. Although the deputy team leader in front of him is about the same level as himself, the actual power is far less. Even if Wang Guiyuan were resurrected and stood in front of this person, he would have to be courteous and respectful. Hu Donglai was so frightened that he immediately saluted and said, Team Leader Chang. What are your instructions? Duda said coldly, from now on, the command of the Law Enforcement Bureau here will be handed over to me. You must follow my orders. Yes. Hu Donglai said respectfully. He was constantly confused. Wow, this incident tonight actually attracted the provincial inspection team. Is it to clean up Wang Guiyuan's mess? Or is there another purpose? Of course, at this moment, he paid more attention to Ton LeCun. Ton LeCun took out a pair of brass knuckles that exuded a cold aura from his arms. The brass knuckles were pitch black and covered with tiny and sharp serrations on the surface. At this moment, a cold light flashed under the light from the dome of the hall, as if it was eager to tear the enemy's flesh and blood. Ton LeCun skillfully put the brass knuckles on his fingers one by one. He clenched his fists tightly, and the spikes on the brass knuckles rubbed against each other as he clenched his fists, making a creepy crunching sound. Ton LeCun stared at Yi Tiance coldly. Boy, I've heard that you are very strong in martial arts. Even my most proud disciple is no match for you. I really hope that you can give me a surprise later and hold out for a few more minutes under my brass knuckles, so as not to die so easily. As he said this, waves of murderous aura were released. Boom. The entire hall was shrouded in this murderous and oppressive feeling. The faces of the many guests turned pale when they felt the murderous aura. It was rare to see a war god level warrior on a normal day tonight. They had already felt the war god level martial arts aura twice. Hiss, it's so cold. It feels like the temperature has dropped several degrees in an instant. Is this the feeling of oppression from a true war god? He is indeed much stronger than Master Tong. This Ton LeCun is the elder of the Tong family. No matter in terms of status or strength, he is one of the most representative figures in the entire Tong family. How can he be an ordinary person? I heard that Ton LeCun personally defeated a war god level warrior from a neighboring province at the beginning of the year. His brass knuckles almost killed the man before he became famous. I don't know how many people's blood he had stained his body. Looking at Master Tong's posture, he must be really angry. I'm afraid this kid won't be able to escape. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, and most people were not optimistic about Yi Tiance. It's not just them. Even Han Tianzheng and his wife, Zhao Hailong, and others were worried. After all, Ton LeCun has been famous for a long time, and he is no match for Tong Guxiu in terms of strength or experience. Once he makes a move, Yi Tiance might really be in danger. Rong Meiyan frowned and her expression became tense. She gritted her teeth and whispered, if Yi Tiance is in danger later, I will try my best to save him even if it costs my life. However, Han Ruoyun on the side was not worried at all. Miss Rome, don't worry, the man we like is more important than Ton LeCun, let alone 10 of them. Rong Meiyan raised her eyebrows and asked, do you understand Yi Tiance's true strength? Han Ruoyun answered subconsciously, of course, this guy must have been tossing and turning in bed the first time. I almost. Swish. Her face suddenly turned red, and she quickly changed her words, ahem. I was talking about other strengths, as for the real strength of fighting, although I have never seen it, there is definitely no problem. After all, Yi Tiance had introduced himself to her a few days ago. He was a cultivator, not to mention an early war god master. Even a great war god master would be no match for him. At this time, Xiao Qingcheng was breathing nervously. Looking at Tong Likun's tyrannical aura, she inexplicably felt worried about Yi Tiance in her heart, but she knew very well that she had no right to intervene, so she could only hold her breath and watch. On the other side, the old man surnamed who had already trotted over and helped Tong Guxiu up. Master, don't worry with Master Tong here, that Yi will be crushed to ashes. Tong Guxiu gnashed his teeth and said, Yi Tiance, I will definitely step hard on your corpse later. Not only you, but also the people around you. I will not let them go. Tong Likun took a deep breath and mobilized all his martial arts strength. Boy, today is the day you die. Watch out. Tong Likun stepped forward, each step carrying a heavy pressure, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly under his feet. The aura he exuded was like an invisible storm, making it difficult for everyone around him to breathe. Yi Tiance just put his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed, without showing any nervousness or fear. Sudden. As Tong Likun roared, he rushed towards Yi Tiance like a ghost. His right fist clenched into brass knuckles and struck Yi Tiance in the face with a sharp sound. Yi Tiance moved his feet, and his body dodged sideways easily like a phantom. Tong Likun's attack missed, and a strong wind was raised. Wow! The force of this gust of wind was so strong that even though it did not hit Yi Tiance, its residual power still hit the dining table behind them. Boom! The marble dining table was shattered into pieces by this blow, and all kinds of debris flew around. It can be seen how powerful the strong people in the realm of God of War are. Destroying with overwhelming force and having the power to defeat 10,000 enemies. Tong Likun's attack did not stop. He swung his left hand, this time straight at Yi Tiance's chest. Yi Tiance moved his feet slightly again and easily avoided Tong Likun's attack. Stinky boy! Veins bulged on Tong Likun's forehead, he roared, and continued to attack. As a result, Yi Tiance easily dodged every attack. Not only did he not get hurt at all, but Tong Likun himself was exhausted and out of breath, his face flushed. Why is this boy like a loach? It's so slippery and I can't catch it at all. Tong Likun said angrily, Boy, don't hide if you have the guts. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Yi Tiance raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. I'm worried that you're too old to stand up to a head-on battle with me. The anger in Tong Likun's heart burned to the extreme. How can you be called a hero if you can only talk big? Kill me head-on if you dare. Hear the words. Yi Tiance put down his hands, which were behind his back. He said coldly, In that case, I will fulfill your last wish tonight. Chapter 552 Return your master to me. Yi Tiance raised his right hand, raised his middle finger to Tong Likun, and hooked his finger. Come here. Tong Likun's face darkened and he shouted angrily, Boy, you are so arrogant. He roared and jumped out. With a force that seemed to destroy everything, he swung his right fist and attacked. Call. The right fist knuckles made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and the surrounding air began to distort. Yi Tiance stood in place, also raised his right fist and faced Tong Likun. When the many guests present saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. Ha, this kid is so stupid that he actually dares to fight with Master Tong. Alas, you are still too young and impetuous. You don't use your speed advantage, but instead go head-on. You are simply courting death. That's right. Elder Tong's right fist is equipped with brass knuckles, which is extremely powerful. On the other hand, Ye's right hand is empty, and he can't compete at all. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the two men connected their fists. There was a loud bang and then a crisp crack sound. The indestructible brass knuckles that Tong Likun regarded as a treasure actually broke in this collision. The huge recoil force made Tong Likun's arm numb. He widened his eyes in horror and wanted to step back, but it was too late. Not good. Yi Tiance's punches continued to move with unabated force, and his strength surged like a tidal wave. Tong Likun's arm instantly lost consciousness, then twisted and exploded. Ah! My arm! This is not over yet. The power of Yi Tiance's fist was still rushing forward, and with a crack sound, Tong Likun's sternum was shattered. The next second. Call out. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, blood spurting out of his mouth. He fell to the ground in a mess, unable to get up again. Wow. The whole place was dead silent. The onlookers, including those who had just been laughing at Yi Tian's, were stunned. At this moment, they were all silent, with disbelief and fear on their faces. How could this happen? A master at the level of God of War was killed instantly by this guy named Yi? Even though they were fighting, Old Tong was wearing brass knuckles, but he was still no match for Yi Tian's. This guy is too scary. I now suspect that he is not human. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying power? Xiao Qingcheng and Assistant Sun both widened their eyes and turned pale. Assistant Sun said in disbelief, "This is impossible. Master Tong has been famous for a long time. He is one of the best in Tiannan province. He was actually beaten by that punch from Yi." Xiao Qingcheng's lips trembled and her brain felt fuzzy. Why? Why is this the result? Although she didn't want to see Yi Tian's being beaten to death, seeing the other party win seemed even more difficult for her to accept. Because this result will further prove how wrong her decision to file for divorce was. Tong Guxiu and the old man surnamed, who both had dazed expressions on their faces. Especially Tong Guxiu, who couldn't help but spit out blood in such horror. You have to know that in his heart, his master Tong Likun is invincible, and as long as he takes action, he will definitely avenge him. But he never expected to be knocked down by Yi Tian's with one punch. What is this kid's identity and background? Where did he learn such powerful strength? Hoo hiss. Let's talk about Tong Likun. He was breathing heavily, and tried to support himself with his left hand to stand up, but he was unable to do it. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. What are your origins? Over the years, he has fought against countless strong men, but has never been defeated as cleanly as today. Yi Tian's walked slowly up to him and looked down at him. Why should I answer just because you ask? You are not my grandson, so there is no need for me to spoil you. You. Tong Likun was so angry that his eyes widened. His chest, which had long been sunken from a severe injury, rose and fell, affecting the wound and causing waves of pain again. What the hell? This kid's words are really infuriating. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Boy, don't be so proud. Just now I was just accidentally taken advantage of by you. Don't think you are so powerful. The next time you fall into my hands, I will definitely cut you into pieces." Ha ha. A sneer emanated from Yi Tian's throat. He walked up to Tong Likun and raised his right foot to aim at his head. What a pity, old bastard. I don't have that much free time to talk nonsense with you. I just said that since you want me to kill you head on, I will fulfill your last wish, so you can go and die. Tong Likun's pupils shrank. He knew that with the power of Yi Tian's kick, even if he had the physique of a god of war, his head would definitely explode. Wait. At the critical moment, an angry shout was heard. Yi Tian's turned his head. All I saw was the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses named Dudu. He said seriously, "Boy, I warn you to stop immediately. Your current behavior is not only against the authorities, but also against the Jing family. Once you take this step, there will be no place for you in the entire Tiannan province. Can you afford the consequences?" Yi Tian's glanced at him with disdain. Are you the boss behind that fat pig Wang Guiyuan? TSK, you don't look like one. You should just be the henchman who is in charge of the liaison between the boss and Wang Guiyuan, right? Du's face darkened. I don't understand what you are talking about. Yi Tian sneered. Since I don't understand what you said, then I don't understand what you just said either. The words fell. His right foot has stepped down heavily. Boom. Phew. Tong Likun's head exploded like a watermelon, with red and white liquid spurting out everywhere. The body below the head twitched twice and then became motionless. At this point, Tong Likun, who was well known in the provincial capital and one of the elders of the Jing family, died on the spot. Boom. Everyone present was shocked by Yi Tian's behavior. Oh my god. Something happened, this is really a big deal. He actually dared to kill Tong Likun? Normally, the death of a god of war level warrior is major news. It is extremely rare that someone was killed in front of everyone. It is foreseeable that things will change in Tiannan province. At this moment, everyone became more and more aware that Yi Tian was a madman and was simply unreasonable. After all, any normal person would use Tong Likun as a bargaining chip, instead of cutting off your own retreat and fighting to the death. But they had no idea that the mere war gods were nothing but ants in Yi Tian's eyes, and he had killed countless of them in the fallen city. What? Tong Guxiu almost had a mental breakdown after seeing this scene. Master! Master! A harmless smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips. You want a master? Then I'll give him back to you. He took advantage of the situation and kicked Tong Likun's headless body directly under Tong Guxiu's feet. Chapter 553 Dragon Group. Guliolu. Tong Likun's headless body rolled to the ground at Tong Guxiu's feet. What? Tong Guxiu screamed. If the old man surnamed who hadn't been supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Even though Tong Guxiu is knowledgeable and has better psychological quality than ordinary people. But the person dying in front of him was Tong Likun, one of the most important people around him. I really can't accept it. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Tong Guxiu's head turned red and his whole body was shaking violently. The old man named who standing by was also quite frightened. He trembled and advised, "Young master, calm down. Calm down. The dead cannot be resurrected, please don't get into any trouble." Aha! Tong Guxiu simply refused to listen to the advice. He screamed heartbreakingly, "Fuck! Yi Tian! You killed my master. I want you dead. I must have you dead." Team leader Chang, quickly order someone to beat Yi Tian to death. I want him to be beaten into a sieve. Bastard! Aye. Dude had already been stunned by the ruthlessness of Yi Tian's attack. No matter how brave he was, he wouldn't dare to think about it. Even Tong Likun, who came personally, was killed instantly. No matter what, the instigator of this incident, Yi Tian himself, must die here tonight. Otherwise, this matter cannot be explained at all. He immediately ordered Hu Donglai, "Tell all your law enforcement officers to shoot Yi Tian to death without mercy, treat him as a terrorist." Gulu. Hu Donglai swallowed nervously. He raised his right hand and shouted, "Everyone, listen up, get ready to shoot." But his order has not been issued yet. Boom. There was a sudden loud noise from the wall of the hall. I saw a huge hole in the wall. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, several dark shadows were seen rushing in from the big hole. These shadows are extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were distributed in every corner of the hall and used their bodies to block the law enforcement officers. They snorted and scolded. "Put the gun down. Put the gun down. Those who don't cooperate will be killed on the spot. Those who don't cooperate will be killed on the spot." These people were all wearing black combat uniforms, and each of them exuded a strong martial arts aura. The law enforcement officers who were originally holding guns were all shocked. Their bodies trembled with fear instinctively, and finally they put down their guns. Dudu, Hu Donglai, and others were shocked by this scene. Dudu yelled angrily, "Damn it, where did you all come from? How dare you stop the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau from doing its job? This is going against the Dragon Country officials. Are you fucking going to die?" The words fell. Then a cold and disdainful voice was heard outside the hall. "It's just the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau. When did it become qualified to represent the Dragon Country government?" Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a tall figure walking in against the light. This man's face was like a carefully carved sculpture, with clear edges and corners. His thick sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, and below them were a pair of eyes as deep as cold stars. His gaze was sharp and firm, as if he could see through everything. He was wearing a specially made dark purple combat suit, the dragon scale-like metal pieces on his shoulders and elbows flashed a cold light, reflecting a chilling light as he moved. This outfit is obviously very rare and precious. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of the entire hall. Oh my god, who is this person? He's so handsome. So oppressive. I've never seen him before, he's definitely not from Jiangnan City. This uniform is so strange, it seems I seem to have seen it somewhere before. This is the person who just said that the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau is not worthy of representing the Dragon Country government. What a good tone. Under the gaze of everyone. This person walked into the hall and stopped in front of Du. Feeling the oppression coming from the other person, he couldn't help but become nervous. But as the deputy head of the Tiannan Provincial Inspection Team, he still gritted his teeth and rebuked. Who asked you to bring people in and stop us from doing our official work? Aren't you afraid of being punished by law? Snapped. There were no signs, and no time to react. The other party slapped Dudu on the cheek. The latter was beaten so hard that he turned around 3 times before stopping, with blood coming out of his nostrils and corners of his mouth. The man looked at the degree with contempt. In front of our dragon team, you are qualified to mention legal sanctions? Are you qualified? The sound was like a huge bell, so frightening that it terrified the soul. His legs went weak and he couldn't control himself and fell to his knees. Hu Donglai, who was standing behind him, was even more shocked. Because at this moment, he felt the majestic martial arts aura from the other party. This is a force far more powerful than Ton Likun's. It is estimated that his strength is at least at the mid-stage god of war. Of course, what scared him the most were the 2 words Dragon Group. You are from the Dragon Group? The man said indifferently, let me introduce myself, Ling Yun, the captain of the 3rd team of the Dragon Group. Boom. The whole hall was filled with amazement. Oh my god, he's actually from the Dragon team, and he's a captain? I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen this. Wait. What is the Dragon Group? Why haven't I heard of this organization before? Fuck. Are you 2 out of date? You haven't even heard of the Dragon Group? Let me tell you this, in our Dragon Country, one of the most mysterious and powerful official violent organizations is the Dragon Group. That is one of our most important trump cards. The head of the Dragon Group is one of the most powerful bosses in our Dragon Country. That's right. Right to join the Dragon team, the requirements are very strict. I heard that they usually select from the martial arts action groups in each region, and only the elite among the elites will be selected to become ordinary members. To reach the captain level, your strength must be at the level of a god of war. Look, the masters who stopped the law enforcement team members all have black combat uniforms, which means they are ordinary members, and the one called Ling Yun has dark purple uniforms, which means he is the captain and his strength is indeed at the level of a god of war. Hiss, what you said is true. I just noticed that the strength of these people present is actually at the peak of the Grandmaster level, but any one of them is a master of high status in our Tiannan province. In the end, he is just an ordinary member of the Dragon Group. This gap is really... Everyone was filled with various emotions. At this moment, even Xiao Qingcheng was shocked. She would never have thought that a cocktail party tonight would eventually alarm and attract the legendary Dragon Group. It's not just her. Even Han Ruoyun and Rong Meiyan looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. There is also vigilance. What is the purpose of these guys' sudden appearance? Chapter 554. Who can save me? The appearance of the Dragon Group caught everyone in the hall by surprise. Even Lu Yanji, who had remained calm throughout and seemed to have everything under control, now looked very serious. How could this matter alarm the Dragon Group? Could it be? She subconsciously looked at Yi Tiance, frowning and thinking. Of course, the most surprising and frightening thing among everyone present was the degree. After all, just half a minute ago, he was yelling at Ling Yun, shouting that he represented the official Longwei. It turned out that the other person's real identity was much greater than his, the deputy head of the provincial inspection team, and his authority was many times greater. In front of the other party, they are indeed not worthy of representing the official dragon country. As a veteran in official circles, his reaction was very quick. Quick. He rolled his eyes. Immediately changed to a flattering expression. Captain Ling, I just offended you unintentionally because I didn't recognize you. Please don't take it to heart. I am also trying to maintain the security and stability of Jiangnan City and make sure that all the criminals tonight are punished by law, so I acted a little hastily, hee. Ling Yan said coldly, who are the criminals you are talking about? The degree points to Yi Tiance and others. Of course it's the group of bastards led by Yi Tiance. You don't know that Mayor Wang and Ton Likun both died at the hands of this kid. You don't need to take any action on this matter, just give me a minute and I can deal with him and his accomplices. As a result, he had just finished saying this to take credit. Bang! Ling Yan kicked out casually, directly kicking Duda back. Rumble! He slid on the ground for more than 10 meters before he stopped. His body was covered with bruises and even his gold-rimmed glasses were broken. Seeing this, Hu Donglai widened his eyes. He trembled and asked in confusion, Captain Ling, did you hit the wrong person? Ling Yan asked coldly, are you teaching me how to do things? Boom! A powerful pressure was released, which directly shocked Hu Donglai, causing his legs to go limp, and he knelt on the ground, his face turning pale. No, don't dare. Ling Yan looked around the entire hall. He said calmly, this captain came to Jiangnan City today because he received a report and is specifically investigating the cadres headed by Wang Guiyuan for corruption and breaking the law. Although he is dead, all those involved in his crimes will be taken back for investigation. Anyone who disobeys will be considered a traitor and killed on the spot. Wow! These words caused a lot of surprise in the public opinion. What? Ling Yan brought the dragon team here, but he's not specifically targeting Yi Tiance? Captain Ling Yan clearly knew that Yi Tiance had killed someone, but he didn't even mention it? But having said that, Wang Guiyuan, that bastard, really deserves his punishment. He deserves no pity to die. Normally, even if Wang Guiyuan's crimes are true, the authorities can just send an investigation team, but this time they even alerted the dragon team. This is a waste of talent. Yes, Ling Yan said that he came here because he received a report, but how can an ordinary person have the ability to contact the most mysterious dragon group? So this matter is full of weirdness. Everyone kept listening and talking in low voices. At the same time, the members of the dragon team have taken the personnel list prepared in advance and checked the identity information of the people present one by one. Anyone who has a connection with Wang Guiyuan will be taken away for investigation first. When many guests learned that they were going to be taken away, they were immediately frightened and howled and begged desperately. There have long been rumors that once someone is captured and interrogated by the dragon group, the consequences would be worse than death. Because the dragon group can investigate criminals without following any legal procedures, and it doesn't matter if they even use various criminal laws to kill people. Ah! I was wrong. Don't take me away. I have nothing to do with that fat pig Wang Guiyuan. He was the one who ordered me to do everything. I am innocent. Woo woo. Guo Likun, whose face had been disfigured by Yi Tiance with a glass, was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, cowed out and begged for mercy. A member of the dragon team standing in front of him said coldly, we will naturally investigate whether you are wrongly accused or not. Follow us. Guo Likun was so scared that he peed himself. Please don't take me away, okay? I am willing to turn myself in to the disciplinary inspection. Or the investigation organization in the provincial capital. Please don't take me to the dragon group for investigation, okay? Noisy. The dragon team member stopped talking nonsense and just stepped forward and kicked Guo Likun unconscious. Then he was dragged away like a dead pig. Not only him, but all the leaders from various departments of Jiangnan City who were present tonight were taken away. Naturally, this also includes Hu Donglai and Dudu. No matter how much I begged for mercy, I wasn't given a chance. At this time, two members of the dragon team walked up to Xiao Qingcheng and assistant Sun. You are Xiao Qingcheng from the Xiao group, right? Come with us. Boom. Xiao Qingcheng was so frightened that her face turned pale immediately. Assistant's son also looked panicked. You are mistaken, right? Your CEO Xiao has no relationship with Wang Guiyuan. Why did you take her away? The man said coldly, it doesn't matter. Why did Wang Guiyuan let Xiao Qingcheng become the new vice president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? And why was he willing to transfer the commercial land of Tianlong Group to Xiao Qingcheng at an ultra-low price of 10 billion yuan? Assistant's son was startled. This. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip and defended herself. Comrade, please listen to my explanation. I really didn't take the initiative to participate in these things, whether it was the vice president or the commercial land. I was notified before tonight. I hadn't even met Mayor Wang. The Dragon team member shouted coldly, if you want to explain anything unnecessary, leave it for later investigation. Just follow us. Now. This scolding. Xiao Qingcheng was so scared that she trembled. She felt wronged and scared. What was unfair was that she was clearly being wronged and was being taken away without knowing what was going on. What she fears is that once she is captured by the Dragon Group, she will most likely face a trial in which she will never see the light of day. In this way, everything she has built up over the past few years and her best years will be completely wasted. This is something she dare not face. I must not be taken away, absolutely not. Miss Lu will definitely save me. She quickly turned her head to look at Lu Yenji, only to find that the seat where the other person was originally sitting was empty. Okay? What about people? Xiao Qingcheng hurriedly looked away again. It was discovered that Lu Yenji was not there at all, and had not been taken away by the Dragon Group. Could it be that he left early? Boom! Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled. At this moment, she felt a sense of despair as if she had been used and then cruelly abandoned. How to do? I don't want to be arrested yet. Is there anyone else who can save me? She panicked. The most panic ever. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. She turned her head away instinctively in search of help. Looking at Yi Tiance, who was humming a little tune with his hands in his pockets not far away. Chapter 555. Yi Tiance, you are ruthless. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yi Tiance. Although she didn't understand why Yi Tiance did so many illegal things tonight but was not taken away by the Dragon Group. But her intuition told her. If there is only one person present who has the ability to save her, it is Yi Tiance. Although she was very reluctant, she still spoke in extreme panic. Can you help me testify that what happened tonight was not my intention, and I was not the mastermind behind it? The shout attracted a lot of people's attention. Oh my God, Xiao Qingcheng actually asked Yi Tiance to testify? My goodness, this woman is really interesting. She's divorced and things are still so tense, yet she still has the nerve to ask for help? To survive. Most people can't bear it. Xiao Qingcheng's face felt hot. Yes. Why would she ask Yi Tiance for help unless it was absolutely necessary? Yi Tiance hasn't spoken yet. Han Ruoyun was the first to lose his temper. Xiao Qingcheng. You are such an interesting person. Have you forgotten how you just teamed up with Wang Guiyuan and the others to mock our little Cici? Now you think of asking for help? Do you have any shame? Xiao Qingcheng ignored Han Ruoyun. She looked straight at Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance, you should know clearly whether I have any intention to harm you or not. I just want you to say something fair at this time. Don't you even want to do this? Yi Tiance lowered his eyes lightly. I said a long time ago that from the moment we divorced, I don't need to care about what you think. So, I cannot testify to what happened tonight and how much it has to do with you. I will not testify. If you have anything to explain, you can tell the comrades in the Dragon Group. If you are really wronged, they will not accuse you of anything. Boom. Xiao Qingcheng's body trembled, as if she didn't expect Yi Tiance would choose to refuse to help her. Why is this happening? You obviously cared about me the most at the beginning. No matter if I was not feeling well or encountered any other difficulties, you were always the first to appear by my side. Why have you become such a person so soon after your divorce? Was all the care you showed me before fake? Assistant's son couldn't stand it anymore. She shouted angrily, Yi Tiance, as a man, you are not a hero if you watch someone die without helping him. After all, Miss Xiao is your ex-wife. Putting aside the facts, as her ex-husband, did you just watch her get abducted by the dragon group? I have finally understood that none of you men are good people, you are all selfish and heartless. Han Ruoyun walked straight forward. Snapped. He slapped Assistant Sun on the cheek, making the latter see stars. You are a piece of garbage that can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You punched my man. Why should my man think about his ex-wife? She is asking for trouble. What does it have to do with my man? If she had the ability, she shouldn't have divorced him. After the divorce, she still asks for help. Do you know how to write the word shame? Assistant Sun's lips trembled as he tried to explain, you. Xiao Qingcheng interrupted and said, forget it. No need to explain. She stared at Yi Tiance. Suddenly he sneered at himself, ha. Yi Tiance, Xiao Qingcheng, was wrong. I didn't expect you to be such a heartless person. I, Xiao Qingcheng, have done the right thing and I don't need your pity to help me testify. The dragon group can kill or chop me up as they please from today on. You and I are strangers. Take care of yourself. Finish this sentence. She turned around and followed the members of the dragon team away, seemingly no longer having any panic or fear. There is only endless loss and despair. Pooh. Han Ruoyun spat on the ground. It's obviously her own problem, but she blames you for it. This woman is really selfish and conceited to the core. There's no hope for her. Yi Tiance shook his head helplessly. He had long been accustomed to Xiao Qingcheng's personality. He looked around. Confusedly asked, where is Rong Meiyan? Han Ruoyun took a look. Ha? Weird, he was here just now. Did he go to the bathroom? At this time, Captain Ling Yun of the dragon team stepped forward. He said to everyone present, except Yi Tiance, please move out. Han Ruoyun instantly became alert and stood between Ling Yun and Yi Tiance. What are you going to do? Are you planning to take my man away? I'm telling you this, as long as I'm here, I won't allow you to hurt him even a hair. Yi Tiance placed his hand on Han Ruoyun's shoulder. He said softly, take the others and wait outside. I believe Captain Ling will not hurt me. But it's okay, you have to learn to trust your man. Han Ruoyun looked at Yi Tiance's serious eyes, and finally nodded and said, then I will wait for you outside. When you go back tonight, I will reward you more. After saying that, she walked up to Han Tianzhan, Zhao Hailong and others. Leave with them. The members of the dragon team also took away the other people present, including the seriously injured Tong Guxiu and the old man surnamed Hu. Soon, in the huge hall, Yi Tiance and Ling Yun were the only ones left, looking at each other. Yi Tiance was the first to break the topic and said, I haven't seen you for a few years. You seem to be doing well now, don't you? The next second. Then Ling Yun knelt down in front of Yi Tiance. His expression was filled with respect and worship. There was even excitement that was hard to conceal. Hello, young city lord. Yi Tiance pulled a chair and sat down. He crossed his legs and said calmly, don't call me young city lord now. You are working in the dragon group, and I am not your leader. If this is seen by outsiders, it will be bad for your dragon group's reputation. Ling Yun grinned. He crawled forward on his knees and gently tapped Yi Tiance's calves. He. What are you talking about, young city lord? In the hearts of your subordinates, you will always be my leader. The reputation of the dragon group is nothing compared to our fallen city. If you push me too hard, just quit and go back to fallen city to be with my brothers. That's right. Ling Yun's real identity was actually an ordinary jailer in the fallen city. 4 years ago, I went to the capital to carry out a mission, and later stayed to work in the dragon group. Of course, the fallen city also allows people to stay in the dragon group to work. Otherwise, even if the dragon group had 10 more courage, they would not dare to detain people from the fallen city. Even though Ling Yun is just an ordinary jailer in the fallen city, he is not outstanding. But he could not cover up any brilliance in the dragon group. Within just a few years, he became the captain of the dragon group. Now he has a very high say within the dragon group. And the reason why he appeared in Jiangnan City tonight was because Yi Tiance asked the fallen city to collect all the evidence of Wang Guiyuan's crimes. Finally, contact Ling Yun and catch them all. Chapter 556. Rong Meiyan disappeared? It was Yi Tiance who had laid an ambush in advance, with Ling Yun and Long Group as his trump card. So no matter what kind of trouble he makes here tonight, there is no need to worry about anything, just do it. Of course. Even without them, with Yi Tiance's own strength, he can protect himself and those around him. Of course, the whole process will be a little more troublesome, and there will be more blood on your hands. Yi Tiance asked Ling Yun, "How is the investigation going on with the matter I asked you to do?" Ling Yun said respectfully, "In Wang Guiyuan's plan against you this time, he is just playing a role in the open. The real manipulators behind the scenes are actually the Tong family in the provincial capital and the Wang family in the capital." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows. "What the hell is the Wang family in Beijing?" Ling Yun replied, "The Wang family in Beijing is actually the family of Tong Gushou's mother, and it is almost a first-tier family in Beijing. From the surface, it seems that there is not a very outstanding side, but in fact, the Wang family still has a certain foundation, because the old man of the Wang family is an old general who expanded the territory in the past. He is a real legitimate family." Pub Future ads. Now the Wang family has grown and expanded its network of contacts now, whether in the capital or many government offices in Tiannan province, they have supported many people to rise to power. Wang Guiyuan is just one of them. Yi Tiance said, "If that's the case, then the old man of the Wang family is the manipulator behind this incident?" Ling Yun shook his head. "According to my investigation, the old man of the Wang family did not know about this incident, because he has always been very disgusted with such things and advocated keeping a low profile within the family, but he is old and cannot control the thoughts of many people below him. My humble guess is that the mastermind behind this incident is most likely Tong Gushou's mother, and there are also people in high positions within Tiannan province who are helping with the planning. As for this person's identity, perhaps the truth will be revealed after we interrogate the man named Degree." Yi Tiance nodded, his expression remained calm and composed without much change. In his opinion, it doesn't matter whether the Tong family, the Wang family, or some other high-ranking figure in Tiannan province is behind this matter. Since the other party chooses to take the initiative to provoke, then just fight to the end. In fact, Yi Tiance is most concerned about someone else. Ling Yun continued to report, "Young city lord, as for Lu Yanji, who you asked me to investigate, she is indeed a very strange woman. According to our investigation, she left Longhua with Chen Qingdi 5 years ago. The previous news was that they were going to settle in Europe, but after leaving Longhua, they flew directly to an island country in the Pacific Ocean. After landing, they suddenly disappeared without a trace until a few months ago. Lu Yanji returned to Longhua." Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes. 5 years ago, these two people flew to an island country in the Pacific and then disappeared? 5 years ago again. You should know that 5 years ago, the Dark Spider organization, where Zhang Xiaohu was killed by a third-party mysterious force while participating in a transaction on an island in the Pacific. Zhang Xiaohu was the only one alive among those present, and all the items traded were taken away. The Fallen City has been investigating this matter for many years without any clues, and it has become one of the unsolved cases that Yi Tiance cares about most. At the moment, Lu Yanji and Chen Qingdi also went to an island country in the Pacific Ocean, and then suddenly disappeared. Could there be some connection between these two completely unrelated things? Ling Yun continued to report respectfully. "In addition, I also investigated the relationship between Lu Yanji and Tong Gushou. In fact, the two knew each other many years ago. In terms of relationship, Lu Yanji is considered Tong Gushou's sister, but during the 5 years when Lu Yanji disappeared, the two sides had no contact. The last time we contacted each other was more than a month ago, but we don't have much contact on a regular basis. As for this incident, from our investigation results, Lu Yanji was not directly involved. She never contacted any official personnel including Wang Guiyuan from beginning to end. At most, she looked for Xiao Qingcheng once, but her behavior did not leave any loopholes." In fact, Yi Tiance had already guessed this result. Based on his understanding of Lu Yanji, this woman is extremely cunning and will definitely have a backup plan before doing anything. Ling Yun asked, "Do you want me to send someone to bring her here right now?" Yi Tian shook his head and said, "There's no need to arrest her since she has already cleared herself out. Even if you arrest her, you won't be able to find evidence of her crime, so you can only let her go. Although the Dragon Group can forcibly detain people, it's better not to put yourself on the passive side when dealing with such a character. On the contrary, Tom Gushio should be able to find a lot of valuable clues. You can do whatever you want." "I understand, little one." Ling Yun nodded seriously. He was very familiar with the meaning of "let's see what happens." After all, when Yi Tian said this in the Fallen City, it meant that some prisoners were going to suffer. But then a hint of confusion flashed across Ling Yun's eyes. He asked carefully, "Young city lord, the others are easy to deal with, but how should I deal with that person named Xiao Qingcheng?" From the conversation just now, Ling Yun learned that Xiao Qingcheng was actually Yi Tian's ex-wife. Although he didn't know why a powerful figure like the young city lord would fall in love with an ordinary woman like Xiao Qingcheng, they were former husband and wife after all, so he had to be cautious. Yi Tian's took a deep breath. The answer was, just follow the law. If this incident is indeed not related to her, just let her go after the interrogation. After all, Xiao Qingcheng is Xiao Hongming's granddaughter now that they are divorced. Although Yi Tian's will not help her in times of need, he will not add insult to injury. Ling Yun nodded respectfully. "I understand. I will take people to interrogate them right away. I will inform you immediately as soon as there is any result." "It is good." Yi Tian's nodded. Ling Yun turned and left. Yi Tian stretched and left the hall. When they went out, Ling Yun had already left with his subordinates. Only Han Ruoyan's family, Zhao Hailong, Wu Xingye, Zhuo Shanshui, Master Xiaoping and others were left at the door, waiting anxiously. They were relieved only when they saw Yi Tian's coming out safely. Yi Tian's bowed to them and said, "I'm really sorry that I have implicated you again because of my affairs." Han Tianzhan waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about, nephew Yi? If you hadn't helped us so many times before, how could we be where we are today?" Wu Xingye also said, "As the saying goes, evil cannot prevail over good. Wang Guiyuan and his gang will eventually perish if they do too much evil. Even if you were not there, we would not go along with such a guy." Zhuo Shanshui stroked his beard and said, "We were just captured tonight and didn't suffer any harm. Dr. Yi, you don't have to blame yourself." Yi Tian's felt warm in his heart. No matter what time or what risks you face, you will be touched to know that there are people supporting you like this. He looked around and frowned slightly. "Ha? Where did Rong Meiyan go? It seems like I haven't seen her for a while." Chapter 557. Are you satisfied with those shots just now? The back mountain of Tsueyun Villa. Under the cover of night, a winding path is faintly visible in the dim moonlight. The wind blew quietly, and the leaves rustled. At this time, a woman in a black evening dress was walking down the mountain along the path. Da-da-day. The high heels made a crisp and rhythmic sound as they stepped on the cobblestone road. Her long hair, like a waterfall, was slightly lifted in the wind. Her delicate face looked even more cool and elegant in the moonlight, and her eyes were full of majesty and courage. This person is naturally Lu Yinji. She looked a little upset. Although the plan tonight was prepared hastily, it was almost foolproof, but it was easily resolved by Yi Tian's. The most troublesome thing is that this incident actually attracted the Dragon Group. Fortunately, I cleared myself out in advance and didn't leave any evidence. Yi Tian's, you are really a man who is hard to figure out and always gives people surprises. She sighed softly. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and tilted her head slightly. He said coldly, "You have followed me for so long, now you can come out." The voice just fell. Then I saw a woman in a silver-white cheongsam walking out from the corner more than 10 meters behind me. The cheongsam outlines her perfect body curves, her legs are wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, and her pair of jade feet are not wearing high heels, but barefoot. Obviously, she took off her high heels deliberately in order to follow Lu Yinji and lower the noise. Lu Yinji looked at this charming woman. She raised her chin slightly and said coldly, "I didn't expect that the famous Miss Rong, the woman known as the queen of the provincial capital's business community, actually has the habit of stalking people." Rong Meiyan stared at Lu Yinji with her almond-shaped eyes. Fengqing Wanzhong said, "I never thought that you, the queen of Jiangnan business community, known as the Black Rose, would have the habit of slipping away through the side road after being defeated. At this moment, one of the two women was extremely cool and the other was extremely charming. The light in the eyes of both sides competed with each other, and neither of them gave in at all. Lu Yinji crossed her arms over her chest. The cocktail party is over tonight. I wonder why Miss Rong followed Yinji? She can't be trying to avenge Yi Tian's, right? Then Yinji, please make it clear in advance that everything tonight has nothing to do with me. You can find someone else. Rong Meiyan said coldly, I'm not very interested in what you did tonight. I just want to know what you think of Yi Tian's. Okay? Lu Yinji slightly raised her beautiful eyes. What does Miss Rong mean by this? Yinji doesn't quite understand. Rong Meiyan said, there are only two of us here, so why not come straight to the point and speak frankly? I want to know what your attitude towards Yi Tian's has been since you had sex with him. Hatred? Ambiguity? Conflict? Or something else? Boom. This sentence was beyond Lu Yinji's expectations. This made her, who was usually calm, froze in shock, and the air pressure around her dropped instantly. The fists under the black silk gloves were clenched tightly. After they had sex, she strongly warned Yi Tian's that he must not allow anyone else to know about it. But Rong Meiyan found out? This bastard has such a big mouth. If you don't consider your own reputation, won't you consider mine? If this were to get out, how could she face Chen Qingdi? How could she face the Qinglong society he founded? She frowned and said coldly, as a woman, if you encounter such a thing, how would you treat Yi Tian's? Thinking back to those two terrible experiences, a fire of rage burned in Lu Yinji's chest. Facing Lu Yinji's questions, Rong Meiyan answered straightforwardly, as one of Yi Tian's fiancés, if I had such an experience, I would naturally be more than happy to have it, and I would love him even more. You. Lu Yinji sneered, then you really have no sense of shame. Rong Meiyan has a charming smile. Ha ha. Miss Lu, you don't need to worry about whether I have integrity or not, you just need to answer me, what is your attitude towards Yi Tian's, and whether you will do anything to harm him next? There was a cold light flashing in Lu Yinji's eyes. Since you want to know, then I'll give you the answer. As long as I am still alive, Yi Tian's will be one of my biggest enemies. I promise to make him pay the price of his life for his actions. Are you satisfied with this answer? In fact, Lu Yinji was a little puzzled. Did Rong Meiyan go to so much trouble to follow her just to confirm this answer? What is this woman's purpose? You have to know that she has come into contact with many women around Yi Tian's. For example, Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyun, both of them have their emotions written on their faces, they don't have any scheming or intentions, and you can see through them at a glance. But the woman Rong Meiyan is different. Beneath the charming appearance, there is a cunning mind that even she cannot see through. Even though this woman had no martial arts skills, she could smell a threat to her life at this moment. At this time, Rong Meiyan gently touched the hair on her shoulders with her left hand. He whispered, thank you for telling me the answer. Goodbye, Miss Lu. At this moment, with lightning speed, Rong Meiyan pulled out a small pistol from the right thigh at the collar of her cheongsam. Without any pause, he aimed at Lu Yinji and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off and bullets flew out. At this critical moment, Lu Yinji's pupils shrank, and his body's instincts were stimulated to the extreme, and he finally managed to dodge the shot. Call out. The bullet passed by Lu Yinji's shoulder, leaving a 1-inch long cut, and blood flowed out. Crazy woman. Lu Yinji's face darkened. He didn't expect the other party to open fire without even saying a word. If it weren't for the fact that his strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, he would have been killed. Rong Meiyan's eyes trembled. She didn't expect that the other party could dodge the shot at such a close distance. This woman turned out to be a martial artist. I miscalculated. Despite this, Rong Meiyan did not hesitate and continued to pull the trigger at Lu Yinji. Bang bang bang. Bullets poured out. But this time, Lu Yinji was prepared, and even though she was wearing an evening dress and high heels, it didn't affect her speed much. With a few dodgy moves, he dodged all the bullets. Whoosh! With one final leap he rushed forward and with one slap knocked the pistol out of Rong Meiyan's right hand. He grabbed Rong Meiyan's neck and lifted her up. There was a flash of murderous intent in Lu Yanji's eyes. You opened fire when you disagreed with me, Yanji. I don't understand how I offended you. Why did you kill me like this? There was no fear on Rong Meiyan's expression. He responded coldly, because your answer just now told me that as long as you are alive, you will be a threat to Yi Tian's. Maybe for some reason he is reluctant to kill you, so I have to do it for you. Hee, bitch, are you satisfied with those shots just now? Chapter 558. You are also a crazy woman. There was murderous intent flickering in Lu Yanji's cold eyes. Just because of this, you would rather risk your life to kill me? Is it worth it for a stinky man? Rong Meiyan responded seriously, isn't it worth it for the one you love? He has helped me so many times, I should repay him, but I didn't expect you to be a martial artist. Humph. Lu Yanji increased the force with which she pinched Rong Meiyan's neck. The latter was having difficulty breathing, and her pair of beautiful legs in black stockings were trembling slightly uncontrollably. Yanji is very curious, what kind of magic potion did this despicable man Yi Tian's give you? Don't you think your behavior of paying for it yourself is very despicable? Rong Meiyan lowered her head with difficulty and stared at Lu Yanji. Then I'm also curious. You've already been fed puffs by Yi Tian's and your virginity has been taken away, but you're trying so hard to deal with the man you've had physical contact with. This is truly despicable. Have you filled the puff? Lu Yanji was stunned at first, and then realized the meaning behind this sentence. Frost instantly covered the entire face. The more she didn't want to remember something, the more Rong Meiyan liked to poke her weak spots. Since you're looking for death, don't blame Yanji for your death. Just when Lu Yanji was about to increase his strength and was ready to kill Rong Meiyan with one blow. Click. A crisp sound came into her ears. Okay? She looked down. I didn't know when. A small black oval grenade appeared in Rong Meiyan's left hand, and the safety pin had been pulled out. As long as Rong Meiyan lets go of the handle, the grenade will explode instantly. Lu Yanji's cold and beautiful face could not hide a hint of shock, and the hairs on her back could not help but stand up. When did you? Ha. Rong Meiyan smiled coldly. I brought it with me to attend this cocktail party tonight. After all, we are attending a Hongmen banquet, so we must be well prepared. I originally thought that if things got out of hand, I might be able to use it to achieve unexpected results, but I didn't expect that it would end up being used on you, but that's good too. Ha. Lu Yanji suddenly laughed. I have always thought of myself as a crazy woman, but I didn't expect Miss Rong to be so charming when she gets crazy. If it weren't for our status and position, I would really like to make friends with you. She has met countless so-called outstanding talents over the years, but not many of them are worthy of her attention, especially women, who, in her eyes, are a group of weak people. And tonight, this woman named Rong Meiyan really taught her a lesson. Cool, crazy, and calculating. She is worthy of being the business queen of the provincial capital. It even made her feel threatened. This is countless times better than that stupid woman Xiao Qingcheng. If I hadn't concealed my martial arts strength, I would have been left dead in the wilderness tonight. Rong Meiyan said indifferently, we are the same. Miss Lu, just go ahead and do it. It is worth it to use my life to reduce a threat to my man. Lu Yanji narrowed her eyes coldly and stared at Rong Meiyan. The other person's expression didn't seem to be joking. In fact, Lu Yanji is not afraid of death. But dying like this would be of no value at all. After all, I haven't yet sought revenge on Yi Tian's. Even if I die, I must die behind Yi Tian's. At this time, a familiar voice sounded faintly from behind Rong Meiyan. Stupid woman, you used your life to exchange for the lack of a threat around me. I, Yi Tian's, will blame myself for the rest of my life. Yi Tian's figure was seen slowly walking out from the darkness of the path under the shade of the trees. Lu Yanji's pupils shrank slightly. Yi Tian's, is that you? What about me? Yi Tian's just heard the gunshots in the villa and rushed over immediately. Fortunately, he arrived in time and no bigger accident happened. However, he did not expect Rong Meiyan's determination. He also understood more clearly Rong Meiyan's feelings for him. This woman. Yi Tian's ordered Lu Yanji, let her go, and I will let you go tonight. I will forgive you for what happened. Otherwise. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Lu Yinji bit her lip and said, Yi Tiance. Who do you think you are? Why do you want to order me around? Why do you think I will listen to you? Do not know why. Ever since the two of them had a relationship, Lu Yinji found that every time she stood in front of Yi Tiance, she couldn't control her emotions. I can't calm down at all. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes lightly. His voice gradually turned cold. I know you hate me, but feel free to vent your hatred on me if you hurt my woman, Yi Tiance. Don't blame me for not caring about the relationship between us. Hear the words. Lu Yinji sneered. Ha ha. Mr. Ye's words are really interesting. It sounds like he's pitying me? And we had sex before? Do you think I care? Please take back your hypocritical attitude. I'm in a bad mood right now. At worst, we'll die together. While talking, she slightly increased the force with which she pinched Rong Meiyen's neck. Rong Meiyen's face turned red from being pinched, and her physical strength was gradually failing. Hurry up. Rong Meiyen reminded Yi Tiance with difficulty. As long as Yi Tiance left, she would immediately let go of the grenade handle and die together with Lu Yinji. But Yi Tiance would never abandon Rong Meiyen and leave. He just stared at Lu Yinji, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lu Yinji, since you asked for this, don't blame me for not being gentle with you. As the words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared. So fast. Lu Yinji's pupils shrank, and she was so nervous that she wanted to strangle Rong Meiyen's neck. But Yi Tiance was a bit faster and appeared in front of her. A knife hit Lu Yinji's right wrist. Click. Lu Yinji's wrist was broken and she was unable to continue strangling Rong Meiyen, who fell from midair. Hateful. Before Lu Yinji could react, Yi Tiance slapped him again. Snapped. A heavy slap on Lu Yinji's left cheek. A clearly visible slap mark was left immediately, and even the corner of his mouth was bleeding. Asshole. Go to hell. Lu Yinji's eyes were almost spitting fire. She was really angry. This Yi Tiance not only humiliated her innocence and dignity, but now he slapped her in the face mercilessly. This man must die. She kicked out with her right foot in anger. Call. The kick did not hit Yi Tiance, but hit the grenade that Rong Meiyen was holding tightly in her left hand, and the handle of the grenade fell off instantly. Click. Click. The firing pin inside the grenade made a sound and it was about to explode. Not good. Yi Tiance's pupils shrank. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He turned over and hugged Rong Meiyen, holding her tightly. Boom. The grenade exploded. Chapter 559 Humph. Want to escape? This grenade was purchased by Rong Meiyen at a high price on the black market. It is a high-explosive grenade. The power is far beyond that of the homemade grenades used during the war. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky, accompanied by deafening noises, and broken shrapnel and surging heat waves raged in all directions like a demon. Yi Tiance's arms were like solid steel shields, protecting Rong Meiyen tightly and using his back to face the impact of the explosion. Rong Meiyen felt only warmth and security in Yi Tiance's arms. She closed her eyes, her ears filled with the roar of the explosion, but she could clearly hear Yi Tiance's strong heartbeat. Hoo-hoo. After a few seconds, everything was settled. The stone path on the back hill was in a mess, and the nearby boulders and trees were damaged by the impact. It can be seen how powerful this grenade is. Yi Tiance slowly let go of Rong Meiyen. The latter seemed to be still a little frightened, but soon regained consciousness. His face was filled with worry and anxiety. Are you okay? I'm fine, just a few mosquito bites. Yi Tiance grinned. Okay? Rong Meiyen quickly went around behind Yi Tiance, her eyes trembling violently. Because Yi Tiance used his back to block the explosion, the clothes he was wearing were torn to pieces. The broken shrapnel hit Yi Tiance's flesh, leaving 2 small wounds. Although it was not serious, Rong Meiyen felt so distressed that her eyes instantly turned red. Yes, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I acted on my own initiative. I thought I could kill Lu Yinji, but I ended up hurting you. Yi Tiance turned around. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's just a minor injury, there's no need to blame yourself. But you, don't do such dangerous things again. I have to say that this high-explosive grenade is very powerful. At such a close distance just now, any ordinary war god-level expert would have suffered serious injuries. Fortunately, Yi Tiance's realm is far beyond that of a war god. This injury can be recovered in a moment with a little effort. But this woman Lu Yinji." Yi Tiance turned his head and could no longer see her. Obviously, this woman should have taken advantage of the explosion to escape, but she must have been affected by the explosion and must have been seriously injured. Xiao Sisi. Queen Rong. Are you two okay? At this time, Han Ruoyun, Zhao Hailong, and others finally trotted over. When they saw the tragic scene left by the explosion, everyone was shocked. Fortunately, it seems that nothing serious happened between Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan. Instead, they seem to be flirting with each other. Yi Tiance pushed Rong Meiyan in front of Han Ruoyun. He said to everyone, "Take Rong Meiyan down the mountain first and go home directly. I have arranged for Zhang Xiuwu to wait with his men at the foot of the mountain to protect your safety. As for me, I still have some things to sort out, don't worry." After saying this, he disappeared in a flash. Han Ruoyun hurriedly said, "Hey! Where are you going? Take me with you." Rong Meiyan held her back and said, "Let him solve it himself. If we follow him, we will only add to his burden." Han Ruoyun turned around. Squinting his eyes, he asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly leave without telling us just now? What did you do to cause such a big commotion?" Rong Meiyan did not hide much and simply recounted what had just happened. Of course, the secret about Yi Tiance and Lu Yinji's previous relationship was not told after all. There were so many people here and she was worried that it would affect her man's innocence if it got out. Besides, I don't want to use this topic to provoke Han Ruoyun again. After hearing this, everyone present gasped, shocked by Rong Meiyan's decisiveness and ruthlessness. No wonder this woman was able to make a name for herself in the provincial capital's business world. She was so cruel to herself, let alone her opponents. So that's it. Han Ruoyun breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder she noticed that Rong Meiyan was staring at Lu Yinji with something strange in her eyes in the hall before. It turned out that he had made up his mind to find an opportunity to kill the other party since then. Fortunately, both she and I are Yi Tiance's fiancé, not enemies. Otherwise, if I had given you this, I could have prepared a feast for the whole family. Think of this. Han Ruoyun stepped forward and took Rong Meiyan's arm. "Sister Meiyan, I'm sorry you got scared tonight. Let's go down the mountain and go home. I'll prepare a nice meal for you to calm you down." Rong Meiyan was so smart that she could naturally see that Han Ruoyun wanted to make a deeper friendship with her. Then she smiled charmingly and said, "Thank you very much, Sister Yunyun." Then several people set out to return down the mountain. As for Yi Tiance's safety, they were not very worried. Even the strong men in the early stage of the God of War were killed instantly. They really couldn't think of anything that could threaten him. Night fell over the hills behind. Whoosh! Yi Tiance had a stern look on his face and his steps were as fast as the wind as he ran quickly on the rugged path in the back mountain. What he had to do naturally was to catch up with Lu Yinji. This woman did so many disgusting things tonight, we can't let her off easily. The clothes on his upper body were torn to pieces by the grenade, so Yi Tiance simply tore all his clothes and threw them away. Running through the mountains and forests with the upper body naked. The cold moonlight shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves, falling on the ground in patches. Yi Tiance has a sharp eye. I found a few drops of bright red blood on the ground in front of me, which were particularly glaring under the moonlight. Sure enough, that woman is injured, she shouldn't be able to run too far. The bloodstains were intermittent, sometimes dripping into the grass, sometimes imprinted on the stone. As we went deeper into the back mountain, the bloodstains became denser and denser, and we chased for a while. Yi Tiance heard a burst of rapid breathing coming from the front. He quickened his pace and finally saw Lu Yinji, whose figure was staggering and struggling as he ran wildly. At this time, she had taken off the two burdens of black evening dress and high heels. She ran barefoot in black silk stockings, wearing a tight black sports bra and tight sports shorts. There were bleeding wounds on her left arm and right leg, some of which were caused by grenades, and some were cut by branches in the woods. When he saw Yi Tian's catching up with him, Lu Yinji's face darkened. Asshole. This dogskin plaster. She thought that Yi Tian's would stay and protect Rong Mei Yan after using the grenade to cover her, but she didn't expect that the other party would catch up so quickly. Yi Tian's said coldly, "You can't run away. I want you to take care of it." Lu Yinji held on to his body and moved swiftly among the trees. She knew very well that if she was caught by Yi Tian's tonight, the consequences would be disastrous. Humph. Want to escape? No way. Yi Tian's snorted coldly. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Lu Yinji, blocking all her escape routes. Go away. Lu Yinji had almost no hesitation. He kicked Yi Tian's head with a high whip kick. Chapter 560 Potion. That's all the tricks you can use, they don't work on me. Yi Tian's easily grabbed Lu Yinji's right ankle, and no matter how hard the latter tried, she could not break free. With the help of the bright moonlight, Yi Tian's noticed that the black stockings on Lu Yinji's legs had been torn into several holes by the branches, and the soles of her feet were stained with some mud, making them look dirty. Even the big toe broke through the reinforcement layer and was exposed. The toenails painted with black nail polish were no more than 15 centimeters away from Yi Tian's line of sight. It's sexy and embarrassing at the same time. Maybe they feel ashamed of the posture, or maybe there are other reasons. Lu Yinji gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, "Let me go. Let me go." Yi Tian's pouted and said, "Your feet are dirty and smelly, do you think I want to pinch them?" As he said this, he threw it away casually. Lu Yinji took several steps back. She clenched her fists. Asshole. You can kill me or chop me up as you like, but you are not allowed to insult my personality. She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. This was the first time she had been chased like this since she returned to Jiangnan City. Yi Tian said indifferently, "I insulted you, so what? Hit me? You bastard. Do you think I dare not?" Lu Yinji's face turned dark and he kicked Yi Tian's again. Yi Tian's was agile and easily dodged the kick. Lu Yinji's kick hit a pine tree next to Yi Tian's. Bang! The pine tree with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters was broken in half immediately. Clean and neat. Yi Tian's took a glance. Heh, I'm really curious. 5 years ago, you didn't have any martial arts skills, but now the power of this kick is at least comparable to the level of a junior war god. If you weren't injured, it would be even higher. Can you tell me how you did it? Tell your uncle. At this moment, Lu Yinji no longer cared about her usual cool and elegant demeanor as a queen. She swore at the same time as she attacked Yi Tian's. Every move is sharp and fierce. He seems to not stop until Yi Tian's is killed. However, there was a huge gap in strength. No matter how fierce her attacks were, she could not touch Yi Tian's at all. Instead, Lu Yinji destroyed a large area of the surrounding trees and rocks. Asshole. If you have the ability, don't hide. Are you still a man? Lu Yinji was so tired that he was out of breath and began to provoke Yi Tian's. Yi Tian's sneered lightly. Am I considered a man? Haven't you experienced it before? Twice, actually. You. Hearing this, Lu Yinji's eyes widened instantly, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. This was the topic she least wanted to hear, especially when she heard it from Yi Tian's. It was simply adding fuel to the fire. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you pay for your actions. Lu Yinji roared loudly. The next second, she reached under her tight shorts and pulled out a small glass bottle filled with red viscous liquid. This familiar small glass bottle made Yi Tian's pupils shrink, and he instantly thought of something. And just at that moment when he was stunned, Lu Yinji had already opened the bottle cap and poured the red liquid into her mouth. Gulu. Gulu. As Lu Yinji swallowed the red liquid, A crazy and resolute sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Yi Tiance. You forced me to do all this, although there are serious side effects to this. As long as I can kill you and avenge myself, and make myself worthy of the Green Emperor, it's all worth it. Almost instantly, her body began to change drastically. Under her originally fair skin, the capillaries expanded rapidly, like countless tiny red snakes swimming in her skin. First her face turned red, as if burned by fire, and then the red quickly spread to her neck, arms, and entire body. Every inch of her skin seemed to be stained with blood, a heart-pounding crimson color. Boom! A powerful force surged out of her body. Her entire aura became violent and turbulent, and the leaves around her were shaken off by the invisible pressure. Even the birds that were resting in the forest were frightened by the strong breath and flew away in all directions. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes coldly. At this moment, the opponent's strength is almost comparable to the peak level of a god of war. You have to know that masters of this level are very rare, and any one of them has the strength to impact the Dragon Kingdom's god list. He is at least 10 times stronger than a martial artist who is at the early stage of becoming a god of war. Wow, the improvement is really fast. The last time I saw someone use this kind of potion to increase his strength in a fight, the other party was Rong Zidong. From an ordinary person, his strength was forcibly improved to the early stage of the god of war. However, after he drank the potion, his entire body underwent very obvious changes, and he became like a monster. Not only that, Rong Zidong's mental state was out of control at that time. On the contrary, judging from Lu Yinji's condition at this time, although there were changes in her body, they were not very obvious. The spirit has not lost its mind and become crazy. Is it because of the difference in this red forbidden potion, or is it because of the difference between this woman's body and Rong Zidong's, that caused the difference after taking the medicine? Yi Tiance held his chin with one hand and analyzed and thought in his mind. It seemed that he didn't care at all about Lu Yinji, whose strength had greatly improved. Asshole! I'm going to kill you right now! Lu Yinji roared, exerted force on his feet, and rushed towards Yi Tiance like a ghost, with his right hand forming a claw and going straight for his throat. Yi Tiance dodged sideways and easily avoided the fierce claw at the same time. He swept his left leg across and hit Lu Yinji's lower body. Lu Yinji, whose strength had been improved, reacted extremely quickly. He tapped the ground with his feet, flew into the air, and avoided Yi Tiance's attack. In the air, she raised both palms. A powerful martial arts aura carrying a strong wind attacked Yi Tiance like a surging wave. As a result, Yi Tiance just waved his hand casually. Boom! Easily dissolved this strong wind. Asshole! Lu Yinji bit her lip and attacked again after landing. She was faster than before and her moves were more ferocious. Her punches were like meteors and her kicks were like whirlwinds, and every move was deadly. The powerful and swift attack had caused the already torn stockings on Lu Yinji's legs to be unable to resist the leaked martial arts aura, and they all shattered into pieces. He revealed a pair of straight and slender legs that were already emitting blood red, and continued to attack Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance responded with flexible movements and exquisite skills, countering each move. Damn it! Bastard! Lu Yinji was anxious and angry. She didn't expect that even after his strength had been raised to this level, Yi Tiance could still handle it with ease. What is this guy's true strength? You have to know that the effect of the medicine is limited. If she doesn't kill Yi Tiance within this time, she will completely become the passive party. Go to hell! Lu Yinji kicked again, this time with all her strength, wanting to kill Yi Tiance with one blow. Do or die. The result surprised her a little. Yi Tiance did not dodge the kick, but chose to block the attack with his chest. Chapter 561. Do you have cigarettes? Okay? Lu Yinji raised her eyebrows and was stunned. At this moment, she didn't know what her mentality was. She clearly wanted to kill the other person, but when she was about to give him a fatal blow, she couldn't help but reduce her strength a little. Bang! This kick landed solidly on Yi Tiance's chest. The powerful impact created a wave of air that shot out in all directions. Hoo-hoo! The shockwave kicked up dust and gravel, and branches were bent and broken. It can be seen how powerful this blow is. Even though I didn't kick with all my strength in the end, it should be enough to kill him. Lu Yinji rolled over and fell to the ground, breathing heavily. The blood-red color on the surface of his body gradually disappeared, as if he was hollowed out and could not exert any strength at all. Obviously, the medicine in her body has lost its effect. As a result, when the dust in front of her eyes was blown away by the wind, her pair of cold and beautiful pupils suddenly shrank. Because she saw with her own eyes that Yi Tiance was standing there motionless. On his naked chest, there was only the mark of her foot. And it is the dust marks left on the soles of your feet when they get dirty. Yi Tiance gently brushed off the dust. With a look of disdain, she said, "Your feet are so sour, smelly, and dirty, and you kicked me directly in the chest. Do you still look like the queen of Jiangnan City's business community? How is this possible?" Lu Yinji's body trembled, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The potion lost its effect and her body was overdrawn, causing her legs to go weak. In the process of backwards, one of them lost his balance and fell directly to the ground. Who are you? Why are you fine?" Even though the kick just now lost some of its force. But she absolutely believed that the power of this kick was still extremely terrifying, and even a legendary strongman who had reached the perfect state of the god of war would be injured. As a result, the bastard in front of her was not only fine, but also made fun of her frivolously. Damn it! Yi Tiance took a step forward and walked towards Lu Yinji. Under the moonlight, Yi Tiance's shadow was stretched very long, just covering Lu Yinji. Such a strong sense of oppression did not make Lu Yinji show the slightest fear. Her face was filled with resentment. He had used up all his cards but still failed to kill Yi Tiance. This was really hard to accept. She tilted her neck back and bit her lip as she said, "Yi Tiance, if you are still a man, kill me. Otherwise, I will definitely retaliate against you double in the future. Come on. Kill me." At this moment, all she wanted was to continue to provoke Yi Tiance. As for death, she has never been afraid of it. She didn't even expect Yi Tiance to let her go. Yi Tiance looked down at her from above. 5 years ago, you and Shen Xingdi disappeared without a trace. What happened during this period? Also, how did you get the red forbidden potion you just took? Tell the truth. He. Lu Yinji sneered contemptuously. Why do you think I would tell you the answer? Aren't you awesome? Since you're curious, go find the answer yourself instead of asking me questions. If a man kills me, don't let me look down on you. Yi Tiance narrowed his cold eyes. His patience is limited. That being the case, Yi Tiance bent down, grabbed Lu Yinji's neck and lifted her up. Creak, creak, creak. Lu Yinji's neck was being pinched and made a crackling sound. At this moment she was very weak and pale. She couldn't resist at all, nor did she want to resist. Very good. Just like that, just strangle me to death, and then everything will be resolved. Lu Yinji closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. At this moment, the blood from the corner of her mouth just dripped onto Yi Tiance's arm. At the moment the blood touched his skin. Dong dong dong. Yi Tiance suddenly felt his heart start beating wildly. The body temperature is also rising rapidly, and a familiar feeling of restlessness is constantly emerging in the body. Fuck, this is. Yi Tiance was stunned. This familiar feeling was exactly the result of the aphrodisiac poison Lu Yinji had given him the previous 2 times, which eventually caused him to become confused and unable to control himself from having sex with Lu Yinji. As a result, the same feeling appeared again at this moment. Could it be? Yi Tiance's face darkened, and he questioned, Lu Yinji, you are so good, as the saying goes, you can do it once or twice, but you can't do it again for the 3rd time. You actually drugged me this time? I think you have been a virgin for too long, and you deliberately used this method to vent yourself, right? Lu Yinji opened her eyes. She asked back in disbelief, asshole. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. But don't spit blood on me. When did I drug you? I wipe. This woman still refuses to admit it, right? You're still pretending at this time? If it wasn't you who drugged me, why do I feel so off right now? Besides, You've had a history of this kind of thing, and you're still trying to make excuses? You're such a shameless woman. As he spoke, Yi Tiance had already increased the force with which he strangled her neck. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Lu Yenji felt the long-lost pain again. All the cells and hairs in the body seemed to be telling of a different kind of comfort. But she felt more aggrieved. I clearly did nothing and was even prepared to be killed. But Yi Tiance actually said that she drugged him? And he also said that she was a slut? I can't stand it. Go to hell. You didn't do it, you bastard. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. What the hell? Yi Tiance was also very angry. Just when he sniffed the air. But I found that there was no familiar fragrance in the air. And many more. Could it be that this woman really didn't drug him? Did I wrongly accuse her? But since she didn't give me any drugs, why did my body have this condition? Is it because? Just as he was about to make an inference, his entire consciousness gradually became blurred. Yi Tiance's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing was rapid and heavy. He threw Lu Yenji directly to the ground. Hey hey hey! A greedy laugh came from Yi Tiance's throat. The moment Lu Yenji was thrown to the ground again, she was stunned when she saw Yi Tiance's eyes that were about to spit fire. She was so familiar with this scene. It's even so familiar that it gives me nightmares. Asshole! What are you doing? Get out of here! Are you doing this on purpose? Lu Yenji wanted to struggle and escape. However, he was seriously injured and had drained all his strength, making it difficult for him to even move, let alone escape. Yi Tiance had already walked up to Lu Yenji and turned a blind eye to the latter's verbal abuse and resistance. He threw himself forward recklessly. I don't know how much time passed. The two continued their conversation until a speck of fish white appeared in the east. Yi Tiance sat up and rubbed his waist, then put on his pants. Call. The air early in the morning is refreshing. If only I had one more cigarette. Hey! Do you have any cigarettes with you? Yi Tiance turned his head and looked at Lu Yenji, who was curled up not far away and was still trembling slightly, and asked. Chapter 562 Numb. Lu Yenji sat curled up there, her body trembling slightly. Those eyes, which were once so cold and beautiful, were now dull. Yes. She is numb. No matter how much she thought about it, she would never have thought that she would fall 3 times in the same place, and it happened to a stinky man. The first time was in her living room. The second time was in the basement below her villa. The third time happened in this wilderness forest. It's really wilder and bolder each time. Why is it? Why did this happen to me? Hey! Did you hear what I said? Do you have a cigarette? Yi Tiance's voice suddenly interrupted Lu Yenji's thoughts. Let her wake up a little. She slowly turned her head and looked at Yi Tiance, her eyes were filled with nothing but grievance and hatred, almost spitting fire. This man is truly the most shameless and despicable bastard she has ever seen. Not only did he rudely bully me, but he even asked her for a cigarette afterwards? Is this even a human being? Have you grown up? Yi Tiance felt somewhat guilty when Lu Yenji looked at him with such a resentful gaze. After all, thinking back to what happened just now, I was a little too carried away and didn't hold back. If there is no such thing, then there is no need to stare at me with such bitterness and hatred. This matter is a bit outrageous, but to be honest, it was not my initiative in the end, I am also a victim. Ha ha. Lu Yenji sneered at herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. You're right. This matter is my fault, okay? I'm a lowly person, I'm shameless, I don't know shame, okay? So because of me, you ended up dirtying your body and being humiliated, so, Mr. Yi, can you please kill me? I beg you, please? Lu Yenji's mentality has collapsed. She wanted to kill the man in front of her, even to skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to ashes. But she knew very well that she could not even resist the brutality of the other party after he lost his mind, let alone kill him now. Face is lost, dignity is trampled upon, and innocence is destroyed. It's better to die. Facing the request made by Lu Yinji, Yi Tian said speechlessly, "Are you sick, woman? You keep talking about wanting to die, can't you be a little more optimistic? After all, isn't it just the third time? What's the big deal? Don't forget, you told me last night at the cocktail party in the hall that if I could escape the disaster of the cocktail party, you would rather give me the third time. So now that you have taken the initiative to do what you said, proving your good character of keeping your promises, how pity would it be to die?" Lu Yinji's eyes couldn't stop twitching twice. She said that, but she never thought it would actually happen, okay? Also, I was clearly the passive victim, so why did you make it seem like I was the one taking the initiative? This bastard scumbag is confusing right and wrong. Don't die a good death. Yi Tian glanced at Lu Yinji, his chest heaving with anger. After thinking for a while, he grabbed the sports bra and shorts on the ground and threw them into her arms. "Put it on, along with your pants. Find a way to get down the mountain and go home later. Don't be so willful and go against me again. You are no match for me. If you still have evil intentions and come looking for trouble, then I will have to meet you once and spank you until you are weak in the knees and convinced." "You." Lu Yinji gritted her teeth, wishing she could eat Yi Tian alive. "Why don't you kill me? You are so decisive when dealing with other enemies, why don't you kill me when it comes to me?" Lu Yinji looked at Yi Tian closely and asked. "Well." Yi Tian looked up at the sky, watching the beautiful sunrise. His heart was calm. Thinking about it carefully, there were two reasons why he didn't want to kill Lu Yinji. Firstly, Lu Yinji had obviously used less force when kicking him just now before the effect of the drug wore off. For some reason, since the other party had not done anything extreme, he naturally had no reason to do anything extreme. Secondly, he had just lost consciousness again after the third intercourse. He not only felt refreshed, but when he mobilized the energy in his body, he unexpectedly discovered that the barriers in his body were looser. Obviously, this almost proved that Lu Yinji's body was the key element for him to break through the barriers. You know, as a cultivator, everyone wants to improve his strength, and he also wants to figure out the reasons behind this matter. After all, this method of improving one's cultivation and breaking through levels is really too outrageous and unheard of. That's exactly why Yi Tian was reluctant to let Lu Yinji die. At least, she can't be killed until the reason is known. Lu Yinji looked at Yi Tian and said only half a sentence before stopping. He couldn't help but sneered, "Ha, you don't want to kill me, could it be that you've fallen in love with Yinji's body? That's really ironic." Unexpectedly, Yi Tian spat directly on the ground. "Bah! Stop your arrogant words. You are a woman in her 30s, and you are about to become a yellow-faced woman. How can you be so confident that I will like you? Can you not be like Xiao Qingcheng, a woman who is ordinary and confident?" Hear this answer. Lu Yinji's eyes widened instantly. She didn't care about her so-called queen image and cursed directly, "Yi Tian, fuck me." She was so angry that her shoulders were shaking. She felt so wronged. As a woman, there is no one who doesn't care about her age, especially after she has passed the watershed of 30. As a result, this bastard not only brought up irrelevant issues, but also mocked her as a yellow-faced woman? If you dislike me so much, why didn't you just stay here? After the sex, he put on his pants and disappeared. So fucking shameless. Anxious. Yi Tian smiled with a sinister look. He just said that on purpose. I'm not in love with Lu Yinji. As for her figure, appearance, and delicate skin, she is actually younger than many 20-year-old girls. The reason why he said this was to deliberately anger Lu Yinji. I just want to see the side of the business queen that outsiders talk about when her defenses break down. He stretched himself and waved his hand, saying, "Remember what I just said, don't mess with me again, or I'll smack you every time I see you. Let's go." After saying this, Yi Tian hummed a little tune and walked down the mountain. Asshole. Do you have the guts to stand still? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Ahak. Lu Yinji yelled loudly. As a result, Yi Tian ignored him and soon disappeared into the woods. Asshole. Asshole. I will kill you sooner or later, I will. Lu Yenji pounded the ground in anger. Maybe it was because she scolded Yi Tiance that her anger disappeared, and she no longer felt like dying. She even discovered that after the third time, although she hated Yi Tiance, her body didn't seem to resist as much as it had the first 2 times during the whole process. What is this? Am I to him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have nothing but hatred for him. And I will definitely take revenge on him personally and make him regret everything he did to me. Chapter 563 Yi Tiance, I hate you. Jiangnan City, the office of the Martial Arts Action Team. Last night, the Dragon Group took over this place temporarily. Many important figures in Jiangnan City have been arrested for investigation and interrogation. Now the entire Martial Arts Action Team office is shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. In an interrogation room at this time, the lights inside were dim, and the cold walls gave off a depressing atmosphere. Xiao Qingqing sat on the interrogation chair with her hands handcuffed tightly. She lowered her head, her messy hair covering most of her face, and the red evening dress that was once very eye-catching seemed to have lost its luster and became dull. Just now, she completed an interrogation. She was exhausted both physically and mentally, her eyes were bloodshot, and her look was empty and confused. The delicate makeup was now in a mess, and there were still traces of tears on her pale face. She had never been so tired as she was at this moment. The oppression and mental torture that the Dragon Group's interrogation brought her was unimaginable. Hoo-hoo. She was the only one in the interrogation room, and the sound of her breathing echoed in the room, making her feel even more lonely. It's all because of them that I ended up in this situation. This moment. A group of people appeared in Xiao Qingqing's mind. Rong Meiyan, Han Ruoyan, Lu Ruyan, etc. Of course, the clearest figure is naturally Yi Tiance. Think carefully. If he had not concealed his identity at the beginning, she would not have filed for divorce. If she had not filed for divorce, all these subsequent setbacks and slaps in the face would not have happened. Yi Tiance is the culprit that led to his complete failure today. Thinking back to the cocktail party, after the Dragon Group arrived, she actually gave Yi Tiance a chance. That is, as long as he helps to prove her innocence, she will consider forgiving all of Yi Tiance's mistakes, and even be willing to give him a chance to reconcile and write off everything. As a result, Yi Tiance turned a blind eye. She was taken away by the Dragon Group in front of everyone and suffered such mental interrogation and torture. He gave up this opportunity on his own initiative. As expected, you are a selfish and heartless man at heart, an unreliable man. I hate you. I hate you. Xiao Qingchang was trembling all over and said while biting her lips tightly. Before tonight, perhaps she still had some feelings for Yi Tiance. But after tonight, all she had towards Yi Tiance was hatred. It was this burning hatred that supported her to endure the interrogation, otherwise she would have collapsed mentally long ago. If I still have a chance to get out alive, I must get back all the dignity I lost. Squeak! At this moment, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open, and a dazzling light shone in. Xiao Qingcheng narrowed her eyes subconsciously. A member of the Dragon team walked in with a serious expression. There was no warmth in his voice. He said coldly, after investigation, there is currently insufficient evidence to prove that you have committed a crime. You can leave. Really? Xiao Qingcheng, who was about to despair, was stunned at first, and then a burst of ecstasy surged in her heart. The Dragon team member stepped forward and opened her handcuffs. Xiao Qingcheng slowly stood up and moved her handcuffed numb hands. He said hoarsely, "Thank you." He walked out of the interrogation room with heavy steps. Just before she left, a handsome man with a resolute face walked over. He was Ling Yun, the captain of the Dragon team. The Dragon team member said respectfully, "Captain, we have followed your instructions and released Xiao Qingcheng." Okay. Ling Yun nodded. The Dragon team member hesitated and asked, "Captain, there is something I'm curious about. Is it convenient for you to ask?" "Speak." A member of the Dragon team said, although we did not find any evidence that Xiao Qingchen committed a crime during the entire investigation, judging from the results, if we hadn't shown up, she would have been the beneficiary of this cocktail party. Even if she is not sentenced, she should at least be detained for a few days to educate her. Why do you ask to release her early? Ling Yan said calmly, since she has not committed any crime, there is no need for us to impose heavier punishment. One night of interrogation is enough. I hope she can learn her lesson and take care of herself. If it weren't for the fact that this woman was the young city lord's ex-wife, he would have been cautious. I will definitely not show any leniency. Instead, it would allow Xiao Qingchen to see the true horror of the Dragon Group. Xiao Qingchen walked out of the door of the Martial Arts Action Group's office in a trance. Call. The sun outside shone on her face, but she could not feel any warmth. Boss Xiao. You finally came out. I was so worried. At this time, Assistant Sun got out of the car on the side of the road and hurried over. She asked with a worried look on her face, are you okay? Did the people from the Dragon Group give you any trouble? Xiao Qingchen forced a smile and said, I am fine, but you have been waiting here all night? Okay. Assistant Sun nodded. I made calls all night and contacted all the big names I could, hoping they would help me, but they either hung up on me or said they couldn't help me. These guys really use people to move forward, not backward. Fortunately, Mr. Xiao was a good person and nothing happened. Ah. Xiao Qingchen smiled helplessly. Do good people have good fortune? If this is true, how could she have ended up in this situation now? After all, God is just unfair. Assistant Sun asked again, Mr. Xiao, why were you released so early? Did Miss Lu secretly help you? Xiao Qingchen shook his head. I'm not too sure either. She had been prepared to be detained by the Dragon Group for a long time, but she did not expect to be released early after being detained for one night. As to whether it was Lu Yenji who helped, she had no way of knowing. But last night at the cocktail party, before she was taken away, she saw Lu Yenji disappear at some point. This made her feel like she was being betrayed and used by Lu Yenji. Jingle bell. Just then, Assistant Sun's cell phone rang. She pressed the answer button. After listening to the content of the phone call, her face suddenly changed. He said to Xiao Qingchen, it's bad, President Xiao. The hospital has reported that Master Xiao Nan's condition is not optimistic. Your mother is going crazy with worry. What should we do? What? Xiao Qingchen was stunned. Last night at the cocktail party, Yi Tian's beat Xiao Nan up so badly that she was taken away for treatment after being seriously injured. With so many twists and turns afterwards, she had forgotten about the matter. Did not expect. Hurry. Let's go to the hospital now. You drive. It is good. Half an hour later. Jiangnan's Second People's Hospital. In a certain ward. Xiao Nan was lying on the hospital bed. Xiao Qingchen, Zhang Huilan, Assistant Sun, and some of Zhao's relatives and friends were standing around the bed, looking worried. The attending doctor said to everyone seriously, please be prepared. The injured person's legs are seriously injured and his nerve tissue is damaged. It is difficult to heal. He can only spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Chapter 564. I want to jump off the building. Boom. This sentence was like a thunder, leaving everyone speechless. Zhang Huilan was the first to lose her temper. He grabbed the attending doctor's arm and said excitedly, what did you say? My son will be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life? How is this possible? The attending doctor said bitterly, the extent of your son's leg injuries is beyond imagination. Our hospital is really powerless to help. Quack. You quack. I'll kill you. Zhang Huilan was so angry that she wanted to grab the attending doctor. He was quickly grabbed by Zhao's relatives and friends. Xiao Nan, lying on the hospital bed, started crying loudly. He was completely in despair. Ah! My life is so miserable. My legs. I don't want to live anymore. Whoa! Pub Future ads. He cried like this. Zhang Huilan couldn't help but throw herself on the bed and started crying. Yi Tiance, this ungrateful bastard, what a misfortune! He has no conscience at all. He beat my healthy and handsome son into this state. What will happen to him for the rest of his life? I don't want to live anymore, woo woo. Zhao's relatives and friends couldn't help but complain and curse. Is this bastard a cold-blooded animal? What did our Xiao Nan do wrong to deserve being beaten like this? Thinking back to when the Yi family had a big fire, it was our Xiao family who rushed to take care of the aftermath. Is this how this ungrateful bastard repays us? This is really a lawless person. This bastard must be punished by God. I said at the beginning that we should not let him marry into our Xiao family as a son-in-law, otherwise he will become a disaster in the future. Sure enough, my words came true. Listening to everyone cursing at the same time, Xiao Qingcheng's mood sank to the bottom. In her opinion, although her brother had provoked first at the party last night, no matter how wrong he was, it was not Yi Tiance's turn to be so cruel. You have to know that in the entire Xiao family, he is the only male left in this generation. Now that he has become disabled, how will the Xiao family continue its lineage? What's the point of her trying so hard to lead the Xiao family to rise? Thinking of this, Xiao Qingcheng, furious, turned around and walked out of the ward. Assistant's son hurriedly asked, Mr. Xiao, where are you going? Xiao Qingcheng's eyes flickered with hatred as she said, I'm going to find Yi Tiance and settle the score. Assistant's son quickly trotted in front of her. Mr. Xiao, you can't go. Why not? Xiao Qingcheng's expression became excited and even a little ferocious. Yi Tiance caused our Xiao family to become like this, and now he is at large. Why can't we settle the score with him? I know he is ruthless and cruel, but I, Xiao Qingcheng, am not afraid of death. If she has the ability, let her slap me to death. At this moment, she no longer cares about her usual aloof image, and expresses her emotions to the fullest after her defense is broken. This scene was so strange to everyone in the Xiao family. Jingle bell. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the strange atmosphere. Assistant's son reminded, Mr. Xiao, it's your phone. No answer. How could Xiao Qingcheng still be in the mood to answer the phone? Now she just wanted to rush to Yi Tiance and settle the score with him. Assistant's son said, Mr. Xiao, please answer the call first. What if it's a call from some big shot? This. Xiao Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally chose to answer the phone. The call was from an unfamiliar number. She asked impatiently, who? He. A hoarse and slightly creepy laugh came from the other end of the phone. Qingcheng, you really are a forgetful person. It's been a long time since we last met. Have you forgotten about me? Xiao Qingcheng frowned. From the strange voice, she really couldn't tell who the other person was. And he called her Qingcheng, such an intimate name? Who are you? Just speak frankly. I'm in a bad mood and don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The person on the other end of the phone sneered. I heard about what happened last night. Yi Tiance deserves to die, that bastard. I want to kill him for revenge all the time, so I called you to ask if you were willing to join forces with me to avenge all the hatred and grievances. Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Who are you? Call. The other party took a deep breath. Then he replied, I am Ji Budwan. As expected, I have tried so hard in front of you for so long, but in the end I still failed to leave any impression in your heart. What? When hearing this name, Xiao Qingcheng was stunned. It's not just her. Everyone in the Xiao family in the ward had a dazed look on their faces. Didn't Ji Budwan lose contact after the Ji family was destroyed by Yi Tiance? Everyone in Jiangnan City speculated that Ji Budwan must have died. And he's still alive? What the hell is going on here? Xiao Qingcheng asked suspiciously, are you really Ji Budwan? Where are you? Ji Budwan laughed at himself and said, with my notorious reputation in the past, who would be willing to pretend to be me? I am Ji Budwan. As for where I am, it is not convenient to disclose it for the time being. I contacted you to tell you that I have a plan that can definitely destroy Yi Tiance, but I need your cooperation. I wonder if you are willing? Xiao Qingcheng pursed her lips, not knowing how to answer for a moment. She really wanted to seek revenge on Yi Tiance. But she always felt that this was a matter between her and Yi Tiance. It would seem weird if other people were involved. What's more, this person is Ji Budwan. A man who had deceived her, humiliated her, used her, and even almost raped her. She can't believe it. However, everyone in the Xiao family behind her could no longer sit still. Especially Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan. Xinsheng, why are you hesitating about this? This is a good opportunity to avenge your brother. Do you just want to watch him be crippled for the rest of his life and unable to take revenge? Xiaonan slapped the bed and cried, Sister. I want revenge, I want to kill Yi Tiance. If you don't agree to revenge, I will get up and jump off the building. As he said this, he actually struggled to sit up and tried to climb out of bed. Everyone in the Xiao family quickly stopped Xiaonan. At the same time, put pressure on Yi Tiance. Xiao Qingcheng, now that the head of the family is not here, you are the pillar of our family, you have to take responsibility. After all, it was you who planted the seeds of evil for Yi Tiance. It is only right and reasonable that you should pull out this evil root with your own hands now. Don't let our Xiao family feel disappointed. Do you still care about that ungrateful bastard? What's so special about him? Everyone talked at once, completely breaking down Xiao Qingcheng's psychological defenses. He. Yes, at this point, what else is there for her to be nostalgic about? Is Yi Tiance, the culprit of all this, worthy of it? She took a deep breath and clenched her fists slightly. Then he said coldly to Ji Budwan on the other end of the phone, I am willing to cooperate with your plan. Tell me, how can we completely destroy Yi Tiance? Chapter 565. There is a fourth and fifth time. Zijin Tiangong Villa Number 1. In Yi Tiance's bedroom. After returning from the back mountain of the manor, he immediately locked himself in the bedroom and meditated. He wanted to take advantage of this third relationship with Lu Yanji, and prepare to make a final push to break through the final barrier of qi, refining great perfection and reach the legendary foundation establishment stage. The air in the room seemed to freeze, with only Yi Tiance even and deep breathing rhythmically sounding. He concentrated his mind and immersed it in the meridians and dantian in his body, mobilizing the spiritual power in his body and attacking the slightly loosened barrier again and again. Boom! Every impact exploded in his body like thunder. Time passes unconsciously. Yi Tiance's naked upper body was covered in sweat, but he seemed unaware of it and was fully immersed in his practice. More than 2 hours later. Call. Yi Tiance exhaled a breath and slowly opened his eyes. Alas! Although the level was much looser than last time, I still fell short in the end and failed to successfully enter the next level. What a pity! Yi Tiance sighed with some helplessness. Fortunately, this time I finally confirmed that it was because of Lu Yanji that I was able to promote my practice according to past experience. I estimate that if I can do it with her again, I will be able to successfully break through. Just thinking about this, Yi Tiance felt a headache. After all, not only were Lu Yanji and he not an engaged couple, but rather an antagonistic relationship. It's indeed a bit outrageous that relationships always happen like this. You know, among all his fiancés, he had only had a relationship with Han Ruoyun, and only once. On the contrary, Lu Yanji appeared 3 times, and each time was more intense than the last. I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone. Of course. These 3 times can be explained as accidents and were not Yi Tiance's original intention. In fact, what made Yi Tiance most uneasy was the warning in his master's letter. Under no circumstances can you have any relationship with Lu Yanji, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Master, I have had sex with Lu Yanji not only 3 times, but also 3 times. There may even be a 4th and 5th time. Why can't you tell me what the unthinkable consequences are? So that I can prepare in advance. Yi Tiance looked bitter. In fact, there is something that is very strange when I think about it. The first 2 times, I lost control of my body because Lu Yanji drugged me, but this time, Lu Yanji didn't drug me, and I still couldn't control myself. What was the reason? Yi Tiance frowned and thought. Suddenly, he remembered a detail. That was when he was pinching Lu Yanji's neck, and blood from the corner of her mouth dripped onto his arm. Then, a series of things went wrong. Could it be that the blood in her body resonates with me, or is there some other influence? Yi Tiance was analyzing. Suddenly, his eyes opened slightly and he felt a fluctuation of energy. Coming. He grabbed a piece of clothing and put it on, then left the bedroom. The back mountain of Zijin Tiandong Villa No. 1. Ling Yun, wearing a specially made combat uniform, knelt on one knee in front of Yi Tiance. Young city lord. Yi Tiance raised his hand and said, "Get up." Yes. Ling Yun stood up and looked at Yi Tiance with respect. He laughed and said, "Young city lord, I haven't seen you for a night today. I see that you look very rosy and energetic. Could it be that you have encountered some great joy?" Yi Tiance. Are you the only one with sharp eyes? Can you become mute if you don't talk too much? He did not answer Ling Yun's question, but asked, "Why can't you just call and tell me what's going on? Why do you have to come and meet me?" Ling Yun said, "Hey, this matter involves a crucial point. I am not worried that I can't explain it clearly over the phone, so I came to meet you to report. Tell me, what have you found out?" Yes. Ling Yun nodded and said respectfully, "According to my investigation, the person who manipulated Wang Guiyuan's plan in this incident was none other than Tong Gushou's mother, Wang Wenqian. This person holds a very powerful position in the Wang family and has extensive connections in both the political and business circles. In terms of status and power alone, she is even more powerful than Tong Gushou's father." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. Tong Gushou's father is the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Tiannan Province. His status is higher than the heads of the four major families in the provincial capital, but he is still not as good as Wang Wenqian. It seems that this woman does have some strength. Ling Yun continued to report, "It's just that Wang Wenqian is a cautious woman. Although we know that she manipulated these things, we have no direct evidence. In addition, the Wang family has special connections in the capital, so it is not easy for the Dragon Group to come forward and take her down directly. Of course, if you are willing to use the Order of the Fallen City, let alone Wang Wenqian, even if you arrest and deal with the whole family, no one will dare to say a word." Yi Tiance said calmly, "The Wang family is just a mere family. It is not worth it for me to use the Order of the Fallen City. Besides, I am leaving the Fallen City this time and I don't want to expose my identity as the young city lord to avoid causing trouble." Yi Tiance paused and said, "Since there is no evidence against Wang Wenqian, she must have sent someone to scapegoat, right? Who is it?" "Young city lord is wise." Ling Yun said, "This scapegoat is the director of the law enforcement department of Tiannan province. This person has colluded with Wang Guiyuan a lot and committed many violations of laws and disciplines. The evidence is conclusive. However, less than 10 minutes after we investigated this person, he committed suicide by jumping off a building at home. This must have been to cover up for more colleagues behind the scenes, so our evidence can only end here." Understood. Yi Tiance nodded. He actually expected this result. The group of guys behind Wang Guiyuan are all old hands. Once the truth is revealed, one person will be pushed out to take all the blame and then commit suicide, so that the clues are cut off and evidence cannot be obtained. This kind of thing is not uncommon, and even ordinary people know about it. Ling Yun said, "However, the officials who attended the cocktail party last night, as well as most of the businessmen involved in the Wang Guiyuan incident, have been confirmed guilty and will be dealt with in accordance with the requirements of the case later. The previous unreasonable official seizures of your businesses in Jiangnan City, including those of people around you, have been lifted, and you can proceed normally." Yi Tiance nodded, "You can't make mistakes. By the way, the former director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Wang Guoqiang, was removed from his post for investigation due to my involvement. You should keep an eye on him and let him resume his position if he is capable. You can also help him in his career in the future." Yes. Ling Yun agreed respectfully. "I have one more thing to report. Just before I came here, the Wang family and the Tong family contacted us through various channels and networks, saying that Tong Gushou was bewitched and did not make a big mistake. Therefore, I hope that our Dragon Group will release him. Young city lord, what do you think about this matter?" Chapter 566, Give birth to at least 3 children. Yi Tiance did not answer directly. He asked back, "What do you think?" Ling Yun said seriously, "Tong Gushou is such a fool. He is so arrogant and brainless that he even dares to offend you. Since he has already fallen into our hands, we naturally don't need to give him face. We should kill him if he deserves to be killed, and we should destroy him if he deserves to be destroyed. There is no need to let him go. Even if the family behind him is unhappy, they dare not do anything to our dragon group. However, Yi Tian's mouth corners curled up. I think we can let him go? What? Ling Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Back in the fallen city, our young master was known as the Little Devil, who killed people like crazy and had a heart as hard as iron. Anyone who provokes him will suffer a fate that can no longer be described as miserable. Why did the young city lord become soft-hearted after being out for a few years? Just when he was puzzled. A hint of viciousness flashed across Yi Tian's eyes, and he said with a smile, but what I actually want to release is. He lowered his voice and slowly explained to Ling Yan. The latter's pupils gradually dilated and he swallowed subconsciously. I immediately took back my guess. After all, he is the young city lord. This move is simply murderous. Lu family, Lu Yanji's villa. After taking a shower, Lu Yanji walked out slowly from the bathroom. The black nightgown she was wearing fit her curves, but it could not conceal the anger and resentment in her heart at the moment. The exposed white skin had several clearly visible wounds. These were left over from the previous fight with Yi Tian's. Of course, these wounds did not cause any pain to Lu Yanji herself, and she was too lazy to deal with them. She plopped down on the sofa. Hoo-hoo. He was breathing heavily, looking exhausted. Every time I take this medicine, my body becomes weak for a long time, and the rejection reaction still exists. It's so uncomfortable. I didn't expect that after improving my strength, I'm still no match for that bastard. Damn it. The outline of Yi Tian's appearance appeared in my mind. The anger in her heart couldn't be stopped from rising. Yi Tian's, I will kill you. I will make you regret it. She opened the drawer of the table next to the sofa and took out a syringe. Insert the syringe needle into the blood vessel in the left arm and draw blood directly. Soon. 1 tube of blood has been drawn. She held the syringe, her eyes lowered, slightly thoughtful. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something. She took a deep breath and forced herself to remain as calm and cool as usual. Come in. Yes. The door of the villa opened. I saw a figure in a black robe walking in quietly. He was covered from head to toe in a black robe, his face could not be seen clearly, only a pair of eyes emitting a dark light were exposed. The man in black robe knelt on one knee and said, I looked for you for a long time last night but couldn't find any trace of you. When did you come back? None of your business is my business. A hint of coldness appeared on Lu Yanji's face. Then he threw the syringe into the hands of the man in black robe. Take this back and tell them that the potion's power is far from reaching my goal. I'm very dissatisfied. My subordinate understands. The man in black robe carefully hid the syringe in his sleeve. Besides. A hint of coldness flashed across Lu Yanji's eyes. Investigate the clues about Yi Tian's disappearance over the years, including whether he has any connection with the Dragon Group, and report to me. Dragon Group. The man in black robe was slightly stunned. You should know that the Dragon Group is one of the most mysterious and powerful organizations in the Dragon Country. How could Yi Tian's be involved with such an existence? Of course. He just thought about these confusions in his mind. He still said respectfully, don't worry, I will do my best to investigate. Go ahead. The man in black robe nodded and disappeared in the room. Lu Yanji slowly stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the scenery outside the window. She secretly said in her heart, Yi Tian's, you are talking nonsense. If I offend you again in the future, I will slap me every time. Then Yanji will see whether you are really capable and can do what you say. Humph. Early the next morning. In Yi Tian's bedroom in Villa No. 1 of Zijin Palace. Han Ruoyun helped Yi Tian's pack his luggage. Tomorrow is the Xianmen Conference held once every 10 years in Tiannan Province, and Yi Tian's is preparing to set off. This time he went alone, neither Rong Meiyan nor Han Ruoyun accompanied him. There are 2 reasons. One is that the Xianmen Conference is a mixed crowd, and it is dangerous to take them with you. The second was that Fingrong Group and Hans Group had just been sealed off and then unsealed, leaving behind a lot of messy things that needed to be solved by both of them, and they didn't have that much time to go with them. Han Ruoyun helped Yi Tian's pack up the things he carried with him. She pulled Yi Tian's arm and placed it between her e-cup. She shook him vigorously and said reluctantly, "When you go to the conference this time, you must be safe and come back early after you finish your work. Don't leave me alone in the empty room. I get lonely at night, okay?" Yi Tian smiled evilly and said, "If you feel lonely, you can use the methods of your ancestors to make yourself well-fed and well-clothed. You don't have to be so pessimistic, right?" Han Ruoyun's face turned red. He lightly hit Yi Tian on the shoulder. She said angrily, "What do you know? How can being with you and using your hands be the same? Humph. You are just teasing me on purpose. Do you believe that I will never talk to you again?" Yi Tian chuckled. Ever since Han Ruoyun gave her most precious first time, this little girl has let herself go and is not restrained at all. Just last night, I pestered him for many rounds again. This is because Yi Tian has good physical fitness. Otherwise, after spending so much time with Lu Yinji, if there was another operation like this at night, I would have been unable to bear it. Han Ruoyun hugged Yi Tian. With a happy face, she said seriously, "I have decided to give birth to at least 3 children for you in the future. Isn't that in line with national policy?" Yi Tian. To be honest, he is not ready to be a father yet. However, if Han Ruoyun really wanted to have a baby, he would not stop her. After all, if a woman is willing to have a child for a man, it can definitely prove how much she loves this man. Just the thought of having a baby. A terrible idea suddenly popped up in Yi Tian's mind. He had sex with Lu Yinji 3 times, and all 3 times without any protection. What if that woman didn't take medicine or something afterwards? What the hell? Would anyone be killed? Hiss. Thinking of this, Yi Tian felt a little unwell and was sweating profusely. Han Ruoyun noticed that there was something wrong with Yi Tian's expression. What happened? Nothing, haha. Yi Tian quickly changed the subject and said, "I won't be here these few days, take care of yourself and call me if you have any problems." Okay. Han Ruoyun nodded obediently. Then he watched Yi Tian leave the bedroom. Chapter 567 Tiger Mountain. Yi Tian came to the living room. In the living room, Rong Meiyan had been waiting for a long time. She was wearing a slim-fitting cheongsam that outlined her charming curves. Her legs were wrapped in a layer of thin black stockings. She was barefoot, and the red nail polish could be seen through the black stockings. She looked sexy and beautiful. Yi Tian glanced upstairs and found that Han Ruoyun did not follow him out. Presumably, the 2 women had reached an agreement in advance and said goodbye to each other for a while. Rong Meiyan walked up and helped Yi Tian tidy up his clothes. "Be careful on the road." Okay. Yi Tian nodded. In comparison, Rong Meiyan is much more mature than Han Ruoyun, and does not show any temper. Yi Tian warned, "Be careful too. Although the enemies in Jiangnan City have been almost defeated, there is one person." Rong Meiyan narrowed her eyes and asked, "Are you talking about that woman Lu Yinji?" "How do you know?" "Not only do I know it was her, I also know that you caught up with her last night, but in the end for some reason, you didn't take her life, right?" Yi Tian was slightly stunned. Although a little surprised, he still nodded. Rong Meiyan has a charming smile. "Then why don't you let me guess again, why did you let her go? Could it be that you had sex with her again the night before? Did you have feelings for her, so you softened your heart?" Fuck. This time Yi Tian was really shocked. You know, he hasn't mentioned a word about this matter since he returned home yesterday. It turns out that Rong Meiyan could analyze it? This girl has such a high IQ? Rong Meiyan continued, "Don't look at me with such surprise. I just made a slightly normal inference. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this, especially to Yun Yun." Yi Tian smiled knowingly. She is worthy of being my good wife, she is so sensible." But he asked curiously, "Then you're not angry about this? After all, the night before, you 2 almost had a life and death battle." Rong Meiyan shook her head and said, "I'm not angry, The reason I risked my life with her was because I was worried that she would hurt you, but since you were sure you can deal with her, I feel relieved. As for why you didn't kill her, I believe there are deeper reasons, and I won't ask too much about that, but I still want to remind you that women are hard to figure out. The more you indulge her, the easier it is for her to get more and more vicious, but she will be obedient. Yi Tiance nodded. I understand, but I also want to remind you that no matter what happens in the future, don't risk your life casually. I can't afford to lose a good woman like you. Hear the words. A shy blush flashed across Rong Meiyan's cheeks. Nodded. After the two said goodbye, Yi Tiance drove all the way to Hujiao Mountain in the provincial capital, which was the venue for the Xianmen conference. At dusk, Yi Tiance finally drove to the foot of Hujiao Mountain. This was his first time at Hujiao Mountain, and it was different from what he had imagined. He originally thought that this place was just a solitary mountain, located in a remote area with few people. But when he arrived, he was surprised to find that there was a prosperous scene at the foot of Hujiao Mountain. The inns are arranged in an orderly manner, with colorful flags flying and eye-catching signs. The crowd was bustling and the noise was constant. Even tour groups could be seen, and many tourists were taking photos and checking in. Yi Tiance parked the car. I couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being the Dragon Country. Any place with unique natural landscape can be transformed into a scenic spot. Especially this time it happened to coincide with the Xianmen conference, which attracted countless tourists. Since it was already evening and the Xianmen conference was not until tomorrow, Yi Tiance planned to find an inn to stay in first. On the way forward, Yi Tiance noticed that many inns and vendors' stalls had elements related to the Xianmen conference hanging on them. A peddler with shifty eyes shouted at the top of his voice, Xianmen's secret treasure. If you get this, your power will increase greatly and you will be able to enter Xianmen directly. Yi Tiance took a glance and saw some strange-looking but actually crudely made items on the stall in front of the man. As soon as Yi Tiance approached, the peddler couldn't wait to grab him. He said eloquently, my dear, I see that you have an extraordinary figure. You must be a martial arts genius. This treasure is destined to be with you, so I will sell it to you at a low price. This short knife is 5,000 yuan. If you like it, post it on your moments and collect 50 likes, and I will give you another % discount. Yi Tiance naturally ignored him. Although he is rich, he is not a fool. He will not allow himself to be deceived, okay? At this time, there was another fat vendor. He boasted while dancing with joy, this is a special elixir for the Xianmen conference. Eating one pill can make an ordinary person become a martial arts master. It's effortless to kill an old ox with one punch. One pill only costs 8,888 yuan. Yi Tiance took a glance and saw that it was just the most common pill, costing less than 8 yuan. He wandered aimlessly between the stalls, just strolling around. Suddenly, an inconspicuous little stall caught his attention. The items on display in this stall are disorganized and appear to be just ordinary little items. The stall owner was an old man with a weathered face and a look of fatigue and helplessness in his eyes. What attracted Yi Tiance's attention was a small metal box placed in the corner. The metal box looked worn out, with some wear and tear on the edges, as if it had gone through a long time. Yi Tiance bent down and reached out to pick up the metal box. The moment his fingertips touched it, he felt an extremely weak but unique fluctuation of spiritual power. This fluctuation was extremely subtle. If Yi Tiance had not practiced the Chen Yuan 7-star art, which made him extremely sensitive to spiritual power, it would have been difficult to detect. You know, since he left the fallen city 3 years ago, he has encountered only a handful of objects with spiritual power. Although I don't know where this small iron box came from, but I can feel the spiritual power from it, which shows that this thing is at least not junk. Quite interesting. Yi Tiance pretended to be nonchalant and asked the stall owner, how much is this broken box? The stall owner took a look and said casually, this box costs 1 yuan, take it or not. Yi Tiance was speechless and said, it's just a broken iron box, but it's sold for 1,000 yuan. Is it made of gold or gold particles? Sell it yuan cheaper. The stall owner glared. Brother, this box was bought from my friend. It has a special origin. I bargained it down from 1,000 to. Yi Tiance stretched out his right hand. 500 yuan. If you don't buy it, I'll leave. Yi Tiance made a gesture to leave. The stall owner hurriedly tried to stop him, saying, don't worry. Let's talk it over. It's just 500 yuan. Since we are destined to meet, I will sell it to you at a loss. Yi Tiance was delighted. He knew that the stall owner was deliberately being mysterious. It was a common trick he used. The reason why he bargained like this was that he didn't want to pay a high price directly and attract the attention of the stall owner. Yi Tiance scanned the code of the stall owner and completed the payment. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a rude voice sounded behind him. Wait, I want this box. Chapter 568. I have a fear of giants. Yi Tiance turned around and took a look. I saw a young man in gorgeous clothes coming over with several followers. This young man had an arrogant look on his face and stared greedily at the metal box in Yi Tiance's hand. Although he didn't know the origin of this box, he felt that it was somewhat strange. So he said simply, I want this box, sell it to me and I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Yi Tiance shook his head lightly. Do not sell. Ha ha. The young man looked Yi Tiance up and down. He said with a little disdain, it's not easy to see you look so poor. I'll give you another 20,000 yuan. Give it to me, hurry up. Hear this. The stall owner looked distressed. Oops. If I had known earlier, I would not have agreed to sell it for 500 yuan. If I had waited a little longer, I could have sold it at a higher price now. Such a pity. Let this young man get lucky and win. The result was something neither he nor the young master had expected. Yi Tiance frowned and said, I won't sell it, don't block my way. Hear the words. The young master's face suddenly darkened, and he threatened, boy, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Do you know the consequences of offending me? Yi Tiance shook his head. He didn't care about the outcome. A slightly burly attendant beside the young master stepped forward. Boom. A strong martial arts aura emanated. It's the strength of late Grandmaster. This action attracted many people around to stop and watch, and they all started to eat melons. The follower said in a muffled voice, boy, open your eyes and see clearly. This is Yuanyang Valley's young master Aoi Xin, the future successor of Yuanyang Valley. Do you know the consequences of going against his wishes? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of exclamations and sighs from the crowd. Oh my, it's actually the young master of Yuanyang Valley? This guy is not easy to deal with. Yuanyang Valley is one of the three major Xianmen forces in our Tiannan province. It also has a lot of say in this Xianmen conference. It is extremely powerful. That's right, even the four major families in the provincial capital have to be polite to ordinary elders of Yuanyang Valley. Not to mention the young master of the valley. This kid has hit a wall this time. Everyone was talking and persuading Yi Tiance not to confront the other party, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Even the old stall owner reminded Yi Tiance, little brother, Yuanyang Valley is not far from Hujiao Mountain. This place happens to be within the sphere of influence of Yuanyang Valley. You can offend anyone but not them. Sell it quickly for 20,000 yuan. Don't be stubborn. Yi Tiance was not moved at all. He said nonchalantly, Yuanyang Valley, is it awesome? When this sentence was said, the onlookers were all stunned with fear. I didn't expect this kid to be so brave. Is it that he doesn't know about the existence of Yuanyang Valley, or is he doing it on purpose? Of course, the ones who broke the defense were the people from Yuanyang Valley led by Aoi Xian. The follower's face darkened. He scolded, boy, do you know what you are saying? Humph. In front of an ant like you, our Yuanyang Valley is definitely a giant. You are so offensive. Why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness from our young valley master? At this moment, Aoi Xian's eyes fell on Yi Tiance, with a cold look in his eyes. A giant? Yi Tiance murmured, you know what, I have gigantic fear. The bigger the creature, the more afraid I am. It's like... He paused and suddenly grinned. Especially the big idiot. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar around. No one expected Yi Tiance to give such an answer. Of course, some people were amused by this answer. However, due to the relationship with Yuanyang Valley, they could only force themselves not to laugh, for fear of being hated. Aoi Xian's face darkened. This was the first time in all these years that he had seen someone dare to mock Yuanyang Valley. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Well, you are such a fool. Today I will let you know the methods of our Yuanyang Valley. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the 4 followers behind him surrounded Yi Tiance. When seeing this scene, the spectators at the scene all felt sorry for Yi Tiance at such a young age. He had done something wrong but ended up getting into trouble with Yuanyang Valley. You're going to lose your life now. The battle begins instantly. The first follower rushed forward and punched Yi Tiance in the face. Yi Tiance dodged the punch easily by moving sideways at the same time. He grabbed the opponent's wrist and twisted it hard. The follower screamed in pain. Yi Tiance then kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters away and falling heavily to the ground. Go to hell! Another follower took the opportunity to attack Yi Tiance from behind. It was as if Yi Tiance had eyes on his back. With a spinning kick, he accurately kicked the opponent's chin. The follower groaned and fell to the ground. As for the remaining 2 who had not yet reacted to what was happening, Yi Tiance had already flashed forward. One by one, he was slapped and fell to the ground, unable to stand up. It sounds slow, but in fact, from the moment the 2 sides fought to the moment all these followers were defeated, it only took 3 seconds. This scene shocked many of the onlookers. Oh my god, this guy is so fierce. He looks ordinary, but he's so good at fighting? No wonder they have the confidence to not give face to Yuanyang Valley. But this way, we will have a complete feud with Yuanyang Valley. You should know that among the crowd, there are some people who come here specifically to attend the Xianmen conference. Naturally, the vision of these people cannot be compared with that of ordinary tourists. Judging from the fact that Yi Tiance had just taken action and instantly eliminated several late-stage grandmasters, they could judge that the other party's strength was at least at the perfect grandmaster level. He has reached the grandmaster level at such a young age. Logically, he should be famous in Tiannan province. Why have I never seen him? I haven't seen him either. And judging from his appearance, he should be here to attend this conference. Could he be a core disciple of a certain sect or force? It's very likely otherwise. Even if they have this kind of strength, they wouldn't dare to compete with Yuanyang Valley. Aoi Xian glanced at his followers on the ground. He clenched his fists and frowned. At this moment, he also suspected that Yi Tiance should be the core disciple of a certain sect. He said in a deep voice, "Boy, tell me the power behind you and your name. I will not kill nameless people." Yi Tiance dug his ear with his little finger. A third-rate person like you is worthy of knowing my name? Isn't that an insult to my dignity? You're looking for death. Aoi Xian widened his eyes, mobilized the energy in his body, and was about to rush forward. Wait. At this time, a cold voice stopped Aoi Xian's actions. Chapter 569, Saint Yushi. A cold voice came, "Stop." Aoi Xian immediately stopped and turned to look. Not only him, but everyone present looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a graceful woman walking slowly towards me. She was wearing a white long dress, the sleeves of which fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy from heaven, but her face was covered by a layer of gauze, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear as water. Those eyes are like the bright stars in the night sky, bright and deep, making people want to peek into the peerless beauty behind the veil. She is like a snow lotus on a high mountain, blooming alone, isolated from the world. Behind the woman, there were 2 tall women in white dresses. Although she cannot be called the most beautiful woman in the world, her figure and appearance are still a good score of 85. Moreover, it is obvious at first glance that that unique temperament is not something that ordinary people can possess. Therefore, the appearance of these people naturally aroused the curiosity and discussion of many people. Fuck. 3 beautiful ladies with fairy-like aura. Especially the one in the middle, she is simply a fairy from heaven. If I could marry her, I would rather live 10 years less. Shoo. Don't talk nonsense and let them hear you. Judging from their clothes, if I'm not mistaken, these people should be from Lingyu Pavilion, which is one of the 3 major Xianmen forces in Tiannan province. They are also here to participate in the Xianmen conference, and I can't afford to offend them. That's right. Although Lingyu Pavilion has a small population, every disciple is extremely talented. Don't provoke them, or you will be in great trouble. I heard that the mysterious saintess from Lingyu Pavilion will also be attending the conference this time. Do you think it could be her? At this time, the woman in the lead stopped. He said coldly to Aoi Shin, the Shenmen conference is about to be held here, and various forces will gather here. It will not be good for your Yuanyang Valley to create trouble at this time. Stop it. Aoi Shin frowned slightly. Yushi, you don't know that this kid humiliated Yuanyang Valley in public and injured my followers. He must not be allowed to stay. The girl named Yushi said softly, the Shenmen conference is of great importance. If you cause trouble here and affect the overall situation, how will you explain to Yuanyang Valley? Not to mention, there is a convention in the Shenmen circle that as a core disciple of the Shenmen, you cannot cause trouble in the secular world. This. Aoi Shin showed hesitation on his face, and was obviously concerned about what the other party said. This is indeed a common convention within the Shenmen circle, although it is not known who set this rule. But if it were to be broken in front of so many people, it would definitely have a bad impact if it got out. Besides, since Yushi had already spoken, he naturally had to leave a good impression. After all, this woman is the most popular in the Shenmen circle of Tiannan province. Even he admires her. Call. He took a deep breath. He glared at Yi Tiance hatefully. He said, you are lucky, kid. I won't bother with you today. I hope you have the courage to participate in the Shenmen conference tomorrow. Then I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Done. He left directly with his injured followers. And the woman named Yushi glanced at Yi Tiance. Her voice was cold and a little arrogant. You don't have to thank me for saving you. There are many hidden talents in the Shenmen conference. If you want to participate in the conference tomorrow, I remind you to stop as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we see you at the conference, Aoi Shin will not forgive you easily. Yi Tiance? Who said to thank you for saving me? If you hadn't interfered, I would have knocked that damn young valley master down long ago, okay? Yushi continued, don't look at me with such suspicion. Yuanyang Valley is powerful and you alone cannot offend them. You'd better take care of yourself. After saying that, she also left with the two beauties behind her. After the farce ended, the onlookers gradually dispersed, losing interest. Baffling. Yi Tiance shook his head helplessly. He didn't even take the so-called Yuanyang Valley seriously. After all, both Taoist Master Yunlong and Taoist Master Yunhai died at his hands. If Yuanyang Valley takes the initiative to cause trouble at tomorrow's Shenmen conference, we can just deal with them all at once to save trouble. Yi Tiance put the metal box in his pocket and was about to leave. Brother Yi. A voice stopped him. Yi Tiance turned his head. Then I saw a young man with a cool look on his face and a blue earring on his left ear running towards me. It turned out to be Zhuge Ruizhi. Why are you here? Zhuge Ruizhi smiled. Hey, there's nothing I can do. My family sent people to attend the conference, and I was one of the people sent here. I just wanted to join in the fun and broaden my horizons. I didn't expect to run into you here. Yi Tiance asked, isn't your family from Tianbei province? Are you also coming to participate in the Shenmen conference? Zhuge nodded wisely. Yes, the Shenmen conference of Tiannan province is held only once every 10 years. It is extremely popular and not only attracts many local people from Tiannan province, but also naturally attracts many forces from neighboring provinces. Even Shenmen forces from neighboring provinces participate. After all, there are no rules and regulations that prohibit outsiders from coming. I see. Yi Tiance nodded. No wonder it was so lively at the foot of Hujiao Mountain this time. It seems that the Shenmen conference is more influential than I thought. Zhuge Ruizhi flattered him and said, you are indeed Brother Yi. You were not afraid of the threat from the young master of Yuanyang Valley just now. This is worthy of my learning. If it weren't for the intervention of the holy maiden Yushi from Lingyu Pavilion, I believe you could have beaten that Aoi Shin to death. The saintess of Lingyu Pavilion? Do you know her? Zhuge Ruizhi shook his head and said, I don't know her, but who in the Shenmen circle doesn't know Saint Yushi? If the most beautiful woman in the secular world of Tiannan province is Lin Yuyan of the Lin family, then in the Shenmen world of Tiannan province, the most beautiful woman is definitely Saint Yushi. I heard that she is not only beautiful and has a good figure, but more importantly, she has a great opportunity. So many elite young men in the Xian realm dream of marrying her and forming a Taoist couple. It's a pity that Saint Yushi is pure and innocent, with a cold and aloof personality, and never thinks about these things. Yi Tian seemed to have thought of something. You keep mentioning Saint Yushi, could it be that her last name is Yu? Zhuge Ruizhi shook his head and said, no, Yushi is just her first name, her last name is actually Luo, her full name is Luo Yushi. Doesn't it sound nice? Luo Yushi? After hearing this name, Yi Tian was stunned. Good boy, is it such a coincidence? Because on his 6th marriage certificate, the woman's name was Luo Yushi. The reason why Yi Tian remembered it so clearly was because the marriage certificate did not contain the specific identity and address of the other party. It only had the name Luo Yushi and mentioned that the other party was a member of the Xianmen sect. There was no other information at all. At that time, Yi Tian was still struggling with how to find the 6th fiancé based on this clue. It's really hard to find it, but I actually ran into it today. Chapter 570 Zhuge Xiafeng. Zhuge Ruizhi asked curiously, Brother Yi, have you figured out what's wrong? Nah, nothing. Yi Tian shook his head to deny it. The news that Luo Yushi was his fiancé would cause quite a stir if it got out, so he decided not to tell anyone else for now. What's more, this conclusion is just Yi Tian's guess and is not 100% certain. What if there is a woman with the same name and surname as Luo Yushi in the Xian realm of Tiannan province? Wouldn't it be very embarrassing to tell her now when she comes? Zhuge Ruizhi said, Brother Yi, are you looking for an inn to stay in? This Xianmen conference attracted many people to come here, and the inn was fully booked long ago. Now you can't book it even if you have money. It just so happens that there is an inn in front of us that is owned by our family, and there are extra rooms. How about I take you there to stay? No trouble, right? Hey! Brother Yi, what are you talking about? You are my brother, the one I admire the most. Why bother with such a small matter? Let's go, I'll lead the way. Okay. 10 minutes later. Led by Zhuge Ruizhi, Yi Tian came to an inn located in a secluded corner at the foot of Hujiao Mountain. The name of the inn is Yueli Inn. This is in stark contrast to the bustling main street. It is located at the end of a deep alley. The gate is made of thick solid wood, and the copper ring on the door has been polished to a shine by the years. As you step through the gate, what comes into view is a small courtyard with bluestone paved. On the ground opposite the gate is a 2-story wooden building. Your inn is very old, right? That's right. The reason why our family runs this inn is for the Xianmen conference that takes place every 10 years. If a powerful Xianmen force moves in, we can make some connections and benefit a lot. There were several bodyguards in black standing in the yard. When they saw Zhuge Ruizhi, they all greeted him respectfully, second young master. The two walked into the lobby of the inn. Just when Zhuge Ruizhi was about to take Yi Tian to the 2nd floor, a voice suddenly came from behind, stop. The two stopped and looked back. They saw a young man of the same age as them walking towards them with a serious face. This man was tall, with a stern face and a dignified look in his eyes. Next to him stood a woman with delicate makeup, gorgeous clothes, and a superior look. She looked a bit mean and difficult to approach. Yi Tian asked Zhuge Ruizhi, who are these two? Zhuge Ruizhi introduced, this is my brother Zhuge Xiafeng, and next to him is his girlfriend Yu Rongrong. Zhuge Ruizhi asked Zhuge Xiafeng, brother, you called me? Zhuge Xiafeng looked Yi Tian up and down, frowning, not hiding the doubt and dissatisfaction in his eyes. Why didn't you inform me first when you brought a stranger back? Zhuge Ruizhi explained, Brother Yi is a good brother I have known for a long time. He is my good elder brother, not a stranger. The words are not finished yet. Zhuge Xiafeng interrupted him, brother? Do you think we are playing house? Look at you, you just mess around all day, not practicing and improving yourself, and just making useless friends. You are bringing shame to our family. Yu Rongrong also joined in. She first glanced at Yi Tian with contempt. That's right, don't bring anyone home for the Xianmen conference. Many powerful and well-connected people are desperately preparing for it, trying to win over the top Xianmen people. You are so good, you still want to make friends here? Have you forgotten the mission of your family sending you here this time? Hear this. Juga Ruweji said dissatisfiedly, Brother Yi is my recognized elder brother, I know him, he is not what you think. You understand? How much do you understand? Juga Xiafeng sneered. You are inexperienced and can be easily deceived. This Shinmen conference is of vital importance to our family. If you make mistakes due to your poor friendships, how will you explain it to the family? Yi Tian stood aside and listened quietly. The Zhuge Xiefeng in front of him turned out to be a martial arts master whose strength had reached the pseudo-god level. To be able to achieve such strength at this age, he can be regarded as a child of destiny in the eyes of ordinary people. No wonder he looks down on others all the time. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Zhuge Xiefeng was deliberately targeting Zhuge Ruweji. Tomorrow morning, you are talking about him, which is actually denying Zhuge Liang's wisdom. Yu Rongrong continued, Ruweji, look at your brother, who practices diligently every day and brings honor to the family. Look at yourself, who does nothing all day long. How can you shoulder the responsibility of the family in the future? Zhuge Ruweji sneered, do you think I am willing to take responsibility? How I want to make friends is none of your business. As for the family's requirements, you can take on the responsibility if you are capable. Don't bother me. Brother Yi, let's go. The two of them went directly upstairs. Zhuge Xiefeng and Yu Rongrong were left looking at each other and couldn't help but sneer. Oh, he is indeed a piece of trash. The people he makes friends with outside are all the same kind of people as him. Yu Rongrong said coquettishly, do you think that everyone out there is as good as you? But this is also a good thing, because it means that Zhuge Ruweji has been defeated without a doubt in the competition with you. The future heir of the Zhuge family must be you. Ha, that's natural. Zhuge Xiefeng sneered complacently. Then he said seriously, no matter what, I must get the advanced pill when I participate in this conference and break through to the realm of God of War in one fell swoop. Upstairs. Zhuge Ruweji looked at Yi Tian guiltily and said, I'm sorry, my brother is just like that, don't take it to heart. Yi Tian patted his shoulder and said, it's okay, I understand. Zhuge Ruweji smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, although I seem to be so glorious outside, in fact, in the family, I am the useless second young master who was looked down upon by others. People always compare me with my brother and think that I am inferior to him in every way, and this is true. So I gave up a long time ago and didn't want to compete with him for the position of heir, but he still regarded me as a thorn in his side. There was really nothing I could do. Yi Tian asked, just now I heard your brother repeatedly say that we should not affect our mission of attending the conference. Your Zhuge family is not a Shinmen faction, so what mission can you have? In fact, the reason we came to the conference this time is actually to advance the pills. Advanced pill? Zhuge Ruweji nodded, yes, this is a kind of elixir that only Shinmen forces can refine. It is said that after taking it, it can allow martial arts masters at the pseudo-god level to have a 50% chance of breaking through to become masters at the God of War level. And what our Zhuge family needs most right now is this pill, which will allow my brother to break through and become a war god. Only then will we have a chance to get rid of the difficulties our family has been in recent years. Chapter 571 Strange Brown Paper. Yi Tian asked, isn't your Zhuge family one of the strongest families in Tianbei province? What kind of difficulties could it be? Zhuge Ruweji sighed. Brother Yi, you don't know that our Zhuge family is one of the strongest families in Tianbei province. But the best resources within a province are limited, and even big families have to compete hard. Competition requires strength as a trump card, but considering that direct conflict would result in mutual losses if one is not careful, many years ago, these top families in Tianbei province made an agreement that everyone could accept. That is, every 3 years, an internal competition between families will be held, called the Outstanding Martial Arts Competition. The content is that each family selects a person with outstanding talents from the younger generation to participate in a martial arts competition. The party that ultimately wins will get concessions and resource allocation, and the losing party will naturally lose a lot of benefits. That's right, this outstanding martial arts competition is something that several major families in Tianbei province attach great importance to. However, since its establishment, our Zhuge family has lost 9 consecutive times, and ranked last every time. If we lose again, not only will our Zhuge family be disgraced, but we will also be seen by everyone as a young generation without talent and potential. By then, our influence in Tianbei province will surely decline significantly, and we will fall from the first-tier family. Yi Tian's analyzed, so, this time your brother Zhuge Xiefeng wants to obtain the advanced pill and break through to become a war god. This way, he can get a good ranking at the outstanding martial arts competition and help the Zhuge family save face. That's why he values it so much? Zhuge Ruizhi nodded repeatedly. That's right. Today, my brother is the most talented of the younger generation in our Zhuge family, and the family's hopes are pinned on him. If he can really break through to the God of War realm, he will definitely get a good ranking in the elite martial arts competition, and even have a chance to win the championship. By then, the position of the future heir of our Zhuge family will naturally belong to him. That is why he attaches great importance to this Xianmen conference and is very cautious, fearing any accidents. Then have you ever thought that your brother will not cause trouble for you when he becomes the head of the Zhuge family in the future? Zhuge Ruizhi shook his head and said, that shouldn't be the case with my talent and influence. I am far inferior to my brother in the Zhuge family. After he becomes the head of the family, I will pose no threat to him. He has no reason to cause trouble to me. I hope. Yi Tian's chuckled. He didn't elaborate on some things. That is, based on the brief contact with Zhuge Xiefeng just now, he made a basic judgment about this person based on his aspect. This person has long and narrow eyes with slightly upturned corners. Whenever he looks at someone, he seems to be scrutinizing and looking down on them, which shows that he is arrogant and conceited. At the same time, his lips were thin and tightly pursed, the corners of his mouth drooped slightly, and his chin was sharp and protruding, like a sharp dagger, as if ready to stab others at any time. Such characteristics show that the person has a cruel mind and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even potentially harming his own blood relatives. He had seen this kind of facial expression on many cruel criminals in the fallen city. Of course, it was not convenient for him to say these words out loud, so as not to make people think that he was trying to sow discord between the two brothers. Zhuge Ruizhi said, Brother Yi, you can rest in the room first. I will ask the cook to prepare some food. We will go downstairs to have a good meal and drink. We will go up the mountain together to attend the meeting tomorrow. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Zhuge Ruizhi left the room. Yi Tian sat on the bed and opened the metal box he had just bought for 500 yuan. He gently stroked the patterns on the surface of the box. Although the box looked old, it was not an antique treasure. It was just a little old and there was nothing special about it. He could sense the faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from inside the box. There was a small lock on the metal box, which had long since rusted. Yi Tian circulated the energy in his body and exerted a little force. Click! The small padlock was broken by the shock. Yi Tian opened the lid of the box carefully. There was only a piece of folded brown paper neatly placed inside the box. You can tell at a glance that this craft paper is very old, but the strange thing is that there is not the slightest smell of mold, let alone rot. Yi Tian took out the craft paper, spread it flat on the table, and his brows gradually furrowed. There are dense lines engraved on the craft paper. These lines are not simple interlaced lines, but present a complex and strange pattern. Some lines are winding like swimming snakes, some lines are intertwined to form mysterious symbols. Strange, what exactly are these patterns? Is it some kind of ancient writing? Or a rune I've never seen before? Wait, this seems to be. As Yi Tian observed carefully, he suddenly found that the lines on the craft paper were connected, and it seemed to be a map. It's just that the text symbols and lines used in this map are very old and should be in the style of ancient maps, so they are difficult to detect. Not only that. Yi Tian also noticed that the edges of this piece of craft paper, which was only 20 centimeters long and wide, had obvious signs of being neatly cut, so that many of the lines were interrupted at the edges. Obviously, this map is just a segmented part. There should be several similar ancient maps. Yi Tian held his chin and analyzed. Ancient maps are extremely rare, and they also have a faint spiritual aura, which shows that they are not ordinary things. Could it be that this map is a treasure map? If that's the case, then I really got lucky this time. Anyway, I'll pack it up and put it away to see if I can find other maps in the future. Yi Tian put the brown paper map back into the metal box and sealed it. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. At the same time, Aoishian also brought his injured subordinates back to his residence, but he was still angry. Damn it, we let that kid get away with it. Aoishian slammed the table hard. The attendant beside him said, if it weren't for the appearance of Saint Yushi, that little thief would have been killed by you, young valley master. Aoishian snorted coldly, that Luo Yushi just relies on the fact that she has the support of Lingyu Pavilion and she is beautiful, and likes to meddle in other people's business. When I win the Shinmen conference this time, I will ask the Valley Master to go to Lingyu Pavilion to propose marriage. I will marry her then and see how this little girl can still pretend to be holy in front of me. Young Master, you are extremely talented and will definitely win the tournament. The young generation of the Xuanjie in Tiannan province, the young master of the valley is the first person with undocumented controversy. After you capture Saint Yushi, she will only be fit for you to lick her. Aoishian felt happy listening to all the flattery from his followers. He narrowed his eyes and said, but we must not let that bastard who mocked our Yuanyang Valley go, and we must also take back the metal box that he got by chance. Chapter 572, Tong Family and Hashtag 039, S3 Guests. One of the followers asked in confusion, young master, I think the broken box that boy got is nothing special. The stall owner sold it for 500 yuan, and he can still make at least 480 yuan. What do you want it for? Aoishian frowned and said, in fact, I don't know what's so special about that box, but my intuition tells me that this thing must be extraordinary. It would be a pity to miss it, and I must get it. I'm worried that the kid won't have the courage to attend the Shinmen conference tomorrow. So I plan to take it back tonight and get rid of this guy at the same time. It's just that due to my status, it's not convenient for me to take action, so... Several followers looked at each other. Young Valley Master, you saw it earlier, we are no match for that guy. Although we want to help you kill him, we are powerless. Yeah, that kid is very arrogant, but I have to admit that he has some tricks up his sleeve. Aoishian waved his hand. He said calmly, who said that we should let you losers take action? We in Shinmen naturally have our own way of doing things. I think that kid's strength is at least at the level of a perfect grandmaster or even half-step war god. It just so happens that many of the martial artists who came to participate in the conference this time are seeking breakthroughs and want to obtain precious elixirs that can improve their martial arts strength, such as advanced pills. There are 3 pseudo-god level masters downstairs in our inn. All of them are guests of the Tong family from Tiannan province. I heard that Tong family's young master Tong Gusho has been in a lot of trouble recently, causing the Tong family to want enough masters for revenge. These 3 people must want to get the advanced pills. You guys go visit them later and tell them that I am willing to cooperate with them as long as they are willing to help. I will give them 3 advanced pills. Hear the words. The follower under his command reminded him, young Valley Master, this advanced pill is very rare and difficult to refine. Giving 3 at once, isn't that a bit of a waste? Aoishian sneered, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Besides, who told you that I would send you a finished advanced pill? Don't we have a lot of semi-finished advanced pills in Yuanyang Valley? If they get sick from eating them, they can only blame their bad luck. What does it have to do with our Yuanyang Valley? Young Valley Master is very skilled. As expected of you. The followers flattered him in various ways. Only people within Yuanyang Valley know that the finished advanced pill has a 50% chance of allowing a pseudo-god level expert to break through to the war god level. Even if it fails, there won't be many side effects. But the semi-finished advanced pills are different. The success rate is only 10%. Once it fails, the martial arts energy in the body will become disordered, restless and expand, and eventually it will be out of control and explode and die. Judging from the appearance and smell, unless you are an expert in alchemy, it would be difficult to tell the difference between the 2 kinds of elixirs. One of the followers asked worriedly, young master, what if they fail in their mission, what will we do? Aoishian's lips curled up in a sinister arc. If it fails, it only proves that it was the Tong family that was causing trouble for that kid. What does it have to do with our Yuanyang Valley? Okay, go and talk now. I'll be waiting for your news. Yes. At the same time. Downstairs in the inn, in a room near the corridor window. There were 3 old men sitting on chairs talking to each other. These 3 people are all guests of the Tong family and are sworn brothers. Their strength has already reached the pseudo-god realm. They have been living in seclusion for many years, seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. However, due to limitations in talent, age and other factors, he has been unable to break through and become a powerful war god. Therefore, the three brothers placed their hopes on obtaining advanced pills at the Shinmen conference held every 10 years. A burly old man said angrily, "Humph! After I get the advanced pill at the Shinmen conference this time and break through to become a war god master, I will definitely go to Jiangnan City to kill Yi Tiance." A bald old man said with emotion, "Third brother, the advanced pills are precious and rare, and it is not easy to obtain. Even our Tong family does not have a few, and the most recent one was given to the young master. He finally broke through and became a war god master, but was defeated and seriously injured by Yi Tiance. This kid may not be simple." A slightly plump old man stroked his beard and analyzed, "Second brother is right, I suspect that something must have happened at the party that night that we don't know about. Unfortunately, after the young master was released by the dragon group yesterday, his mental state was obviously not right and he refused to talk about anything. As for the others, some were killed and some were captured, so it was difficult to get any clues. Before we are fully prepared, there is no need for us to engage Yi Tiance, lest we fall into a passive position." The burly old man snorted coldly, "Brother, you are too cautious. If the three of us join forces, we can handle even an early-stage war god expert for a while. Once we all break through and become war gods, what will we be afraid of if we join hands? Yi Tiance is just a mere man, we must kill him on the spot and save face for our Tong family." "Humph, I am now hoping that Yi Tiance will come to participate in the Shinmen conference. If I catch him, I will definitely kill him." Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. A voice sounded, "Three seniors, I am the follower of Aoi Xian, the young master of Yuanyang Valley. I would like to discuss a deal with you three." It was late at night, in the room of Yuelai Inn. Yi Tiance sat on the bed, crossed his legs, placed his hands naturally on his knees, closed his eyes and meditated. His breathing was even and deep, the spiritual energy in his body flowed slowly through his meridians, and his whole body entered a state of emptiness. He didn't know why, but ever since he came to Hujiao Mountain, he had a vague feeling of discomfort that he couldn't calm down. You should know that he came to Hujiao Mountain this time not to attend any Shinmen conference, but to come to the top of Hujiao Mountain on the full moon night of July 15th as requested in his master's letter. The Shinmen conference will be held for 3 days, and the last day will be July 15th. Yi Tiance guessed that this uneasy feeling might be related to the request in his master's letter. As for what it is specifically, perhaps we will know when the time comes. Sudden. Yi Tiance's heart trembled, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his mind. Almost instantly, he opened his eyes sharply and quickly dodged to the side. The next moment, a sharp spear pierced through the window with a whoosh and pierced directly into the place where he had just been meditating. Boom! The force of the spear was so great that it blasted a big hole in the bed, sending debris flying everywhere. It can be seen that the other party launched this attack with the intention of killing him. Yi Tiance's eyes flashed, and without any hesitation, he flashed and jumped out of the window. Under the cold moonlight, I saw a black shadow fleeing into the distance. You want to run away after pretending to be awesome? It's not that easy. Yi Tiance snorted coldly. He exerted force on his feet and chased after him like a flash of lightning. Chapter 573. The Tong family cannot be insulted. The black shadow shuttled through the streets and alleys, trying to use the complex terrain to escape Yi Tiance's pursuit. But Yi Tiance was extremely fast and kept chasing closely. Chasing all the way, after a while, Yi Tiance followed the black shadow into a remote forest. There was a thin layer of mist in the woods, and the moonlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, forming patches of mottled light and shadows. Yi Tiance stopped. He saw two old men standing quietly not far ahead, staring at him with cold and sarcastic eyes. One is tall and strong, the other is bald. Yi Tiance asked calmly, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" One of the burly old men said in a cold voice, "Boy, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so arrogant and offending someone you shouldn't have offended. I remind you to hand over the metal box, so that you can suffer less physical pain and die quickly." Ah! Yi Tiance sneered. After all this time, you are the lackey sent by Yuanyang Valley at your age, you are not at home taking care of your grandchildren. Do you have to come out and die? He knew that the people from Yuanyang Valley would not let it go, so they sent 2 idiots over. Hear this. The 2 old men's faces darkened. The burly old man said coldly, "You are so sharp-tongued, you are courting death. Second brother, just watch from the side, I will tear his mouth apart." After saying that, he rushed towards Yi Tian's first with a spear in his hand. The spear danced, and the martial arts aura gathered to form a powerful whirlwind, heading straight for Yi Tian's. Yi Tian's was not in a hurry. He flashed and avoided the whirlwind like a ghost. Then he threw a punch with lightning speed. This punch may seem simple, but it contains extremely domineering power. The spear and Yi Tian's fist collided. The burly old man sneered, "Ha, idiot! Using mortal flesh and blood to fight against metal spears, you think you are." But he wasn't done yet. Click! The metal spear actually bent, broke and exploded under Yi Tian's punch. Boom! The remaining power spread and first hit the burly old man. He flew backwards instantly, his body breaking several thick trees, and finally he fell heavily to the ground, spurting out a large mouthful of blood. G.A. This scene made the bald old man who was watching the battle leisurely on the sidelines open his eyes wide. What the hell? Is this true? This kid actually defeated my third brother with just 1 punch? How can this be? The burly old man struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes full of fear and astonishment. He never expected that his confident attack would be so easily resolved by the opponent, and even his weapon was destroyed. Who is this kid? Could it be that he is a master at the level of God of War? According to the information provided by the people of Yuanyang Valley, the opponent's strength is at most half-step to the realm of War God. How could it be? Yi Tian's put down his fist, smiled contemptuously and said, "I just said that you, an old bastard of such age, don't go home to hug your grandchildren earlier, but have to come here to die. I don't like killing, but I am a little cruel sometimes, so I will be a little heavy-handed later, please bear with me." The 2 old men opposite trembled slightly after hearing these words. The bald old man thought for 2 seconds. Force a smile. He clasped his fists towards Yi Tian's and said, "My dear little brother, please don't misunderstand me. We are just entrusted by others, and we have no intention of targeting you. How about this? The 2 of us brothers apologize to you, and let this matter end here tonight?" Ha ha. Without waiting for Yi Tian's to answer, the burly old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said dissatisfiedly, "Second brother, why are you apologizing to such a young boy? We in the Tong family have never had the habit of apologizing to others. I was just careless just now. I will definitely beat him to death next time." Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows slightly. "Are you from the Tong family in the provincial capital?" The burly old man snorted proudly and said, "To be honest, we are guests of the Tong family and have a very high status in the Tong family. You should know the consequences of offending our Tong family, right?" Yi Tian sneered, "Is there any difference between offending your Tong family and offending a ball of cotton? Not to mention you 3 guests, even your Tong family elder Tong Likun died in my hands, and I didn't see your Tong family fart even once." What? The burly old man and the bald old man widened their eyes at the same time. The next second, the bald old man suddenly reacted. Incredibly, you are Yi Tian's. Yi Tian's crossed his arms in front of his chest. "It's me, your grandfather." Asshole. Enemies always meet again. The burly old man and the bald old man both had shocked and ugly expressions. It is because of Yi Tian's that the Tong family suffered heavy losses in the past 2 days. It is so embarrassing. The 3 of them were sent to participate in the Shenmen conference this time, hoping to take this opportunity to break through and become war god level masters, and then go to Jiangnan City to take revenge. As a result, I saw it in advance today. The burly old man gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, we have been looking for you for a long time. Tell me the truth, what conspiracy did you use to kill Elder Tong Likun at the cocktail party a few days ago?" Yi Tian's rolled his eyes. What kind of dirty tricks are needed to deal with that kind of ant? It's just a matter of 2 slaps. You have the nerve to be an elder of the Tong family? It shows that the level of the Tong family is not that good. If you are not convinced, you can come up and try again. As he said that, he raised his middle finger and hooked it at the burly old man. Fuck! The Tong family cannot be insulted. I will fight you to death. The burly old man suppressed the surging blood and energy in his body and rushed towards Yi Tiance again. Third brother, don't be impulsive. The bald old man shouted hurriedly to remind. But the burly old man had a hot temper and wouldn't listen at all, without stopping at all. With his hands turned into claws, he pounced at Yi Tiance's head like a tiger, wanting to explode it in one fell swoop. However, Yi Tiance was much faster than him. He was the first to raise his left and right hands to grab the burly old man's claws. Twist. Click. Click. The burly old man's rough and powerful hands suddenly exploded, and the bones and flesh were clearly visible. Oh my God! Veins bulged on the burly old man's forehead and he roared like a pig being slaughtered. This did not arouse the slightest sympathy from Yi Tiance. He kneed the burly old man in the chest. Boom! The tremendous force immediately shattered all of the burly old man's ribs, and his internal organs were also severely damaged. Puff! The burly old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost popped out. From the moment of the fight. Only then did he truly realize how terrifying the other party's strength was. This kid's strength must be far beyond the early stage of the god of war. Elder Ton Lacun indeed died in his hands. Now, let alone the three of them who are in the pseudo-god realm, even if they all break through and become early-stage war god masters, they are no match for this kid. No! You have to run. He subconsciously reminded his old brother to run away quickly and not care about anything. But before he could open his mouth to utter a word, Yi Tiance slapped him hard on the cheek. Chapter 574 Yuanyang Valley, you cheated me! Snapped. Yi Tiance's slap hit the burly old man hard on the cheek. Bang! The force of this blow was almost unreserved. He actually broke the burly old man's head off his neck. Call out. The burly old man's head separated from his body and flew out like a small cannonball, finally hitting a big tree. Boom! The burly old man's head exploded completely, and the big tree was also shaken by the impact. Thump! Finally, the headless body of the burly old man simply fell to the ground, deader than dead. How could this happen? The bald old man had already stunned Yama. I couldn't help but shiver. He remembered what Yi Tiance had just said, that he didn't like killing, it was just a little cruel. It turns out that this sentence was not a joke. But his shock was quickly replaced by anger. Ah! You bastard, you actually killed my third brother. I must take my life. His sleeves loosened, and a flying knife appeared in his hand, which he threw towards Yi Tiance. The result was naturally avoided easily. Take your life. Suddenly, a voice sounded from above Yi Tiance's head. When he looked up, he saw a slightly plump old man holding a machete with a flashing cold light in his hand, chopping it down towards his head with the force of thunder. As the eldest of three brothers, the plump old man had been lying in ambush at the rear to avoid any accidents. Unexpectedly, this accident came much faster than expected. After only 2 fights, his third brother was killed. This revenge must be avenged. This knife will definitely chop off Yi Tiance's head. But the fatal blow that he was about to face was cleverly avoided by Yi Tiance, who slid to the side like a loach. The fat old man's attack missed and the machete was deeply embedded in the ground. How could Yi Tiance miss such a great opportunity? He made a move instantly, grabbed the wrist of the plump old man holding the knife like lightning, and twisted it hard. Click! The latter felt pain and the machete fell out of his hand. Lend me your knife. Yi Tiance took the machete and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Swish! There was a flash of knife, followed by a shrill scream. The fat old man's left arm was cut off at the shoulder, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Ah! The slightly plump old man covered his broken arm in pain. He screamed and his body quickly retreated more than 10 meters. The bald old man's eyes widened. Brother, your arm. The slightly fat old man's face turned pale, and he clenched his teeth. Damn it. Bastard! Not only did his determined attack fail to work, but his opponent chopped off his arm. The gap in strength is really huge. Damn Yuanyang Valley, your uncle Aoishian. They say this kid's strength is at most half-step to the realm of a half-step god of war. You have caused so much trouble to us three brothers. Cheating! The slightly plump old man cursed in dissatisfaction. He immediately warned and shouted, "Second brother, I will cover you, you run quickly, and I will cover you. The three of us must not be allowed to die here. Otherwise, there will be no chance for revenge." The bald old man gritted his teeth and said, "If anyone wants to run, it should be you. I, your second brother, will fight him today." As he spoke, he quickly took out a pill. The surface is dark green and seems to have some fluorescent spots. This pill is exactly the deposit given by Yuanyang Valley before coming here, 2 advanced pills, and the remaining one will be given after the task is completed. There were 2 advanced pills, one in his hand and the other in the hand of a burly old man. Unfortunately, the latter was killed before he could use them. At this critical moment, he can't care about so many things. Take a 50% chance of hope. Drink it in one gulp. Boom. The moment he swallowed the advancement pill, a powerful martial arts aura burst out from his body. A powerful aura formed around his body, with howling winds and flying sand and stones. "Ah, kid, let's see how arrogant you can be now." The bald old man showed a ferocious smile. He felt the surging power in his body and could not hide his pride. "I was blessed by God and I succeeded in taking the advanced pill in one try." The slightly plump old man also looked very happy. "Ha ha. Second brother is awesome. Yuanyang Valley is honest and worthy of being one of the 3 major Shinmen forces in Tiannan province. The advanced pills are really effective." He glanced at the headless body of the burly old man not far away. "Wait a moment until my second brother deals with Yi Tiance. I can then obtain the elixir, and maybe even have a chance to break through and become a powerful god of war. In this way, I can justify the death of my third brother." In contrast, Yi Tiance remained calm the entire time. He threw the machete on the ground and was not in a hurry to attack, as if he was watching a good show. As time goes by, the martial arts aura of the bald old man becomes stronger and stronger. But his body began to tremble slightly, and the expression on his face became painful. "What's going on? This power, I can't control it anymore." The bald old man shouted in horror. You know, at this moment the strength in his body has exceeded the limit he can bear. The violent energy rushed through his meridians, destroying his body wantonly. Not good. The bald old man tried to suppress this force, but it was too late. Bang! With a loud bang, the bald old man's body exploded instantly like a blown-up balloon. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere. It was a horrible sight. Yi Tiance frowned and waved his hand to disperse the blood mist in front of him. In fact, he had expected this result. The so-called advanced pills were obviously semi-finished products that did not meet the quality standards, and the probability of them being effective was shockingly low. The slightly plump old man opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Why is this happening? Why is it? Yi Tiance sneered and said, "Eating semi-finished pills and enjoying an explosive life, you 3 brothers are quite humorous." The slightly fat old man's face was distorted. Shameless Yuanyang Valley. Aoishian, who gave birth to a child without an asshole, fuck. You guys really screwed us over. You said you would give me an advanced pill, but it turned out to be a semi-finished product. He also described Yi Tiance, whose strength was above the level of God of War, as a half-step god of war. This is simply sending them to their deaths. If he could luckily survive today, he would never forgive the people of Yuanyang Valley for the rest of his life. Yi Tiance said coldly, "Old fatty, have you thought about how to die now?" As he spoke, he had already started walking towards the slightly plump old man. The slightly plump old man was covered in cold sweat. He knew that his strength was not as good as Yi Tiance, and with his left arm broken, it was impossible for him to have any resistance. Could it be that tonight At this time. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching was heard from a distance. The next second. a man jumped out from the woods. With a look of vigilance and anger, he shouted at Yi Tiance, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 575, Elbow Turned Outward? Yi Tiance turned his head and saw Zhuge Xiafeng standing not far away with a serious face. His face was stern, and his eyes revealed majesty and anger. Yi Tiance frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. He was about to defeat the opponent, but was interrupted at the critical moment, which made him speechless. Zhuge Xiafeng walked quickly to Yi Tiance. "Why are you here? Did you offend someone you shouldn't have offended?" Just a few minutes ago, Zhuge Xiafeng was in the inn room, discussing the mysteries of the human body with his girlfriend Yu Rongrong. But it was suddenly interrupted by a loud bang. Zhuge Xiafeng was so frightened that he almost fainted. After putting on clothes and going upstairs, he found that Yi Tiance's room was in a mess and he had disappeared. Zhuge Xiafeng immediately followed the martial arts aura. It's just that he didn't see the scene of Yi Tiance fighting with several others before. Yi Tiance said coldly, "I was just ambushed, I didn't take the initiative against them." Zhuge Xiafeng frowned and looked around, seeing the blood and broken limbs on the ground. His face became even gloomier. It was obvious that a very fierce battle had just taken place here. From the remaining martial arts aura, he could roughly grasp that the strength of these corpses when they were alive had actually reached the pseudo-god realm, the same level as him. 2 pseudo-god level masters died, and one had his arm cut off. Are these 3 people the masterpieces of this guy named Yi Tiance? Then his strength is not. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. From the first time I saw this kid in the evening, I didn't catch any trace of martial arts from him. It was obvious that he was a piece of trash and only knew a little bit of martial arts at most. These corpses on the ground must be the result of a deep hatred between these 3 pseudo-god level masters, which led to this tragic scene after the battle. As for Yi Tiance, he was just an unlucky guy who was affected. After making this assumption, Zhuge Xiafeng questioned Yi Tiance, "Do you know that getting involved in any conflict on the eve of the Xianmen conference may bring unpredictable consequences? What if it affects my brother and then implicates our family?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "Take back your self-righteous speculation. Since you are worried about being involved in a conflict, why not kill them all here? Then no one will spread the news, right?" Yi Tiance really didn't want to listen to his nagging. He turned his head and prepared to continue dealing with the slightly fat old man with one arm broken. But he found that the old man had disappeared. Hateful. This old guy must have taken advantage of the chaos when Zhuge Xiafeng interrupted them and ran away. Yi Tiance was about to continue chasing. Zhuge Xiafeng stepped forward again to block his way. He frowned and said, "I find you more and more suspicious. Tell me the truth, who are you? And what have you provoked that shouldn't be provoked?" As he spoke, a powerful pseudo-god level martial arts aura emanated and pressed down on Yi Tiance. It seemed as if he wanted Yi Tiance to succumb to this sense of oppression. As a result, Yi Tiance had an indifferent expression and did not react at all. Okay? Such a reaction made Zhuge Xiafeng look ugly. He pulled out a short blade from his waist and pointed it at Yi Tiance. "You're still pretty tough, kid. You're still planning on not saying it now, right?" Hua hua hua. In the woods, a figure ran over quickly. It was Zhuge Ruizhi, who arrived late. When he saw the tense atmosphere between Yi Tiance and Zhuge Xiafeng, he quickly spoke up to stop him. "Brother. What are you doing? Put down the dagger." Zhuge Xiafeng snorted coldly. "Ruizhi, this brother you are dating is harboring evil intentions and stirring up trouble. I want him to tell the truth about his purpose in approaching our Zhuge family. Don't worry, with a fellow like him, I will make him speak honestly within 3 moves." Zhuge Ruizhi stepped forward and quickly pressed down Zhuge Xiafeng's arm. "Brother. Brother Yi is my eldest brother. He definitely has no intention of harming our family. Although I don't know what happened just now, I think someone must have come to trouble Brother Yi. Don't wrongly accuse him. Put down the short blade quickly and don't be impulsive." Zhuge Ruizhi had some understanding of Yi Tiance's character. On the surface, he seems easygoing, but that's only how he treats people around him. If someone offends him, he will show no mercy. Even though his brother has the strength of a pseudo-god, in front of Brother Yi, he can only be slapped in the face at best. Naturally, he didn't want Zhuge Xiefeng to die here tonight. Otherwise, he would become a sinner of the Zhuge family. Zhuge Xiefeng said unhappily, Ruizhi, you have been out there for a few years, how come you have become so ungrateful? You even ignore the interests of our family? Zhuge Ruizhi. My good brother. I care too much about the interests of our family, so I don't want you to cause trouble for Brother Yi. Otherwise, the whole Zhuge family will have to have a feast tomorrow. Xiefeng, as the most outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Zhuge family, it is not worth it for you to compete with a small character even if he really causes trouble. We can just put aside our relationship. There is no need to put too much pressure on yourself. Yu Rongrong came out of the woods and persuaded Zhuge Xiefeng. Zhuge Xiefeng glanced at Yu Rongrong. Humph. Well, for the sake of Rongrong and Ruizhi, I won't pursue this matter any further. You better take care of yourself from now on. If I find out that you are using the Zhuge family's name to cause trouble outside, even the King of Heaven won't be able to save you. Zhuge Xiefeng put down the short blade. Zhuge Ruizhi also hurriedly said to Yi Tiance, Brother Yi, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you again. It's all my fault. Yi Tiance waved his hand. He had seen too many self-righteous people like Zhuge Xiefeng and had long been accustomed to him. People like this tend to be short-lived, so there's no need to argue with them. Zhuge said wisely, Brother Yi, our family has another residence at the foot of the mountain. Usually no one goes there. I will take you there to live, so that they won't bother you. Alright. Alright. Zhuge Ruizhi took Yi Tiance away. As for the corpse on the ground, don't worry about it. There are many ferocious beasts in the forests near Hujiao Mountain. The bloody smell of these corpses will soon attract them, and they will eventually dispose of the corpses completely. Unfortunately, the fat old man with one arm had already fled far away and it was not easy to catch up with him. Pooh! Zhuge Xiefeng spat on the ground. What an ungrateful bastard! He didn't even give me face. I should have stabbed him just now. Oh, calm down. Yu Rongrong stepped forward and gently stroked Zhuge Xiefeng's chest. There's no need for you to bother with that kind of bastard. The most important thing right now is to get the advanced pill and break through to become a war god. Okay. Zhuge Xiefeng nodded. His eyes suddenly glanced at the headless body of a burly old man not far away. What? He walked up to the headless corpse and saw a half-cut white handkerchief sticking out of the other's trouser pocket. He pulled out his handkerchief and spread it out. In the middle of the handkerchief lay a dark green pill, surrounded by a faint fluorescent glow. Zhuge Xiefeng's eyes widened instantly. What the hell? This is Chapter 576 Xinmen Conference. This is actually an advanced pill. Oh my god. Zhuge Xiefeng's face was filled with excitement, and his eyes were almost shining. What? Yu Rongrong was also shocked. This is an advanced pill, are you sure? Zhuge Xiefeng said happily, how could I be wrong? I saw it at an auction last year. This is the genuine advanced pill. Wow, the color, the glow, and the smell are indeed the real thing. Ha, it turns out that handsome people are more likely to be favored by God. Ha, from this perspective, Brother Yi, as I wisely say, is really an idiot. He didn't even discover the most important treasure. He really doesn't have any knowledge at all. He. You're awesome, moi. Yu Rongrong excitedly kissed Zhuge Xiefeng on the cheek. Once Zhuge Xiefeng takes the advanced pill and breaks through to become a powerful god of war. From now on, I will have a boyfriend who is a master of war, and I will be envied by others wherever I go. Just thinking about it is exciting. Zhuge Xiefeng glanced at the traces of battle left on the ground, including various pieces of limbs and flesh. He analyzed, according to my deduction, those masters just now must have fought for this advanced pill. TSK. People die for money and birds die for food. Even the top martial artists can't avoid it. It's a pity that the fisherman benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. I didn't expect that I would get the advantage in the end. This is fate. Yu Rongrong urged, why don't you take it quickly? Zhuge Xiefeng thought for a few seconds. There's no rush now. You don't know that taking one advanced pill at a time gives you a 50% chance of a breakthrough. Once you fail, any subsequent advanced pills you take will be ineffective. But if 2 pills are taken together, the combined efficacy will increase the success rate to over 80%. That's right, many masters in the pseudo-god realm are willing to collect 2 or even more advanced pills and take them at one time to greatly increase the success rate. You know, I must break through to become a war god this time, and I can't afford any accidents, so it would be best if I could get an advanced pill at the Shinmen conference. If I take 2 at the same time, I will definitely become a war god. Inside the inn where Ao Ishian is staying. Ao Ishian vented in dissatisfaction. Fuck. We agreed to find that guy and kill him within an hour, but 2.5 hours have passed and there is still no news. Can these 3 old bastards do it? The 2 followers stood respectfully in front of him, analyzing carefully. That's right, it's easy to find out the whereabouts of that kid. It won't be difficult to find him. Could it be that the 3 guests of the Tong family found that kid, but instead of killing him, they were? Ao Ishian interrupted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That kid is about my age, and his strength is at most half a step to a god of war. Could it be that he is also a master of the god of war realm like me? The 2 followers looked at each other and nodded. Indeed. The other party is not from a Shinmen force, does not have such top-notch talent, and does not have a large amount of resources for training. It is absolutely impossible to become a powerful god of war at the age of 25 or 26. Then there is only one possibility. Young Valley Master, I speculate that those 3 old bastards may have taken our 2 semi-finished advanced pills and directly ate them all and ran away. Another follower also echoed, yes, this is the only explanation. Hear this. The corner of Ao Ishian's eyes twitched violently. Damn it. I originally thought that the Tong family was a well-known and prestigious family in Tiannan province, but I didn't expect them to be so uncultured and actually trick us. From now on, our Yuanyang Valley and the Tong family will not coexist. Ao Ishian couldn't hide his heartache when thinking about the loss of 2 semi-finished advanced pills. The reason is simple. Don't underestimate the semi-finished advanced pills, as they have average effects and side effects. However, the medicinal materials and energy required to refine the pills are no less than those of the finished advanced pills. It must be very frustrating to lose everything in the end. He swore that after the Shinmen conference, he would make the Tong family pay 10 times the price. A follower suddenly remembered something. Young Valley Master, do you remember that before we came here, some elders in the valley and an outer disciple named Taoist Gongsun mentioned a person whose name seemed to be Yi Tiance? This guy killed 2 Taoist priests, Yunlong and Yunhai, in Jiangnan City. If we encounter him, we must be careful and guard against him. It would be best if we can kill him. Another follower asked, huh? Do you think the guy who provoked us during the day was Yi Tiance? Ao Ishian waved his hand and said, how can there be such a coincidence in the world? If you ask me, those old guys in the valley have lived too long and are afraid of death. I don't understand how a small character in the secular world can be so powerful that he can scare them like that. Don't worry, when I really meet Yi Tiance, I will kill him. By the way. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Tiance and Zhuge Ruweiji have been walking along the path behind Hujiao Mountain, preparing to attend the Shinmen conference. Along the way, they met quite a few people, most of whom were martial artists. This Shinmen conference was originally held for the Shinmen forces, but it ended up attracting a larger number of martial artists. It can be seen that these martial artists all want to make friends with the Shinmen forces at the conference and strive to obtain treasures such as advanced pills, so as to improve their cultivation. Even if I can't get these things, it's good to come here and see the world. Zhuge walked wisely. While introducing to Yi Tiance, he said, Brother Yi, this Shinmen conference will be held for 3 days, and there will be different exciting events every day. The first day is the auction of various major sects. Some elixirs, talismans, rare treasures, etc. from the sect may appear at the auction, as well as some other strange and weird things. However, the competition at this auction is fierce, and you need to have sufficient financial resources and vision to win the treasure you like. Yi Tiance nodded slightly. Thinking of the mysterious piece of craft paper I just obtained, I wonder if there will be other incomplete pieces of craft paper at the auction? As for the next day, Zhuge Ruizhi continued, the next day is the competition among the core disciples of the Xianmen. Each of the major Xianmen will send out the best of the younger generation to participate in the competition. The competition is divided into 3 parts, generally the alchemy duel, the martial arts duel, and the magic duel. The winner can get rich rewards and win honor for his own sect. It can be said that this is the most important day for all the major Xianmen forces at the conference. Yi Tiance was not interested in this. Because in his opinion, these Xianmen forces are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. What's so interesting about the fight between them? And on the 3rd day, there was a hint of mystery in Zhuge's wise voice. Brother Yi, why don't you take a guess? Chapter 577 Xianmen Auction. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. Guess I'm just a kid. Do I need to guess? If you have to fart, let it out. Zhuge Ruizhi chuckled and said, I heard that at the Xianmen conference, the talents who performed well in the competition on the 2nd day will go to a mysterious place, but I don't know exactly where it is. But I heard that anyone who goes to that place and comes out alive will gain a lot, which is like being reborn. It is the most anticipated project of this conference. Oh? There is such a magical place? This actually attracted Yi Tiance's attention. You should know that the 3rd day of the Xianmen conference is July 15th. The master's letter asked him to go to the top of Hujiao Mountain on the full moon night of July 15th. Perhaps there must be some connection between the two. On the way up the mountain, Yi Tiance called Su Changwei several times, but the other party's phone was always turned off. I remember Su Changwei had said before that during the Xianmen conference, their martial arts action team would be responsible for security. So Yi Tiance thought that this time he came here, he could give her the detoxification pill he had prepared. Is it not allowed to answer the phone during the mission? Or did you run into some other trouble? Yi Tiance began to murmur in his heart. More than an hour later, the two arrived at the halfway point of Hujiao Mountain. The terrain here is relatively wide, and it is the venue for the Xianmen conference. At this time, the place was already crowded with people and very lively. The flags of the major sects fluttered in the wind, showing their respective strength and glory. Yi Tiance and Zhuge Ruizhi wandered around the venue to familiarize themselves with the environment. The venue was decorated magnificently. A huge ring stood in the center, surrounded by neat rows of seats for spectators to watch the game. However, the competition will not start until tomorrow. On the side, there are beautifully decorated stalls selling various medicinal herbs, weapons, etc. Yi Tiance took a glance. Judging from the quality, they are much more reliable than those sold by small vendors at the foot of the mountain, but that's all. It was far from enough to attract Yi Tiance's interest. Zhuge Ruizhi suggested, Brother Yi, should we go take a look at the auction venue? Judging from the time, the auction will start soon. Maybe there will be some interesting things at the auction. Yi Tiance nodded in agreement, and the two walked towards the auction venue. The auction venue is located on one side of the venue and is a huge circular building. There were several guards standing at the entrance of the building. They had serious expressions and watched the people coming and going vigilantly. You need an admission ticket to enter the auction venue. Please show your admission tickets. A guard said in a muffled voice. Zhuge Ruizhi was stunned. Ticket? What ticket? We have never heard of it. Another guard said, there are many participants in this Xianmen conference, especially those who come to participate in the auction. In order to control the flow of people, the auction organizers allocated tickets based on the qualifications of the participants 2 days ago. It's your own fault that you didn't know about it. I'll wipe it. Zhuge Ruizhi said unhappily, you didn't inform us in advance about distributing the admission tickets. You are so irresponsible and you still blame us? The guard said calmly, I don't care, we are just following orders. Zhuge Ruizhi twitched his eyes, full of anger. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. I didn't expect that the famous Yi Tiance would be stopped outside one day. I thought there was nothing in the world that could stop you. Yi Tiance turned his head. I saw two people walking slowly towards me, both of them were acquaintances. A girl with a great figure, a cold face, and an inherently arrogant attitude, is none other than Su Zishi, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Beijing. one of his fiancées, Yi Tiance. Next to him was the familiar hunchbacked old woman. Yi Tiance was a little surprised that he met them here. I remember the last time we met was at Lin Yuyan's birthday party. After not seeing her for a while, this woman still looks so arrogant. Su Zishi stepped forward. He took out 2 golden tickets and handed them to the guard at the door. The guard immediately said respectfully to Su Zishi and the old woman, "2 distinguished guests, welcome." Su Zishi nodded somewhat arrogantly. Then he said to Yi Tiance coldly, "I know you are rich and have some connections, but the auction of the Shinmen convention is not an ordinary auction. You cannot enter without an admission ticket. Besides, even if you get in by chance, you can't buy the items in the auction even if you have money, so you should just wait outside. There's no point in going in." Hear the words. Juga Rueiji was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean the auction items here are so expensive that you can't buy them?" Su Zishi said sarcastically, "Your brother Yi is so powerful, if you don't ask me what I do, what's the point of asking him?" As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Yi Tiance, wanting to see his expression. She didn't know why, but she felt very unhappy ever since she found out that this man was her fiancé. She admitted that Yi Tiance was excellent in terms of appearance, financial resources, connections, and martial arts skills. But she just wouldn't acknowledge the engagement between them. The reason is simple: Yi Tiance has a lot of fiancés around him. She doesn't want to be one of them, but the only one. There is no compromise on this point. Yi Tiance also stared at her, and his eyes suddenly became serious. Su Zishi said nervously, Why are you staring at me like that? Let me remind you, I've already said that I will never agree to be your woman, so don't dream on. Yi Tiance said calmly, "Don't be too narcissistic. I just found that your Shinin body is getting worse and worse. If you don't get thorough treatment within 3 days, your life will be in danger." What? Hearing this, the old woman's face changed drastically. She subconsciously asked, "Mr. Yi, are you serious?" Yi Tiance nodded. He was never one to joke about medical conditions. "Mr. Yi, please." The old woman was interrupted by Su Zishi halfway through her words. "Granny Lu, I know my own physical condition very well, there's no need to ask him." Su Zishi's face looked a little ugly. She knew what the radical treatment method Yi Tiance was talking about. The so-called combination of the extremely young body and the mysterious Yin body. Isn't it just sex? It sounds like a ridiculous and vulgar method. How dare this bastard say that? Su Zishi stared at Yi Tiance. He said seriously, "I came to participate in the Shinmen conference this time to find a way to cure my disease. There are many Shinmen bosses here, so there must be a reliable method. I would like to trouble you to take back those dirty and vulgar thoughts. I, Su Zishi, am not the kind of indecent woman you imagine." Yi Tiance curled his lips and snorted coldly, I hope Miss Su will remember this sentence. It's best not to take the initiative to beg me to treat you." Ha ha. Su Zishi got anxious. Who would take the initiative to beg you? If I, Su Zishi, really came to the point of begging you, I would. Chapter 578. My name is Yi Ling and #039. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Then what about you?" Su Zishi bit her lip and said, "If I really behave in such an indecent way, I will be willing to be your fiancé, no matter if you have other women. How about it?" Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. With a look of disdain, he said, "My goodness, Miss Su, you think too highly of yourself. Although I admit that you are quite pretty, it doesn't mean that if you want to be my fiancé, I will definitely agree, okay? It's as if you are giving me alms." "What did you say?" Su Zishi couldn't help but widen his eyes. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, her appearance, figure, IQ, connections and other qualities are impeccable. I don't know how many rich young men are lining up to pursue her. As a result, this bastard in front of her actually looked down on her as his fiancé, or one of them? What kind of big-tailed wolf are you pretending to be? Su Zishi clenched his fists and said unhappily, "Then what do you want?" Yi Tiance held his chin and thought for 2 seconds. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that I lack a little maid who can order me around. If you lose, you will play such a role in the future." If you perform well, I can consider promoting you to a junior position. If you behave properly, you can become one of my fiancés. What the hell? Suzushi, who has always been aloof and concerned about his image, immediately lost his guard and couldn't help but swear. The D cup of her chest heaved violently, as if it was about to burst the white shirt. The old woman at the side quickly reminded, "Miss, pay attention to your image. Pay attention to your image. Call." Suzushi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down a little. She gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I can promise you. But if you lose, you have to agree to one of my conditions to be fair." "Say it." Suzushi said coldly, "If you lose. What I want you to do is to stop bothering me from now on. As long as I appear in any occasion, you are not allowed to appear in my sight. You are not allowed to mention that we are engaged. Just pretend that we have never had this kind of relationship. Do you dare to agree?" Yi Tiance grinned. "Why not? We have a deal." "Humph." Suzushi snorted coldly, "You dirty bastard, wait till you regret it." After saying that, she angrily led the old woman into the auction hall. Juga Rueiji scratched the back of his head. Puzzled, he asked, "Brother Yi, I see you agreed to Suzushi's bet so readily, aren't you afraid of losing?" Yi Tian smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Don't you see that for me, this situation is just like Qin Shi Huang touching the wire. Are you winning?" "Ah. I don't understand, how did I win?" "This is easy. If I win the bet, I'll get a little maid for free who can be ordered around and does whatever she's told to do. This will dampen her arrogance so she doesn't point fingers at me in the future, like that woman Xiao Qingcheng. If I lose, it doesn't matter. I won't have to see her anymore, and I won't be upset every time I see her. Isn't that wonderful?" Juga Rueiji's eyes lit up. He gave a thumbs up and said, "As expected of my brother Yi, I learned it. After sighing, Juga Rueiji asked, "But the problem is, how are we going to get into this auction?" Yi Tian's eyes turned. Suddenly I remembered the supreme invitation letter to the Xianmen conference that I had won at Jubao Pavilion before. I remember that the host Bai Jia once introduced that this invitation letter has a very high authority in the Xianmen conference. How about trying it? Just when Yi Tiance was about to take out the supreme invitation, a pleasant and lively voice sounded behind him. "Linger just happened to have 2 extra tickets. If you 2 brothers don't mind, let Linger take you in." The 2 turned their heads. I saw a lively and smart girl jumping towards me, followed by an old man with a fairy-like appearance. She was wearing a light pink gauze dress with delicate flower patterns embroidered on the hem as she danced. It seemed as if real flowers were blooming. Her long hair was tied into 2 cute ponytails, which swayed with her movements, full of energy. A pair of big eyes are bright and clear, sparkling with curiosity and playfulness. A small nose is slightly upturned, and the pink lips always have a bright smile. She is a very nice girl. The girl jumped in front of Yi Tiance and the others, looking at them curiously. Then he said, "You are here to participate in the auction as well? You can't enter without a ticket, but it doesn't matter. My grandfather and I have extra tickets that we can give to you." Juga Rueiji was stunned. Curiously asked, "No, why did you give us tickets? We don't seem to know each other." The other person smiled, revealing 2 cute dimples, and said, "I just thought you guys looked interesting and wanted to make friends. Besides, when we are out, we should help each other." The girl said this in an innocent and matter-of-fact manner. Juga Rueiji was even more confused. Is that why? You have to know that in today's world, there are so many deceitful and dishonest things, and people rarely trust each other. This is especially true among the martial arts practitioners and the Xuanjia circles. As a result, the girl in front of him gave such a reason to help that Juga Rueiji even suspected that the other party was plotting something and doing it on purpose? The girl nodded and said, "That's why. What else could it be? People should help each other, right?" Juga Rueiji looked at the other party's attitude and didn't seem to be scheming at all. He really couldn't bear to refuse, but it was not easy to agree directly. So he turned around and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yi, look. In fact, Yi Tiance has been observing this girl all the time. pure, smart, lively, and innocent. For some reason, from the first moment he saw the other person, he felt a very close feeling. This closeness was not the kind of closeness between men and women like Han Ruoyun or Rong Meiyan. It's more like a brother-sister feeling. Although I don't know the specific reason. But Yi Tian's just had this strange feeling. He smiled and asked the girl, "What you said makes sense. When we go out, we should help each other, but we don't even know your name yet." The girl smiled, revealing her two cute dimples again. "My last name is Yi, and my name is Yi Linger. You two can just call me Linger. By the way, what are your names, little brothers?" Hearing this answer, Yi Tian's pupils shrank slightly. Is her last name also Yi? Is it such a coincidence? Chapter 579 Shenyuan Gate. After learning that the girl had the same surname as his, Yi Tian's had a better impression of Yi Linger. Then Yi Tian's smiled and replied, "My name is Yi Tian's, and the person next to me is Zhuge Ruizhi." Yi Linger nodded obediently and said, "Hello, Brother Tian's, hello, Brother Ruizhi." She turned to the old man behind her and said excitedly, "Grandpa Zhao, you see, I just came to participate in the Xianmen conference and I made two good friends. The world outside is not as dark as you say. I think everyone is very reasonable and friendly." The old man surnamed Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "Linger is right." He pulled out 2 admission tickets from his sleeves and handed them to Yi Tian's and Zhuge Ruizhi. Although he tried to appear kind, there was still a hint of vigilance and indifference in his eyes. "Linger said she would give you tickets, so take them. I don't ask you to be grateful, but please don't cause any more trouble for Linger." In his opinion, the 2 people in front of him did not even have the qualifications to enter the auction, which showed that they were not of noble status. Such a person is naturally not worth his attention. If it wasn't for Linger's sake, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to her. Because of his good impression of Yi Linger, Yi Tian's did not care about the old man surnamed Zhao's attitude. With the admission ticket to the auction, Yi Tian's no longer needs to take out the supreme invitation letter to the Xianmen conference. Several people passed the guard's inspection and entered the auction hall. The entire auction venue is extremely spacious and grand, with a high dome that looks like an inverted starry sky. The walls are made of ancient and heavy dark stones, carved with various mysterious runes and patterns, which seem to exude a mysterious power. In the center of the venue is a huge circular auction table made of crystal clear crystal. Around the auction table was a circle of exquisite chairs covered with soft silk cushions and exquisitely embroidered patterns. Yi Tian's had participated in many auctions before, but he had to admit that the auction of the Xianmen conference was the most luxurious and grand among them. No wonder Tiannan province has always held the Xianmen conference auction here. At this time, quite a few people had gathered in the venue. There are nobles dressed in gorgeous robes, showing their dignity in every gesture. There are chivalrous knights in tight clothes, exuding a heroic spirit, and there are mysterious figures in strange costumes, and it is impossible to guess their origins and identities. The Xianmen conference, which is held once every 10 years, will indeed attract all kinds of people. In the corner of the venue, there were some maids moving around. They were dressed in uniform, had pretty faces, and held trays with various fine wines and snacks in their hands, providing thoughtful service to the guests. Yi Tian's and 4 others sat in the middle row, and their seats were connected. After seated, Yi Tian's immediately saw Su Zishi and the old woman surnamed Lu, who were sitting diagonally opposite him and had just sat down. And the latter just happened to see Yi Tian's. Su Zishi's originally cold and arrogant face suddenly showed a look of horror. How did he get in? Don't the 2 of them have tickets? A few minutes ago, she was still at the door, making sarcastic remarks about Yi Tian's, thinking that the other party was finally inferior to her in one thing, but in the blink of an eye, she was slapped in the face. What a coincidence! Yi Tian's also gave him a provocative look. It seems to be saying, "I'm in, if you're not convinced, come and hit me." You bastard! You have no shame. You don't have any manliness at all. If Haoshuan hadn't been too busy recently, I would have definitely shown this bastard his current face and see if he would still treat this bastard as his shitty brother-in-law. Granny Lu, don't you agree? Su Zishi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The old woman surnamed Lu did not answer her question. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Linger and the old man named Zhao who were sitting opposite Yi Tiance. The expression is somewhat serious. Su Zishi noticed this detail. Grandma Lu, what are you looking at those two for? Is there something wrong with them? Granny Lu narrowed her eyes and said, Miss, have you ever heard of Zuanyuanmen? Su Zishi asked seriously, are you talking about the Xianyuan sect, which is known as the leader of the Xian sect? Granny Lu nodded. He sighed. Xianyuan sect was once the most powerful and mysterious sect in Tiannan province. The sect existed for a long time, had many outstanding disciples, and countless strong men guarding the gate. Even those powerful war gods had to be polite in front of them. Other Xianmen forces were suppressed by Xianyuan Gate and could not breathe no matter whether it was Yuanyang Valley or Lingyu Pavilion. Compared with Xianyuan Gate, they were like heaven and earth. That's right, Xianyuan sect is an existence that countless people dream of joining. To be honest, when I was young, I also tried to join Xianyuan sect, but unfortunately, my talent was too far behind, and I couldn't even become an outer disciple. This has become a regret of my life. Su Zishi said, but I heard that Xianyuan sect suddenly encountered a major change more than 10 years ago, and it collapsed almost overnight. Since then, Xianyuan sect seems to have completely disappeared from the Xianmen circle in Tiannan province. There is news that Xianyuan sect was wiped out, and not a single member was left. Why did you suddenly mention this? Granny Lu replied, if what I guessed is correct, the old man and the young girl beside Yi Tiance should be from Zuanyuanmen. What? What? This news shocked Su Zishi. How did you know? Granny Lu whispered, I have seen that old man once at the Xianmen conference 30 years ago. At that time, he was one of the inner disciples of Xianyuan sect. I can't forget his appearance, not to mention his aura of immortal bones. Even if he can hide it, he can still find his uniqueness. As for that little girl, although she is young, she has a mysterious aura that even an old woman like me cannot fathom. This aura is not something that ordinary people can possess. I guess she is a core descendant that Xianyuan sect values very much. So that's it. Su Zishi nodded suddenly, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel longing in his heart. The reason she came to participate in the Xianmen conference this time was to make friends with the Xianmen bosses and ask them to help heal her body, so naturally the Xianmen boss with stronger background would have more chances. If possible, I hope to get the Zuanyuanmen's help. I just don't know what kind of shitty luck that bastard surnamed Ji has to be with the Zuanyuanmen's people. Wow. At this moment, a loud noise broke out at the auction site. Everyone heard this and went away. A woman wearing a robe as white as snow and with an otherworldly and cold temperament appeared. She had a veil on her face, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, which made people imagine a lot. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it her? The person who came was none other than Saint Yushi of Lingyu Pavilion. What Yi Tiance didn't expect was that Saint Yushi walked straight up to him, and then sat down next to him in full view of everyone. Chapter 580. Don't try to get close to the saint. Wow. Saint Yushi's action was like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar. The people around widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Oh my God. Who is that boy? Why is Saint Yushi sitting next to him? Could he be a descendant of some hidden family? I've never seen him before. It's possible that this kid just got lucky and his seat number happened to be arranged together with Saint Yushi. I'm so jealous. Everyone was whispering and discussing. For a moment, Yi Tiance became the focus of everyone's attention. Yi Tiance could feel that the gazes cast by most men were filled with jealousy and hostility. Ugh! Is it so difficult to keep a low profile these days? At this moment, Su Zishi, who was sitting diagonally opposite, saw the scene and frowned. He muttered in a low voice, Saint Yushi actually sat next to him? This bastard, isn't he afraid of tarnishing Saint Yushi's reputation? In a further seat, Aoi Xian's eyes suddenly focused. This kid is here too? After seeing Yi Tiance, the air pressure around him dropped instantly. Last night he sent 3 guest officials from the Tong family to kill Yi Tiance, but there was no follow-up news and in the end they lost 2 semi-finished advanced pills in vain. He was so angry that he couldn't sleep well at night. The attendant on the side complained, Just as I expected, those 3 old bastards didn't kill the kid as agreed, but ran away with the half-finished advanced pills. There was a flash of murderous intent in Aoishian's eyes. Humph. Since this kid has the guts to come to the Xianmen conference, then don't even think about leaving the conference alive. Juga Rueji, who was sitting on the other side of Yi Tian's, reminded excitedly in a low voice, "Damn, it's Saint Yushi. Her temperament and figure are too good, right?" Brother Yi, look quickly. Yi Tian's looked helpless. In fact, he didn't want to have much interaction with Saint Yushi. After all, he was not sure whether this woman was one of his fiancés, Luo Yushi. And his intuition told him that there were often a lot of troubles behind such women. If he is implicated, it will be very troublesome. However, before Yi Tian's could speak, Saint Yushi spoke in a light and graceful voice. "This saint reminded you yesterday not to leave Tiger Dragon Mountain and not to participate in the Xianmen conference, otherwise the young master of Yuanyang Valley will definitely harass you. Why didn't you listen?" These words sounded like a well-intentioned reminder, but coming from the mouth of Saint Yushi, they sounded like a warning to others. The congenital frigidity of a saint. Yi Tian said truthfully, "A young master of Yuanyang Valley is no different from an ant in my eyes. Why should I care about what he wants to do?" Hear the words. Saint Yushi shook her head slightly and said no more. For her, reminding Yi Tian's to be careful was out of basic human kindness. As for whether the other party appreciated it or not, it had nothing to do with her. There is a constant that is important in the Taoist sect. If the other party does not accept her reminder, that is his fate and there is no need to interfere. As for the other party saying that they don't take Yuanyang Valley seriously, I naturally just treat it as nonsense. A female servant behind her glared at Yi Tian's with disdain. "Humph. You ignorant brat. Even we in Lingyu Pavilion would not call Yuanyang Valley ants. Don't think that you can attract the attention of our saint by showing off your words. Such vulgar means will only ruin her goodwill." Yi Tian's was confused and said, "When did I attract the attention of your saint? Don't make random accusations, okay?" The female attendant curled her lips and said, "Are you anxious? Among you secular men, who doesn't want to get close to our saint? I want to remind you that you can admire our saint, but don't try to get close to her by using despicable means. Our Xian realm and your secular world are two different worlds. I hope you will be careful." These words almost made Yi Tian's laugh. He knew that many girls nowadays were narcissistic, but he didn't expect that even the legendary Saint Yushi was like this. Ha ha. This atmosphere is really hard to describe. But at this time, Saint Yushi whispered, "Asai, don't talk about this, just focus on the auction. It's about to start." The maid named Asai nodded. "Yes." Then the two men stopped talking. Yilinger whispered to the old man surnamed Zhao, "Grandpa Zhao, the girl sitting next to Brother Tian's is so pretty, but why does she look so cold? She doesn't seem to be friendly at all?" The old man surnamed Zhao sneered softly and said, "Aren't those women in Lingyu Pavilion always like that? They package themselves as celestial beings, untainted by mud, and show an attitude of not being close to the world. The irony is that people outside who don't know the truth like this tune, and there are even many men who want to practice dual cultivation with the saint of Lingyu Pavilion to improve their cultivation." Yi Linger blinked her big eyes and asked innocently, "Huh? I've often heard people mention the term dual cultivation before. What does it mean?" This. The old man surnamed Zhao looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. After all, Yi Linger was only 16 years old and had no idea about things between men and women, so he didn't know how to answer. Grandpa Zhao doesn't know? Then I'll ask Brother Tian's." The old man surnamed Zhao quickly stopped him and said, "Ahem, stop it now, we can ask about this later when we have time. Look, the auction is about to start." "That's great." Yi Linger nodded obediently and turned her attention back to the auction. "Call." The old man surnamed who finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Almost." He glanced secretly at Yi Tian's. I felt cold in my heart. This kid deliberately pretends to be a master in front of Saint Yushi. At first glance, he is an old hand in the love field and is full of tricks. Linger must not be allowed to have too much contact with this kind of man. If he leads Linger astray, his life would be in vain even if he died 100 times in the future. Swish. At this moment, a brilliant light rose from the auction table. I saw a beautiful host walking lightly onto the stage. She was wearing a gorgeous purple dress, her long hair fell on her shoulders like a black waterfall, and the slightly curled ends added a bit of charm. She stood gracefully on the auction table. Her eyes slowly swept across the entire venue, and her voice rang out in the venue like the sound of nature. Dear guests, welcome to this grand auction. I am today's host, Ziyin. There was thunderous applause from the audience. It's actually Ziyin. I heard that she is a beauty in the Xian realm. Although she is not as beautiful as Saint Yushi, she is also one of the most beautiful besides her. TSK. She is indeed different from those coquettish bitches in the secular world. Miss Ziyin's temperament is really attractive. I wonder what treasures will be auctioned today. Let's take a look. Ziyin bowed slightly and said, this Xianmen auction has gathered countless rare treasures and mysterious items, each of which has unique value and charm. Before the auction officially begins, Ziyin still wants to introduce the rules of the auction to everyone. Please listen carefully.